Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. You've come to the right place. Here we present a unique kind of drama. Drama that uses your ears to stimulate your fears. The story you are about to hear concerns another part of the human anatomy. It's a tale about a very frightening pair of hands. Not because they're ugly or mutilated, or because they do evil things. On the contrary, the hands of our heroine do nothing at all. And therein lies her terror. But there's one other subject our story deals with, and it's the most mysterious of all, the human mind. Our mystery drama, The Hands of Mrs. Mallory, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Celeste Holm. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Some research experts say you can't taste the difference between beers. Well, if they're right, then Anheuser-Busch wastes a barrel of time Beechwood aging Budweiser. Only they don't think so. Brewing beer right does make a difference. And they're betting a bundle that you can taste the difference in Bud. When it comes to brewing Budweiser, the Anheuser-Busch choice is to go all the way because they still care about quality. Look at it this way. If the Bud people have a choice between what some experts say and what beer drinkers say, well, you'd better believe they'll go with you beer drinkers every time. When you say Budweiser, you've said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Hey, Mom, what's for dinner? Hey, Mom, what you got?
What's for dinner? ShopRite suggests lean, savory smoked ham. Shank portion just 69 cents a pound. Butt portion 79 a pound. Choice grade first cut chuck steak 69 cents a pound. Penn Dutch noodles pound package 49 cents. Crown top white bread just 39 cents for a 22-ounce loaf. For a quick meal, serve Banquet frozen 10-ounce dinners. All varieties except beef or ham are just 39 cents. Check the store-wide values at ShopRite. You'll find a lot more for a little less.
She loves the family. She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
Think of the most beautiful day you can imagine. A day so perfect that the birds are singing its praises. And even the people who line the park benches, those roosting creatures who seem to exist in a vacuum without emotion, seem happy and contented today. But there's one exception. A lady of middle years who sits alone on a bench. Is it her glum expression that has driven away other people? Or perhaps it's the obvious elegance of her mink stole and the glistening perfection of the diamond on her finger.
Hey, lady, is this seat taken?
No.
Is it okay if I sit here and wait for my brother? He's playing in the ball game.
How nice.
He plays first base. Hey, you want to see my baseball?
Not especially.
It's got Reggie Jackson's autograph on it. Here, look at it.
No, please, I really don't know.
What's the matter with your hands?
Nothing. They're just a little stiff, that's all. Now, why don't you go watch your brother play?
Well, he says I jinx him. Gee, your hands look funny. I mean, can't you move them at all?
No. As a matter of fact, I can't.
Gee, that's funny. I never saw anything like that. How come you can't move your hands?
It's a kind of a sickness. You wouldn't understand.
But maybe if you explained it to me, I would.
Yes. If I could explain it to you, son, I would be very happy to do so. You don't know how happy.
Come in, Ida. Have a seat.
I always feel so guilty when I take your time. Each examination seems to produce exactly the same result.
Well, that's no reason not to keep examining you.
Then there isn't any change.
No, Ida. No change. What have you been doing lately?
Well, I've been sitting in the park a lot.
I see.
It's a bit ridiculous, isn't it? I have this glamorous terrace. I could sit there like a queen and view the whole park and all the people in it. But I prefer to sit on a bench and watch the squirrels and listen to the children.
Oh, I think that's a good thing, frankly. To be on the ground, in touch with things.
Herbert never believed in that. Herbert liked to get away from the smell of the crowd. Yes, that was the phrase he always used, the smell of the crowd. My husband knew a great number of unkind phrases.
Well, I never knew him, of course.
No. Neither did I suppose. Even when he was lying in his coffin, I felt as though I were saying goodbye to a stranger.
And after Mr. Mallory died, how soon after that did the paralysis set in?
Oh, it was about a month. Yes, a month after, I suppose.
That soon?
Yes.
And now it's been how long since you haven't been able to move your hands?
5 years. Can you believe it, Doctor? I can't. After the first 6 months of this terrible paralysis, I thought I couldn't go on living with these stone fingers of mine. I thought it would be preferable to be dead.
But you never lost hope of a cure.
No. I mean, that's what's kept me going. The hope of a cure. Oh, and something else. I suppose one must say a kind word for money. If there was one thing Herbert did in his life, he managed to leave a very rich widow behind him.
Ida, I hope you won't misunderstand what I'm going to say.
Doctor, you don't have to say it. I know what comes next. You're going to advise me to get out of myself, to stop thinking about my poor hands and think about other people. Charity work.
Well, Ida, that's one suggestion. But...
Oh, if you knew how many charity committees use my name, or how many thousands of dollars I give to every foundation with an impressive name.
Ida, I was going to talk about going back to that psychiatrist.
Oh, that.
I honestly think you gave up too soon. If you'd given the man a chance...
Dr. Merritt, my hands are paralyzed. I'm not imagining it. They're paralyzed, frozen, insensitive. You've made all the tests yourself. Do you think I've been faking?
No, of course not. The illness is genuine, but sometimes the origin of an illness of this nature can...
It's all in the mind, yes, of course. All in the mind. So easy to say that, isn't it? So many doctors have told me the same thing. It's so much easier to blame my mind than their own failure.
Ida, please.
Doctor, excuse me. It's time for me to go. You've got lots of patients waiting for you. Some of them you might even help.
Hey, hi.
Oh, it's you again. Waiting for your brother?
Nah, he's not playing today.
Oh, that's too bad. It's a lovely day.
He broke his leg.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Hey, is that what happened to your hands? I mean, did they get broken?
Something like that.
Well, do you feel anything at all? I mean, like your fingers?
You're a very curious boy. Did anyone ever tell you that?
Can I just touch him, lady? Please?
No, please don't.
Hey, you kid. Now cut that out.
Well,
Stop bothering this lady, you hear me?
I wasn't bothering her.
All right, now go on, get out of here, leave her alone.
Okay. I just wanted to touch her hand.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I just couldn't help overhearing.
Thank you. He was getting a little too bothersome, although I'm sure he didn't mean any harm.
Well, I could see that you were getting annoyed.
Ted?
Oh, yes, I'm over here, Melinda.
Lend me a hand, huh? I can't manage 2 hot dogs and a bag of peanuts and 2 crutches at the same time.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. Excuse me, ma'am.
Oh, this one's yours, with the mustard.
Thanks.
Do you think I could sit down?
Of course.
Ted, would you grab that crutch?
Yeah, I got it. Listen, I told you that I'd get the hot dogs. I mean, you didn't have to be quite so independent.
That's funny. You're always complaining that I'm not independent enough. Oh, am I crowding you, ma'am?
Oh, no. Plenty of room.
Ted, who was that boy I saw running off?
Oh, I drove him off. He was bothering this woman.
Oh, dear.
Oh, are you all right? Oh, yes, I'm fine. As a matter of fact, he was telling me about his brother's accident. He hurt his foot. I guess This must be the season for accidents.
You mean these crutches? I'm afraid that was another season.
Hey, gee, it's warm, isn't it? Huh? For this time of year?
Of course, you're warm. Saving fair damsels and all that stuff. I didn't know you were a regular St. George, Ted.
Yeah, sure I am, with kid dragons. Would you like some peanuts, ma'am? We've been trying to give them away to the squirrels all day, but we haven't seen any.
No, thank you. I don't like peanuts very much. I can't imagine what squirrels see in them.
Don't worry. My brother will happily eat them all by himself.
Your brother?
I'm Melinda West. This is my brother, Ted.
And my name is Mrs. Mallory.
How do you do?
Haven't I seen you two here before?
Oh, you probably have. We live close to the park. Are you from around here, Mrs. Mallory?
Oh, yes. I live in that building right there.
Oh.
What a view you must have. Can you see the park from your window?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, if I had a window like that, I'd never come down to the park. Well, of course, these crutches sort of discourage you walking around very much.
Do you both live in the city?
No, we're from Ohio. We've only been here about 2 months, but I guess we'll be going back soon.
Don't say that. Don't even think that, Ted, please.
I'm sorry, Melinda. I didn't mean to...
I gather that you don't want to leave.
Well, not if it means that... Well, the truth is we came here to see a doctor, a surgeon who specializes in cases like mine. You see, I was in an automobile accident 2 years ago. I haven't walked since.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I know exactly how you must feel.
Well, people always think they do, but they really can't.
Melinda.
What? I think your brother is trying to signal you, Melinda, about me.
What do you mean?
He means these. My hands.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't even realize.
No, some people don't realize that I can't move them. See, as long as I sit here very quietly, my whole body is as immobilized as my hands.
Yes. Now I know what you mean. I know how tempting it is to just want to sit, be a statue, so that for a little while you can forget that part of you is dead.
Oh, come on, Melinda, please. Let's cut this out, huh?
Please, tell me more about this surgeon.
I can tell you what he said in one word. 1 2-letter word.
Oh, dear. He won't operate, then?
He said it wouldn't do any good.
He turned us down flat. That's why I want Melinda to let me take her back home.
Oh, well, do you have parents there?
No, we have no one. But I don't want to go back. I don't. I want to see...
What were you going to say?
Never mind, Mrs. Mallory. Now, come on, Melinda. You finished your hot dog. Let's go home.
Ted, let me tell her. Let me ask her.
For Pete's sake, what kind of nonsense is this? What do you want to bother the woman for?
Because there's no one else I can talk to about Dr. Griff. I can't talk to you about him. You just get red in the face and stomp away from me.
There's nothing to talk about, and I'm sure Mrs. Mallory isn't interested in fairy stories.
I really don't know what either one of you is talking about. Who is Dr. Griff?
Oh, he's a quack, a phony.
Ted.
Well, that's all he is. A 2-bit faith healer who robs every cripple he can get his hands on.
You don't know anything about him. You only met him once.
Yeah, well, that was enough. I could tell in 1 second that the man is a fake. He can't cure a broken spine.
But why not let him try? Somebody has to try. I don't want to be the way I am. Oh, Mrs. Mallory, I don't want to be this way. Help me. Help me, please.
Well, Mrs. Mallory's physician would be very pleased right now. At last, his patient seems to be taking his advice to interest herself in the outside world, in problems other than her own. But how involved will those problems become? We'll wait to find out until I return shortly with Act 2.
Excuse me, madam.
Oh, I'm in an awful hurry.
I just wonder if you could answer a simple question for me.
So do I.
The question is this.
What?
What happens this time of year?
Oh, that's easy. The kids get home from camp. Goodbye.
Nope.
What do you mean, nope?
Nope.
I mean, I should know when my kids get home from camp.
Well, the answer I had in mind was a tad more general in scope. you
Well,
see.
I gave my answer. Let's hear yours.
You know, I'm glad you asked.
Are you?
You see, what happens this time of year is that Buick dealers are giving particularly great deals on all their 74 Buicks. For a family woman such as yourself, I think a neat little Apollo would be just the ticket. It's small, economical, but surprisingly roomy. And it's a Buick, so it's really quite elegant.
You don't say.
Uh-huh. Now, isn't that good news?
Yes.
I mean, that you can get such a nifty deal on such a nifty small car.
To be sure it is, yes.
To be sure. By the way, where do your kids go to camp?
Guam. It's a small island in the South Pacific.
Guam.
There's a very special deal going on at all offices of Suburban Savings throughout North Jersey. It's called Suburban Special Interest Deal, and you'll be especially interested in the savings you get. A top 7.90% effective annual yield on Suburban's limited issue 7.50% savings certificate, and Suburban guarantees it from 4 to 10 years. Minimum deposit $2,500. Early withdrawal prior to maturity is subject to a substantial penalty. Suburban compounds interest continuously from day of deposit paid quarterly. So you not only get interest on your savings, you get interest on the interest. And Suburban offers you the highest interest rate allowed by law. Here's your chance to get a great savings deal. A top 7.90% effective annual yield on Suburban's limited issue 7.50% savings certificate. Why not deal yourself into Suburban Savings special interest deal at any Suburban Savings office in northern New Jersey?
Located in Bayonne, Edgewater, Elmwood Park, Emerson, Hackettstown, Morris Plains, Nutley, Paramus, Sparta, and Wayne.
The good weather is holding in the city, and Mrs. Ida Mallory has returned day after day to her bench in the park. A bench which seems to have become her property by right of eminent domain. But even Mrs. Mallory would have to admit that her interest in these daily visits is no longer restricted to sunshine and green grass. Each day she hopes for another glimpse of the young couple, the scowling brother and his pretty, pathetic sister. And then, on the fourth day, there they were.
Excuse me. I don't know if you'll remember me.
Why, of course. You're Mrs. Mallory, the lady with the view.
Yes, that's right. How are you both?
Oh, we're okay.
Well, I really didn't mean to interrupt your conversation.
Oh, don't be concerned about the way Ted looks. His face always is like a thundercloud, especially when we discuss the forbidden topic.
I suppose you mean that doctor.
Yeah, she talked me into seeing him again. You know something? Every feeling I had about him the first time was confirmed.
That's really impossible, Mrs. Mallory.
Tell me something. Is he a real doctor?
Well, I'm not sure he's a medical doctor, Mrs. Mallory, but I'm sure he's entitled to the degree. Maybe a doctor of psychology or something like that.
I'll tell you what he's entitled to, a good swift kick in
But I'll tell you one thing about Dr. Griff. He's the only one who said he could help me.
He didn't promise. He just said he was hopeful.
Well, that's something anyway.
Yeah, I'll tell you what he's hopeful about, getting your $500.
He says he's very hopeful I can be cured. And that's worth a great deal more than $500.
All right, go on. Tell her the rest. Tell her the real clincher. Or you're afraid to.
What do you mean?
Mrs. Mallory, you're an intelligent woman. So listen to how Dr. Griff plans to cure my sister.
I know it sounds sort of melodramatic.
Oh, it's idiotic. That's what it is.
Please, I'd still like to know.
Well, he says he uses something called the water of faith.
See what I mean?
The water of faith? Sounds sort of, religious. Like, the holy water at Lourdes.
It's related to that, yes.
Oh, now do you see why I say the guy is an out-and-out fraud? The water of faith. Where are we? Back in the Middle Ages?
Well, I must admit it does sound sort of odd.
Just the same. He said that it works. That it's worked for dozens of people. He wants $500 for the treatment.
With no guarantees, you understand. Oh, Mrs. Mallory, will you help me, please? Will you talk some sense to this woman?
Oh, my dear. I mean, I have to admit it really doesn't sound reasonable.
You mean the $500? Oh, but it's a very special treatment, Dr. Griff said.
Well, I meant it's not reasonable to assume that such things can do any good.
I see. So I'll never know. Is that it? I'll just turn around and take a plane back to Ohio and live out the rest of my life as a cripple. When for $500, at least I might have had a chance to live.
Yes, I see what you mean. Ted. Oh, I hope you don't mind my calling you Ted.
Oh, no, of course not.
Your sister, well, she may have a point there. I mean, even if it is a waste of money, perhaps she'll never be happy unless you let this man try. If not, she'll always wonder about it. Always.
Yes. Yes, I know that. That's what his whole bag is, making you wonder if it just might work.
And, well, about the money, I don't know how to say this, but you see, $500 may seem like a lot to you, but it isn't to me. So if I can help you.
Oh, no. Oh, no, please, absolutely not.
It's not really a problem, Mrs. Mallory. We've got the money.
Besides, it's not the money so much as, well, seeing Melinda disappointed again.
I've had so many disappointments, you see.
Yes. Yes, I know all about such things.
Oh, dear. Yes, of course you do. Oh, you see what a selfish person I've become. I keep forgetting that you have your own affliction. I'm not sure that it isn't even worse than mine. To lose the use of your hands.
Well, never mind about me. What are you two going to do?
Oh, I did it. Looks like I'm outnumbered on this thing.
Ted, does that mean you'll let me do it? You'll let me?
Well, if you go back without trying this dumb water of faith, you'll always regret it. So, okay, let's get it over with.
Oh, Mrs. Mallory. Oh, thank you. You're the one who did it.
Oh, my dear. I just hope your miracle happens. All my life, I wanted to believe that miracles happen. Melinda? Wait a minute.
Oh, Mrs. Mallory.
Well, you move faster on those crutches than I do on my 2 feet. You're not here alone, are you?
No, Ted's with me. I just wanted to take a little stroll by myself. No, that isn't true. We just had another fight, and I had to get away from him.
Oh, dear. Now, that doesn't sound too good.
Well, you know how Ted is.
Well, see, I haven't seen you for 2 days. How are you?
The truth is, I don't really know. But I started treatments, Mrs. Mallory.
With Dr. Griff?
Yes. I started about 5 days ago. And it's nothing at all like what I expected.
Well, tell me about it.
Well, you remember how silly it all sounded, this water of faith business.
Well, it sounded a little theatrical.
But it isn't. It's scientific, Mrs. Mallory. That's the most wonderful part of it. Dr. Griff only used that phrase as a convenient description of the drug.
What drug is that?
Well, maybe I shouldn't tell you this.
Why not?
Oh, I don't know. I have the feeling that there might be something slightly illegal about it. The drug he uses. A psychedelic suggestion.
Psychedelic suggestion? Now, what on earth is that?
It's the technique Dr. Griff uses. He uses it to liberate the mind from its control over the body whenever that control is negative.
I'm sorry. I really don't understand that kind of talk.
Well, I'm not saying I understand it myself completely.
But it does sound to me as if he believes that your illness is psychosomatic.
I don't know, Mrs. Mallory. All I know is that I have to go through with it. Kill or cure.
It isn't a dangerous treatment, is it?
No, I'm sure it isn't. It's more like a sort of a hypnosis. I go to his office, he administers the drug, and then he talks to me. And that's all there is to it.
And? Has it helped?
I think I'd better go back to Ted. He's probably getting worried about me.
Melinda, please tell me if... Melinda, look out! That bicycle! Melinda.
I'm sorry, miss. I'm sorry.
Melinda, are you all right?
Oh, here, let me help you up, miss.
Oh, you idiot. I mean, can't you see that girl is crippled? Quick, give me that crutch.
Oh, you sure?
Wait. I think I can manage to pick myself up this way.
Now, just take it easy.
Mrs. Mallory.
What is it? Are you hurt?
No.
It's my leg. Did you see that? My leg bends slightly at the knee. No, I didn't see it.
Miss, if you're sure you're okay.
Oh, get out of here. Go away and be more careful next time.
Yes,
Mrs. Mallory. I'm sure it happened. I saw it happen. My leg moved. For the first time in 2 years, it moved.
No, Ida, I'm sorry. I can't find any reference to this Dr. Griff in any medical directory.
But that doesn't prove he's a fraud, though, does it?
Oh, no, of course not. And as you say, the man may not be a medical doctor. I certainly hope he isn't.
Well, why do you say that?
Pride of profession, my dear. We don't like to have faith healers bearing the same credentials.
And that's what you think he is, a faith healer?
Well, of course. Oh, I'm not knocking the power of faith, far from it. Very often it's simply another way of getting at psychosomatic difficulties.
Oh, I hate that word.
I know you do.
Oh, I've been through all that psychosomatic nonsense. All those doctors who tried to tell me that my paralyzed hands weren't, well, what they are. But there's something in me, some emotional problem.
You didn't give them much chance to prove or disprove it, Ida.
I did. I submitted to their therapy, even if I didn't believe in it, and it didn't do the slightest bit of good.
Well, maybe if you had believed them, it would have.
Flesh is flesh, Doctor. Bone is bone. That kind of therapy can't make my hands move any more than it can make that poor girl walk. And I have a good mind to tell him so.
Please come in, Mrs. Mallory.
Thank you.
Won't you have a chair?
All right.
Well, do you mind if I ask who referred you to me?
Well, actually, it was one of your patients, Melinda West.
Yes, of course. A very charming young woman. Have you known her long?
Just a few weeks. See, I haven't seen her for the last 10 days or so. How is she coming along?
Well, actually, you'll get a chance to see her soon. She has a 3:00 appointment with me, which is only a few minutes from now. So, if you wouldn't mind telling me what's on your mind, Mrs. Mallory.
Well, I just thought it would be worthwhile talking to you, Doctor.
About yourself?
Well, as you can see, I am afflicted.
Do you mind if I look at your hands?
Yes, frankly, I'd rather you wouldn't. Not just now. I'd rather hear something about yourself, about this treatment of yours. Melinda said something about a technique you used called psychedelic suggestion. Now, just what is that?
It's a medical principle. As old as mesmerism, as new as chemotherapy. The power of mind over body.
Psychosomatics.
Well, who knows what afflictions is psychosomatic? Some illnesses start with the emotions, some with the body. And more often, it's a combination of both.
Really?
Germs aren't imaginary. Viruses are very real little creatures. Yet the mind has strange powers over them to make them hurt us or to render them harmless.
All right, then. What about a broken leg? Can the mind cause that?
Of course. If you use your head, you wouldn't break your leg in the first place.
Oh.
You're thinking of Miss West, of the fact that she suffered a spine injury.
That's right. I hardly see how you can correct something like that.
You've seen her x-rays, then?
No.
You believe the damage is neurological?
Well, I know nothing about it.
That's strange, Mrs. Mallory. You certainly seem to have an opinion. Be careful, though. You don't have a medical degree. Someone might call you a quack.
Listen, Doctor, I came here...
Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Mallory. Melinda. I'll be with you in just a minute. No, come to think of it. Why don't you come in now? There's a friend of yours here.
A friend?
Oh, it's I, Melinda, Mrs. Mallory.
Oh, Mrs. Mallory, how nice to see you.
Come in, Melinda, please.
Melinda? Your crutches. Where are your crutches?
Look at me, Mrs. Mallory. I can walk without crutches now. I'm not very steady, but I can walk.
Well, there goes at least one of Mrs. Ida Mallory's cherished notions that the mind can't cure the body. But she sees the evidence of her own eyes, and something tells me that this is one prejudice she's willing to give up. After all, she wants to believe in miracles. And don't we all? Mrs. Ida Mallory has spent a sleepless night, dreaming of things she never thought possible. But when the sun streamed in her windows, her first thought was to get out into the park, and with only one hope, of seeing Melinda West again, and seeing her miracle confirmed.
It's true. It's really true, Mrs. Mallory. Even Ted has to admit it.
Well, I guess there's something to it, all right. I haven't seen my sister off those crutches in 2 years.
But how did it all happen?
I don't really know. As I told you, he used this drug. He made me go to sleep, and then he simply talked to me. At first, there was nothing, and then I started feeling life in my legs again. Well, you saw me that day in the park when I fell down.
Oh, Melinda. I just can't tell you how happy I am for you. Well, and what are your plans now?
Oh, go home, I guess. I've got to get back to my job if it's still there.
The treatment cost much more than we thought it would.
Yes, the $500 went in no time at all. Then he asked for another $1,000. He said it couldn't be helped.
The drug he uses is so horribly expensive.
Now, listen. I told you once that if there were any way I could help you out financially...
No, that's out, Mrs. Mallory. We'll manage okay.
Of course we will. Well. And I can go back to work now. I can do anything I want now.
Oh, yes. Yes, that must be a wonderful feeling. To be able to do anything you want.
Mrs. Mallory, please come in.
Thank you, Doctor. You know, it was really very good of you to see me on such short notice.
That's quite all right. Please sit down.
Thank you. Well, I don't quite know where to begin.
Well, suppose I begin for you. You've been thinking about Melinda West.
Yes, I saw her only this morning. She really is cured, isn't she?
Yes, Mrs. Mallory. In my opinion, the young woman was cured. But you realize that all I really cured by psychedelic suggestion was the illness that existed in her mind, not her body.
But I still don't fully comprehend it.
I'm sure there was no real neurological damage to the girl.
Oh.
I think her bones and muscles and nerves were all in the proper place and functioning normally. Only her mind wasn't.
But she seemed so sensible.
Mrs. Mallory, do you know the story of that accident?
I beg your pardon?
Did Melinda ever tell you exactly what occurred that caused her injuries?
No, as a matter of fact, she didn't. She simply said it was an automobile accident.
That's correct. And she was the driver.
Oh.
There were 2 other passengers, her mother and her father. Both of them were killed.
Oh, dear Lord.
She did sustain some injuries in the crash. But it was apparent to me that they were not sufficiently grave to cause her the total paralysis she suffered.
You mean she felt that guilty about what had happened?
Guilty enough to seek punishment for herself. And she did. She punished herself by losing the use of her legs.
And so your treatment was able to cure her?
Yes, I'm happy to say.
But of course it couldn't cure someone like me.
What was that?
I said it couldn't cure me. See, I didn't lose the use of my hands for any kind of reason like that. I mean, it's just some sort of nerve damage. Doctors could never explain it.
Well, if that's the diagnosis of your physician, that it's purely physical and incurable...
Oh, but I didn't say that. See, I mean, my doctor has never used the word incurable. I have been hoping for years that it would just heal itself. I can't go on living like this, so helpless and so useless.
Mrs. Mallory, have you come here to talk about Melinda West or yourself?
Myself. I want my hands back. Oh, dear God, I want my hands.
Yes, I was afraid that's what you had in mind.
Afraid? Why?
Because If you had any idea of becoming my patient, I regret to say that it's not possible.
But why not? I mean, you accepted her as a patient, and you cured her. I mean, you really did.
Unfortunately, Miss West is the last patient I can accept, at least in this part of the world.
Doctor, I don't understand. Do you have to go somewhere?
That's correct.
But where are you going?
Abroad. And my plans will keep me abroad for at least a year.
Oh, no. I mean, listen, if you're going to Europe, I was thinking of taking a trip there myself.
No, Mrs. Mallory, my destination isn't Europe. I'm going to North Africa. A case of some importance.
Well, since when is one patient more important than another?
Oh, no, I didn't mean it that way.
Oh.
It's simply that this is a prior commitment.
But maybe I could go with you. I mean, I could take up residence there.
I'm afraid that's impossible, too.
Why?
Well, the country I'm going to is a Muslim country. My patient is the son of, well, a notable Arab leader.
Well, why would that make any difference? What does it matter?
I'll be living within the bachelor section of the official residence. It's an area restricted by Muslim law. You wouldn't be allowed near the place, my dear lady, even if I were free to treat you. And I'm not.
But I have money. I'll pay you. I'll pay you anything you want to stay and treat me. I mean, I'll meet this Arab leader's offer.
Mrs. Mallory, the fee I'm about to receive, I wouldn't ask of any individual. I've been asked to remain with him for a period not to exceed 1 year.
A year?
For that year, in a Swiss bank, there will be deposited for me $150,000 in Swiss francs.
150,000?
I'm very sorry that you made me reveal that confidence. No, I trust that it goes no farther.
I'll pay you the same.
What?
You heard me. I'll pay you the same. I mean, not in a year's time, but as soon as you've cured me.
I'm sorry. Your offer is very generous, but it's also conditional.
What do you mean, conditional?
You will pay only for a cure. That's something I'd never guaranteed a patient. Not Miss West, not my Arab friend, no one at all.
All right, then. Suppose it isn't conditional. Suppose I agree to pay you in advance.
Well, that, of course, would be something worth consideration.
Well, hello, Dr. Merritt. This is certainly a surprise. I think it must be the first time that a doctor ever made a voluntary house call.
Well, I didn't come here to see you as a patient, Ida. Only as a friend.
Well, that's very kind of you.
Ever since I saw you last, I've been thinking over what you told me about this Dr. Griff.
Oh, yes. Well, what about him?
I thought it would be worthwhile just to ask around about the gentleman. And last week I was attending a joint conference of my medical association and psychological group.
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, I did learn something that I thought you might be interested in. There is no Dr. Griff.
What was that?
Oh, maybe he has a Ph.D. and tacked that in front of his name, but I'm quite sure that the man is not a medical doctor.
All right. Be that as it may, he's still not necessarily a fraud.
Well, I didn't say he was anything. But I suspect that your original judgment was correct.
But...
that he's not someone to be trusted.
But you don't know the whole story.
Well, what I do know is you're more impressed with a man than you were willing to admit. Isn't that right?
Dr. Merritt, he cured that girl.
What?
You know that girl I told you about, the crippled girl? She's walking again. I saw her walk.
Well, I suppose that could be true. Faith healing does have its successes.
Well, I'm sorry, Doctor, but I'd rather not discuss this any further.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't like the way you sound. Ida, have you made any sort of arrangement with this charlatan?
Dr. Merritt, I appreciate your interest, but I refuse to say another word about this matter. I mean, do you understand? Not another word.
That's right, Mrs. Mallory. Just relax. Close your eyes and let the water of faith flow through your bloodstream. You can feel it tingling through your body, bringing you peace and tranquility, total peace and happiness. Do you feel it?
Yes. Yes, I feel it.
And now, I'm reaching out for your hand. Do you see me reaching out for you?
Yes. Yes, I see you.
And now... Oh, of all times. Who's that now? Yes, what do you want?
Are you Dr. Helmut Griff?
Yes, who are you?
The name's Barry, Doctor. Lieutenant Barry, Racket and Bunko Squad, Police Department. May I come in?
No, you can't. I happen to have a patient with me right now.
Would her name be Ida Mallory?
And who are you?
I'm her physician. You might say her accredited physician.
I demand to know what this intrusion is all about.
It's not an intrusion, Dr. Griff. It's an arrest.
What?
Doctor? Oh, Dr. Griff?
So, may we come in now?
Ida, are you all right?
Yes. Oh, what is it? I mean,
all
what's
right,
happening?
Ida. Everything's going to be fine. They've got them all now, all of them.
Well, what are you talking about?
Is this a lady, Doc?
Yes, this is Mrs. Mallory. I don't think she's in any condition to talk. He's obviously given her some kind of drug.
It's a legitimate drug, a perfectly legitimate sedative.
Yes, of course. Doctor, I'm sure it's nothing very unusual, Seconal or something of that nature. No mysterious water of faith.
Please, won't someone tell me what's going on?
Now, I'll tell you, Ida. But it may hurt just a little. You see, I told the police your story, and they investigated. He is a fraud, Ida.
How dare you
Be
say
quiet, mister. You're no more a doctor than I'm police commissioner.
His real name is Michael Lanning.
Alias Dr. George Watkins, alias Dr. John Wilson, and that's his modus operandi, Mrs. Mallory, posing as a fake doctor, offering miracle cures, usually for sick widows with lots of money.
Oh, but he cured her. I mean, he cured Melinda.
This is the part that may hurt most, Ida. He did not cure Melinda West. Because Melinda West was never crippled to begin with.
I know. It was just psychosomatic.
Oh, no, Ida. Just crooked.
What?
She was in on the racket with him, Mrs. Mallory. Her real name is Anna Fraser.
Oh.
Her so-called brother is Tony Fraser. And I'm sorry, they're not brother and sister at all. They're man and wife.
No, and I believed them.
Well, we haven't caught up with those two yet, Mrs. Mallory, but we will. Oh, I brought some pictures for you to identify.
No, I don't want to look at them. I can't bear to look at them.
Please, Ida, you must.
But I don't want to prosecute them. I don't.
Why
really.
not? They're crooks, plain and simple. Crooks, all three of them.
I don't care.
You have to help us now, Ida. You have to identify these parasites. Now, please, look at the photographs.
You know something, Doctor? Sometimes people set out to do good and end up doing harm. And sometimes it works the other way around.
What do you mean?
Hey, now, stop that. Now, don't rip up those photos.
Ida, what are you... What? For the love of heaven, you're tearing up the pictures. You're tearing them up.
With my hands, Doctor. With my own hands.
Well, they say that it's an ill wind that doesn't blow someone some good. And in this case, it looks like three evil people have managed to be very good to Mrs. Ida Mallory, in spite of themselves. If there's a moral to this tale, I'd frankly hate to be the one to say it. No, we're not recommending that the best way to cure your ills is to fall into the hands of confidence men. This included Celeste Holm, Patricia Elliott, William Redfield, E.V. Juster, Arnold Moss, and Leon Janney. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Bud. Bit suspicious, okay? Our cast included Celeste Holm, Patricia Elliott, William Redfield, E.V. Juster, Arnold Moss, and Leon Janney. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
And now at 2 minutes past 3, it's time for Afternoon Theatre.
All right, Ben. Come on, boy. Out here. Grub up. Hello. Harriet. How'd it go? Oh, tons better. Still on a liquid diet, but... yeah, we're going to have some consolation. Yes, Ben's having his supper right now. I didn't forget. Look, and don't worry. Of course I'll be at Gatwick tomorrow. I'm okay now. It's just a 24-hour bug. Yeah. Sure. Give my love to Gay Perry, and don't do anything I wouldn't do. Bye. Okay, bell top. Ben! Oh, hello there. Long time no see. You better come in. It's just me and the hound, I'm afraid. Oh, for God's sake, dog! Harriet insisted we had him. You're pretty isolated here. And, of course, all the bits we keep buying. Investments against the rainy day when the books stop selling. You never know in this game. Now then, what shall it be? Gin, whiskey, vodka, Campari? And if it's not too much to ask, what exactly are you... Huh? Ah.
Long Time No See by Joan Sadler, with Michael McStay as Inspector Burgess and Jean Trend as Harriet Bell. Long Time No See.
Excuse me, Mrs. Bell? Harriet Bell?
Yes?
I'm Inspector Burgess. I've a car.
Oh, thank you. I can't believe... I was only speaking to him a few hours ago.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Bell. What, through here?
It wasn't raining in Paris.
Well, I think it's only a shower. My car's just there. Shall we make a dash for it? What time did you speak to him?
Last night, soon after 10. The dog.
Oh, he's all right. He was shut in the kitchen. Did he say he was expecting anyone?
Alan? No. He should have been in Paris with me. If it hadn't been for a stupid tummy bug. How did you... Who found him?
The couple who worked for you, the Pollacks, when they came to the house this morning. He'd been dead some time, before midnight, certainly.
How?
We haven't found the weapon. We're searching. It was a knife. How long have you been living at Longfield?
6 months. We bought the house in March.
It's pretty isolated.
Ideal, it seemed, for us. We write thrillers in collaboration.
Yes. My wife and I are Harriet Allen fans. We've read them all.
Really? Thank you.
Who else knew you in Paris alone?
The Pollacks, of course, and our agent.
That's all?
To my knowledge. And Miss Allen, of course.
Is there anyone who might have had a grievance against your husband?
You think it was planned?
How long had you been married?
10 years. And there was no one, I'd swear, in that time.
How about before?
He never said much about before, except it hadn't been easy.
When did his stomach upset start?
Wednesday evening.
Something he ate?
It's possible. He said a bug.
When you spoke to him?
Yes.
What else?
Oh, he was feeling better. Certain he'd be all right to pick me up at Gatwick this evening. Where are we going?
I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to identify the mortuary at Barston.
No idea of the number, I suppose. Registration letter? No, of course not. Okay, I'll pass it on. Thanks, dear. Morning, Inspector.
Who was that?
Policewoman Dorothy Weeks. Lives in Longfield Village and off duty on Thursday night. Overtook a light-coloured Mini near the back gate to the Bell's house around 9. Thought it might have been about to pull off on the verge or turn in. Didn't register much at the time. Thought we should know, just in case.
Ah, you'll follow it up?
Sure. Oh, and the checkout on Alan Bell has come through.
Already?
Positive, too, here. Manslaughter charge, 1967.
2 years suspended. 67, that's some years back. Still, you never know. I'll want the details.
Underway. I'm leaning on them.
Manslaughter. A rough boy, maybe, Mr. Bell. How's the search?
Nothing yet. The gardener chap went berserk when we went through his flower beds. My God, he's a funny one. Pollack. German, I'd say.
Mrs. Pollack?
That's right.
Inspector Burgess.
Oh. Or perhaps you'd better come in. Though my husband and I told the young policeman yesterday the little we know. Oh, do sit down. Poor Mr. Bell. It's a terrible thing. In the prime of life, really.
I understand it was you and your husband who found him.
Well, just me, actually. Ernest went straight to the garden like he always does. I can't get it out of my mind. The dog had been sick, and worse, all over my kitchen. The downstairs lights were still on. And when I looked in that lounge...
Did you call us immediately?
Well, I called my husband first. I mean, I was knocked all of a heap. It was horrible.
Yes. It must have been most unpleasant for you. Oh, this is a charming little place.
Oh, it used to be a forester's cottage. Of course, it goes with the job. Not too far from the house. Not too close.
How close? 5 minutes or so?
About that. By the path through the wood. We normally take the long way round through the village. You don't get the mud.
You go on foot?
Lord, no. We both got bikes.
Have you seen Mrs. Bell this morning?
No. I give her a ring. We don't work over there Saturdays. But, of course, if there'd been anything we could do,
You were with the previous owners?
The Lamberts. That's right. All of 28 years. They moved to Spain for the sunshine.
Ah.
Laura?
Yes?
Oh, there's so many beans out there. Will you be freezing today?
Oh, my husband, Inspector Burgess.
We said yesterday all we knew.
Yes, we appreciate that. Just a few odd points, Mr. Pollack.
Oh, shoes off then, Ernest.
How was Mr. Bell when you saw him on Thursday?
Well, like we've already said. Complained of stomach pains and didn't want to eat.
Did you see him that day, Mr. Pollack?
Just a few minutes. In the morning.
What about?
The tomatoes. He wanted them up.
Did he know much about gardening?
My husband worked that garden for 28 years, and the Lamberts never once had cause for complaint.
He complained?
He criticised sometimes.
Where do you keep your tools?
Back of the house.
Used to be a stable.
And I'll tell you something. I made all those tool racks myself.
You know, then, if anything was missing.
They asked yesterday. I showed them nothing is missing. Everything is in its place.
You're not from this part of the world, Mr. Pollack?
I was born in Vienna.
Ernest lost all his family at Auschwitz. There was an internment camp here at the end of the war.
But I am British now. I have my papers.
Mrs. Pollack, did you see Mr. Bell before you left?
Just briefly. About 5. He said he thought a good night's rest had put him right.
Did he say anything about expecting a visitor?
By rights, he should have been in Paris with her.
But he wasn't. He was at home. I'm wondering if he invited anyone over for company.
Not to my knowledge.
Where were you both on Thursday evening?
Here at home.
All the evening?
Well...
Like we always are every evening.
Did you see or hear anything unusual?
No, nothing at all.
From what you've seen of the Bells, would you say the marriage was a happy one?
They work very hard. I couldn't really give an opinion.
Made any friends here in Longfield?
The Morgans went to dinner there once. Mr. Bell did the cooking, but not the washing up after.
Any guests to stay?
Colonel Ferguson come for a night. He's Mrs. Bell's uncle. At least she calls him uncle. He used to live round this way, knew the Lamberts quite well.
Well, how about people calling in, for drinks maybe?
No, they kept themselves to themselves.
And the Morgans who came to dinner, who are they?
Old Vicarage, that White House by the pond. He's a naval commander, retired.
Let me top you up, Inspector.
Oh, thank you.
An old salt doesn't like drinking alone. Yes, the wife and I had dinner up there with them once. When was it, Hilda?
July the 9th, a Wednesday.
He cooked. Goulash or something.
Very good it was, too.
We invited them back, of course, but there was always some excuse. Too busy, I suppose, all those books.
Oh, what made him invite you?
Wanted to pick my brains, eh, Hilda?
He was quite frank about it.
New thriller was to be about a drug smuggling ring, run by an old naval type like myself. We'll dedicate it to you, he said.
Why, are you au fait with drug smuggling?
Well, my father could have told him a few tales about the Yanks he run years ago. Opium, of course, those days. Not quite what they were after.
How long have you been living here in Longfield?
15 years. Smashing place. Lovely country, not too far from the sea.
Do you know Colonel Ferguson? The Lamberts used to live round this way, friend of theirs.
Charles Ferguson, oh, of course, splendid chap. DSO. Moved away, when was it, Hilda?
78, dear. Late October.
You seen him since?
No, alas. Though it was through him, I believe, the Bells bought the house.
She's his niece, or something.
Serving officer?
Retired, like yours truly. Making the most of a pension, what?
And where's he living now?
No idea. Dare say Harriet could tell you. Don't suppose we'll ever get that dedication, no.
Charles Ferguson, 2 S's, was a friend of my mother's. All right, Ben. I just call him Uncle, perhaps because I've no other relatives. It was through him, in fact, we heard of the house.
Has he been down?
Just for a night, back in June. He and Alan didn't hit it off very well.
Oh, how was that?
Oh, Fergie's very much the old soldier. His flat's full of war trophies, guns, medals, and so on.
Knives?
Possibly. Yes, why?
Not your husband's seen?
Alan was a pacifist. Quite aggressively so when it came to an argument.
Oh, where's he living now?
Fergie? Tufnell Park. As a matter of fact, he's coming to stay for a bit, till I get adjusted.
How did you meet your husband?
Through our agent. We'd both been clients of hers for some time without much success. She suggested collaboration, thought we might spark off something.
And you certainly did.
Death by Arrangement, our first, really made us. Heaven knows how many reprints. The film.
Must be 10 years now.
10 years next March. We were married on publication day.
A successful partnership.
Yes.
In every way?
Well, marriage-wise, it was second time for us both. You'd think he'd have learnt the snags, but we'd quarrel, quite violently sometimes.
Oh, what about?
Oh, petty things. Alan's grammar, his spelling, the fact the books were published under a woman's name, although the plots were mainly all his.
Your agent, can I get in touch?
Well, she was off to New York when I spoke to her on Wednesday.
Ah. How well do you know the Morgans?
Hardly at all. They came here to dinner once.
Alan had a hunch the commander knew a thing or two about smuggling.
Any reason?
Nothing really specific.
What does that mean?
Alan was a writer. Over-imaginative, exaggerating things, everyone a potential criminal.
That's possibly so. Where was he from?
Oh, didn't you know? Boston, only 8 miles away, where his brothers and sisters still live. All 5 of them and their offspring.
Have you met him?
He preferred not, so I didn't insist. I just know there's a sister, Beatty, who lives on the Hillcrest estate. Beatty Fuller, I think.
Ever speak about his first wife?
He told me her name was Elaine.
Did you have set working hours?
We worked separate rooms every morning till 1. Often I'd go on in the afternoon, but since we've been living here, Alan's preferred to garden.
Well, you certainly got a superb garden here.
No credit to him. Ernest even designed it, I'm told. But Alan found it therapeutic to mess about with plants and things. Sometimes talked about doing a gardening book.
By Alan Bell?
Oh, of course. I'm no gardener.
Would you know what this is?
Well, I've seen Ernest use one. A pruning knife.
We found it in your drinks cupboard here. It's a strange place for a pruning knife.
Well, perhaps Alan brought it in from the garden. He could be quite absent-minded.
Oh, there's nothing missing from your tool shed.
But where else could it come from?
I don't know. Would he need it for, protection, perhaps?
A knife? Oh, surely not. He had Ben.
Had your husband any other interests?
He liked to cook, when he was in the mood. He worked in a hotel kitchen at one time.
Oh, when was this?
Oh, before we met, when we were both writing solo.
I'd like to have a look at his room while I'm here.
Of course. All right, Ben. Stay there.
You've checked, I suppose, to see if anything's missing.
Well, nothing, I'm sure.
Do you know anyone with a mini, white, or maybe light grey or fawn?
Ernest has got a mini. Light grey. Why?
He might have popped over here on Thursday evening.
I wouldn't have thought so. This is his room. As you see, tidiness wasn't one of his virtues, and I haven't the heart yet. All right, Ben. Excuse me.
Louis, pack it in, can't you? Oh, Sharon, get his blanket and shove it over the cage. And turn that damn noise off. It's not proper. Hello? Harriet Bell? Oh, this is Beatty here. Beatty Fuller. That's right. Oh, shattered. Well, Alan was my big brother. I worshipped him as a kid. Wild he was in those days. Never dreamt he'd hit the big time. Not that we've seen much of him since he did. It's about the funeral. I see. Well, when you do, perhaps you'd let me know. Fuller, that's right. We're in the book. OK, Harriet. Of course. Well, as you wish. Well, goodbye, then. Ice cold, she sounded. No flowers, he wouldn't have wanted it. What'd she know about him? He used to grow flowers as a boy, buy the packets out of his own pocket money. Alan's the one with green fingers, Dad always said. Pity he turned out such a sod.
Mrs. Bell?
Ben, all right.
I'm off now. If you'd leave everything as it is in his room...
Yes, of course. His sister Beatty just rang about the funeral.
Oh, we'll let you know as soon as possible. Oh, Donald Stoner. A friend of your husband's?
Stoner. Means nothing to me.
23 Harbourview Road, Boston. I found this letter addressed to him on his desk.
Not much of a letter.
But to the point.
Nothing doing A.B. Donald Stoner. Sorry. Can't help you at all.
Mrs. Stoner?
Yes?
Inspector Burgess.
I see. Perhaps you'd better come in.
Thank you. Is your husband home?
No. He's linesman for Boston Reserves. They're playing an away match today.
What time will he be back?
Oh, late. After 10, I expect.
What does your husband do for a living?
Donald's manager of Flynn's Carpets in Broad Street.
Saturday's off.
Every other one. Excuse me for a moment. Martin! Turn it down a bit, love. I've got a visitor. My younger boy. He starts at Kent University soon. The older one's working in London. Do sit down.
Mrs. Stoner, I think you know why I'm here.
I assume it's to do with him. His death, Alan Bell.
What was the relationship between him and your husband?
Him and Don? None.
But your husband knew him?
Not to my knowledge.
You're sure?
Well, he's never mentioned his name.
Is he local?
Don. He was born in this house.
How long have you been married?
12 years.
So your sons
are by my first marriage.
Mrs. Stoner, if your husband didn't know Alan Bell, why weren't you surprised to see me?
I thought you'd come to see me. Not that there's much I could tell you about him after all these years.
You're Elaine.
That's right. They're Alan's boys.
How long since the marriage broke up?
17 years.
You knew he'd come to live at Longfield.
News gets around.
You ever feel the urge to go and see him?
Why? He's nothing to me anymore.
He was successful and rich. You might feel he owed you something, you and the boys. After all, he's their father.
Some father.
Mrs. Stoner, would you know of anyone who might have had a grudge against Alan Bell? Someone back in his past, here in Boston?
Only me.
Or your husband, perhaps?
I've said he didn't know Alan.
To the best of your knowledge. 1967. Were you in touch with Alan Bell at that time?
I never heard a word since the day he left me in May 1965.
Will your husband be home tomorrow?
Tomorrow's Sunday.
In the morning.
We usually gardens till opening time, weather permitting.
I'll be calling round. Before opening time.
Ice?
Please. It's good to have you here, Fergie.
It's what uncles are for, sweetie. Now, how'd it go in Paris?
Rather well. Thanks for your good wishes. Someone called Henri Benoit has translated our first 3 in one volume. La Rive seemed delighted.
Ah.
And to end like this.
There.
Thanks.
Harriet, as a friend, wasn't it ending anyway?
The writing. Perhaps. We'd started to live on our earlier reputation, though Alan refused to accept.
And not just the books.
He wasn't easy, but this has been quite shattering.
I'm sorry. Forgive me. Garden looks in good nick. Pollack still with you?
Of course.
How'd he get on with Alan?
All right. They argued a lot. Poor Ernest, he gets so worked up about his garden. And I'll tell you something. I planted those euchers, tended them like children. You don't water euchers.
Who else round here knew he was in the house alone?
Only Ernest and Dora, I'm sure. You're not suggesting... Oh, no, it's ludicrous.
I'll tell you something. 5 years ago, Ernest Pollack nearly killed Clive Lambert.
Ernest, can't you give it a rest?
Oh, I thought you wanted a shelf put up here.
I've been asking 2 years for a shelf put up there, but not now. I'm sorry. I'm not myself.
Nor am I myself. Police trampling over my garden, coming here with their cold eyes, their questions.
I just wish you hadn't lied. Ernest, where were you that evening? Where did you go?
For a ride on my bike, that's all.
You know, 2 nights running now you've got up in the night.
So I drink too much.
And left the bathroom light on. What's on your mind? Has he been needling you again?
Oh, he always needles me, cocky so-and-so, telling me my job. His greenhouse, his shrubs, his euchers. Me, I planted those yuccas, treated them like children.
You get too worked up, love. It's only a garden.
Only you know nothing. My brains he picks for his book.
What book?
Every time he picks faults is to find out how. Figs and grapevines and melons and cordon peaches.
A gardening book? Him?
It's finished. He told me. The first, draft, except for the pictures.
Ernest, you went over there that evening?
Maybe. To see my garden.
It was too dark for the garden. To see him. About this book.
My name somewhere, that's all. Some recognition for my knowledge he steals. In any case, someone was there already.
You saw someone else?
No, it was dark. I was at the side of the house. I heard his voice. Hello there. Long time no see. Better come in.
What did he give a name? Ernest, try and remember.
There was an owl, the dog barking inside, but no name.
Well, you should tell them. It must mean something. Tell the inspector.
No, Dora. I tell them nothing. Nor you. Understand? We have said enough.
Harriet? Oh, Henry here. Henry Morgan. We were wondering if you care to come over this evening for a meal. Hilda thought it might do you good. Make a break. He is? Oh, so both of you come. No, of course. No problem at all. We'll look forward to it. Around 7? Fine. And if there's anything we can do to help, I hope you will. Goodbye.
Who's both of you?
The Colonel's there with her uncle.
Oh, Henry, I wish you hadn't.
Why ever not? Can't be rude.
Well, I don't trust the man. There's something shady about him.
My dear old girl, nothing shady about the Colonel.
I always felt you and he were up to something. Clive Lambert, too.
You imagine things, Hilda. Not to worry.
Well, I do worry. I have for some time. Life seems almost too good to be true, materially.
Oh, so how about smoked salmon for starters, and I'll get a brace of pheasant.
Mrs. Bell? Oh, I do apologize. You're just going out.
Only to the Morgans. This is Charles Ferguson, Inspector Burgess.
How do you do? How do you do? I'll bring the car round, shall I, Harriet?
Thanks. Quiet, Ben!
Mrs. Bell, we've had the post-mortem result. Your husband had an excellent meal not long before he died. No indication at all of a stomach upset.
So, it was an excuse not to come.
Is that what you thought?
Not till this moment. But I realize now as I put the phone down, I'm almost sure I heard our front doorbell ring.
You probably did, Mrs. Bell. It seems likely your husband had a rendezvous that night with his killer. Good night to you.
What did he want?
Nothing really. Just routine, as they say.
Harriet, my dear, can't you take
I'm
a little
sorry,
more?
Hilda. It's delicious, but...
May I? Just a tiny piece more.
Of course. Hasn't been much of a summer, has it, in spite of the forecasts?
Lucky old Lambert's to be where the sun shines.
Do you hear from them?
Oh, just the odd card. And they are odd, aren't they, Henry? I believe Clive only remembers to write when he's had a glass or two.
Solamente nos recuerda después de tomar un vaso de vino.
Well, you speak Spanish.
Oh, and get by, that's all.
Oh, don't be modest.
Fergie tells me Ernest nearly killed Clive Lambert a few years ago.
It was an accident. Everyone agreed.
I didn't.
A storm in a teacup.
What happened?
And he slipped.
Said he slipped.
With the pruning knife.
14 stitches, blood everywhere. What a do.
And it's past history now. Harriet's glass, Henry.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Still, accident or not, he's a lucky man to be alive for the sunshine.
Thank you.
I wonder if your inspector friend knows. Might be worth a mention.
Been up again tonight, I see. Colonel, you?
Never known to say no.
I wouldn't have thought you could see our place from here.
You can with a telescope, my dear. Henry's toy. 3.5-inch lens. You can see for miles, can't you, Henry?
I don't think I'm spying, of course. Bird watching, mainly.
Pity you weren't looking out Thursday night.
Yeah, it's too dark, I'm afraid. Not even a moon. Besides, we were glued to the box, weren't we, Hilda?
I believe we were. Who's for trifle?
Well, not for me, but fetch the cigars while you're up.
Fergie, not so fast.
Sorry. Should have said no to that second cognac.
You missed the lane. You'll have to go the long way round.
That's okay. I know my Longfield.
Well, they were certainly very hospitable. And the whole place surprisingly sumptuous. It makes you wonder.
Wonder what?
You know, Alan saw Henry once with a Spanish... Watch it!
Bloody cyclist this time of night. And no damn lights either.
I believe it was Ernest.
Pity I missed them.
Strange. Cycling at midnight.
You were saying? About Henry?
Oh, yes. It was back in June. Alan didn't sleep very well. Sometimes took a walk around dawn. And there was this enormous lorry, Transporters Gonzales, in a lay-by on the Felsted bypass. And Henry with the driver.
Did they see him?
He didn't think so. Too engrossed in each other. This could be how he gets his rum and cigars.
If it was Henry.
Well, he speaks Spanish. We had them over for a meal soon after. Alan tried hard to pump him about it, but nothing doing.
And second cognac or not, here we are. You left the lights on up there.
I did not. Fergie, it's Alan's room.
How about this casserole thing, Hilda?
Oh, just leave it to soak.
The Colonel certainly did everything justice.
The pig.
Oh, compliment to your cuisine, old fruit.
No, I never liked the man. Why you had to invite
Oh,
him?
not again. He was there with Harriet. I had to.
Henry, I've never asked any questions.
Best not. Be like the Three Monkeys.
You know, but we've got this lovely place, everything and more we could wish for.
Like a plot in the graveyard.
Oh, look, you're 65. You're too old for dangerous games. You've had enough excitement in your life.
Never. I'll die any way you like, but not from boredom. And worry not. No one has ever suspected.
Alan Bell did.
Nonsense. Looking for a plot, that's all.
In the graveyard?
God, these saucepans. We really must get ourselves a machine.
Henry, where were you Thursday night?
Watching telly with you. That's the scene. And don't forget it.
I'll have that bit when you've finished. Dom.
Have the lot. There's an article on him inside.
On who?
Your late husband, of course. The great Alan Bell. I'll have a go at that back edge before he gets on top of me.
Aren't you going to shave?
Not yet. What's for dinner?
Roast pork. Or perhaps you cut a cabbage.
Will do.
You'll be having a visitor this morning.
I will.
A police inspector came yesterday. Seemed to think you knew Alan.
What made him think that?
No idea. I told him you didn't.
So why is he coming? Today's Sunday.
Maybe he didn't believe me.
I think I'll shave.
Don, Thursday night, had something happened?
How do you mean?
After training. When you came in, you looked so strange.
Too much wallop, that's all.
You haven't ever been over to Longfield.
Why the hell should I?
He was rich. The boys are his. For money.
Wouldn't do me much good if I had. I just read in the article. Mean as blazes he was.
As you know, it wasn't tidy before. In fact, if the lights hadn't been on...
You haven't touched anything?
I know the rules, Inspector. Other than switching them off.
How about the dog?
Shut up in the lounge. Though I'd have sworn I'd left all the downstairs doors open.
The house was locked?
Of course.
Windows?
It was a warm evening. I'd left a small one open for Ben.
Anything of value up here?
The paperweights, the little antique clock, the radio, all still here.
Where's Colonel Ferguson?
Walked in for the 10 o'clock service.
That's his Mercedes in front.
Yes. We've a Rover. At least Alan had. I don't drive.
How did you get up to Gatwick?
Ernest drove me, reluctantly. He hated leaving his garden.
Who else knew you were at the Morgans?
I told Dora, en cas de malheur.
She has keys to the house?
Yes.
Did you see anyone on your way to or from their place?
On our way home, there was a man on a bicycle. I'm almost certain it was Ernest.
Oh, it's a pity I missed the Colonel. I'd have liked a word with him. Perhaps you'd ask him to call in at the station tomorrow. You'd better give me a ring first, and you know the number.
My husband's in the garden. I've said you're coming. Don!
That's a fair-sized bit of ground you got there.
Don's quite a keen gardener.
Like your first husband.
Alan? Really? I didn't know that. Of course, we only had a flat then over Moore's the greengrocer's. Not even a window box.
Here in Boston?
That's right. Oh, Don, Inspector Burgess. If you'll excuse me. We have roast on Sunday.
Good match yesterday?
So-so.
I used to play up to 10 years ago. Devon Police. Mr. Stoner, how well did you know Alan Bell?
I didn't know Alan Bell.
You never met him or corresponded?
Why should I?
You married his ex-wife. The 2 boys are his. You might feel he owed you something, especially after he became rich and famous.
I suppose I might, but I didn't.
You're a local chap. Must be around the same age. Didn't you know him at school? Play football together? It's not a very big town.
Big enough. 15,000. Quite a few schools.
You're in carpet, your wife says. Always been your line?
For the last 14 years.
And before?
I was trained as a butcher. My father had a shop in Broad Street.
You've always lived in Boston?
Most always.
Where else?
Oh, around Leeds, Oxford, Bristol.
Oh, what made you come back?
Dad died in '67. Mother had a spell of depression. There was this carpet job going here. I'd done a bit of laying, so I applied and got it.
How did you meet your wife?
At a club called The Unattached. I joined when I lost Mother. We married a few months later.
When was this?
68.
How old were the boys?
4 and 6.
2 growing lads. Quite an undertaking. Not a highly paid job.
Not too bad with commission, and the house is mine. We'd managed.
That's your car outside, the yellow Ford?
Yes.
Where were you Thursday evening?
Thursday's practice night for the team.
You were with them?
Of course.
Till what time?
I got home about 10 or 1:30. We usually have a pint after.
Where?
In a pub.
What pub?
The Anchor, usually.
I'm asking about Thursday night.
The Anchor.
And your wife? Where was she?
Here at home. Like she always is of a night.
Mr. Stoner, in Alan Bell's study there was an envelope addressed to you. A note inside. Nothing doing. What were you after? What did you want from Alan Bell?
Nothing. I don't understand. I didn't know him.
We'll want a better explanation than that, Mr. Stoner. Think about it. We'll be in touch again. Enjoy your roast.
Lovely text that sermon had, about the fields and the grass.
As for man, his days are as grass. As a flower of a field he flourishes, for the wind passes over and is gone.
Oh, you know it.
In the internment camp, I learned all the Psalms. It helped my English and made something to do.
Religion can be a comfort. Good congregation tonight. Suppose people hoped she'd be here.
Yes, a full church. And we sat in our row alone.
I didn't notice.
I tell you, when there is trouble, the Fremde ist immer verdächtig.
Ernest, you went over there last night, to the house, while they were over the Morgans, didn't you?
Just to see no one was hanging around.
So why take their keys?
Inspector, a reporter from the local says you promised a statement.
Oh, hell, so I did. I'll be with him in 2 minutes. I'll concoct something and hope I sound confident.
Okay.
Oh, and Charlie, anything on the search?
Not yet. We've covered grounds, woods, and right across to the river.
Pollack's garden?
Too true. Nothing.
Call it off.
Sir?
Now, I have a feeling now that until we find the killer, we aren't going to find the weapon. Well, how about the manslaughter charge?
I've been on to them. Weekend backlog of work. Always a good excuse.
Yeah, I've used it myself. I'll keep pressing.
Sure.
Hello, Henry. Ferguson here. On my way to see the great Burgess. I'd rather not, but it might look bad if I refused. Seen you? Why? You bet I'll be discreet. I hope you were. Look, I'd like to see you for 5 minutes sans Hilda. Oh, that's great. No, I won't say now. Walls have ears. Oh, an hour at the most. See you, Henry. Hasta la vista.
Ah, Colonel Ferguson. I'm sorry to keep you. Lovely morning again.
It is indeed. Good to be alive.
Sit down. Cigarette?
Thanks. Won't say no.
Oh, it's nice of you to call in.
Harriet said you wanted a word. Always pleased to cooperate.
How long have you known Mrs. Bell?
Heavens, hate to think. I knew her mother.
And her first husband, I suppose?
Not really. It was a very brief marriage.
Oh, divorce?
Killed in a car accident. She hasn't said.
How long ago?
Must be, all of 15 years. Just before I was posted to Cyprus. She was driving. Never driven since. That's why it's useful for her just now to have me around.
I'm sure. Though, of course, Ernest drives. Took her up to Gatwick on Thursday.
Perhaps, but she's safer with me. Pollack's unstable.
Oh?
Violent, too, on occasion.
Oh, can you name one?
Well, since you ask, he attacked Clive Lambert with a pruning knife 5 years ago. 14 stitches, nearly severed an artery.
For what reason?
Over the roses. Clive criticised the way he was pruning them.
What, just over roses?
Nothing just about that garden to Pollack.
Oh, were there charges?
Not on your life. People bend over backwards to make allowances for the man, but I know the type. Vicious, paranoiac, murderous.
Mrs. Bell mentioned a man on a bicycle Saturday night.
That was him, and no lights. Nearly mowed him down. And what do we find 5 minutes later? Alan's room broken into.
Colonel, tell me, how was it with the Bells?
Oh, so. Marriage of convenience, I always felt. Literary convenience.
I understand you were instrumental in them acquiring Longfield House.
That's right. Sort of thing Harriet was looking for. Directly I knew the Lamberts were putting it on the market, I let her know.
You're in property?
I dabble now and then, help a friend.
You weren't living in Longfield at the time?
No, but I kept in touch. Known Clive years.
What was his line?
Antiques, mainly.
Well, why did he go to Spain?
Oh, for the sunshine. As simple as that.
And how about the Morgans? Keep in touch with them?
No. Always meant to, of course, but...
You were close friends when you lived here?
Oh, hardly close. Things in common, that's all. Couple of ex-servicemen.
Rubbing along on a pension.
As best we can.
Nice Mercedes you run?
A little inheritance.
Where were you on Thursday evening?
At home.
The Tufnell Park?
Correct.
Alone?
I live alone. Grenville Court.
Mrs. Bell refers to you as uncle.
It's a little thing between us. She's no relatives.
A close relationship?
I'm fond of her. I like to think it's reciprocated.
How did you get on with her husband?
I couldn't stick him. He was opinionated, bumptious, argumentative, sneered at all the old values. Made out he was a pacifist and one of the most aggressive types I've ever encountered.
You knew him well?
Not very, but I'm a good judge of character. I've met chaps like him. Always land up in trouble.
Do you plan to stay long with Mrs. Bell?
As long as she needs me. At least until this business is cleared up. And for my money, Pollack's your man.
Oh, you think?
He's a kraut. Started 2 world wars. Stop at nothing.
He's Austrian.
All the same, my dear chap, all the same. I've had experience. Been POW and escaped.
That was a long time ago.
Not for me.
Yes, well, thank you, Colonel.
Not at all. Glad to help. Goodbye.
I'm working, I tell you. I have my schedule.
Won't keep you long, Mr. Pollard.
You don't leave a garden. My wife will wonder where I am.
Mrs. Bell? Was that Ernest in the police car?
Yes, Dora. He's just gone down to help them.
But why? He's done nothing. He was home with me all that evening. I'd swear it.
And Saturday? Did he come here on Saturday night?
No, of course not.
While we were out?
At least, maybe to keep an eye, knowing...
What did he want from my husband's room?
I don't know.
Tell me.
In any case, it's no crime.
What isn't, Dora?
I think he only wanted to read the book.
Book?
Mr. Bell's gardening book.
Excuse me, Inspector.
Yes?
We've got Pollock outside.
I'll let him cool his heels for a bit. Anything yet on Stoner?
He and Alan Bell were in the same class at Eastern Road Primary School.
Well, that's really going back. You're checking out Thursday evening?
Working on it. Seems he left the Anchor soon after 8:30.
Did he now? Burgess? And Mrs. Bell, hello. Really? And you yourself didn't even know? Just to read it? Well, well. Oh, we'll see. Thanks. Yes, of course. Goodbye.
There we are, the best Amontillado. God bless Ramos. What's it all about?
Alan Bell spotted the June delivery. Even got the name on the lorry. Out walking at dawn, couldn't sleep. Pure chance. Harriet told me Saturday.
Oh, well. Dead men tell no tales.
Oh, their wives can. And listen, something else. Clive rang Thursday night in a panic. There's a marked item in the new batch, pinched and possibly traceable. I'm to hold on till he gives the green light.
Still, all adds a bit of spice, I suppose.
Spice be damned. We're not in this for kicks.
We close down then?
At least till the boys in blue depart. He's a ferret, that Burgess.
Well, carry on. Talk about cooling his heels.
All right, send him in now.
In here.
Ah, Mr. Pollack.
Over an hour I have been here with work to do in my garden, and nothing I have done. Just because I am a stranger and don't speak our language too well.
Oh, I'd like to speak German as well as you speak English. Sit down.
I am not German. I was born in Vienna.
Cigarette?
I don't smoke.
How long have you been a gardener?
Since I was 16. I have no other trade.
What made the Lamberts go to Spain?
For the sunshine, they told us.
Antique dealers, I understand.
Antiques, jewels, and all that.
You had quite a stretch with them.
28 years.
No troubles?
They left the garden to me. It was mine.
Other than pruning the roses?
Who told you? It was an accident. Everyone knew. Mr. Lambert tried to take the knife from my hands. I slipped on the wet grass.
Been raining?
It was the dew, a heavy dew. It wasn't your fault, his wife said. Forget it. Put it out of your mind.
Ever pop back to the house of an evening? Have a look at the garden?
No, I have my own garden to do at the cottage.
Last Thursday, did you drive across for some reason?
Of course not. In any case, I never drive to the house.
You use your bicycle?
Yes.
Is that where you were cycling from Saturday night?
No, I was home.
Mr. Pollack, you were seen on your bike around midnight. I'm asking, had you been to Longfield House?
I have told you, no, I was home. I am always home in the evening.
You have the keys to the house. Someone got in. Someone who knew the dog. Left the lights on in Alan Bell's room. Are you forgetful about lights? You had none on your bicycle.
I don't know. You speak too fast.
Mr. Pollack, someone went to Alan Bell's room on Saturday night. We think it was you. Was it you? Yes or no?
No. I was home with my wife. She will tell you. Like I always am, every evening.
The gardening book he was writing.
Who was writing?
Alan Bell. Did he ask your help with it?
I don't know about the book. He tells me nothing.
Do you recognize this?
It's a knife. Pruning knife.
Yours?
How can it be? I showed the young policeman everything there, everything in its place.
Did you leave it at Longfield House? Is that the reason you went back there Saturday night?
I told you, I didn't go there Saturday night. I don't know this knife. I work as a gardener. I do the work I am paid for. I never go in the house. The house isn't my place. My place is the garden.
And this is a gardening knife, Mr. Pollack?
It must belong to another person. That is all I can say. Everything is there. I showed the policeman everything in its place.
What's your car?
A car?
Make?
Yeah, a Mini.
Colour?
Light grey. And I have my license, my MOT, all my papers. Why do you question me like this?
Because I think you're lying. I think you drove to Longfield House the night Alan Bell was murdered.
No, it's not true. I never drive at night, only walk or ride my bicycle.
So you walked there, rode your bike?
No, I was with my wife. Ask her. Look, why should I want him dead? He was my bread and butter.
So was Clive Lambert.
That was an accident, I tell you. I slipped. The colonel should have said he was there.
Yes. All right, then. That's it.
I may go?
We'll know where to find you when we want you again. In your garden.
Inspector?
Yeah?
You'd sign these sometime.
Oh, sure. And, Charlie, would you get me the address of a Mrs. B.T. Fuller on the Hillcrest estate?
Alan was my big brother, Inspector. I tell you, this has been a terrible blow. Oh, Bluey, pack it in. Well, not that we've seen much of him the last 15 years. Still, he made it, and good luck to him, poor old lad.
Mrs. Fuller, how well did he know Donald Stoner?
Don? Well, when they were kids, he used to come to our house every day after school, almost like brothers they were. Then he got a scholarship and, well, you know how it is. Old Mr. Stoner used to have the butcher shop in Broad Street. Bit toffee-nosed they were.
When he married Elaine, did he know she'd been Alan's first wife?
Sure. I went to the wedding. Elaine and I always kept in touch.
Why did her marriage to Alan break up?
It's something to do with the writing. He needed to be free, so he said.
Have either of them contacted him since he came to live over at Longfield?
I wouldn't know.
And the sons?
Steve's in London. Hardly comes home anymore. Got a lot of Alan in him, Elaine says. The other one's a bit of a dreamer. Wants to be a writer too, I believe.
Did he keep in touch at all after he left the town?
He wrote, now and then.
To you?
Yeah. We used to be close once.
He had a tough time for a bit, I believe.
Well, it wasn't easy.
And what did he do?
All sorts of jobs to keep going. Milkman, hotel kitchen, Father Christmas one year.
Ever ask you for money?
Well, once or twice. I sent what I could.
February 67. He was in bad trouble.
Oh, I wondered if you might know. Well, he didn't mean it. It was an accident, a fight, over a gambling debt.
How about his letters? Have you kept them?
Oh, I believe there's one or two around somewhere.
Might help me if I could read them. I'll return them, of course.
Oh, I'll see what I can find.
Mr. Pollock, hello there. Long time no see.
Long time no see.
What'll it be, sir?
A whiskey, please.
Sir.
We'd better make it a double.
Certainly, sir.
Indeed. It looks as if they're onto something.
Narrowing their investigation, they say.
They're pretty confident this Inspector Burgess sounded.
My sister works down the police canteen and she says they've got a very good idea who it is.
Convinced their man's still in the neighbourhood?
Yeah, lights left on in the house on Saturday night.
By some mystery visitor.
Likely to make an arrest pretty soon.
No one thing. Wouldn't want to be in his shoes.
Mr. Pollock, one double, sir. Pound and tuppence.
Hey, watch it, mister.
Oh, it's all down my dress.
Oh, I'm blowed. I'll get you a cloth, miss. See who it was?
The gardener up at Longfield. Pollock.
I got the invoice this morning. 15 yards of Brentford cord stair carpet in Bahama Green. Yes, it should be in any day, madam. I will indeed. Goodbye. Sorry, Inspector, you were saying?
You told me you had a few drinks with the team after Thursday night practice, Mr. Stoner.
That's right.
Well, no one remembers seeing you in the Anchor after you bought a round of drinks at 8:30.
Someone said once I was the sort of chap no one ever remembers.
A pity. How long does it take you to get from the Anchor to Harbourview Road?
Depends.
10 minutes? A quarter of an hour?
I've never timed it.
So between 8:30 and, say, 10:15, when you got home, where were you?
In the public bar of the Anchor.
How's business?
Not wonderful. We've had to cut down on staff. Have to go out laying myself from time to time.
What did you want from Alan Bell?
I didn't know him, I said.
Now, let me nudge your memory. You were in the same class at Eastern Road Primary.
That's going back a bit, isn't it?
Good friends, more like brothers, I'm told.
Perhaps. Lots happened.
Indeed. You married his ex-wife, brought up his sons. Where were you between 8:30 and 10:15 the night he died?
In the Anchor.
I believe you were at Longfield House with Alan Bell.
Why the hell should I be?
Because he'd said there was nothing doing. Nothing doing about what? Oh, come on, you've had time to think.
I told you I didn't know him.
Very well. I'd like you to come along with me.
Now?
Yes, Mr. Stoner, now. I've been patient enough. Perhaps we'll get some truth out of you at the station.
been worried about you. She let me off early. What you burning?
Nothing. Some rubbish.
You look poorly. What happened? What did they want you for?
Have you seen the paper?
No.
The police expect to make an arrest very soon. In this neighborhood.
Well, it'll be a good thing when they do, won't it?
Dora, I think they mean me.
You? But why? You've no reason.
They want to believe it is me. I'm the what is it? I'm goat.
Scapegoat?
Look, I am a violent man, too. I attacked Mr. Lambert 5 years ago.
That was an accident. Surely you
said.
said.
Look, when they're told by an English colonel something is so, they're not going to believe the gardener, especially if he's German.
Oh, that man hates you, always has. Thinks the war never ended. God, and I hate him, too.
I'm scared, Dora. Scared to death. Locked in a cell. The dark, the stench.
Oh, now don't be silly. It's not like that here.
How do you know? People die in cells. I have read. Police brutality.
Stop it. Calm down. Nothing's happened yet.
I thought when I replaced the knife, that would be it. No more questions.
Knife? What knife?
Pruning knife. Missing from its place in the rack over there that morning.
That's why you... But why?
Dora, you're so stupid. I had to show them everything right, everything there in its place. Otherwise, it is me they suspect.
And they do?
Yes. I am a violent man. The colonel says so. It must be true.
Look, I'm going to the inspector. I'll tell him everything. How you felt that night, what you heard.
No. We tell her nothing, you hear? Nothing at all. We have said enough. I can't face them, Dora. What shall I do?
Now stop shaking. No one will hurt you.
They will leave me in the dark. I shall hear the screams of the others.
Calm down now. Shh. I must answer it.
All right. Tell them where I will be. In my garden.
Right.
Goodbye, little Dora. Auf Wiedersehen.
Yes? Oh, Mrs. Bell. Yes. Well, he's very upset. He's on his way now to his garden. He'll feel better, I think, when he's working.
And she said, I've just seen the Colonel's car outside your house. It's so nice to have him back in the village.
Any biscuits?
Tin's by your elbow. Now, what's it all about, Henry?
Oh, custard creams. I can't stick 'em.
Why was that man here again?
Hilda, you do carry on. I thought we agreed that the three monkeys, remember?
Oh, my God, I've been so naive. I realise now those odd cards from Clive Lambert aren't so innocent. You're all in it. Well, don't treat me like a child. Tell me.
Tell you what?
Is it drugs?
You think I'm crazy?
Alan Bell thought so, I'm sure.
What Alan Bell thought's not important. He's dead.
I know. That's beginning to worry me too. Hello? Dora? No, I just assumed he was around somewhere. Hold on a moment. Uncle, did you see Ernest this afternoon?
Here? Can't say I did. Why?
Well, he's not home yet. She's worried. He's a man of habit. Dora? No, neither of us have, but he may have been in the potting shed. Look, if he's not home in another hour, let me know. And don't worry. Yes, but things happen. It's not late. I'm sure he's all right. Strange, though.
You know what I think? He's gone on the run.
Burgess. Oh, Mrs. Bell. I see. Oh, but he hasn't had quite a routine day, has he? Ah. Well, it's only what? 6:30? Well, he's in the pub, probably. Oh, you have? Well, all right, if he's not home by 8 or so, better give me a ring and we'll look out for him.
Pollack. Ernest Pollack, 5'7", slim build, grey receding hair, wearing blue denims, check shirt, blue wool hat, leather waistcoat. Speaks with a German accent. Watch how you go with him. He might be in a pretty agitated state. He's wanted for further questioning in connection with the murder of Alan Bell.
Mr. Stoner, you told me you didn't know Alan Bell. Never met him or corresponded.
That's so.
Read the P.S. to that letter from Alan Bell to his sister.
Who do you think I bumped into?
Go on.
A while back, Donald Stoner, of all people. A bit of a rolling stoner, pun, like yours truly these days. But he's been a real friend.
So, you'd been a real friend to a man you never knew. Oh, come on. I'm going to find out, you know. You might just as well tell me now.
I was working in London. I ran into him in Leicester Square one night.
And?
He was pretty well down. No job. Hungry, even. Been in some sort of trouble. I let him stay with me. Share my room. That's all.
How long did he stay?
A while. Some months, I believe. He used to write all the time.
Did he pay or help out at all?
I didn't do it for that.
And later you married his ex-wife. Brought up his sons. Oh, he had quite a debt to repay.
I told you I didn't do it for payment.
So why the hell not come out with it in the first place? I mean, what's wrong, for God's sake, in befriending your old school pal?
He'd been murdered. I didn't want to be involved.
Well, you are, Mr. Stoner. Yes? I see. All right. Thanks. And that's all for now.
I can go?
Not yet. You're helping us. You stay.
According to a communique just issued, 100 of the rebel forces have been killed. The body of Ernest Pollock, gardener to Alan Bell, the murdered crime writer, was recovered this morning from the river at Barston. His body was spotted by a group of children on a nature walk from Easton Road Primary School. The strike of air control officers has been stepped up, and now all flights to and from the continent.
Oh, Henry, I feel most upset. Poor Ernest, he so loved his garden.
The matter is being investigated. That's all I can say at the moment.
I told you, didn't I? A kraut. They cause all the trouble.
Get a search warrant. Let's hope we can find the knife over there.
I must go to Dora.
He kissed me goodbye. Said Auf Wiedersehen. I didn't even look round as he went out the door. 35 years we've been married. Always together. I don't know what I shall do. It wasn't easy sometimes. He'd had treatment. Didn't help very much. He was always scared of them. Scared of the uniform. Scared of the dark. That's why he wouldn't tell. We've said enough, he said. We tell them nothing. Now look what's happened.
Wouldn't tell them what, Dora? Tell me.
The night Mr. Bell died, he went up there about the book. He was obsessed by that book.
She's sure that's all he heard.
So she says.
Long time no see. An expression your husband used?
Occasionally. To someone he didn't care for, perhaps. A kind of false bonhomie.
And the knife business. I wonder why Ernest lied.
To avoid questions. Everything in its place. This overwhelming fear of the police.
How soon do you think I can see Dora?
She's still very upset. I doubt if you'll get any more.
Perhaps. It's surprising sometimes. Well, it seems pretty certain now your husband took the knife from the tool rack that evening.
But why?
To threaten someone he didn't care for, perhaps?
My husband had a very quick temper, but he wasn't a violent man, Inspector.
He was on a manslaughter charge in 1967.
Alan killed a man? Good God, who?
Well, we're waiting for the details. You're sure no one else knew your husband was here alone, other than the Pollacks and your agent?
As far as I know.
I see. The note. Nothing doing. Why leave it lying around?
He was appallingly untidy. And if he decided to see the man, Stoner was it, instead...
And persuade him to stop pestering? Could be. Or maybe he wanted to put the fear of God into earnest. Who knows? Everything's conjecture. Certainly we found nothing at the Pollacks' cottage. Other, that is, than the remains of your husband's gardening book in the kitchen boiler. What? Ernest burnt the lot.
Here we are. February 26th, 1967. Alan Bell, writer, 35, no fixed address. Charged at Bow Street.
With the manslaughter of Ronald Albert Wyman, doorkeeper at the Connaught Hotel, Bayswater, over a matter of a £25 gambling debt. In the ensuing fight in the Barlow Arms, Hammersmith, Wyman fell and struck his head, died 10 days later. No living relatives. Ex-regular soldier, 57th Field Artillery. That doesn't help very much.
File it?
Yes, please. I think I'll see if Mrs. Pollack's feeling up to having a word.
I'll beat her, then, he said. Kiss me goodbye. If I'd known it would be the last time.
Mrs. Pollack, I'm deeply sorry, believe me.
Murderers you are, hounding him, believing the lies of that man. You killed him.
But I've a job to do. And if your husband had come to me right away...
You don't know what he'd lived through. He was frightened to death of the uniform, frightened of questions, frightened of you.
Listen now. He went to Longfield House that evening.
I've already told Mrs. Bell.
Did he drive over in the Mini?
He never drives at night.
So he cycled over. Heard Alan Bell's voice. Long time no see. Now, was there anything else? Now, think. Think hard. Anything he even thought he saw?
Well?
Yeah?
He did say... I couldn't tell her. He had a strong feeling. Almost certain he was. It was that man. The Colonel. Her uncle.
Hello? Is Inspector Tandy there? Burgess. He'll know me. Jim? Long time no see. How is it down in salubrious Tufnell Park? Oh, bogged down as usual? I hope so. Look, there's a Colonel Ferguson, 2 S's, lives up your way, Grenville Court. Well, I'm interested in his whereabouts last Thursday afternoon and evening. Yeah, it's just a routine thing, really, probably wasting your time. Oh, I got a strange one here, but you know how it is. I got to turn all the stones. Yeah, perhaps you'd ring me back sometime. Thanks, Jim. Oh, Jean's fine. And Molly? Now, Mr. Stoner, you've got 2 hours to account for after leaving the Anchor that night.
I told you
I'm suggesting you went to Longfield, knowing Alan Bell was in the house on his own, and killed him.
I'd no reason to kill him.
No? Well, you'd sheltered him when he was down and out, married his ex-wife, brought up his sons, worked your guts out in the carpet shop, and suddenly he's 8 miles up the road, rich as Croesus.
So what?
So you demand what you think's your right. And because he won't play ball, where's the knife?
What knife?
The one you killed him with.
I didn't. It's not true.
He'd put off a trip to Paris, faked a stomach upset to see you because you'd been pestering the life out of him.
I hadn't.
Long time no see, he said when he came to the door.
You're making it up.
Come in, have a drink, and when he turned his back... Come on, tell me. Where is it?
If I was after him for his money, well, why the hell should I kill him?
Because you knew there was nothing doing.
You've got it all wrong.
Okay. Put me right. You did arrange to meet Alan Bell at his house on Thursday night.
But I didn't go.
Why?
I felt scared. I didn't trust him. I knew he'd killed a man once.
Well, why not think about that before?
I can't explain. It's just... When I got to the gates, I drove past.
Oh, come off it. You're saying you arranged to meet him that night just to drive past his gates? Well, where'd you go? Not back home. Well, I'll tell you.
You drove in those gates and you know it to kill him.
Oh, I didn't. I drove past. It's the truth.
All right, we'll say you drove past. Where to?
I don't know. Yes, I do. Towards Felsted. Pulled off in a lay-by and had a fag.
And then? Oh, shall I tell you? You thought Alan wouldn't hurt an old pal, now would he? And he's loaded, might never get the chance again, times are hard, and money won, like it always does. You turn back, yes?
Yes.
And?
The lights were all on downstairs, and a dog was howling. I rang the bell, I waited. He didn't come, so I walked round the side, the French window. I looked in, he was lying there. Blood. He was obviously dead.
What time?
I don't know. 9:30, maybe.
Before 10?
Sure, before 10.
Why not ring the police?
I knew if you found out I'd had a date with him, I'd be in real trouble.
Well, we have found out. And, Mr. Stoner, you're still lying. His wife rang him from Paris just after 10, and he was still very much alive. Sergeant, the usual arrangements for Mr. Stoner. He's our guest for the night.
You can't. I've got rights. I've done nothing.
You'll probably want to ring your wife. There's a phone out there you can use.
Okay, Mr. Stoner?
No, it's not okay.
You, Inspector. It's a message from Tufton Park.
Well. Well, we'd better see Uncle first thing.
Inspector, this is nonsense. My car was in its parking space all of Thursday, and I was there in my flat.
Yes, the porter said he saw your car, and lights on inside.
So there you are.
Are you engaged in any business activities with Clive Lambert? Property, antiques, buying or selling?
Of course not. Clive's in Spain.
Yes. He rang you from Bilbao Thursday evening. Couldn't get a reply. Finally left an urgent message with the porter for you to ring him.
Sure, I got it. Something personal.
When did you get it?
When I picked it up off the mat, after having a snooze.
Didn't hear the phone?
A bit deaf in my right ear. Guns, you know, I was artillery. Probably sleeping on the other side.
With the lights on?
Often do, after a drink.
When did you last see Alan Bell?
Must have been back in late May or June when I came down.
How did you know he was alone there Thursday night?
I didn't. How could I?
Oh, it's been suggested that his visitor that night could have been you.
Whoever suggested it must be off his head. He was in Paris with Harriet, as far as I knew. And I was home in Grenville Court.
Well, certainly your car was there and your lights on. Did you say artillery?
I did.
What regiment?
57th Field.
57th Field?
Yes. 25-pounders. Was that all?
Yeah, thank you, Colonel. For now.
Sergeant.
57th Field, Charlie. Interesting.
How come?
The manslaughter case. Wyman, same regiment.
Well, life's full of coincidences.
Yeah, all the same, you better look into it. Well, we've certainly got a right bunch here. There's one thing in common, though. All trying to fool a hard-working policeman.
Except Mrs. Bell.
I'm not so sure. She's cagey, holding something back. Probably of no interest when I find out. But I shall.
I thought the damn business was over with Pollack.
They're holding someone. It's in the paper. He didn't say.
Cagey bastard, no.
Fergie, Alan faked that stomach upset.
Faked?
To be here, to meet someone.
Good God. How'd you know?
The post-mortem.
He had a date?
With his killer. That's the theory.
Who the hell, I wonder?
Someone who didn't like him?
Well, I didn't like him. Phony pacifist ideas. And where would they all be if it wasn't for us? The finest men I've ever known.
Fergie, stop listening to the bugle.
Sorry. The thing is, I had a bit of a shock myself last week. Chap used to be my driver, salt of the earth, killed in a stupid pub brawl some years back. Should never have lost touch. Blame myself, really.
Well, let's have a drink. A nice long gin on the terrace.
Overlooking the swimming pool and the 3.5 acres and the stable.
All beautifully isolated that you chose for us.
You know, you really ought to buy some horses. I'd teach you to ride. And Harriet, when you start again, writing, I've had quite a life. We can make an interesting partnership. I'm serious. Think about it.
Henry, have you seen? They're holding a man for Alan Bell's murder. Look.
Oh, not Pollack after all, then?
Oh, I never thought it was. But I'm so relieved.
Why? What was Pollack to you?
Relieved it's not you.
Why should I want to kill Alan Bell?
Well, he knew too much. He could have stopped your activities.
Well, he won't now. So let's go on enjoying the good life and leave it at that.
Yes, we have, but no charges yet. Really? When? Well. Oh, sure, but you never know. Thanks, Jim. Keep digging. Yeah, I'll be in touch.
Inspector?
Ah, Charlie. Tandy just called. A Mini. White. J registration has been reported missing by a Major Henderson of Muswell Hill. Last used it Wednesday night. How about this? It's the Major's second car, and he lends it from time to time to an old army pal when his Merc's in for service. Colonel Ferguson. More coincidence?
As I said, the world's full of it.
Anyhow, Tandy's got a search underway. You can't beat a Devon policeman. Meanwhile...
Hello? Speaking. Yes, of course, Inspector. I looked at my watch. It was just after 10. Oh, yes, quite sure. Oh, just a minute. Oh, what a fool I am. It was French time. They're an hour ahead of us. That's right. 9 o'clock over here. Not at all.
Mr. Stoner, you said you drove past the gates of Longfield House towards Felsted, pulled off the road and had a fag. Any other cars in the lay-by? Lovers? Someone doing a peel?
I can't remember. Things on my mind. Just a minute, though. There was a lorry along the end, a big one. No lights.
Any idea what sort? English? Foreign? Off the boat?
Could have been French.
Could have been French.
Or... no, Spanish. And, hold on, there were headlights. That's right. A car pulled up alongside, a chap got out, oldish guy, small white beard. Good God, we laid carpet there last year. Berber, good stuff. The attic of all places. Bloody great telescope.
Glued to the box, weren't we, Hilda? 6 o'clock onwards.
Commander, we're holding a suspect.
Yes, so we read.
We don't, as a rule, disclose identity until a charge has been made, but, his name's Stoner, Donald Stoner, Flynn's Carpets.
Stoner? But he laid our carpet in the attic.
Commander, did you pull into Felsted lay-by last Thursday evening between 9 and 30:30?
I just told you, Inspector, I was here.
Donald Stoner maintains he saw you with a Spanish lorry.
Oh, not me, I swear.
Now, look, I don't give a damn if that's your supply of Bacardi and Castellas. I'm holding a man on suspicion of murder, and if what he says is true, it might possibly help him.
I'm sorry.
Mrs. Bell? Burgess again. You said your husband had a hunch Commander Morgan knew a thing or two about smuggling, but nothing really specific. Well, if possible, I'd like something specific. Yes, this is a murder investigation, Mrs. Bell. You know as well as I do that apparently irrelevant information can sometimes be useful and... Yes, of course he's a friend, but... Yes? Go on. Where? Could you repeat that? Transportes Gonzales. Ah. Oh, and Mrs. Bell, the Colonel's still with you? Picking late strawberries. Very nice.
If this Stoner chap's innocent, Hilda, he'll get off without help from me.
But he doesn't reveal anything just to say it was you. And it was, wasn't it? The lorry driver could have been asking the way.
Hilda, We were watching the box. We said so. Think they're daft? If I open my mouth... Look. Do you want to see everything snatched away from us? Visit me in jail of a Sunday for the few years I've got left?
All right. But I have shut my eyes for too long. You must tell me now. What is it?
Diamonds. Uncut diamonds one way, small arms the other. I'm in it up to here. All three of us. Rich, too. More than ever you dream. I can't lose it. Don't ask me.
Where are you going?
To the sea. Look at the boats. Calm me down.
Oh, do be careful, and don't be too long, or I'll worry.
Harbour Police? Burgess. That's right. Look, I'm interested in a Spanish freight lorry. Transport is Gonzales. Arrived at the port, I believe, last Thursday evening. Any idea when it's leaving? Or if it has already? Yeah, I'll hang on. What's on your mind, Charlie?
I'm just wondering if we aren't getting sidetracked with all this. After all, it doesn't really give Stoner an alibi.
That's true, but I can't let it go. Could be a tie-up between this and the urgent message from Lambert, the night Alan Bell was murdered, remember?
Yeah, that's so.
And Alan Bell had seen the commander with the Spanish lorry. In any case, customs will sort it out. Yes? Leaves tonight. Look, there's a possibility it may be carrying illegal cargo. Might be worth your while to investigate. Perhaps you'll let me know any results.
I hope there's not going to be a storm.
My dear, I'll protect you from the wrath of the gods. Here. Dutch courage.
Thanks. I was thinking of Dora over there on her own. She's terrified of lightning.
Don't ask me to go to Dora.
You know, Ernest came here that night. Heard Alan say to his visitor, "Long time no see."
Who told you?
Dora, after he'd died.
Did he see the visitor? Hear anything else?
No, nothing. Just that.
Long time no see. Someone he hadn't seen in years, probably.
On the other hand, the sort of thing Alan might say after 3 days. Or 3 months.
Let's have another.
Not for me.
I'm sorry, Inspector. I thought you were gone ages ago.
Oh, come in. Brooding, that's all. You know, I've never seen them together, Harriet and Uncle. I think it might just be worth our while.
Interesting about the Wyman affair. I think she knows it was her husband killed him.
No. All the same, I've a hunch she's hiding something. There's a question I'd like to ask her again, with the Colonel there.
Is he after her, do you think?
I've no doubt at all he aims to be husband number 3.
How come he wasn't husband number 2 when they were both 15 years younger?
My friend, she wasn't rich then. Someone's late for bingo.
Reported 4-car pile-up at the Filstead roundabout. Better bring them both in. Be chaos at this hour. Oh, and Harry, you'll need lifting gear, the lot.
Burgess. Jim, hello. No kid. Incredible. We'll get forensic onto it first thing. Nice work, Jim. Thanks a lot. Bye. Major Henderson's Mini. Found in a back street in Brixton.
Not intact.
Enough, I hope, for our purposes. Now, let's pop over to Longfield. I'll give Harriet a call first.
Hello? Speaking? Yes, Inspector, he's here. I'm listening.
Stop it!
Yes. All right, I will. No, I've got it. I'm to say 2 things. Ronald Wyman's death.
Wyman?
Your old driver.
What the hell's he mean? Happened years ago, dead and buried. He knows that.
But Fergie, surely you said you only found out last week. And you'll be glad to know Major Henderson's Mini's been found. Who's Major Henderson?
Fergie? Are you all right?
The storm, perhaps. Or the strawberries. Perhaps I'll get a breath of fresh air.
Easy, we're coming to the roundabout. What a mess. Why are car drivers such lunatics? Hey, look. The remains of a jag.
That's right.
The white beard. Good God, it is. It's the commander. Mrs. Bell, I was hoping to see you with Colonel Ferguson.
He's in the garden. He suddenly didn't feel very well.
You gave him the message?
Yes.
He's hopped it.
Oh, don't be silly. Fergie? Fergie? Well, he can't be far.
We hope. Perhaps it was dangerous to let him know.
Mrs. Bell, I've asked you before. Who else beside the Pollacks and your agent knew your husband was alone here the night he died?
The man you're holding, perhaps?
To your knowledge. Did Colonel Ferguson know? For God's sake, it was your husband.
He phoned Wednesday night to wish me luck.
The Colonel?
Yes. I told him then. Alan wasn't coming with me to Paris.
And you've kept it from us. Maybe cost Ernest Pollack his life. Why?
Because I think all along I've known and didn't want to face. Don't you see? He knew my mother. All my life he stood for something marvellous and fine.
What time does that boat leave?
8:15.
Right, away we go. We'll start the search from there. Transportes Gonzales may well have a smuggled military cargo aboard.
And the station.
Too late. Just about to leave.
Blast! I wonder if the lorry got on. It was just a hunch.
Hey, look over there, under the lights.
Sorry, mate. Instruction. Open up.
The lorry is empty.
Come on now. Out you get.
Why you cannot do this? I am missing my mom.
There'll be another.
I am empty, I tell you.
Keep your eyes on the back of the lorry. There he is. There's our boy. Ferguson! Colonel Ferguson!
I'll get him.
Well, watch it, Charlie. Go right. But watch it. Oh, good God, the man's crazy. He's heading for... No!
Christ! He'll be in the screws.
Stop engine! Stop engine!
Oh, my God.
In Long Time, No See, by Joan Sadler, Inspector Burgess was played by Michael McStay, and Harriet Bell by Jean Trend. Alan Bell, Steve Hodson, Dora Pollack, Sheila Reed, Ernest Pollack and Ramos, Ronald Herdman, and Fergie by Philip Voss. Henry and Hilda Morgan were played by Michael Miller and Lisa Daniele, Elaine and Donald Stoner by Elaine Mitchell and Hugh Dixon, B.C. Fuller, Miranda Forbes, the police sergeant by Alex Jennings, and the radio announcer and harbour policeman Patrick Keeley. Long Time, No See was directed by Margaret Etall.
I'm E.G. Marshall. Of all the sounds in the universe, perhaps nothing stirs the imagination more deeply than the sounds of the sea. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Of all the sounds in the universe, perhaps nothing stirs the imagination more deeply than the sounds of the sea. People who have never crossed an ocean can still be transported in a walk along the beach, skirting the lapping tides, or standing high on the rocks with the waves crashing below. There's an eerie quality about the sea, and it conjures strange visions in any mind that is ready to receive them. Our story concerns the spell cast by the sea. mystery drama, What Happened to Mrs. Forbush, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elizabeth Pennell and stars Patricia Wheel and Gordon Gould. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Excuse me, madam.
Oh, I'm in an awful hurry.
I just wonder if you could answer a simple question
So
for
do
me.
I.
The question is this. What happens this time of year?
Oh, that's easy. The kids get home from camp. Goodbye.
Nope.
What do you mean, nope?
Nope.
I mean, I should know when my kids get home from camp.
Well, the answer I had in mind was a tad more general in scope. you
Well,
see.
I gave my answer. Let's hear yours.
You know, I'm glad you asked.
Are you?
You see, what happens this time of year is that Buick dealers are giving particularly great deals on all their 74 Buicks. For a family woman such as yourself, I think a neat little Apollo would be just the ticket. It's small, economical, but surprisingly roomy. And it's a Buick, so it's really quite elegant.
You don't say.
Uh-huh. Now, isn't that good news?
Yes.
I mean, that you can get such a nifty deal on such a nifty small
To be
car.
sure it is, yes.
To be sure. By the way, where do your kids go to camp?
Guam. It's a small island in the South Pacific.
Guam.
Suburban Savings in northern New Jersey would like to set you straight on savings. Straight off, Suburban offers you the highest interest allowed by law, a big 7.90% effective annual yield on Suburban's 7.50% savings certificates. And Suburban guarantees it from 4 to 10 years. Minimum $2,500. Federal regulations allow premature withdrawals on savings certificates, provided prescribed federal penalties are adhered to. Of course, Suburban also has a whole selection of other savings plans that keep your savings headed in the right direction, straight up. Why not head straight over to your nearest Suburban Savings office, conveniently located in Bayonne, Edgewater, Elmwood Park, Emerson, Hackettstown, Morris Plains, Nutley, Paramus, Sparta, and Wayne, and let them set you straight on savings.
This story takes place at Captain's Cove on the shores of New England. Bert and Marjorie Desmond are inspecting a picturesque old house on a bluff overlooking the sea. They're city people, and in the past they have spent their vacations at mountain resorts or in dry desert places considered beneficial for the health of their son. But this year it's different, and they're getting more intrigued by the minute as Mr. Smith, the rental agent, shows them around.
Oh, Bert, the view and the window seat. I haven't seen one like this since my grandmother's house when I was a child.
I'm more interested in all these carved pieces over here. What do you call this stuff?
Scrimshaw.
Oh, yes. The things sailors made when they had time on their hands.
Old Captain had quite a collection. Most of it's over to the museum.
What can you tell me about this ship model? A schooner, isn't it?
Yeah, that'd be Captain Forbush's ship, Desdemona. Sank, with all hands aboard.
Oh, Mr. Smith, is that an island I see way out there?
Nope, that's Dead Man's Rock.
Oh, what a gruesome name. Was it the scene of a shipwreck?
I understand some fella got murdered on that rock. I don't rightly know the circumstances, but there is an island further on out, known as Hiram's Hideaway. Said to be the place old Captain Forbush took himself off to when he wanted to get away from his wife. Good fishing.
I'll have to look into that.
Oh, Bert, are you sure we really want to take this house?
Let's see the rest of it.
There's a fine old staircase.
Beautiful railing. I don't think it's been dusted in years.
This house has been closed up most of the time. That's why it's such a bargain.
Is there anything wrong with it?
Nope. Tight as a drum. And a real historic monument. Now, you take this room.
Oh, it's wonderful. I've never slept in a four-poster bed.
Oh, boy. It's a big one, too.
And this door leads to a veranda.
Oh, my. This porch goes all the way around the house.
It always does in a captain's place of residence. A trademark, you might say.
Well, sure. This is what you call a widow's walk.
No doubt Miss Forbush did her share of pacing when the captain was away.
Well, no pacing for me, thank you. My husband has a desk job. What do you think, Bert?
About the house?
Yes. In a strange way, I've fallen in love with it. But I'm wondering...
Wonder no more. We're going right into that room I already call my study and sign a lease for the summer. Glad you've come to life. You haven't said a word since we left the cove. I thought you were asleep.
No. I've been thinking. And worrying.
Worrying?
About Robbie.
Robbie? I can hardly wait to get his reaction when he sees where he's going to spend the summer.
Bert, maybe we've made a mistake.
Oh, you're kidding.
No. That long, deserted beach and those rocks, it's a dangerous place for a boy.
He'll have a ball.
But it's not like any place we've ever stayed before. Have you forgotten how much of Robbie's life he's had to spend in bed?
I haven't forgotten. But that's all over. The doctor said so. He said it was time Robbie started doing the things boys his age like to do.
Not dangerous things. Bert, we're going to spend 3 months by the ocean.
You bet we are. And the sea air will be good for all of us.
Only, Bert, Robbie's never learned to swim.
Well, Robbie, what do you think of it?
Oh, man. This house is twice as good as you thought it was.
I didn't remember it was so musty. The place needs airing. I'm going to open some windows.
Dad, who's the old guy in the picture?
Why, that must be Hiram Forbush, the sea captain who built this house.
He sure has a lot of red whiskers.
He sure does. You know, they knew how to paint pictures back in those days. Watch this, Rob. Walk over here and see how his eyes follow you. Sort of as though he was looking at everything you did.
It's spooky. You think he's a ghost?
Oh, come on, son. You don't believe in ghosts, do you?
No.
Well, I'll let you in on a secret. I think your mother does.
Mom believes in ghosts?
Sometimes.
Oh, Pop.
What's all this about ghosts?
I'm teaching Rob to be the man of the house, so he can look after you when I'm gone.
Hey, I want to go to the beach.
Well, you can if your father goes with you.
And not right now. I have some things to do.
I'd go, only it's time to think about getting dinner ready.
I can go alone.
Sure you can.
Oh, no, Bert, not the first time.
First time for everything. And speaking of first times, how about that?
It's so strange to hear a telephone in a house like this.
Glad there have been some improvements since the captain's day. Guess I better find out who it is.
Pop said I could go to the beach.
Now, Robbie, I want you to be very, very careful. Follow that little path and watch your step climbing down the bluff.
Mom, I'm not a baby.
And don't stay away too long. Do you have your jacket?
Oh, Mom.
I'll be watching you from this window.
Damn.
Why, what's the matter?
That phone call from the office. Wouldn't you know they're having a crisis and they want me back?
Oh, no, Bert, we just got here. You're on your vacation.
Won't be gone long. Just for the day to help get things straightened out.
But it's a 4-hour trip.
I know. I'll have to start very early tomorrow morning. And I guess I better spend tomorrow night in the city.
But you promised that first thing tomorrow you'd see about swimming lessons for Robbie. It was a part of our bargain.
I know, honey, but it's just a matter of putting it off for a day.
Oh, you said... I thought I'd asked you not to climb on those rocks unless someone...
Beach club and make arrangements for swimming lessons. And we'll meet some people so that you'll know the neighbors, and Robbie will have someone to play with.
Robbie, dear, what were you doing on those big rocks today?
Just throwing stones in the water. Mom, I can make them skip real good.
I thought I'd asked you not to climb on those rocks unless someone was with you.
I only climbed a little way.
Well, no more climbing, young man, until your father gets back.
But he's been gone for 3 whole days.
Well, he's coming tomorrow. And we're going to let him know how well we've been getting along. Go to sleep now. I'm going out on the porch to watch the moon come up.
Mommy, you promised to open the window very wide so I can hear the sound of the water?
Yes, dear. The weather's changing. I can scarcely see the beam of the lighthouse. It's getting all misty. And don't be frightened if you hear the foghorn.
I like that sound. Night.
Good night, dear.
Good evening.
Oh. Is someone there?
I always stroll the veranda on a foggy evening.
Well, there is someone. Who are you?
I am Lavinia Forbush, and I presume you are the lady who is staying in my house?
Why, I guess it was your house. Only I'm staying here now. My name is Marjorie Desmond.
Didn't they tell you, Mrs. Desmond, that I never left this house? It belongs to me.
Belonged to you, Mrs. Forbush. Now it belongs to a man who lives in Boston.
Ah, he thinks he owns it. No one will ever take my place in this house. Come, let's walk this way. Ah, the fog is creeping over Dead Man's Rock.
just the way it was that night. No, I'm getting rather cold. I think I'll go inside.
Poor soul, you need a fine shawl like mine to keep you warm.
It looks like a lovely old paisley. Won't you come inside where it's warm? We could have a cup of tea.
No, indeed, Mrs. Desmond. I only set foot in my house when it becomes necessary to get something I want. I'll stay right here where I always stay, keeping my vigil.
But the fog is closing in. Really, Mrs. Forbush, I must go in.
Oh, how thoughtless of me. The damp night air must have chilled you to the bone. Here, let me put my shawl around your shoulders.
What about you?
Oh, I no longer feel the cold as I once did. My, it is grand to have a woman to talk to once more. Mrs. Desmond, my captain was a bold and adventurous man. He brought me precious gems from India, from Persia, and from China. Oh, dear Mrs. Desmond, you must not make my mistake. You must take your most cherished possessions and leave my house.
Oh, but I have no jewels, Mrs. Forbush.
Oh, dear lady, you have the greatest jewel of all, a son. How old is your boy, Mrs. Desmond?
Robbie's 9.5.
Just the age of my Jason. A most dangerous age.
I know. I worry about him.
And well, you might. What happened to me is history. And history has a way of repeating.
Really, I don't think I want to...
You will listen to me.
Please.
My Jason, oh, he was a strapping lad who helped me with the chores around the house. And when Hiram's ship was in, the boy spent hours talking to the sailors, learning how to tie knots and carve those intricate things from bone and bits of wood.
My Robbie would like that.
And then one day, when Jason was 9 years old, his father came to me and said, I'm taking the boy on a journey. It is time he began to learn the ways of men.
Why, Bert said something like...
Too soon, I said, too soon. But my Hiram was a very determined man, and when he made up his mind, there was no stopping him. It's only a short journey, he told me. We are taking the Desdemona to the Caribbees, and Jason will go with me. I watched through the spyglass until the ship was far enough at sea to hoist the big sail which caught the wind. You do know what happened, don't you, Mrs. Desmond?
Don't tell me any more.
I must, if you would save your boy. Late that evening, the fog closed in the way it has now. And then began the long days and the lonely nights. Where is your son, Mrs. Desmond?
Why, he's in bed. And I hope fast asleep.
You hear that?
Yes. Foghorn is a lonely sound.
It's a lonely sound for women like you and me when we've lost.
Stop trying to frighten me.
There's still plenty of time.
For what?
To take your son away from here. Take him away and guard him with your life.
A foghorn is a lonely sound, and a ghost-ridden house by the sea is an unsettling place for a woman who is worried about her son. Perhaps in the light of day, when her husband returns, Marjorie will be able to shake her fears. On the other hand, suppose Mrs. Forbush is really trying to tell her something. We'll find out more shortly when I return with Act 2.
There's nothing wrong with drinking Budweiser sip by sip, is there? Well, the brewers of Budweiser think there's a better way. Sipping's fine if you're drinking wine. But Bud is the king of beers, a hearty drink. Look, rinse a 10 or 12-ounce glass with cold water. Then open a can or bottle of Bud and pour it right down the middle so it kicks up a good head of foam. Now, take a big drink and then swallow big. No sips. That's how it should be done. More taste, more beer drinking enjoyment. Thanks to exclusive Beechwood aging, Budweiser has a smoothness that lets it go down especially easy. Sure, it's an expensive way to brew beer, but brewing beer right does make a difference. That's why, when you say Budweiser, you've said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Hey, Mom, what's for dinner? Hey, Mom, what you got?
What's for dinner? Your ShopRite supermarket suggests choice beef first cut chuck steaks just 59 cents a pound this week. Save, too, on smoked ham, shank portion 69 cents a pound, butt portion 79 a pound. For a quick meal, try Swanson's Frozen Hungry Man dinners, just 99 cents each. For dessert, ShopRite's produce department is featuring fresh honeydew melons, 79 cents each. They're great topped with ice cream. There's a lot more for a little less at ShopRite, so stop in soon.
She loves the family. She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
This is WOR New York, your Mystery Theater station.
If you're afraid of what the future has in store, perhaps you look to the past for guidance. But Marjorie Desmond has had a strange encounter with the past, which only bolsters the fears she already has for her son. Is it possible that a ghostly presence from a former time can prevent or promote an impending disaster? Marjorie's husband has returned from his business trip, and we'll soon find out how he feels about what's going on.
Bert, it's so good to have you back.
Way longer than I expected. But I've only been gone a few days. Same old thing. You should be used to it by now.
But this time it was different. I mean, this place...
Well, now, tell me what you and Robbie have been up to.
Bert, I want to show you something.
Hey, where did you get that paisley shawl? I like it.
So do I. It has such nice mellow colors.
Where did you find it? In the old captain's sea chest?
No. It was given to me.
Well, that's a nice gift. Who's been around while I was gone?
You're not going to believe this.
Well, let me guess. It was given to you, only it wasn't really a present. You had to pay some enormous sum for it, and now you're afraid to tell me how much it cost.
No, Bert. And I know you won't believe me.
I won't believe you if you say Captain Forbush came to the door and said, "My dear Mrs. Desmond, please let me in. I've returned from a long and tiresome journey, and it would please me very much if you would cook up some bacon and eggs."
No, Bert. It wasn't Captain Forbush.
I'm happy to hear that.
It was Mrs. Forbush.
What?
You're going to laugh. I know you won't understand, and I didn't either, only it happened.
For heaven's sake, Marge, what happened?
It was a foggy night.
You sure? Spooks always come out on foggy nights. Now tell me, where did you really get that shawl?
I got it from Mrs. Forbush.
Let's not play games. I'm tired.
She was there,
She
Bert.
was where?
On the widow's
Oh,
ball.
cut it out.
I talked to her, and she told me what happened to her husband.
Sure. Mr. Smith told us that. The captain was lost at sea.
But Jason...
Oh, who in heck is Jason?
Their son.
Oh, Marge, will you please talk sense? Now, where did you get that shawl?
I told you from Mrs. Forbush last night when we had a long talk.
Now, I've heard everything. Okay, it's a joke. And I do think it's pretty funny. We're living in a haunted house, so let's enjoy it. If you don't want to tell me where you found that thing, okay. I'll play your game. At least until tomorrow.
Don't you want to hear what she had to say?
I don't want to hear any more of this crazy story. Come to bed. And tomorrow we'll have a great big laugh over this whole thing. And maybe you'll remember where you really found that shawl.
That was the best picnic we ever had. Can we do it again tomorrow?
Well, not every day, Rob. Maybe tomorrow we'll go to the beach club.
I thought I might do some fishing.
Dad, can I go fishing with you?
Maybe we'll all go. How about it, Marge?
Count me out. You know how I feel.
I know. You like to eat the poor little critters, but it's cruel to catch them on those nasty hooks.
Well, it is.
Robbie and I may just go off and forget to come home.
Take your son away from here. Take him away and guard him with your life.
Well, honey, what's the matter? You look as if you'd seen a...
It's nothing, Bert, nothing. I just have to be alone for a minute.
Hey, Dad, what are all these things over here on the shelf?
That's called scrimshaw, Rob.
Scrimp?
These are things that were made by sailors a long time ago. When they were on those sailing ships and the sea was calm, they didn't have much to do. So they carved pieces of bone or wood and painted shells.
I'll bet I could do that.
You'd have to learn how to use a knife.
Would you teach me, Dad?
It's bedtime, young man. Up the stairs.
If I was on a boat, I wouldn't be going up any old stairs.
I suppose you'd be climbing the ropes.
Or walking in the gang.
No, I asked that fisherman today where he slept, and he said down below.
Unless you want to sleep in the cellar, the direction is up. Get going.
Aye, Captain.
Nice day today, Marge. And I don't know when I've seen Robbie so happy.
Oh, he's certainly having a good time. And tomorrow when we go to the beach club, we can make arrangements to have him start taking swimming lessons.
I'm not sure they have regular classes.
Then we'll get him a private instructor.
Marjorie, I'm perfectly capable of teaching him myself. I won a medal in college, remember?
Well, of course you're a good swimmer, Bert, and I thought... Oh, I suppose if Robbie had been well, you would have taught him long ago. But don't you think he'd learn more quickly now if an outside...
Hey, there's nothing wrong with his old man, is there, Marge?
I have to finish up the dishes. Let's talk about it when I'm through. Robbie? Don't be frightened. I want to talk to you.
Is that you, Mom?
No, I'm the lady who lives here. My name is Mrs. Forbush.
Say, do you know the man with the red whiskers?
He is my husband.
And maybe you could tell me about that boat on the shelf downstairs and all those other things.
That ship was one of the proudest vessels to sail the seven seas, and Captain Forbush himself made that model.
Do you think it would sink if I tried to sail it?
Oh, you must never, never try.
Oh, my dad won't let me even touch that boat with the sails. But I can play with the other things. You know, the bones and the shells.
I know. And I brought you one that was a favorite of my son. He was just about your age. Now, do you have a candle I can light?
There is one over there in the bureau, but I could just turn on this light.
No need to waste electricity. I never had it in this house.
That doesn't look like a match to me.
A tinder box. Best thing in the world for striking a light. There. Now, Robbie, what do you think of this?
Wow. What a big shell.
This is for you, Robbie. To keep for Jason while he is away.
Where's he gone?
I'm hoping you will help me find him.
Oh, I'll be glad to help you. Because if he was here, we could climb the rocks together and explore that pirate's cave.
We'll look for him, Robbie. We'll look for him together. So now, if you will come with me...
I couldn't go anywhere without asking permission.
But this is my house, and I am giving you permission.
But I still couldn't go without asking.
Quickly, boy. Come on. Put on your clothes.
Mom! Dad!
What is it, Rob?
Why, Robbie, what are you doing with a candle burning? You know how dangerous...
I didn't light it, Mom. You tell them, Mrs. Where is she?
Where's who?
That lady, Mrs. Forbush. She was standing right there.
Oh, good Lord, not in here.
Rob, there's no one else in this room. You've been having a dream.
No, Dad. Honest, she was here. Look what she gave me.
Not you, too. Say, that's a very interesting shell. So where did you find it?
Dad, I didn't find it. Mrs. Forbush said it belonged to her son, and I could borrow it until he comes back.
That's a likely story. You can make up a better one than that.
But that's exactly what she said. I'm going to help her find him. And when he's here, we can play together down on the beach.
No, Robbie, dear, that's not possible.
You're both being impossible.
But the trouble is, we have to find Jason.
Oh, stop it, Robbie. I won't hear any more about this Jason. Rob, you've had a dream. It seems very real. But now it's over. And tomorrow you'll have forgotten all about it.
But, Bert, what about the candle and the shell?
Well, there must be some reasonable explanation. But let's not think about it now. I'm blowing the candle out, and Robbie's going to sleep. Good night, son. You've been playing a joke on me, and I'll admit it's been a good one. You were very clever to get Robbie to go along with you. And I must say, he played his part well. But I can think of better games for a boy his age.
This was no game, Bert.
You didn't coach him to put on that act?
Of course I didn't.
Well, if it was a nightmare and he dreamed all those things about Mrs. Forbush and her mythical son, it was only because you filled his imagination full of stories.
I have never mentioned either Mrs. Forbush or Jason to Robbie.
Then there's a book about them somewhere around the house.
Well, if there is, I haven't seen it.
You must have had one of those imaginary conversations out loud, the way you do sometimes. And Robbie overheard you when you thought he was asleep.
Oh, Bert, I don't do that anymore, and I don't see how he could possibly have been listening the night I talked to Mrs. Forbush.
Marge, there is no Mrs. Forbush.
How would you know? You weren't here.
Honey, we're taking this whole thing too seriously. Mrs. Forbush lived nearly 200 years ago, so she can't be hanging around here now.
I suppose you're right.
That's my girl. Give us a smile.
Well, I'm trying.
Now, repeat after me. No more conversations with Mrs. Forbush.
No more conversations with Lavinia Forbush.
Where'd you get that cookie first name?
Well, she told me.
Okay. No more conversations with Lavinia Forbush.
And what will we tell Robbie?
bought me. He's teaching me how to catch fish.
Oh, well, it looks as though you bought out the store. But did you get my groceries?
Yep. Groceries are all right here. But hold off on the steak. We just may come back with something very special for the frying pan.
Look, Mom, my very own rod. Did you ever see one of these? This is a reel.
Yes, dear. It looks like a very nice reel. Where will you use it? Down at the wharf?
Nope. We're going to get Rob off to a really good start. I've rented a boat.
What kind of boat?
Oh, just a putt-putt. You know, one of those flat-bottom jobs with an outboard motor.
But you aren't going out to sea.
Sure. Well, look at it, Marge. Smooth as glass.
What do you know about the tides and the currents?
Marge, we aren't planning a trip to China.
Where are you going?
To that island. It's so clear today, you can see it from here. Don't you worry about a thing. See? I bought him a life jacket, and he's going to wear it every minute of the time. We promise, don't we, Rob?
Sure, Pop. Promise me you won't go far?
I told you, we're only going out to that island. Well, Mr. Smith said the fishing is good. What did he say the island's called?
Hiram's Hideaway.
Oh, yeah. Sorry I asked.
Have a good time.
If you stand on the porch with the binoculars, you can watch us most of the way.
Well, Mrs. Desmond, I'm sorry you did not heed my warning.
Oh, no, please don't come back.
I've not been away.
But I don't want to talk to you. It was bad enough that you upset me, but you had no right to bother my son.
It was you who interfered, Mrs. Desmond. You and your husband. You spoiled it all. I was trying to save your son before this happened.
Nothing has happened, Mrs. Forbush, and I won't let you alarm me anymore.
But you are alarmed, Mrs. Desmond, and well you might be. Why did you let him go? See, they are already out of sight. And if you don't act quickly, you'll never see either your husband or your son again.
This time it seems more likely that the predictions of the ghostly Mrs. Forbush may come true. Marjorie is a worrier, but after all, Bert is not a seasoned sailor, and Robbie can't swim. No, they're not setting off for China, but they are tempting fate. And it's too late to turn back now. It is a calm and beautiful day at Captain's Cove, and it looks as though the fears of Marjorie Desmond were totally unfounded. Father and son have explored the island. A whole new world has opened up for a boy who has been housebound much of his life. And Bert is savoring the joys of feeling a new closeness to his son. It is late afternoon, and they are heading back reluctantly to the mainland.
Hey, Dad, can we do this every day? I'm going to catch a bigger one next time.
For a first try, you did very well. Maybe we can go deep sea fishing someday.
Maybe tomorrow. Could we?
Hey, we're doing all right with these smaller fellows. Flounder's good eating. You'll see.
Bet Mom will be surprised. We caught 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, Dad, remember what you promised about that rock?
Oh, it's late, Rob. I think we better not.
But you promised, Dad. Honest, it'll only take a minute.
Well, I'm not sure I can get right up to the rock. The water's starting to get a bit choppy. Where was it you saw that piece of driftwood you wanted?
Up there, see? Looks just like a couple of deer's horns.
Otherwise known as antlers.
Only I'm going to turn it into whatever that other word is. Scrim, you know. Hey, stop the boat, Dad. It's right up there.
I can't just stop the boat, Rob. There's no place to anchor.
I could almost reach it if I stood on the seat.
Get down, young man. Now, what did I tell you? There's a tricky tide around here. You'll come back some other time.
Oh, but Dad, that piece of wood will be gone. Sometimes the waves go all over those rocks. I'll never find a piece like that one.
Oh. I'll try again. It's calmer over on this side.
Slow down some more, Dad.
But there's no way to come in.
Like that flat place on the rock. You slow way down it, and then I'll jump off and get it.
Is your life jacket on tight?
Sure, Dad.
Okay, then. Be very, very careful. I'll idle the motor while you jump off. Grab your piece of driftwood and jump right back.
Here I go.
Uh-oh. The motor's died. And the boat's drifting. You stay right there, Rob, while I get it started.
Yes. I want to speak to someone at the boathouse down by the pier. The place where you rent boats to go fishing. Hello? Hello, this is Mrs. Desmond. My husband and son, are they there? No, they rented a boat from you this morning to go to the island. Well, I expected them back long before this, and I was afraid something might have happened. Well, I know it isn't late, but it is beginning to look stormy, and I can't see the island anymore. Could you send someone out to look for them? The Coast Guard Patrol? How do I reach them? No, thank you. I'll go to their station down on the beach.
No use going to the Coast Guard station, Mrs. Desmond. They've taken the cutter and gone in the other direction.
But Bert and Rob, I'm afraid they're in trouble.
They are in trouble, Mrs. Desmond. Out by Dead Man's Rock.
Then we must send someone after them.
No one to send, unless we do it ourselves.
How can we?
I've done it before, and if the two of us pull together...
What are you talking about?
The rowboat over there. Can you handle an oar?
Well, once I knew how to row, I'm not sure that I...
Hurry, Mrs. Desmond. Before the storm sets in, I'm aboard.
Well, an old boatway. It's half full of water.
No time to be choosy. You fit this oar in the lock while I shove off with the other one.
There's a hole in the bottom of this boat, Mrs. Forbush. This is madness. We'll never make it.
Pull, Mrs. Desmond. Pull.
Sea is getting rough.
Aye. A storm is brewing.
We must turn back.
Too late, Mrs. Desmond. Too late. We must fulfill our mission.
That rock seems further and further away.
Oh, Mrs. Desmond. Pull your oar.
It's no use, Mrs. Forbush. We're going to sink.
Stay away from that warning bell.
The boat is sinking, Mrs. Forbush. It's going straight to the bottom. We'll have to swim for it. Swim for the buoy.
Save yourself, Mrs. Desmond. I don't know how to swim.
I've got hold of it. Mrs. Forbush. Mrs. Forbush. Help! Help!
Stay right there, Rob, until I can get closer. I can't seem to get this darn motor started.
Hello?
Who are you?
Hiram Forbush, at your service.
Captain Forbush?
Are you in difficulty?
Can't seem to get this stupid motor started.
Give me wind and sails any time.
But they're not going to help me now. My son and I...
Is your boy over yonder?
Yes. I should never have let him off on the rock.
Dead Man's Rock's a dangerous place to be. But one of my men will get him.
I'll be very grateful for anything you can do. We have to get home. Couldn't you put us ashore in a rowboat?
Can't spare the men to take down a longboat. And my only rowboat was most rotted away. So I left it back on the beach.
Oh, there must be some way. I'll pay you very well.
All the money I want is out where we're going. And we can't stay around here any longer. So climb aboard and...
No, I'll take my boy back in this boat, and someone else will come along, or they'll send the Coast Guard to look for us.
You won't last long in that thing. There's a storm coming up.
Then please, send up some kind of a signal, a flare, a rocket,
Shoot off a cannon and rouse the whole town. No need for that. We're not in any trouble.
But we are. My son and I. You know how it is. I believe you have a son.
I always wanted a son. Fine boy, this one. Just the right age for a first trip before the mast. Well, I'm giving you your last chance.
Captain Forbush, let's be sensible. I have obligations to meet.
Sounds to me as though you have a guilty conscience. Lively with the sheets, men. She's coming about. Up with the sails and dead ahead.
Come around to the side, Rob, and jump.
I'm scared.
Jump, Rob, jump. That's it, Rob. Hey, dog paddle. The jacket will hold you up. Here, son. Grab my fishing pole.
I got it.
Good boy. Hang on. That's it. Now, get hold of the side of the boat.
Dad, I lost my stick.
Oh, forget it. Easy now. I've got you. Are you all right?
Oh, okay, Dad. Boy. Did you see what I was doing? I was swimming.
Not quite. Here, Rob. Use some of these rags to dry off. I'm going to try this motor one more time.
Rob, you made it.
No, everything's going to be all right.
Hey, Dad, think sometime we could get a sailboat?
I'd rather not think about this just now, Robbie. We've had a close call.
Well, then maybe we could sail off.
Robbie, no more. We're lucky.
Dad, I hear someone calling.
Well, let's not let our imagination get...
Over there, Dad. By that thing standing up in the water.
Good Lord. There's someone clinging to the buoy. Marge, are you warm enough?
Never felt better.
And now, Marge, if you feel up to it, will you please tell us what in the name of heaven you were trying to do?
I started out in a rowboat.
That rickety old rowboat that was down on the beach?
Oh, yes. Did you know it was there? I hadn't seen it before.
That boat must have been 100 years old. Why did you...
I can't explain what was going on in my mind. Or at least you wouldn't understand. You see, I had this awful premonition that something terrible was going to happen to both of you, and that I must row out as far as that rock to save you. Well, the boat sank, and mercifully there was that buoy, and then you came along. Please don't ask me any more questions, because now that you're both safe, all those crazy notions I had are gone forever. But something did happen, didn't it, Bert?
Something happened, all right. We were starting back when the motor conked out. And you won't believe this, Marge, but suddenly everything was deathly still. And out of nowhere came this big old ship, like the one in the model over there. That's right, isn't it, Rob?
Oh, Dad.
And over the rail leaned that face with the cold blue eyes and the bristling red beard. None other than Captain Hiram Forbush.
Oh, you're being mean, Bert, but I guess I deserve this. Go on.
You don't believe me, do you, Marge? But I tell you, there he was, big as life. I begged him to take us back to shore, but he said he was heading for the Caribbees. He had Robbie up on the deck while I was trying to start the motor. And then that sailing ship started to take off. And I looked up, And that's when I yelled to Bobby to jump.
Hey, Dad, that's the best story I ever heard. Now can I tell Mom what really happened?
What really happened?
You see, Mom, it was like this. I saw this piece of wood like antlers on that big rock. And I wanted to make something out of it. You know, some of that scrim stuff. And I begged Dad to let me get it. So he slowed down the boat and I jumped off.
Oh, that was dangerous, Rob.
Well, it would have been all right, except the motor conked out and the boat was drifting away. So I had to jump in the water, or I'd still be on that rock. And, oh, Mom, I was scared. But I almost swam.
A swimming lesson for you tomorrow, Robbie. I promise.
Mom? You tell me something, please?
Yes, dear.
What happened to Mrs. Forbush?
Well, Robbie, why do you ask a question like that?
I've been worried about her. She drowned, didn't she?
Yes, Robbie. She drowned. But that was a long, long time ago.
What happened to Mrs. Forbush was not as important as what happened to the Desmonds. A possessive mother learned she must loosen the bonds with which she held her only child, or live in an ever-present nightmare of fear. And a self-centered father discovered that if he neglected his wife and son, he ran the risk of losing them. Such lessons are learned and sometimes forgotten in strange and frightening ways. The ghost of Mrs. Forbush has been laid to rest. But the captain, since no trace of his ship was ever found, you may see the Desdemona sometime off in the mists on a foggy day. The sights and sounds of the restless ocean stir something deep within the soul. There are countless tales to be told of the sea. We'll look for some, to bring them along with other probings into those things which touch the dark and mysterious recesses of the human mind. Our cast included Patricia Wheel, Gordon Gould, Billy Lou Watt, Mary Jane Higby, and Guy Sorrell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is the BBC Home Service and the British Forces Broadcasting Service. Saturday Night Theatre. We present Jane Wenham as Lynn Harker, Frank Duncan as Jason Flowerdew, John Pullen as Tom Swain, and Marjorie Westbury as Lady Mallerie in Deal with Murder, a play for radio by Peter Cornish. Deal with Murder.
Oh, damn. Oh, I'd better switch this off. Cavendish, 1592.
Miss Harker? Miss Lynn Harker, the painter?
Yes?
Oh, I'm sorry to call you so late, Miss Harker. It's a matter of business.
Oh, Lord, it had to be. Look, do you think it could keep?
How's that?
I was just going to have a bath. I have a theatre date in half an hour.
Oh, I see. Well, I guess we could put the deal on ice.
Oh, bless you. Ring me tomorrow, would you? Oh, but not before 8 in the evening. I shall be out all day.
We'll say 10 o'clock?
Yes, fine. Oh, by the way, this deal, is it a portrait?
Well, no, Miss Harker. It's, well, it's really to do with life and death.
With what?
Well, I'm hoping the two of us can preserve a human life from danger.
Danger? I don't understand.
No, of course you don't, Miss Harker, but I'll explain everything at 10 tomorrow.
But didn't you just say somebody's life was in danger?
That's right.
Well, then who?
Didn't you guess, Miss Harker? Like the song says, it's you
Well, darling, what did you think of it? Liz?
Oh. Sorry, Tom. What did you say?
Act 1. Did you like it?
Oh, very good.
You know, I'd prefer the truth if you don't mind.
Truth?
When my fiancée sits through 40 minutes of riotous farce with never a smile on her face, I'm bound to ask what's up.
Tom, we're not in the courtroom now, so please don't start cross-examining.
I don't have to. I know what's wrong.
But you can't.
But I do. It's Thursday, the day for Dame Hilda's sitting. You're always unbearable afterwards.
Well, thanks.
Look, why don't you chuck the turps at her next time or crown her with a canvas or something?
Dame Hilda's an influential woman. I'm just a struggling artist.
Struggling?
I'm hardly Rembrandt.
I wouldn't marry Rembrandt.
Oh, Tom. Oh, whatever did I do to deserve you?
That sounds like an SOS. On your feet.
Oh, where are we going?
To the theatre bar for an inch of watered gin.
At 4 bob a time.
You'll smile during the second act, or I shall die in the attempt.
Drink's quite good. Still, you should save your money.
How long does it take to save £5,000?
That's rather a cryptic remark for learned counsel to me.
No, not really. I had a chat with Peter Grimston at the assizes today.
Who?
He's the senior partner of Grimston and Lucy, top legal firm. And he offered to take me in.
Oh, Tom.
Be nice, eh? But it takes 5,000 quid for premium.
Oh, darling.
Not to worry. Tough, we barristers. Still, I'd do a lot for that cash at the moment.
I thought you were getting better briefs. That case you're defending in Reading.
Oh, not bad. Oh, by the way, the assizes finish tomorrow, so we can spend the weekend together. Okay with you?
Fine.
What are you staring at?
That man by the bar.
Which?
Tall, with the permed blonde hair, rather too handsome. There, he's turning round to look at us again.
Blow me, he's a friend of mine. He lives in the flat above mine.
Oh, really?
Yes, we were at school together.
But, love, he looks so queer.
I know, but he's not. He's an actor. The hair's natural, and he's pretty good.
Then tonight, is he, what do they call it, resting?
Oh, even the big names rest from time to time.
Oh, and what is his name?
It's Flowerdew. Jason Flowerdew.
Oh, no. Oh, how awful, the poor man.
Lynn, will you shut up? He's coming over.
My dear, I'm simply ablaze with curiosity. What in the world made you pick such a catastrophe?
I take it you're referring to the show, Jason.
What else? Of course, one knows that farce should be played like tragedy, but the effect is intended to be altogether different.
Now, look, Jason...
Oh, yes, Bobbit, I know you think I came here to prattle, whereas, in fact, I came with the most serious intention of presenting myself, Miss Harker. Of course I know who you are, and I'm simply longing to ask if I may bring my little stool and join your queue.
My queue?
It occurred to me that one day there may be a disgusting progeny who will deny that their grandsire was ever beautiful or talented, unless, of course, there's a really gorgeous portrait by you to prove the fact.
Yes, but you see...
Now, I do assure you, Miss Harker, I am quite unparalleled in the matter of sitting still. To say nothing of the help I could be in the arrangement of lights, costume, and, of course, my dashing profile. Now, what do you say?
I'm sorry, it's quite impossible.
Oh, but Miss Harker, why?
Because, Mr. Flowerdew, I don't have a canvas in my studio big enough to fit your swollen head.
Jason, do come and talk to Gordon Hoop. He's wittering about his musical. Oh, why, Tom.
Oh, hello, Lila.
Oh, everybody does look cross.
Miss Harker, may I present my friend, Miss James? Lila, this is Miss Harker.
How do you do?
Miss Harker's an artist.
So I gathered, from the other end of the bar. My dear, you have a remarkably clear voice. It would be an asset to the profession.
Thank you. Now, let me guess, Miss James, what would your profession be?
She's loosely known as an actress.
Loosely?
Oh, darling, what were you saying about Gordon Hoop?
Well, he's found out about the you-know-what.
Oh, honestly, my dears, Lila means that madly secretive orgy we've planned for tonight. Somehow the word is out. We shall be stuffed with third-rate little monsters like Gordon.
You must invite Miss Harker, Jason.
Well, of course, Oh, no, not the bell. Not back-to-back agony.
Now, come along, Jason. Gordon's waving his limp little paw.
Oh, revolting little man. Look, sweeties, if you would care to come, it'll be any time after 10, my place. Now, do try. Oh, God, sweetie, lovely to see you.
All right, then. Let's have the answer.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tom. That kind of man...
I said the answer. It wasn't Jason that made you this way tonight, any more than Dame Hilda. I want to know what's really wrong.
Then damn well what?
Oh, for goodness sake, Lynn, we're going to be married one day. Won't you ever learn to cry on my shoulder?
Oh, that's the second bell. There isn't
Well,
time.
we'll cut the show.
Oh, no, Tom.
Well, you do want to tell me, don't you?
Well...
Well, then I know an Italian restaurant which has gorgeous food. Now, come on, let's go.
But, Tom, a phone call like that is not made by a harmless crank.
Look, if he's some kind of crook extorting money with menaces, wouldn't he check on your resources first? And wouldn't he discover you hadn't the cash?
He might think I could find it.
Where?
My family.
Oh, come off it, Lynn. I distinctly remember you said your only living relative was some tatty old aunt who reared you down in Sussex.
Aunt Nina, yes.
Well, if she died 5 years ago, like you said...
Yes, but she didn't.
What?
Tom, I lied to you. Aunt Nina's not dead, and no one could call her poor.
Oh, that's nice.
Tom, did you ever hear of the Seaton shipping line?
I should hope I did.
Yes, well, Aunt Nina holds 2/3 of the stock.
What?
Her father, my grandfather, founded the firm.
Look, I don't get this. If your only relative's filthy rich, why keep it dark?
Because we had a terrible quarrel 5 years ago over my wanting to be a painter. When I walked out, she cut me off.
Over a thing like that?
Oh, Nina's always been very much her father's daughter.
Oh, that's the chap who founded the firm?
Diagoras Seaton, yes.
Ooh, wow, what a name.
Half Scot, half Greek. His brain and his will came from cold Caledonia. His passions out of Sophocles.
Oh, how his family must have loved him.
His wife died after the third child. Nina was the eldest, and then my Uncle Ralph, and lastly my mother. Diagoras ran their lives like he ran his business. In fact, he married Nina off to the boss of a rival firm, an elderly baronet.
Didn't she kick?
No. I told you she was like her father, thought the marriage her duty. Besides, being rather plain and almost 30, I think she quite fancied becoming Lady Mallerie. It was the other 2 children who came to grief.
Your Uncle Ralph and your mother?
Yes. Poor Ralph was much too wild to become a tycoon. In the end, he ran off to marry an actress. That was in 1932.
What did Diagoras do?
He disinherited him, and then he set out quite coldly to ruin him. Ralph died in 1934.
Oh, boy. I pity your mother.
In fact, she was rather bright. She just waited for her 21st birthday, and 2 days after she married a penniless author in a registry office.
Did Diagoras go into the usual routine?
Yes, he cut them off. Luckily, he died of a stroke almost at once. Rage, I suppose.
So that left Nina with all the cash?
Yes, and in 1940, when my parents were killed, she took me in.
Ah, now I get the picture. She just acted like Diagoras when you said you meant to leave the nest.
Yes, or... Well, that's what I thought.
Huh?
I've had a letter from her inviting me down to Frimley tomorrow.
No, not a reconciliation.
I don't know. Look, it's in my bag. You'd better read it. Here.
Typewritten.
She always uses a typewriter. Arthritis in her hands.
I see. Now, my dear Lynette, I cannot suppose this letter will be welcome.
Believe me, it is no pleasure to write. However, since certain business matters have arisen which must urgently be discussed, it is vital you should be at Frimley tomorrow. The 3:00 train from Waterloo arrives in Fulham by 4. Billy will meet you. I have nothing to say until we do meet, so do not phone the house. You may confirm this arrangement through Mr. Thrale, your affectionate Aunt Nina.
Well, Tom?
I don't know. Who's Billy, for a start?
The chauffeur handyman, been with Aunt Nina since he was a stable boy.
Yeah. And Thrale?
The family solicitor.
Well, when you confirmed with him, did he tell you anything?
No, he was carefully vague.
Urgent business matters could mean anything. Lynn, there's only one way to find out, and that's to go.
So you don't think that call I had was a clue? I mean, that someone's found out that I may be patching it up with Nina?
Oh, it's wildly unlikely. And what's more, if that joker really means to ring you tomorrow at 10, you could have the police listening in to trace the call.
I never thought of that.
The trouble with you is you let yourself get morbid. Now, I have a cure for this.
Everyone, sparkling lemonade, that scintillating yellow Lucas.
Jason, can it be Lila needs you? She's jumping up and down.
Oh, my dear, I'll think she does. Gordon, take the bottle, darling. Passport to popularity. Excuse me. Oh, sorry, Poppy. Don't get up, sweetie. I'll get over you. I love you, Lila, but is it important?
We need one of gin, one of whiskey, and a vermouth for the cup, and I dare not leave the bar.
Right. Talk to Gordon while I get it, would you?
Oh, no.
Well.
Oh, hello, Jason. Hope you don't mind us in here.
Not if you don't mind me getting under the bed.
What?
For the emergency supply, we invited about 18 and there's good 50 outside.
Oh, boo.
Yes. We keep it under the bed. Amazing how people miss the more obvious places.
Mr. Flowerdew.
Oh, do call me Jason.
I'm sorry I snapped at you tonight.
Oh, not at all my fault entirely.
Jason, why do you behave like a chorus boy?
Well, camouflage. With a name like Flowerdew, people expect an idiot. Haven't you noticed when folk meet someone they take to be a fool, they always relax and become themselves? Awfully handy for me to know what they're really like.
So tonight I showed you my frightful temper.
Yes. And a bit more than that.
Oh, what?
I think you were scared.
You know, I think you rather scare me.
Really? Oh, well, I suppose we are rather a terrifying profession. Much too observant, vain, ruthless. We lie superbly. There's hardly a move we make without we plan the effect. Yes, I'd hate to think of a really good actor planning a crime.
Would he do so well?
He knows people. He could use them like a director planning a production. See all the moves in advance. The props, the disguises.
Disguises?
Well, a disguised voice, perhaps. Say, the sinister Mr. X on the telephone. Of course, my hypothetical actor would also make a splendid detective, for just the same reason.
Thank you, Jason. If we ever need one, we'll come to you.
But how will you know I'm on the side of good?
Tom, I really think we should be going.
Oh, surely not.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jason. You see, Lynn has to meet these people tomorrow.
Well, Billy, how do I look?
Cityfied, that's what. Still, bar else, I reckon you're about the same.
Bless you, Billy. So are you. Even this terrible car. Billy, tell me, how is Aunt Nina?
Not so bobbish, if you want the truth.
Is the arthritis worse?
Worse? When she hadn't sat a horse 2 years and her the gun for 3. Why else do you think she shut off all them upstairs rooms? If it wasn't beyond her to get there.
Then where does she sleep?
Bed's down next library now.
Well, if it suits her.
It's not a suit her gal. It's a suit Miss Terry.
Who?
Miss Terry. New housekeeper, companion, dunno what all. Been here ever since Mrs. Young took off 3 years ago.
Sounds as if you don't like her.
Well, I just reckon she's a bit of a mystery, that's all.
In what way?
Well, you tell me why Young goes round old-fashioned clothes, rare scrag back in a bun, never looks a man in the face. Could be a looker, should she try.
She's young, then.
No more than 30. And I see a bit of passion still in them brown eyes hers. Know what I reckon? Crossed in love, she were. She come to Frimley for to lick her wound.
Well, that's not a crime, Billy.
Well, then you should see the way she rules the roost. Trained nurse, we've told she is. So, the old devil mustn't do that, mustn't do this. The new ideas, you have to have a new telephone.
Well, there always was a telephone.
Nah, I mean an external one.
What?
For the library, me in the harness room.
Oh?
To save me unnecessary journeys, says she. Keep me out of the house, says I. There's no use talking. Your aunt's that fond of her, you'd think she was under a spell.
I can hardly wait to meet Miss Terry.
Oh, you'll have to, though. It's her afternoon off.
Oh, Billy.
No, don't go jogging me arm. You'll have me off on the road.
They've widened it, haven't they?
6 mile now without them loops. You do the run in 15 minutes.
It's unbelievable. Frimley. And it's just the same.
I reckon that's kept the grounds amazing well. Help's hard to find.
Then who's that working over there by the lake on the tractor?
Well, that's Bob Hazelring, new home farm tenant.
But the tenant shouldn't work in the park.
Bob has to. The old girl made a condition of the lease. He do so many hours a week heavy work here.
Oh, that's hard.
Bob hates the very sight of her, he do.
Oh, Billy, look, the house. Oh, the sun reflected in all its windows. Like a welcome. Do you think I'll find one, Billy?
Here you are, then. Home again.
Billy?
Mr. Frail on the steps. Coming for to take you in. Best hurry, not keep him waiting.
Yes. I'll see you again, Billy.
6:15 sharp. I'm to drive you to Frodham. Catch the 6:5.
Miss Harker, there you are. Come along in. Your aunt is waiting in the library.
How are you, Mr. Thrale?
Oh, a bit bronchial, you know. Step in.
Thank you. In the library, did you say?
Miss Harker, wait.
Yes?
There's something I have to tell you.
Well?
I scarcely know how to begin.
Lynette?
Oh, dear.
My aunt's waited 5 years to see me, Mr. Thrale. She can surely wait another minute.
Mr. Thrale, send that girl in.
Yes, Lady Mallerie. Please go to her. I'll speak to you later.
But aren't you coming?
No, I'm to wait here till I'm called.
Lynette!
Here, Nina.
Good luck, my dear.
Oh, thanks.
Come in and close the door. There's a draft through this room like a tornado. What was it talking about out there?
Three? Oh, bronchitis.
Oh. Well, come from the gloom, girl. Let me see you.
You need more light in here.
Thank you. I need no light. Sit over there. Or did you plan a dutiful embrace? Oh, shivering, I see. Nervous, are you?
No. But it's cold in here.
It will remain so. I don't care for a roaring fire. Do you know why I wanted to see you? You and Thrale?
No.
Ah, the question of my will never crossed your mind, eh?
Nina, certain things were said 5 years ago.
Oh, they can cancel the fact that your mother was my sister, or you my only blood relation.
I suppose they wouldn't.
Perhaps you're sorry to be back here.
I still prefer my own way of life.
Oh, that dream of independence. Just like your mother. And your Uncle Ralph with his little actress. All of you so sure that money only stifles. Well, how's it been to have none?
Not always easy.
5 years ago, you wouldn't have told me that. But then, perhaps I shouldn't have shown you this.
What is it? I can't quite see.
Oh, take it then. Look at it. Well, go on.
It's a revolver.
A week ago, I intended to use it upon myself.
You?
Impossible to imagine, isn't it? That I might come bitterly to regret driving you from here. That I actually might want you back again to end my solitude.
You never told me so.
No, because the very thing that parted us was the family pride, the Seton temper. Don't you see? Its power took me to the point where I was prepared to lay that cold barrel against my temple rather than admit I was wrong.
Oh, Nina.
Ridiculous, wasn't it? To be afraid to tell you I was wrong. Sorry that I needed you. Even when I longed to hear you say you needed me.
Oh, Nina, if you only knew how many times
No, don't commit yourself. First, hear my terms. I ask only that you should come here sometimes.
Of course.
And sometimes, perhaps, let me help you just a little with money.
But, Nina...
Now, please, let me prove myself. Let me show how generous I can be. Any reasonable sum, it is yours, I promise. What do you say?
Then, Nina, there's someone I love. He has a wonderful opportunity if he can only raise £5,000.
You know, my niece, you've made me very happy. Now, give me back that gun. And call in Mr. Thrale. I have an amusing plan in mind. No, go on. Call him in.
Very well. Will you come in, Mr. Thrale?
Yes, of course.
Mr. Thrale, I have explained certain facts to my niece. Now it is your turn. Kindly proceed.
Lady Mallerie, I'm still most uncertain that your course is a wise one.
Perhaps you prefer me to find another lawyer.
Please go on, Mr. Thrale.
Well, Miss Harker, entirely against my advice, your Aunt Lady Mallerie feels that the time has come for certain obligations to be...
get on with it, man.
That her obligations should be focused elsewhere.
I don't understand.
Don't you? Don't you, my dear niece? What he's telling you is perfectly simple. You are not going to get my money. I am leaving it to Edith Terry, not to you.
It's a trick. Oh, a stupid, spiteful trick.
Stupid, you think? At least I've seen beneath that proud pose of independence. I know you doubt yourself, that you need my money.
I hope it pleases you.
One thing pleases me, that the will's drafted and will be signed tomorrow. All my money to Edith.
Oh, Nina. Poor Nina.
Poor? Not I. I've found someone at last who knows the meaning of unselfish devotion.
Unselfish? You really think your Miss Terry hasn't worked to get your money?
Get out of my house.
That will be a pleasure.
Let us hope it is a pleasure to walk to Frodham, for Billy shan't drive you, I tell you that.
Good.
Miss Harker, I should be happy to offer you a lift.
You will remain, Mr. Thrale. We have further business.
Don't worry, Mr. Thrale. I'm quite accustomed to making my own way.
Hey, you want a lift?
Are you going to Frodham?
Sure. Climb aboard.
Oh, thanks.
That's that. Well, you didn't figure to run the 6 miles, did you?
Why, I'd hoped for a lift. I have to catch a train.
What time's it leave?
5:05.
Well, it's a 4:45 right now. With the new road and all, we should make it. So, anchors away. jerk! Did you see that guy? He might have run us down.
You pulled out without signal.
Oh. Oh, well, maybe. I guess I'm a little high tonight. Last night in England kind of celebration. I'd be okay stateside, but here they drive the wrong way around, you know.
I'm sure.
That'd be just my crummy luck to crash my last day. This is a hire car. Taking it back to town before I leave. You want to know something? I've been looking for an English date for a week, and my last evening she shows. It's my crummy luck.
Mind that car.
Whoops, okay. You're kind of nervy, ain't you? I'm a real cool boy behind the wheel.
That was Station Road. You've passed it.
Oh, Station Road.
Will you please stop the car? I want to get out.
Stop it? We were just getting acquainted.
My train. I shall miss it.
Oh, yeah. Look, I could drive you all the way. Hey, where are you going?
Oh, damn. Oh, wait, please.
In here, be sharp.
Oh, thanks. I thought I'd lost it.
So you're running. So open door. They'll never start if there's a door open.
Shut that door!
There. You all right?
Yes, I think so.
Ah, then we can say mission accomplished, eh? There, we're off. Non-stop for Waterloo.
Yes.
Oh, here. I say, I never thought.
What?
Well, you don't mind, do you? I mean, us being alone like this. Two strangers in the same compartment. I've enjoyed our talk. Well, it passed the time light, didn't it?
It certainly did. We're almost at Waterloo, Mr.
Mike. Call me Mike.
I'm Lynn Harker.
Well, I will say you look a bit more cheerful now.
Oh?
Well, when you got in at Prodham, I reckon you'd hadn't had a bit of a barney with boyfriend or something.
It was an aunt, to be exact.
Oh, relations. Best off we out, I'd say.
My aunt would agree with you. She's cut me out of her will.
Get away. Still, it could be for best. You know, for 23 years, everyone in my mum's family went in fear and trembling my great Auntie Mabel would change her will. And when it come to it, you know what she left? A moth-eaten three-piece suite, one of them black marble clocks, and £31.10 in a cocoa tin.
Good evening, George.
Good evening, miss.
Lift working yet?
You're all right now, miss. Oh, by the way, you're Mr. Swain coming at 7:15.
Huh?
Oh, I took the liberty to let him in the studio. I knew you wouldn't be long.
Oh, thank you, George. I'm glad you did.
Word, it's a bit chilly down here in the fire. Only had this friend with him, you see.
A friend? Do you know who?
No, miss. Can't say I do.
Tom?
In here, Lynn.
Sorry I'm late, darling. Did you give your friend a drink? Well, did you?
Lynn, he's not... I mean, we've only just met.
I'm a police officer, Miss Harker. Detective Sergeant Harvey, North Sussex CID.
What do you want?
I'm afraid I have bad news for you, miss. It's Lady Mallerie, your aunt.
Lynn, she's dead.
Dead? Nina, but I was with her.
We understood so, miss. It was very sudden.
You mean a stroke, like her father?
No, miss. At 5:15 this afternoon, your aunt, Lady Mallerie, was murdered.
Oh, Miss Harker, Mr. Swain. I'm Inspector Davis.
How do you do?
Now, Miss Harker, you know everyone but Miss Terry, I understand?
Yes, she was out when I was here this afternoon.
How do you do, Miss Harker?
How do you do?
Oh, and this gentleman here is Mr. Hazelrig, the home farm tenant.
Pleased to meet you, miss.
Good. Then shall we sit down? I've brought you together to make it easier to reconstruct the tragic event of this afternoon. Group questioning is a great time saver. Now, of course, each of you has the right to refuse to be questioned before the others, should he or she so wish. No one? Good. Then the facts are these. Lady Mallerie was shot through the back of the head as she sat here by the fire at precisely 5:15 this afternoon. You'll see the reason for my precision as we continue. we've good reason to suppose that the assailant escaped through one of those French doors, which were found open immediately after the crime. Well, how he entered the house, we have no idea. But afterwards, amongst the trees and in this mist, he'd have good cover. I shall want to ask each one of you what your movements were up to and immediately after the killing. Not because anyone is necessarily suspect, but simply to clear the ground. I hope that's understood.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Thrale, when we spoke informally, I believe you told me you arrived at Frimley Hall somewhere before 4 o'clock.
I think about 20 to 4, Inspector.
Dead on, sir. I was waiting for you to come so that I could leave to meet Miss Lynette.
Well, why should you wait for Mr. Thrale to arrive?
Well, sir, I couldn't leave her ladyship on her own.
So, as Mr. Thrale arrived at 20 to 4, you left to meet Miss Harker.
That I did, sir.
Now, the run to Frodham's about a quarter of an hour. If you met Miss Harker at 4, you must have been back here by, say, 4:20?
No, I was, sir.
Mr. Thrale, that means you were here alone with Lady Mallerie for 40 minutes.
Yes, until Miss Harker arrived.
And during that time, what business was discussed?
Lady Mallerie told me she wished to change her will.
In what respect?
Her desire was to revoke the previous will entirely and bequeath all she had to Miss Terry.
Oh,
Miss Terry, were you aware of this?
no. I'm astonished to hear it.
Was it news to you, Mr. Thrale?
Not altogether. I think I sensed an important decision when Lady Mallerie rang me 2 days ago to fix the appointment.
In what way?
There was a certain mystery. Miss Harker was to come, but she was to confirm the appointment with me, not at the house. Indeed, I was not to ring the house either, and I was to give Miss Harker no information.
You were in the dark, then, till this afternoon?
Yes. We had begun merely by discussing certain matters of investment. Then, without warning, she produced a typewritten sheet on which she had made a complete redraft of her will. She ordered me to have it drawn up as soon as possible, as she wished it to be witnessed tomorrow.
What was her reason for this change of heart?
That Miss Terry had proved loyal and deserving, whereas Miss Harker had not.
And what did you think of this?
I disapproved most strongly. Oh, I had nothing against Miss Terry, but the action, when it concerned so very large a sum of money, seemed to be quite irresponsible. However, there was no time to argue, as just then Billy arrived back.
What happened then?
Lady Mallerie stated she wished to interview her niece alone, so I waited in the hall.
For how long?
Possibly 10 minutes.
And then?
Then I was called in, and Lady Mallerie told me to repeat the terms of the will to her niece, which understandably made her very angry. I attempted to ameliorate the situation, but without success.
I believe you said earlier that Miss Harker was ordered from the house and denied even a car to take her to Frodham.
Yes, Lady Mallerie also detained me so that I, too, could not assist Miss Harker.
What was the time she left?
I think roughly 20 to 5.
Oh, yes, it must have been, because I arrived at Frodham in time to catch the 5:05 to Waterloo.
We'll return to that later. Now, Mr. Thrale, when did you leave Lady Mallerie?
About 5 to 5.
Are you positive of the time?
All I know is that I was back in my office by 5:15 to keep an appointment.
Well, I knows Mr. Thrale left at 5 to 5, because I seen his tail lamps going off down a drive, and I looks out me harness room window.
Ah, it was then, I think you said, Billy, that Lady Mallerie rang you on the internal telephone.
Ah, she rang me that very minute to say Miss Lynette had already left, and I wouldn't be needed. So then I asked her, does she want me to sit with her, same as always, till Miss Terry get back at 6?
But she refused.
That she did. Said she on no can't be disturbed.
So we know she was alive just before 5 o'clock. Now, I want you to tell me again exactly what happened during the next 20 minutes.
Wow, first few minutes Bob and me was brewing up, having a little chat.
Fridays, Inspector, I comes out to Billy special for here the cereal. What I'm used to call children's I doesn't listen at home, see, because me wife to laugh.
Yeah, all right. You came to hear the serial at 5:15. And then?
You tell him, Billy.
Why, sir? I'm just turning on the wireless about a minute to 4, quarter past, when the telephone rings. Well, Bob weren't none too pleased, I'll tell you.
Oh, why she had to pick this time?
Blowed if I know. Yes, milady?
Billy,
Yes, milady?
get your rifle, Billy.
My... Get what?
Get your rifle and come over at once. Hurry, man. There's someone outside. Quickly, Billy. Ah!
So you actually heard the shot?
I did, sir. Bob and all. And we legs it all to the house. But we was too late.
Did you ring the police at once?
Bob done that, sir. I goes to get out the killer through them Frenchy doors.
Well, what hope had you of seeing anyone in the dark and with a thickening mist?
Well, I knows the ground, don't I?
Yes, but there are 3 ways at least he could have gone. Down the drive, back round the house, or up the track to the home farm.
Aye, sir. But then when I thinks, I reckon he'd make for main road. Especially if he come by car.
So you went that way?
I did, sir. But there weren't nothing to see.
Well, at least we know where you, Mr. Hazelrig, and Mr. Thrale were at 5:15. So, Miss Terry, let's turn to you.
Yes.
At 5:15, where were you?
In the Pantheon Cinema at Frodham.
You'd left the hall at 2 o'clock, I believe.
Yes. I caught a bus outside the gates.
So you'd be in Frodham by about 2:20.
I suppose so. I was in good time for the film at 2:30.
I thought the cinema opened at 1.
It does. But the second feature's often bad, so I usually go into the main film first, and then if I don't like the second feature, I can come out early.
But in this case, you saw the whole program.
Yes.
Now, the program today ran 3 hours, so you must have left the Pantheon at, say, 5:30.
Well, I easily caught the 5:45 bus back.
And found us here when you returned at 6:05. Well, I expect it won't be hard to check with the bus conductors both ways. But I wonder if you were seen in the cinema.
Well, I imagine so. It's not a big place, and being afternoon, it wasn't crowded.
That leaves us with you then, Miss Harker, doesn't it? First, from the time of your arrival here at 4:20, is there anything you'd like to add that we haven't heard?
I'd like to say one thing.
Yes?
When Mr. Thrale said I was angry, it wasn't about losing the money. I was angry because of the trick my aunt had played.
Trick?
She had pretended she wanted a reconciliation. When I admitted I'd be glad of one, she told me the truth about the will.
That seems unusually vindictive.
I think her illness had made her so.
No doubt. Now, Miss Harker, will you tell me in your own words what you did from the moment you left here up to the moment you arrived in your flat at Regent's Park?
It was 20 to 5 when I left.
By the front door or that French door?
The front. I went down the drive.
I suppose in the dark you'd not notice anyone.
Oh, apart from that, I was too angry. In fact, I'd got to the gates before I remembered that I hadn't said goodbye to Billy.
But you didn't turn back.
Well, I nearly did, and then I glanced at my watch and saw that if I hurried, I'd a chance to catch the 5:05 back to Waterloo.
Just 1 hour earlier than had been intended.
Yes.
Weren't you rather optimistic in hoping to make the 6 miles to Frodham in 20 minutes?
Well, there was a lot of traffic on the road. I got a lift almost at once from an American.
Can you identify this American?
Not by name.
Well, then can you describe him?
He was about 26, blonde, square-faced, and he was rather drunk.
Yet you accepted a lift from him?
It didn't show till we moved off.
He drove badly?
Well, the first thing he did was just miss a big blue and white van that was overtaking. In fact, the whole journey was pretty awful.
Do you remember what sort of car he had?
Yes, I'm good at cars. It was a Pontiac, pale green. I remember he said it was hired. He was driving it back to town because...
Well?
Because it was his last day in England.
I see. So even if this man was sober enough to recall the precise time he gave you a lift, he may well be out of the country by now. All right, Miss Harker. Tell me about the rest of the journey.
Well, he dropped me at the bottom of Station Road in Frodham. I ran into the station and found the Waterloo train just about to leave.
Would a ticket collector or porter remember you?
He might do, but with the rush hour, the station was pretty crowded.
Quite. Now, when did you arrive at Waterloo?
6:05. It was dead on time.
Miss Harker, do you remember my sergeant phoned me from your flat?
I do.
He told me you'd returned a moment or so after 7:30.
That's right.
Now, your flat's in Regent's Park. From Waterloo on the tube to Regent's Park is only a matter of minutes, but you, it seems, took an hour and a half.
I was talking to a friend.
I see. Where was this?
In the bar on Waterloo Station.
Perhaps I might have the friend's name and address?
I'm afraid you can't.
Why not?
He was just a man I'd met on the train. I knew nothing about him except his name was Mike.
Yet you sat in this bar with him for over an hour.
Oh, look, I know it sounds silly, but somehow we got talking on the train. And just before we arrived, I started to tell him about my row with Aunt Nina. I think he sensed I wanted to finish the story, so on the platform he suggested a drink.
Can you give me any definite point of information about this man?
He was about 30, dark-haired, a northern accent, brown eyes and a small moustache. He was wearing a gabardine mackintosh, and he had a suitcase.
At what point on the line did he get into your compartment?
He was already there at Frodham. He'd held the door open for me to delay the train.
Was anyone else in the compartment?
No, the train was almost empty.
Did this Mike tell you where he was going?
Well, he may have set up north. I'm not sure.
And there's nothing else about him you can tell me after a total of 2 hours' conversation?
I'm sorry, no.
I see. Well, thank you, Miss Harker.
Is that all?
For the moment. In fact, everyone's free to go. We'll notify time of inquest.
Thank you, Inspector. I shall be in my room, should you want me.
Lynn, how do you feel?
I'm all right.
Oh, give me, Mr. Swain. Miss Harker, I forgot to ask. Are you returning to town tonight?
No, not tonight. In fact, I may have to stay on here for several days.
Oh, family matters, yes, of course. We can reach you here at the hall, then.
No, not at the house. I couldn't.
We'll be putting up locally, Inspector.
Well, if you want a good hotel, sir, I could recommend the Raven at Frodham.
I'd already decided that would be a good place. Thanks, Inspector.
How did you manage, Tom?
Oh, charm prevailed. We've 2 single rooms, one with bath, both with box spring.
Do you think we'll sleep?
Oh, poor darling. It's been a terrible day for you.
Oddly enough, it isn't the murder that counts. I haven't yet taken that in.
Then what?
It's a feeling I have that Inspector Davis didn't believe a word I said.
Oh, the famous official manner, my love. Why shouldn't he?
But what happens if they don't find that American or the Northerner I met on the train?
If they find the real murderer, they may never have to.
And if not?
You're tired, and we both need a drink. Waiter.
Yes, sir?
2 gins and tonic.
Right away, sir.
Tom, if you were Davis, would you think I was lying?
Not for a moment. You weren't smooth enough, for one thing. No, if I were Davis, I'd take a long, hard look at Miss Terry.
Oh, but, Tom, she had no motive. Besides, she was miles away.
Well, maybe. But what I mean is, she was altogether too self-possessed. Wasn't she supposed to adore your aunt?
Well, so Billy said. We don't know.
But how would you feel if you were told you'd nearly been left a fortune and then had lost it again?
I imagine her kind is born to suffering and endurance.
Oh, don't you believe it? Did you notice her eyes?
Billy said there was passion still in them. Is that what you saw?
No, Lynn. What I saw was hatred.
Hatred? But who for?
Your drink, sir.
Oh, thanks. How much?
5 shillings, sir, if you please.
Here you are.
Thank you, sir.
Well, here's how.
Cheers.
You know, I'm absolutely starving.
Oh, Tom. Oh, you are wonderful. All right. Get some sandwiches.
Oh, I can do better than that.
Oh, you won't at 10 o'clock at night at Frodden.
Have you forgotten the fish and chip shop down the road?
Oh, no, Tom, I couldn't walk a step.
Oh, that's all right. I'll nip out and smuggle the stuff back in the briefcase. Illicit fish and chips in the bedroom.
Sounds wonderful.
Well, you stay here and tipple then. Don't get yourself picked up.
Miss Harker?
Yes?
Phone call for you, miss.
For me?
Box 2, miss. Down the hall by reception.
Oh, thanks. Hello?
Good evening, Miss Harker.
You?
Well, you seem surprised. After all, we did arrange for 10 o'clock.
How did you know I was here?
Oh, now, Miss Harker, from the moment you received your aunt's letter, a certain mechanism was set in motion. It's quite inevitable you should be there, just as it was for me to be in the library at Frimley this afternoon at 5:15.
Oh, no, that's too horrible.
You are too harsh. I killed with kindness. In the words of that poem of Browning, no pain felt she.
The man in that poem was insane.
I, on the other hand, have a most definite aim in view.
Aim? What aim?
That you should take the blame.
What are you talking about?
The deal I mentioned, Miss Harker. I'm telling you now that unless certain conditions are fulfilled, you will never see those 2 witnesses, the blonde American and the talkative Northerner.
What?
It is my intention that sooner or later you will pay for those witnesses whom I have, detained.
You really think I shan't tell the police about this?
You must do as you please. In the meantime, I shall be glad if you'll tell Mr. Swain I propose to call him at his flat tomorrow evening.
Well, why should you call Tom?
Because, Miss Harker, to put it tactfully, by then you won't be available.
Now, let's take it calmly, Miss Harker. About what time was this call?
Just after 10 last night.
I'd like to lay my hands on him. Lynette was almost hysterical when I got back.
But you both left reporting the matter till this morning.
Well, I tell you, she was at breaking point. Besides, we knew by then the call couldn't be traced.
You say this call was the second you'd received?
Yes, the first was at my flat on Thursday.
Why didn't you tell me about it at Frimley last night?
It seemed to have no connection with the murder then. The call had been threatening but obscure. We decided to ignore it unless it was repeated.
And why did this caller threaten you on the first occasion, but claim he'd murdered your aunt on the second?
Both times he mentioned a deal. At first, obscurely. It was only last night he told me that the murder had been done to implicate me.
How?
Unless I paid, he said he would withhold the 2 witnesses who could prove I wasn't at Frimley at 5:15.
Withhold? By kidnapping?
We both think it's a conspiracy.
Ah, so we're to suppose the blonde American was actually waiting for you outside the hall last night.
Well, he could have been, Inspector.
Yes, and then you think, having driven Miss Harker to Frodden, he, as it were, handed her over to accomplice number 2 on the train, who in his turn later delayed her at Waterloo.
Well, he might have done.
No, sir, he might not. For the simple reason, Miss Harker was to have left the hall in the car with Billy at 5:45. Now, who could possibly know there would be a quarrel with the result that she left over an hour earlier and on foot?
All I know is he had said he had planned to trap me.
Very well. How would this caller, call him X, know about your planned visit?
Well, that's easier, Inspector. We're certain X, as you call him, was tipped off by one of the 4 people involved.
I assume by those you mean either Miss Terry, Mr. Thrale, Billy, or Bob.
Yes, no one else could possibly know.
Didn't you, for one?
Well, that's ridiculous. In any case, I was in ready.
It's no more ridiculous than to accuse one of these 4 people, none of whom has a motive.
Who says they haven't?
Well, take Miss Terry. If Lady Mallerie hadn't been killed, the will was to have been changed in her favour. So by the murder, she lost.
She said she didn't know about the change.
She must have suspected something was up with Thrale and yourself invited, in which case she would have waited. But besides, how could Miss Terry conspire with anyone? She never went outside the hall, bar the odd half-day, and scarcely looked at a man.
All right, Inspector. She's unlikely, but what about Thrale? He knew Lynn was coming.
Again, no motive.
Well, he might have been embezzling the old woman's money. It's happened with lawyers before.
Then the moment she died, he'd be exposed when the will was probated. And I assure you, he's no spender. He's a quiet, modestly living bachelor who's lived in the district for years.
There's still Bob Hazelrig. Billy told me he hated my aunt.
A man who listens to children's hour. Besides, he was with Billy when the shot was fired. Or do you suspect Billy as well?
Oh, no, it couldn't be Billy. He adored Nina.
So, we've exhausted the 4 suspects, but by no means the questions. Well, apparently Mr. X wants money. But why should he think you can pay him? The will won't be settled for 6 months.
Perhaps it was done for spite, not money.
Then why mention a deal? Or do you imagine 3 people work together for no payment? The informant, the American, and the Northerner.
Well, we'll know soon enough. Mr. X is phoning me tonight. Surely that will convince you.
A voice on the end of a line would convince me of nothing, sir. A voice cannot produce a missing witness.
If only I knew why you wouldn't believe me.
I'll tell you. I think we've agreed that neither Miss Terry, Mr. Thrale, Billy, nor Bob has a motive. It's also certain none of them could have done the murder. Mr. Thrale was in his office at 5:15. Miss Terry was in her cinema. We checked the cinema cashier and the buses both ways. Billy's story tallies with Bob's in every detail. But your story, Miss Harker, is another matter.
Well, of course.
Not merely because of the missing witnesses, but because no one on the station remembers you running for the 5-5, not even the guard. Nor does anyone recall you in the bar at Waterloo.
I told you last night it was crowded.
Then let's come to hard facts. Early this morning, we found the revolver that killed your aunt. It was hidden in undergrowth about 50 yards from that French window. 2 shots had been fired from it, and ballistics confirmed that one of them unquestionably killed Lady Mallerie. On the weapon was only 1 set of fingerprints. Yours.
That's utterly fantastic.
Do you deny having seen this revolver before?
It's my aunt's. Yesterday, when we were alone together, she handed it to me for a moment.
One more fact you didn't mention.
I never connected the 2 weapons.
Why aren't her fingerprints on it, too?
She was wearing cotton gloves. She had arthritis in her hands.
She wore no such gloves when her body was found, nor was there any sign of them in either the library or the adjoining bedroom. And there's one more fact. Miss Terry has told us Lady Mallerie never owned a revolver.
Do you believe her?
It seems easier than to believe your story.
Inspector.
Now listen, you're intelligent people. See the facts from my point of view. Miss Harker, you're known to have a bad temper. There was a quarrel. From 5:15 until 7:30, you can't account for your movements. The revolver bears your fingerprints. And what is your defense? An incredible story of a planned extortion which must have involved 3 or possibly 4 people. I ask you, does it seem likely?
Of course not. He didn't want it to seem likely.
Miss Harker, don't you think it would be easier for us all if you admitted these calls are a fabrication?
But they're not.
Won't you admit that when you left at 5:15, you hid in the trees until Mr. Thrale had left?
No.
And then, overhearing Lady Mallerie tell Billy she wanted to be alone, you entered the house and killed her?
How could I? The house was locked.
Had you no key? You'd lived at the hall for many years.
I had none. Even if I had, how would I get back to Frodham after the murder?
As you said, you got a lift, but at about 5:20, and you banked on the driver not remembering the exact time.
No.
You arrived at Frodham around 20 to 6, caught the 6:05 back to Waterloo, arrived there at 7:05, and were consequently home in your flat by 7:30.
But I didn't. I swear to you it's not true. Why won't you believe me?
But my dear old Tom, murder? They can't.
It's a prima facie case. She was charged and brought before the magistrate this afternoon. Oh, it's a nightmare, Jason.
Oh, but, Tom, they're sure to find the truth soon.
Why, Lila? The really important evidence Davis discounts. He practically said Mr. X is a gimmick Lynn devised to get her out of a tight spot.
She's been splendidly framed, I will say. Means, motive, and opportunity for Lynn, who didn't do it, and apparently no means, motive, or opportunity for anyone else. No wonder Mr. X is so sure of himself.
Jason, it's because of that I've asked you down here. You remember X said he'd ring me tonight? Yeah. Well, 20 minutes ago he did, and I've recorded the call. Now, Jason, it's a long shot, but you're an actor. I'm asking you to listen and tell me if you can deduce anything from the voice.
Lovey, you don't mean you took all that stuff I handed you about an actor making a superb detective seriously?
No, I don't say that, but an actor has a different angle. You might just spot something.
Well, let's hear it then.
Right. Here goes.
Mrs. Swain?
Speaking.
I won't waste your time. The deal is as follows. In return for a certain sum of money, I will provide the witnesses who traveled with Miss Harker on the train and spoke with her at the station bar.
How much?
Well, my terms in cash are £50,000.
Are you out of your mind?
I'm aware you think Miss Harker can raise such a sum. But if you see Mr. Thrale on Monday and explain everything, I guarantee he'll indicate a way.
And what sort of guarantee do we get that this witness will appear?
There's only one guarantee, Mr. Swain. That unless you do as I say, he will not.
Hello?
Or do you propose to send your future wife to the gallows?
I may tell you that at the moment she doesn't believe you hold a witness.
Oh, well, then ask her if she remembers the three-piece suite and the black marble clock.
The what?
She'll know. I'll ring again on Monday evening to instruct you how the money is to be handed
Yes, they
over.
did.
Good night.
Well, Jason.
Well, Tom, we've both spotted a sweet smell of grease paint. It's an act, of course. Mr. X is no American.
I noticed he said ring for call myself.
Besides which, the accent wobbles from a curious deep south to an even curiouser Chicago. But, I'm not concerned with the accent, but the effect he wants to produce.
Meaning?
It's a sort of magician's act, where to think he's all-powerful, yet quite invisible.
He's not doing badly. Davis doesn't even believe X exists.
But then Davis isn't rooting for Lynn, as we are. Even so, he's behaved in a very unpolicemanlike way.
Huh.
You remember you suggested that X could only have found out about Lynn's visit from Miss Terry, Thrale, Billy, or Bob?
Yeah.
All right. What did Davis say?
He said it was impossible. None of them had a motive.
You see? He'd forgotten that in crime, as in a conjuring trick, you don't first ask why, you ask how. How, for example, since it wasn't a break-in, did the murderer enter Frimley Hall? Answer, with a key. Now, who could give him a key but one of the four?
Well, clever old Sherlock.
But the real pointer to inside information is when X is so sure Thrale will cooperate in raising the cash.
So Thrale might have informed X, given him the key, and let him do the murder.
I'll admit he could be the informant, could even have provided a key, or possibly left the front door on the latch when he left, but X is not the murderer.
Oh, really, Jason?
Listen, there are only two reasons for using a faked voice. To evade future recognition, or because Lynn has already heard his real voice.
Well?
Well, deep under that bogus accent, I detect North Country vowels, and I remember Mike.
But you can't think Mike and X are one and the same.
I don't know. But if Mike equals X, he couldn't be the murderer because at 5:15 he was speeding towards Waterloo.
Oh, but you can't assume that because of the voice, Jason.
Exactly. We'd have to have some definite proof Mike's not a completely innocent witness.
If Mike's completely innocent, why is X so sure he'll do what he says? And don't tell me Mike's been kidnapped.
Why not?
Because, poor fool, an innocent Mike must have been going somewhere, and would by now be missed. Besides, X couldn't kidnap Mike unless he was too... Because, poor fool, an innocent Mike must have been going somewhere, and would by now be missed. Besides, X couldn't kidnap Mike unless he too was on the train. No, as soon as you analyze Mike's actions, it's obvious his purpose was to isolate Lynn. Why else did he open the compartment door for her? Why else did he delay her in the bar at Waterloo? And think how little he said of himself in an hour and a half's conversation.
All right. Assume Mike's an accomplice and possibly X himself. If he's not the murderer, and if it wasn't any of the four obvious suspects, who was it?
I know. The American in the Pontiac.
My dear, I dismissed him ages back. He's got absolutely nothing to do with any of this.
Well, prove it.
Look, he dropped Lynn at Frodham 2 minutes after 5, right?
Right.
He then had to turn his car, make the 6 miles back to the hall, park his car, proceed through the grounds on foot, and reach the library in just 13 minutes. Simply couldn't be done.
But he could still have been an accomplice.
No, Davis spotted the flaw in that. No one could possibly know Lynn would quarrel with her aunt and leave on foot.
I've just thought of something. If no one could know when Lynn would leave Frimley Hall, how could Mike know which train Lynn would catch?
Oh, that's easy. He was early at the station, hung about till he saw her, and then nipped to the train just ahead.
Wrong again. If he were over an hour early, as Lady Bracknell says, he'd expose himself to comment on the platform.
Oh, all right. You tell us how.
Isn't it obvious the real murderer at Frimley tipped Mike the wink Lynn was on her way?
How, Jason?
By phone, presumably.
There's no phone box anywhere near the hall.
Then from inside.
Yes, and Thrale was there at the time.
But the phone stood right beside Lady Mallerie in the library.
Well, he could easily have used some innocent code word as a warning. It certainly looks like Thrale's your man.
Yes, I'm sure of it. Miss Terry would have lost by the murder. Bob could never have organized it, and Billy's the last one on earth to have tried.
Thrale, then, assisted by 2 outsiders. Yes. I'd give a lot to know what he's been up to during the past few weeks.
Isn't it Friday night we're concerned with?
No, Tom. The conjurer did his act very nicely and convinced his audience. But a conjurer has to prepare his act and clear up afterwards. Before or after, that's where we'd nail him.
Would you be interested to try, Jason?
Huh?
We found out more in half an hour with you than in 2 days with Davis.
Aha, but the big rule in detective fiction is don't cross the police. If I go round questioning people, Davis will clap me an eye.
But a little discreet investigation into the background of those concerns, surely that would do no harm.
Well, you know, it's intriguing. A detection where none of the direct participants would be questioned.
You'll do it, then?
Provided you go straight to Thrale tomorrow and tell him with tears in your eyes how you intend to cooperate with X up to the hilt.
And while I'm lulling him into a sense of security...
I shall be lurking in the background asking subtle questions. Beginning, I think, with Billy, who, from what I hear, seems to be a man of strong opinions.
But, Jason, why on earth in the middle of Frimley Woods?
The morning's fine, the walrus said. Do you admire the view?
Well, if you mean the view of the hall through these binoculars, then no.
I suppose you'd approach the front door and announce to Miss Terry you'd come to investigate a murder.
I certainly wouldn't expect Billy to appear out of a bush in Frimley Woods.
Does it occur to you that at any minute Billy will have his lunch?
Oh, I see now. You think he'll come up this track through the woods?
By golly, yes.
Well, what is it?
Here he comes now.
Hmm?
Now, it all depends on whether he makes off down the drive or turns up here towards us.
Oh, yes, you're right. Yes, he's coming towards us. And the dog.
Dog?
He's got an Alsatian with him.
Quiet, you know. Quiet, damn ya.
Good morning. That's a fine dog.
She don't like trespassers, nor yet getting reporters. If I was you, I'd make back for Main Road.
But we're not reporters.
Yeah?
Billy.
How'd you know my name, eh?
Billy, we're friends of Miss Harker's.
If that's it, why's you lurking about up here, eh?
There's something we have to discuss with you in private about the murder.
Yes.
You mean away from Miss Terry?
Yes.
So you reckon it was her, do you? Like me and Bob?
Well, we're not quite certain.
Oh, of course she did it. What she did was go in a picture house bit of front and slip out the side. Bob read where a woman done that in a thriller.
It's in every thriller, I believe.
Only thing is, how'd she get out here and back again? Too dangerous to beg a lift. She can't drive.
You're sure?
Well, why's she been catching buses, Elsie, 3 years past? She can. Besides, where'd she get a car from? She'd been out in Frodham.
Yes. Then why do you suspect her?
'Cause the inspector said whoever 'twas had a key.
Yes, but it's possible an outsider could have got one.
Now, just you wait. They reckons the killer got in just after Mr. Frail left, didn't he?
Between 5 to 5 and 15:15.
Well, now, I'll swear during that time, Juno here never barked. So it was someone what she knew.
Where's the dog kept, Billy?
Outside her back door on a chain. Used to run wild, but then she got a bit savage, see?
Could you be sure she'd hear someone creeping up the house from the front?
Oh, remarkable fine ears, that has. And if she don't know someone's step, she barks. That's why I told that Davis 'twas Miss Harker. See, Juno didn't know her.
Ah, very good point, Billy. Unless possibly someone entered the house earlier that afternoon.
How could they? Right in the front driver cleaning the car till Mr. Frail come.
Can you be sure Miss Terry didn't leave a door or a window open somewhere on the far side?
Oh, I can. See, when she left at 5 to 2 for the bus, I remember her stopping me to ask I should fix a nail on the cellar door where she'd scratched her hand.
Yes, but that doesn't...
Now, let me finish. Last Friday was my old woman's day for cleaning at the hall. And it was her went round the place, locking up. And that didn't leave till 1:30.
I see. So you're certain no one might have slipped in when you didn't notice?
I was right there, slap before the house, I tell you. What's more, every few minutes I go across the library window, take a peep at her ladyship.
Why was that?
Well, she always had a nap from 2 to 3:30, and I'd keep watch like.
Oh.
In fact, I had to wake her at 3:30 by tapping on the glass.
I suppose you could see Bob Hazelrig all the time, too.
He was down by the lake from start to finish. Bar a minute, round 3:25 when he come up to borrow a match.
So you were at the front of the house, the dog at the back, the place locked, and there were no visitors.
Right, sir. Less than you counts the laundry, in course.
Huh?
But he don't even get out the van. He's that scared the dog.
How can a laundryman deliver if he doesn't get out of the van?
Well, he drives round the back, see? Slings out the clean stuff on the kitchen porch. Carries on round the yard till he gets to the wall where we leaves the dirty. And then picks that off the top as he goes by.
Oh. Just for interest, when did he come?
3 o'clock, near enough.
I suppose you know the driver.
Oh, I does. He'd been a driving for Frodham Laundry best part 3 years.
So there it is, Tom. Even more of a tangle. All I can suggest now is that Thrale let somebody into the house while Billy was meeting Lynn. The dog has dished us.
Well, there wasn't much hope anyway.
You haven't told us yet how Thrale took the story of X and the 50,000.
Precisely like a lawyer. Insisted we should go to the police. For a time, that is.
Oh, then it could have been an act. How did he end up?
After a lot of humming and hawing, he conceded it was an emergency.
Nice of him.
It seems that Diagora Seaton invested the sum of £20,000 back in 1918 as a kind of emergency fund for any member of the family in need, to be drawn upon at the discretion of the trustees. Now, those originally were Diagoras himself, his daughter Nina, her husband, and Thrale.
Of whom now only Thrale remains.
Yes, with absolute power to withdraw the sum for Lynn.
Oh, some coincidence.
Except that it's less than half what Mr. X wants.
Oh, no. At compound interest over 40 years, the sum is now just over 50,000.
Then we really are getting somewhere.
Jason, that's not evidence, and what's more, I don't want it to be.
I'm not with you.
I want us to give up, Jason. Well, do you remember, X told me to mention a marble clock and a three-piece suite? Well, that did it. Lynn says that something Mike said to her on the train...
So it's even more likely that X is Mike. That you fix it with the police and nab him when the handover is made.
No, Jason. I'm going back to town tonight, and I'm going to agree to whatever X says, and I'm going to tell no one what that is. I promised Lynn, and that's what I'm going to do. There's no other way, and it's no use arguing.
He was really scared, wasn't he?
Scared. And determined. I know that look from school days. It's no use trying to persuade him.
So, what do we do now?
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm making back for town.
Oh, but Jason...
Well, let's argue about it when we cross the road, shall we?
Oh! Oh, did you see that idiot in the big white van? He missed me by an inch.
No, Lila. It wasn't just white, it was blue and white.
Well, be damned to the decor. I was nearly butchered.
Oh, I wonder. A blue and white van with the legend Frodham Laundry.
Sometimes I wonder if you're all there.
Lila, do you remember Billy said the laundry delivered on Friday afternoon?
And what about it?
Well, do you remember that it was also on Friday afternoon that a big blue and white van nearly crashed into that Pontiac? So the laundryman might just conceivably remember a girl getting a lift, mightn't he?
And he could provide an alibi.
Why not? If you were to inquire at the laundry which chap it was...
Me? Did you say me?
Yes, dear. I feel that here is an A1 chance for you to practice your sultry sirens act.
My secretary says you wish to see me, Miss James.
So very kind of you to spare the time, Mr...
Frisbee, Mr. Frisbee.
Oh, you are the manager?
I am, yes.
Oh, you see, it's such a big laundry that I didn't expect anyone so young or so...
Oh, well, we're pretty progressive, you know. Yes, pretty progressive.
I'm sure you have a hand in quite a lot of things, eh?
Oh, well...
For example, the colour scheme of those delightful vans of yours.
Van?
Yes, it's because one of them that I'm here, Mr. Frisbee.
Oh, not a collision, I hope.
Oh, no. You see, last Friday at about 3 o'clock, I was going along the Frimley Road when I saw one of your vans turn out at Frimley Hall. And as it did, this sort of fell from the back.
Fell? What is it?
Well, I don't know. Naturally, I wouldn't dream of opening laundry property.
Oh, but it's not. It must be the private property of the driver.
Oh, then perhaps you could return it to him, if you know who he is, of course.
Oh, indeed. There could only have been one van in the Frimley area on Friday. Potter's.
Oh, I think it's marvellous how you know.
Yes, but you see, Potter left our employment last Friday.
Oh, how irritating.
It certainly was, in more ways than one. Oh, but you wouldn't be interested in that.
Oh, but, Mr. Frisbee, you've no idea how interested I'd be.
Oh, well, you see, he let me down.
Oh, dear.
Oh, he gave notice in the usual way. But because he'd always been such a respectable chap, worked here almost 3 years, you know, I made an exception in his case, stamped his cards up to date, gave him his money at lunchtime.
Yes?
He told me the train to catch right after work. And then when I went into the transport section at 5, I found his van returned. Left half an hour early. Well, Mike Potter needn't apply for references to me.
Mike Potter?
Is anything the matter, Miss James?
No, I mean, what a pity we've no way of tracing him. I don't suppose you know where he was going?
Only somewhere up north. But of course he had lodgings here. No doubt his landlady has a forwarding address.
Mr. Frisbee, I don't suppose you could find her address for me?
Yes, I think I have it here in the file.
It's tempting, Lila. It's terribly tempting.
So you agree that Mike, alias Mr. X, could also be this laundryman?
Well, the facts fit. Say Mike was waiting on the lay-by for Lynn to emerge, as he thought, in a car.
Yes.
And then saw her on foot, getting a lift from the American. He then overtook the Pontiac, hurtled onto his depot, and dashed for the station.
So there was no need for any phone call from Thrale.
I'm beginning to wonder if Thrale had any connection with this. In fact, I have the beginning of a superb idea. The way the murderer got into Frimley Hall.
Well, come on, then.
You remember, Billy said the van went round the back of the house but didn't stop.
Yes.
Well, what if, during the split second the van was out of sight, a passenger had jumped from the back? A passenger who not only knew the dog, but who also had a key. A passenger whom we now know couldn't have been Thrale, Billy, or Bob.
But Miss Terry, driven there from Frodham. Yes, Jason, it fits.
Let's try it for time. Miss Terry entered the cinema at 2:30. Say she left at 2:45 and met the van in Frodham. She could be at the hall by 3 and inside the place before Thrale arrived. Then she hears Lady Mallerie announce, when Thrale is gone, that she wishes to be alone, and nips in to kill her.
Dashes out of the French door, chucks away the revolver, and... Oh.
What's up?
Well, how did she get back to Frodham in time to catch the 6:15 bus?
She had, say, 25 minutes plus. How about if she'd hidden a push bike among the trees? In the dark, she'd not be recognized on the road.
I suppose she could have done, though I can't really see her on one. Or for that matter, it seems awfully hard to connect that genteel lady's companion with a North Country van man, doesn't it?
They've both been in the district 3 years. That's something.
And there's still not a vestige of motive.
Well, that may come if we can once prove a link between her and Mike. And obviously the place to begin is the chap's digs.
Oh, no, he didn't leave no forwarding address, not Mr. Potter. He didn't have to, if you follow.
I'm afraid I don't, Mrs. Beasley.
I mean, he'll be back, see?
Back? When?
Well, I couldn't say, I'm sure, but it stands to reason he'll come back for his scooter, doesn't it?
Oh, yes, I noticed it in the lane beside the house.
Besides, he'd never go off and forget old friends, not Mr. Potter. Ever such a nice lodger he was, never no nasty drinking or noise. Happy as a standboy, just watching the telly or going to the local rep.
He liked the theatre?
Oh, crazy for it he was. Collected all them old programmes and theatrical pictures. I used to tell him, you could be an actor yourself, Mr. Potter, with your looks, but he just smiled. Shy, you know, not even a girlfriend.
Perhaps if I leave this parcel with you, Mrs. Beasley, you could return it to him when he comes.
Well, of course I will. I'm glad you caught me in. I'm usually down the factory till 6.
Goodbye.
Oh, yes. Ta-ta, then.
Come on.
I wonder what he'll think of that parcel if he ever opens it. 3 packets of potato crisps.
Well, at least the connection between Potter and Miss Terry is getting clearer. 10 to 1, he wasn't really a vanman at all, but an actor. I always said there was a smell of grease paint about this.
Both of them apparently shy and never meeting the other sex.
Oh, by the way, what about the motor scooter? Miss Terry could have used it to get back to Frodham with.
Mike just unloaded it from his van, you mean?
Yeah. It was dark by then. Mrs. Beasley probably at her factory, too. So if Terry wore a snowdrop helmet or those plastic slacks, she'd pass for a man at a distance.
But we've still no real evidence to prove the connection. How do we do that?
Find out about Miss Terry's early life. Possibly that's where their paths first crossed.
Oh, that won't be easy.
Well, I imagine Lady Mallerie would only have employed someone through a really good agency. So tomorrow we'll start on a whole lot of phoning. Lila! I've done it. I phoned this place in High Holborn, Pamela Agencies Limited, and they know her.
Well, after 23 phone calls, I should hope someone did.
They weren't very keen to give her back history, but I spun them a tall story about locating her for a legacy.
Well, come on, then give.
Right. Terry, Edith. Born Watford, 1932. Attended Linwood School, Bushy, 43-48. Trained as a nurse in Bridget's Hospital, Penge, 48-51. First post with a Mrs. Yarrow of Edinburgh, who died in 55. Then employed by the Bellinger Clinic, Sloane Square, until July 59. Left for private reasons. 3 months later, in late September, she took up her post with Lady Mallerie.
Well, it sounds singularly unsensational, doesn't it?
One thing's a bit odd. Why did she leave the Bellinger Clinic, which is wildly opulent, for Lady Mallerie? And why the 3-month gap in between?
Are we to ask at the clinic?
Sooner or later, we're going to work right through her career. I suggest we start at each end. I'll tackle Linwood School and her background at Watford. You interview the head of the clinic.
All right.
I believe he's a very handsome doctor who resembles Herbert Lom.
Handsome? He was divine. I tell you, Jason, the moment I'm rich, I shall live at the Bellinger Clinic.
Never mind that. Did you find out why Terry left?
Yes, to nurse a sister up in Northampton.
Then it must be true.
What?
The headmistress of Linwood School told me the same thing.
Well, how did she know, for heaven's sake?
It seems she was quite a friend of Edith's, ever since she left school 14 years back.
I could just imagine Miss Terry writing letters to her teachers. Some people never leave school.
It's thanks to those letters I got an admirable sketch of her career, at least up to 3 years ago.
Oh, what then?
Then the letters stopped.
That 3 years keeps cropping up, doesn't it?
Yes. Anyway, till then our Edith was a paragon of virtue. Popular and clever, the joy and support of her widowed mum, who died in 49, and the inspiration of St. Bridget's, where she trained as a nurse.
How did she inspire men?
Meaning anyone called Potter. It seems she preferred the ideal of service. However, there is one extremely interesting fact about her.
Which is?
Her sister.
Oh, the one she went off to nurse in Northampton?
The same, Violetta. In 1947, the year before Edith took her school cert, Violetta disappeared.
Don't tell me. Into white slavery.
Worse, onto the stage. She found some disreputable fellow in Godalming, of all places,
no.
who signed her for a fit-up tour in a sort of third-rate dancing troupe. From then on, she went from strength to strength, ending up at about 100% proof.
So she'd taken to the demon drink.
Like others before her in this harsh profession. However, in 1956, she found the Torcliffe Repertory Company and romance.
Romance in rep?
Well, not quite in rep, in the Variety Theater opposite. The gentleman in question was known as Marvo, the Man of Mystery. They married.
Don't tell me they lived happily ever after.
Not quite. By 1959, Violetta was back on the old bottle, and it was then Edith was called in to nurse her. And, my Lila, Edith fell for Violetta's husband.
Did the schoolmistress tell you that?
No, but I can't see any other reason why he should leave Northampton and take up work as a laundryman in Sussex.
You mean...
Yes, my love. Violetta's husband, alias Marvo, the Man of Mystery, was christened Michael Potter.
Jason! We've actually done it. We've made contact.
Yes. Yeah, we've quite a case against Miss Terry, given just one really malicious witness to demonstrate they did fall in love during those 3 months.
Violetta.
If we can trace her. After the desertion, she'd hardly go on living at the same address. Still, there may be neighbours.
But we don't know the address.
Oh, yes, we do. Edith wrote to her mentor twice from there. At Elm Cottage, Rinham, near Northampton. And tomorrow, my love, that is where we shall be.
Oh, well, no need to ask if Violetta left. The place is just about a ruin.
Don't suppose it was much, even before the roof caved in. Oh, what a place to choose. A mile outside the village. Only the one house opposite.
It's not just a house. It's one of those country shops. Couldn't we ask them if they knew her? Oh, well, the only thing is, how does one inquire if a passionate love affair took place there 3 years back?
I'm not sure yet. We'll play it by ear. Come on, in we go.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I wonder if you can help me. I represent a firm of solicitors who wish to trace a Mrs. Violetta Potter. I believe at one time she lived opposite.
Well, yes, sir, but...
Yes?
Well, sir, Mrs. Potter's been dead these 3 years.
Oh, dear. Most unforeseen.
Why, the papers was full of it at the time. Proper local drama it was, especially for us. You see, it was my hubby saw the car plunge over. Oh, shocking.
One moment, Mrs...
Cooper, sir, Mrs. Cooper.
Do I understand the lady died in some kind of car accident?
Well, I suppose you could call it an accident, but I always said one of these days the drink would get the better of her.
You say your husband witnessed the accident?
Oh, more than that. You see... Her sister, her name was Miss Terry. Well, she'd gone into Northampton for the afternoon while Potter stayed with his wife. Couldn't leave her alone, you see. Right. Well, about 7 in the evening, me and hubby hears the most shocking screaming, and when we looks out, there she was, right in the front garden, threatening him with a bottle while he pleaded with her to go back indoors. Well, the next thing, crash! She brings the bottle down on his poor head, that heavy she fell him to the ground. And then away off she went round the house to the garage, and before he could even pick himself up, she was backing the car down the drive like a mad woman. Well, he just got to his feet when she was off up the Wickham Road, the car plunging from side to side.
Good Lord. What did you do?
Well, of course, hubby and me rushed over to Potter, and I'll tell you, his head was bleeding like a fountain. Sobbing he was. Follow my wife, he says. Well, hubby's van being parked outside, they was off like a flash, and at the top of Wickham Ridge, looking down, they see her taillights, and hubby puts on speed. Yeah, well, that did it.
Did it?
Yeah, I reckon she saw him and put her foot down, too. Anyway, suddenly, about a mile ahead, they see the lights swerve right across the road and the car go crashing through the fence above the gravel pit. Well, by this time, hubby and Potter was down the slope after her, but by then the car was aflame. Oh, mind, they pulled her clear. But her neck was broken.
I suppose in one way you could call it a happy release.
That's just what Miss Terry said when she got back from Northampton.
There was no chance, of course, that the car was at fault.
Oh, Lord bless you, no, sir. The police checked that.
Oh, just one thing. It must have been dark by 7 on a late September evening. How did you manage to see the quarrel so clearly?
Well, with the porch light on and light streaming out of the lounge, the garden was lit up like,
Like a stage?
That's the very word.
Thank you, Mrs. Cooper. Now, I wonder if you could give me the name of the local paper in which the crash was reported.
Oh, well, if it's any help to you, I've still got the cuttings myself. Pictures of all 3 of them. You're welcome to them if you like.
I don't like it, Lila. Not one little bit.
Are you thinking what I think? That Edith Terry and Potter decided to do poor Violetta in?
Could be. Yet something seems wrong. If they were in love, why live apart for 3 years? Or plot to do Lady Mallerie in?
It seems so out of character for the saintly Edith.
In any case, how could they have murdered Violetta? Edith Terry was in Northampton and Potter himself in someone else's van. Yet I'll swear something in that woman's story seemed wrong.
For instance?
Well, the lights, for one thing. A porch light on when no one was expected. And on a cold September evening, the lounge curtains still not drawn.
I see nothing in that.
Then the garage. I mean, look at it. Well, what's left? Can you see there's a door inside there connecting with the house?
Of course I can.
Then why didn't Violetta use the inside door? Why did she come all round the outside, the long way?
She was drunk.
Yes. Theatrically drunk in full view of the neighbours in a brightly lit front garden. The melodramatic blow of the bottle, the blood, the furious chase, and the blazing wreck. That damn smell of grease paint again.
I suppose it sometimes happens in real life. The victim makes a scene before she pops off and...
Lila. That's it.
It?
The victim. The obliging victim. Here, let me see those photographs again.
Yes.
Now, look at this one of Violetta. We'll try to forget the makeup and the peroxide. Who does she remind you of?
Well, she's not unlike her sister, except for the hair.
Yes, that's obvious. But look again. Doesn't her picture remind you of someone else? Someone we know?
No, not a bit.
Well, it does me. And if what I think is right, it explains a whole lot of things. It explains a pair of cotton gloves, a rifle...
A rifle? What rifle?
Billy's, of course. And it shows me a magnificent motive for Lady Mallerie's death, as well as why Potter was at Frimley. We've been up the creek, Lila. Lady Mallerie wasn't killed by Edith Terry at all.
Well, Mr. Flowerdew, you're a lucky man. I've just been on the line to Somerset House, and they confirmed the existence of the certificate you spoke of.
So my theory holds water after all?
Yes, sir, it does.
So what will you do, Inspector?
Well, for one thing, I shall put Mr. Swain under surveillance right away. What's more, if we can get a permit, we'll have his line tapped. Now, let's see, it's Thursday today. Swain was supposed to have been hearing from Mr. X on Monday evening.
That's right.
Then by now he should be well on the way towards getting the money out of Thrale. In fact, the supposed handover will be at any moment. I was wondering, would you like to be in at the kill?
Oh, Inspector.
Would? Good. Then if you'll hold yourselves in readiness, as they say, I'll be giving you a ring.
Hello, Inspector. Here we are.
So you caught your train, all right. Hop in the back, then.
Yes.
What we can't fathom is why we're meeting at Arundel.
Sorry, I couldn't tell you more on the phone. The reason is that the handover is to be at Littlehampton, 3 miles from here.
So you know?
X rang Mr. Swain with his final instructions this afternoon. There's a 5th of November show at Littlehampton tonight, and that's where we're to meet. Clever idea to choose a time when there'll be crowds, and when in the uncertain light and with all the noise, no one will really notice.
Do you know what time the handover is to be, Inspector?
No, sir. Mr. Swain was instructed to mingle with the crowd, keeping the package under his arm. Someone will come behind him and take it, but he won't know when or who. If he raises any kind of alarm, the deal is off.
Just a moment. How can you carry 50,000 in a package?
Well, it seems Mr. Swain was instructed to convert the money into jewellery. After we started tailing him, we found he twice visited a well-known firm in Hatton Garden. They told us he'd require them to supply a number of stones to the value of 50,000. He called for the box this morning.
But, Inspector, if there are these crowds and the light's uncertain, how will your men follow Tom?
Ah. Well, there we've used a bit of science. Sid, to be exact.
Sid?
Switch on, Harvey. There. That's Sid.
Sounds like a Sputnik.
Well, in a way, it is. SID is short for Sonic Informatory Device. A very simple transmitting signal.
Sorry, I'm no wiser.
Now, wait a bit. Once we'd explained to the Hatton Garden firm what was up, They collaborated with us in placing Sid in the lining of the jewel box. It's a tiny transistorized complex, rather like a jam pot cover. From now on, wherever that box goes, it's sending out a short-wave signal, which is being picked up by my patrol cars.
So the sound is coming from under Tom's arm at this very moment?
Exactly, miss. Of course, Mr. Swain can't hear it. Only we can do that. But the moment the box moves, we shall be able to tell.
You mean the signal will change its pitch or something?
Yes. So we shall be able to tell whether the box is going north, south, east, or west. And also by the volume, we can estimate the distance.
But it won't be a lot of use in a crowd, though, will it?
Sooner or later, miss, the person who is collecting will come out of the crowd. And it's 100 to 1 he'll leave Littlehampton. I have a car stationed on each exit route. The moment he passes whichever car it is, we shall follow.
It's getting louder.
Now, that's because we're just outside the town. At this moment, Mr. Swain is waiting on the green, where the bonfire will be.
It seems eerie, somehow.
Switch off, Harvey. Now, I must ask you not to leave the car when we come to a halt. We're making for a side turning opposite the green, where we shall wait until the signal announces movement.
But what if we see Tom after the handover?
Well, it's rather unlikely, but if we do, we shall take him in. He may provide just the information we need. What time is it, Harvey?
Just after 8:30, sir. They should be coming in a minute now.
Wind down the window.
Yes, I can hear the band.
Harvey, we better check positions.
Sir. Control B Bravo 2020 over.
B Bravo 20 to control. Standing by, over.
Control B Bravo 21 over.
B Bravo 21 to control. Standing by, over.
Control B Bravo 22 over.
B Bravo 22 to control. Standing by, over.
Control B Bravo 2323 over.
B Bravo 23 to control. Standing by, over.
All cars in position, sir.
Switch on the signal, then. Now we have to wait.
Bonfire light. Just look at the flames.
High wind tonight.
I say, I'm rather careful to rock.
Inspector, signal change, sir.
Which way?
Eastwards, going towards Rustington.
121.
Control B Bravo 21. Suspect moving eastwards. Stand by to report maximum signal.
B Bravo 21 to control. Roger and out.
Right, Harvey. Turn into the main road and make your way slowly along the front towards Rustington.
Sir.
Jason, look, it's Tom, coming out of the crowd over there. And he hasn't got the parcel.
Well, Inspector, what do we do?
Follow him slowly, Harvey. When I say out, Mr. Flowerdew, we'll jump from the car and rush him. All right?
Right.
Out!
He's seen us. He's dodging down that turn. What's wrong with him? Tom, come back, you fool! Tom! Don't waste your breath. Get after him. Don't worry, Inspector. He was never very fast on the rugger fields.
Keep away, Jason. I'm warning you.
Don't be a fool. Get him, Flowerdew. All right, Tom, you asked for it.
Damn you, Jason. Damn you to hell.
Where are we, Harvey?
880, sir. North of the Worthing Road. He's making for the Downs.
B Bravo 22 to control. Suspect passing checkpoint 312. Riding blue scooter, wearing leather jacket, snowdrop helmet. Registration number obscured.
All cars to follow. Now, Mr. Swade, let's have a bit of an explanation.
I'm sorry, Inspector. I panicked. I didn't want this chap to see you get me. If he thought I'd...
Hold on a moment. Listen. My God, he stopped. We've got him. Right, Constable, where is he?
I'm sorry, sir.
What do you mean, sorry? The signal was at peak pitch.
He must have guessed how we were following, sir. We just found the empty box thrown out in the road.
On the... Well, top me. What a pack of fools not to have thought of that.
Mrs. Merricker's old, sir. They've been trying to contact us for 2 hours. Seems someone rang Miss Terry at Frimley Hall just before 6. Immediately afterwards, Miss Terry ordered a taxi into Frodham. We had 2 men Taylor and Loser.
That's all I needed. No indication of a meeting place, of course.
No, sir. I have the full message here, sir.
I pray you fail me not. Bah, obviously prearranged, so we lose the pair of them.
I wouldn't be too sure, Inspector.
What?
That's a quotation from A Midsummer Night's Dream. Rude Mechanicals, planning a meeting. Let me see. Peter Quince says, I pray you fail me not. Then Bottom says something about rehearsing, and Quince replies, at the Duke's Oak, we meet.
The Duke's Oak? That's the name of a roadhouse on the main Horsham Road.
Well done. There may still be a chance. Come on, back to the cars.
I tell you, Lynn, you never saw anything like it. The two of them were sitting at this table in the cocktail lounge. Then the inspector walked across. The moment she saw him, she stood up and she began to scream. I don't know if it was rage or fear, but it took 3 men to get her outside.
Oh, how horrible.
I'd say she was one of the few entirely evil women I've ever arrested. It's obvious Potter was afraid of her, as well he might be, of a murderess twice over.
Twice, did you say?
Oh, yes, Mr. Flowerdew discovered the earlier one when he was investigating the family background. It's really the clue to this whole affair.
I'm sorry, I just don't understand.
Oh, I see, Lynn. I discovered that Edith Terry had a sister called Violetta, who'd been killed in a car crash. And what put me on the scent was that Violetta's photograph bore a strong resemblance to you.
Me?
Yes. So I did a bit of research at Somerset House, and I found out something which at last gave me the motive for the whole affair. I found that Edith and Violetta were your cousins.
What?
Don't you remember your Uncle Ralph who married that actress?
What?
His widow was left with 2 daughters, Edith and Violetta. The mother, with a love of the stage and a hatred for the Seatons, changed her name to Terry. She knew about the trust fund, you see, and deeply resented the fact that the family wouldn't help her.
My cousins?
Now, the one daughter, Edith, harbored no thoughts of revenge. It was Violetta, who for years kept tabs on Lady Mallerie and schemed out how a murder might get her the £50,000. Then, in 1959, came her chance. Lady Mallerie advertised for a companion. Well, plainly, Violetta couldn't apply for the job, but Edith could. What's more, when the police investigation came, she would appear to have a completely blameless background.
So she somehow bullied Edith into taking the post.
Well, no, I'm afraid something went wrong. Edith either refused to be a party to the conspiracy, or even said she'd expose the plot. So what happens? Violetta and her husband rent a deserted cottage, lure Edith there with a tale that she's needed to nurse her sister, and then murder her.
But what did that solve?
It meant, my love, that Violetta could take Edith's place.
But they didn't even look alike.
No, Violetta was a peroxide blonde and Edith was a plain little mouse. But essentially their bones and build were the same. It's easy enough to dye one's hair brown, wipe off makeup and don sensible tweeds. The rest would be acting, and Violetta was a good actress. She became her sister. Except, of course, she couldn't write to old friends.
But, Jason, how did they manage to make it seem that Violetta had driven off and crashed the car?
I think it went like this. On the morning Edith was due to go into Northampton, in fact, she was drugged. While she was unconscious, Violetta and Mike bleached her hair, applied a heavy makeup, and put her into some tarty clothes. Meanwhile, Violetta dyed her hair brown, removed her makeup, and donned Edith's clothes. Then, as Edith, she took the bus into Northampton. I think she must have had a push bike waiting there in the public stand. As darkness fell, she cycled back by some secondary road, hid the bike near the gravel pit, and got to the cottage over the fields. No one saw her. Meanwhile, Potter had placed the unconscious sister in the front seat of the car, hunched up below the level of the window. When it was dark, he opened the garage doors. Now, all Violetta had to do was slip on a flashy topcoat and a blonde wig, and she was ready to stage that loud, melodramatic scene in the front garden.
So that was why the lights were on, for the neighbors to see.
Right. She crowns her husband with a bottle and drives off. Potter follows with the neighbor. Violetta steers for the gravel pit. At the last moment, she jumps clear while the sister crashes to her death. All she now has to do is remove the blonde wig and the topcoat, grab the hidden push bike, cycle back into Northampton. There, as Edith once more, she catches the outward bus and arrives to find her supposedly wicked sister dead.
And so she was free to take the job with Aunt Nina.
Yes, but remember, it wasn't going to be enough just to kill your aunt. You had to appear to be the killer. Now, that could only arise as the result of a row over the changed will. Also, you had to be invited down to Frimley, and Thrale informed of the fact.
Yes, but how could Violetta be sure that would happen?
She wasn't. Your aunt never wrote that letter, or phoned Thrale. And on that afternoon, you didn't interview your aunt at all, but Violetta giving the performance of her life.
But that's impossible.
Don't you remember the room was rather dim, and that somehow you sensed your aunt was different? Add to that the fact that Violetta had 3 years to study your aunt, and that to some extent she had the family features. Wasn't at all impossible.
But where was Aunt Nina at that time?
In the adjoining bedroom, I imagine. You see, she'd been given some kind of sedative by Violetta just before she left at 2 that afternoon. As she sat in her chair by the window, Billy would merely assume the old woman was napping as usual.
But later he saw her wake.
Now, think. Violetta caught the bus at 2. She entered the cinema at past:30, left shortly after by a side door, met Potter. They drove back to Frimley together, and she was in the house at 3. She then assumed the makeup and clothes of your aunt. While Billy was chatting to Bob, at 3:25, she lifted the old woman from her chair and placed her on the bed in the room next door. She then took Lady Mathrie's place in the chair and was duly woken 5 minutes later. At 4:20, she received Thrale. Next, she staged the quarrel. I suppose you see now why she wore gloves.
So that only my fingerprints were on the gun.
Also, hands are the one thing you can't really disguise. Violetta's hands were not arthritic.
Yes, of course.
Well, now, the moment you and Thrale had gone, she rang Billy to say she wasn't to be disturbed. That left her 20 minutes to put on her own clothes and cover them with a motor scooter outfit. Next, she lifted Lady Mallerie back into her chair and, still wearing the cotton gloves, shot her. That would be, say, at 14 minutes past 5. She then opened the French doors and rang Billy to announce a supposed intruder. But the shot he actually heard was a second one she fired out of the window. Then she was off into the shelter of the trees and onto her scooter.
It was certainly clever.
In point of fact, she'd made 2 mistakes. The first was to tell Billy to bring his rifle. A sportswoman like her aunt would certainly have said gun. And the second thing was to shoot Lady Mallerie from behind. If she'd really heard an intruder, she would have turned to face him.
You know, sir, I hate to steal your thunder, but you've made one serious mistake I'd have thought a theatrical man would have avoided.
How do you mean, Inspector?
Well, you suggested the victim in each case was first drugged and then killed. Of course, I can't be sure about the first murder, but in the second, I can assure you the autopsy found no trace of a drug in Lady Mathrie's body. So how was she kept asleep?
Well, no, I give up.
You should have inquired a little more about Marvo, the man of mystery, sir. He was a hypnotist, and Violetta had been his assistant. Miss Harker, when that bullet finished your aunt, she was in a hypnotic sleep.
So that's why Potter said she felt no pain, and why Billy spoke of her as being under a spell. Oh, honestly, Jason, I've no idea how even to begin to thank you.
No? Well, I have. You can begin by letting me bring my tiny stool and join your queue. You see, it occurred to me that one day there may be disgusting progeny who deny that their grandsire was ever beautiful or talented. Yes, of course, there's a really gorgeous portrait by you to prove the fact. Well, now, I do assure you I'm quite unparalleled in that.
That was Jane Wenham as Lynn Harker, Frank Duncan as Jason Flowerdew, John Pullen as Tom Swain, and Marjorie Westbury as Lady Mallerie and Edith Terry in Deal with Murder by Peter Cornish, with Dennis Graham as Inspector Davis, Nicolette Bernard as Lila James, Stephen Thorne as the American telephone caller and the North Country traveller, William Fox as Billy, John Ruddock as Mr. Thrale, Frederick Treves as Detective Sergeant Harvey, Mary Wimbush as Mrs. Cooper, Hamlin Benson as Mr. Frisbee, Eva Stewart as Mrs. Beasley, Geoffrey Matthews as Bob Hazelrig, Gerard Green as George, Andrew Sachs as the American motorist, Peter Bartlett as the waiter at the Raven. The play, which was recorded, was produced by Audrey Cameron.
Come in. Welcome. I am E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sound of suspense, to the fear you can hear. What do you think about witches? Not the bony hags and atrocious crones of Shakespeare and legend, or the poor unfortunates of Salem, but witches who are young, witches who are beautiful, witches who even fall in love.
Excuse me.
Who let you in here?
Well, I hope I'm not disturbing you.
I'm only trying to make a deadline.
Well, if you're in the news business, I've got something for you.
It better be good.
I'm going to have to kill my wife.
That won't be news till you do it.
I know. I want you to know why.
Okay. Why?
Because she's a witch.
Our mystery drama, I Warn You 3 Times, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Joan Loring. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. It's one of those miserable, stormy nights in the dead of winter. A thick, clinging, wet snow seems determined to smother the entire earth and everyone on it. You'd think that most people would choose the cheerful indoors, a warming fire, a relaxing drink, a comfortable bed. That's the problem with most people. You can't figure them. For instance, consider that line of cars crawling down Main Street, bumper to bumper, skidding, sliding. Where is everybody headed on a night like this? Have we become a race of lemmings? Do we follow some mysterious, unconscious drive? An interesting speculation, but we won't pursue it. We'd better consider the traffic, which has come to a complete standstill. A car seems to be stuck at the intersection.
Let's go, sister. That light's green.
Oh, officer.
Well, what are you waiting for, lady?
My husband.
Your husband?
The light was red, and he said he wanted to step out and clean off the rear window.
Hey, mister. You finished back there?
He just stepped out. It was a moment ago. Tom?
Well, maybe he slipped in the snow.
Tom, are you all right?
Lady, ain't nobody around the back.
But he just went out to clean
to clean the rear window. That's what you said.
But what could have happened?
Just sit there a minute, lady. Hey, lay off of that horn. I know you got one. What's wrong, officer? Did you see a guy get out of that car up?
Did I see a guy get out of the car?
Yeah. Did you? Huh?
Are the police after someone in a skate
Oh,
car?
come on, Buster. Just tell me. Did you see a guy cleaning off the rear window of that car up front?
Well, to tell you the truth, I wasn't paying any attention. I was listening to the radio. Now, there could have been somebody, but then again, I couldn't say there was. It's not that I'm not trying to get involved, officer. I'm a citizen. I know my duty, but...
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Officer, where is my husband? He was just there.
Lady, he disappeared.
How could he disappear?
I don't know. I do know he ain't here.
What am I going to do?
Well, you can't keep blocking traffic, lady. You gotta move on.
Where?
Well, it beats me.
But you must find him.
Look, you got troubles with your husband. That's your problem. But when you hold up traffic, that's my problem. Will you feed her a little gas, please? Come on, let's go.
But I can't.
Lady, you gotta go somewhere.
I can't go anywhere. I don't know how to drive.
Desk, Lieutenant Carroll. Yeah. Nobody wants this guy, you say? Well, technically, that isn't true. His wife wants him. Okay. Well, look who's here.
Lieutenant?
You won't win any Pulitzer Prizes around this joint tonight, Peterson.
I was hoping you might have a little bone to throw me.
Page 1.
I'll settle for 2 inches on the bottom of page 38.
If you promise to remember 2 R's and 1 L. First name Irvin, not Irving. Lieutenant Irvin Carroll. We may have something shaping up.
Ah.
I don't know where it can go. Everywhere or nowhere.
What have I got to lose?
Sitting over there on the first bench.
Ooh, that's nice.
And married.
Well, you win, you lose.
A very, very weird story.
Tell me about it.
No. Let her tell you about it. Why don't you ask her?
Excuse me.
Oh.
My name is Fred Peterson. I'm a reporter for the Union Messenger.
Oh, no, I don't want to talk to a reporter.
Why not?
Because
Because you're afraid? Why?
Could you put Tom's picture in the paper?
Well, that depends. Has Tom done anything?
He's disappeared.
Well, we'd need the how, the when, the where.
The when? About an hour ago. Where? On Route 986 at Main Street. How? I don't know. You see, we were driving south. It was snowing hard, and he said, I can't see out the rear window. The light was red. He stepped outside to wipe it off. He didn't come back.
Where did he go?
I don't know.
Well, where could he go?
I don't know.
In that snow. And there's nothing around there? Could you give me a why?
I can't imagine. I don't know what to do. I sit here waiting. Look, my name is Hetty Parsons. Tom and I, we've been married 5 years. We don't have any problems. I mean, we're very happy. If you print his picture in the story, maybe someone will see it who can help us.
Excuse me a minute.
Well,
Yeah, I think I'll run with it.
I don't blame you. I was always partial to girls with honey-colored hair and baby blue eyes.
Ah, so you noticed, too. Have you run a check on her husband, Tom Parsons?
Well, he's not one of the known bad boys. No record at all.
And what did she say he did?
He's an accountant. He has his own business in the Barstow building.
You looked him up in the phone book?
Checks out.
They were headed south, huh?
That's what she says.
If it was a trip, there should have been bags.
There were.
His and hers?
His and hers.
How does it look?
What do you want from me? I don't solve crimes. I sit here behind the desk.
Come on, Lieutenant.
Now, this is one for you, Fred. How could a guy disappear just like that?
And in that storm. There's no place to go.
He could have had a car following in back of them. A friend was driving it, maybe?
Well, he had to go somewhere. But why?
Right now, we're treating it as missing persons. It's all we can do. He's not wanted for anything. He's a legitimate citizen, as far as we know. He hasn't even done anything to her. At worst, he left her in a car. He hasn't even deserted her. Yet.
Who was driving?
He was. She can't.
Well, that's abandoning her, isn't it?
No. At best, we'd have him for abandoning the car.
Yeah, excuse me a minute. Listen, Mrs. Parsons.
Yes.
Why don't you go home? I've got my car outside.
Oh, no. I want to be here in case they find Tom.
They'll let you know if they find him.
No, I don't want to be home alone tonight. I just want to stay here.
But it may be hours. It may be even days.
Don't say that.
I'm sorry.
I'm just so jumpy and so nervous. I can't believe what's happened to me.
Well, if you're going to sit here, you should have some coffee and a sandwich.
Oh, I couldn't think of food.
I'll be right back. Hey there, Officer Dennis.
Well, look who's here, the friendly reporter.
Yeah, listen, that girl.
Yeah, I was going to ask what girl, but I won't.
Yeah, I want to start at the beginning.
Oh, well, you know, Lieutenant Carroll's got 2 R's, but Patrolman Dennett's got 2 N's.
Yeah. What did happen?
Well, like she said, he went out to clean the rear window, and he was gone.
Anybody see him?
I checked the car and back, but who looks, who notices?
Where could he have gone to around here?
Well, on the south side, you got open fields. On this side, a couple of warehouse buildings locked up.
Night watchman?
Yeah, he's a retired cop. No sign of anybody trying to break in, to hide, or whatever he may have wanted to do.
Okay, so what could have happened to the guy?
Well, it's all very interesting, but in 15 minutes I go off duty, and I won't have to worry about it.
Oh, thanks. I didn't think I could touch a thing, but I must have been starving. Has there been any word?
Yeah, you'll hear the minute they know. Now listen, Hetty, I can help you, but you have to help me.
I'll do whatever I can.
We have 2 basic roads to explore. 1, somebody was out to get your husband.
Oh, no. No. Tom is the mildest, sweetest, most obliging guy on earth. He has absolutely no enemy.
That you know about.
Tom and I have no secrets from each other.
Everybody has at least one enemy.
Tom is incapable of hurting anyone in any way.
He sounds too good to be true.
If he does have a problem, that's it.
All right. The second road to explore. He wasn't pushed, he jumped.
What does that mean?
It means he walked out on you.
Oh, it's inconceivable.
Why?
I've had a liberal education tonight, Mr. Peterson.
Call me Fred.
No, not yet, or maybe never. I've been introduced to a new world. I've been thrown in with people who basically don't believe in anyone, don't trust anyone, and perhaps they have good cause. Perhaps that's how life is in their world. Perhaps their world is the real world, but it isn't my world.
May I ask, do you come from another world?
It's entirely possible. I won't call you Fred unless and until we become friends. But that's just a little thing. The policeman who brought me here is a confirmed cynic. So is the lieutenant. And so are you.
I must plead guilty as charged.
All of you proposed 2 basic hypotheses. A, my husband was ambushed by enemies. B, my husband abandoned me. You can't conceive of people who... they simply don't make or have enemies. You can't conceive of people who are completely in love. I'm not a fool, Mr. Peterson. I read these attitudes.
What a wonderful world you live in, Mrs. Parsons. I hope you can stay there always.
We're so dependent on each other, Tom and I. We need each other. We're so complete together.
But we still have the basic fact of his disappearance.
Yes, but all you can see are two alternatives. There is a third, you know.
Really?
Perhaps he was taken ill suddenly and he just wandered off. Oh, maybe I should go back there.
I've already been back there. There's no place he could have wandered off to. Tell me, does he have a history of any sort of illness, amnesia, anything like that?
No, nothing like that.
Well, then, where are we? Nowhere.
Perhaps you are nowhere, Mr. Peterson.
Okay, tell me where you are.
I have faith. I believe Tom will be found, or he will find himself, and he will have an absolutely reasonable and rational explanation.
I hope so.
Hetty!
Oh!
Hetty!
Tom! Oh, Tom, darling. Tom, what happened to you? I was so scared. Oh, darling, you're all right?
Hetty, are you all right?
Yes.
I don't understand. I happened to tune in the news, and there it was. Tom Parsons, accountant, with offices in the Barstow building, had disappeared under mysterious circumstances.
Tom, I was so worried.
Mr. Parsons was driving with his wife. He stepped out of the car to clean off the rear window, and... Hetty, what did you tell them? I wasn't in the car with you. I was at home.
Well, here we have the story of two people who love each other deeply, who trust each other completely. It sounds like the Garden of Eden. But we all know what happened back there in the traffic and the snow. We shall return shortly with Act Two. You've seen these couples, or rather heard of them. They dwell in a sea of perfect harmony, never a ripple of discord. But when they do have a disagreement, well, it's a beaut. Here we have Fred Peterson listening to Hetty and Tom Parsons having a fantastic difference of opinion.
Tom, how can you say that?
Hetty, darling, I was not in the car with you. I was home. Home.
You said, let's get out of this miserable cold and snow. Let's head south for a couple of weeks.
Hetty, when did I say that? How could I say that? You know I'm swamped with work at the office.
You came home this afternoon, Tom. You said, how would you like to leave for Florida tonight? And I said, give me an hour to pack.
Excuse me.
Who's he?
Oh, he's just...
I'm just Fred Peterson of the Union Messenger.
A reporter?
Oh, please, don't be alarmed. I assure you it's a thoroughly respectable profession.
Well, I see no point in emblazoning this all over the newspapers.
Is there anything to emblazon, as you put it?
This is a private affair.
Tom, tell me what happened. What happened to you after you left me?
Hetty, I told you I never left.
Tom.
How could I have left you? I wasn't with you.
Oh, no, Tom. This time I have witnesses. The police officer, he knows you went out to clear the rear window.
How does he know?
Because
you told him.
Mr. Parsons, now, obviously your wife seems distraught. I would suggest...
Keep your suggestions to yourself, Mr. Peterson. Don't you dare imply that I'm overwrought or nervous or hysterical. I am completely calm, extremely rational, and absolutely in command of myself. I know what happened this evening.
Mr. Peterson, this is obviously a private matter between my wife and me, and nobody's business but ours.
What did you mean, Mrs. Parsons, when you said that this time you had witnesses? Have there been other times when...
Hetty, it doesn't do us any good to air this in public.
All right, Tom. Take me home.
Let me talk to that officer at the desk there. Find out if there's anything we have to do.
Well?
Well, what?
Friend, husband, Tom. He didn't turn out to be quite as advertised.
And what is that supposed to mean?
He isn't quite the sweetest, mildest, most obliging guy on earth, is he?
He is to me.
I guess it's all a matter of how these words are defined, isn't it? And about this oh-so-complete understanding between the two of you. Won't you at least admit you're having a difference of opinion right now?
I don't have to admit anything.
Okay, don't shoot. I'll go quietly. Are you sure you really want me to go?
Please.
Regardless of what you say to me. You are in trouble. No, don't deny it.
Well, what if I am?
I'd like to help you.
Why?
Because...
Would you want to help me if I were middle-aged and fat and sloppy and ugly?
It isn't 10 minutes ago. You accused me of living in a world where no one trusted the next fellow or believed in him. You accused me of being a confirmed cynic. Is it possible you don't remember what you say from 1 minute to the next?
I'm sorry.
Don't be. There's a great deal to what you said.
You're kind, but no one can help you.
I could try.
And no one should try either.
Why not?
It's too dangerous.
That was the wrong thing to say to me.
I'm warning you.
You're only getting me in deeper.
Please,
For
Fred.
openers, my business is to take chances and get myself into... Hey, you know what happened?
What?
You called me Fred.
Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have.
But you did. And that means we're friends.
Look, I only want...
You're the one who set up the ground rules for this thing. First names are for friends only.
Please, forget what happened here tonight. I warn you.
You've already warned me twice. It won't work.
I can only warn you 3 times.
Do you mean you keep score?
Please don't joke, Fred.
You keep saying the wrong word, or I should say the wrong name. The wrong name is Fred. You can't call me Fred and expect me to forget everything.
I warn you. I warn you for the 3rd time. Forget all about tonight for your own sake, for your own safety.
And after saying all that, you still expect me to forget about it.
Tell my husband I'll wait for him outside in the car.
Wait a minute, Hetty.
I warned you, Fred. I warned you 3 times. Now, goodbye.
Where's my wife?
She said she'd meet you in the car.
Mr. Peterson, if I were you, I'd forget everything that happened tonight.
Is that a threat?
No. A warning.
That's all I've been getting around here, warnings.
Well, for your own good, take them seriously.
And if I don't?
You'll regret it for the rest of your life, which may not be a long one.
You still insist that you're not threatening me?
I'm only trying to help you.
Really? And why should you do that?
Why? I don't know why. Maybe it's because the last guy tried to help me.
What last guy?
I didn't listen to him.
The last guy? What do you mean?
Nothing. Forget it.
You know, with you and your wife, it seems, everything turns out to be nothing and forget it.
I don't think it matters now. I have an idea. It's already too late for you. I'm sorry. Good night, Mr. Peterson.
Hey, Fred. Fred.
Yeah, Lieutenant, I'm coming.
Well?
Well, what?
There's nothing there for us boys in blue. What's in it for the 4th Estate?
Looks like he's trying to drive her nuts.
It could also be the other way around.
I don't think so.
Because of that honey-colored blonde hair?
Lieutenant, you always know where the exposed nerve is.
Just stop and figure it. Couldn't this also be her way of trying to drive him nuts?
As a reporter, I would have to say yes.
But, as a man?
I don't know.
Well, you got a problem, Fred. How are you going to tackle it? As a reporter? Or as a man?
Good morning.
Oh, Fred, what are you doing here?
Won't you ask me to come in?
Well,
You could also offer me a cup of coffee. It's been a long drive on a cold morning.
Oh, well, I suppose you might as well come inside.
How gracious.
I'm sorry. I'm still upset, and you should know why. Come into the kitchen. I was just pouring myself a cup.
Thanks. Charming place you have here.
Thank you. I suppose Tom is generous enough when it comes to money and things.
The implication being that he is not generous when it comes to what?
Fred, if you insist on talking about Tom, I'll have to ask you to leave.
Okay, let's talk about you.
No. We can't talk about me either.
What can we talk about?
The weather, politics, sports. You'd be surprised. I'm a very well-informed person. We could talk about art or literature.
I didn't come here to talk about those things.
I know why you came here.
Do you?
Fred, I'm a married woman.
But you're not a happily married woman.
I'm happy enough.
Okay. Let me tell you why I'm here. As a reporter, that is. It doesn't happen very often that you get a chance to be in on a story before it's a story. You follow me?
No.
Last night, all I could have gotten out of it might have been a squib on the back page, or maybe nothing. But something's happening here. Something's building. I don't know what it is. But one of you is lying. One of you is trying to destroy the other.
And you think you can stop it?
Oh, no, that's not my job. But there's going to be an explosion. And I want to be there when it blows. Because then I'll have a story.
And that's all this is. That's all I am to you. A story.
I was talking as a reporter. But as a man...
Yes?
As a man, I'd like to help you, Hetty.
Even if it meant losing your story?
Yes.
I'd like to believe that.
Why can't you?
I tried to warn you, Fred.
Look, we had all that last night.
I can't warn you anymore, but remember, I did warn you.
Yeah, sure.
Don't brush it aside, Fred.
Hetty, on the general subject of warnings, I've had a few in my day. From gangsters, from politicians. I mean from people who had clout.
But I did warn you.
Look, if you want me to, I'll sign a receipt. Let the record show that you warned me.
You were right. He is trying to destroy me.
Ah, finally. Why?
I don't know.
Okay, let's go through the standards. Is he after your money?
I don't have any.
Another woman?
I don't think so.
Is he tired of you?
I don't know.
Well, none of this is very helpful.
I'm sorry.
What was this business you were giving me back in the station house about your perfect marriage, about your perfect husband?
Because he is. It's just... Well, now and then he imagines things like last night.
What's now and then?
Oh, every few months. One time he stranded me up in Maine. Another time we were supposed to go to Europe. He told me he would be delayed and to get on the plane he would make the next one. And there I was, all by myself in Paris. He denied everything.
Has he seen a doctor?
Yes.
And?
It hasn't done any good.
Is he overworked?
Oh, yes.
Well, maybe he needs a long vacation.
I'm sure of it.
It all sounds pretty simple to me, except for one little item. Why have you insisted on warning me?
Because it was the right thing to do.
I don't understand. First, you imply that everything is so simple. Then, when I start to believe it, you drop a little suggestion that throws me off balance. I can't seem to get anything definite out of you.
Oh, but you did.
What was that?
A warning.
Lieutenant Carroll?
Hey, Lieutenant.
Yeah, how goes the Parson case?
How did you know I was going to ask you about the
That
part?
honey blonde hair.
Does it really show that much?
Pal, you are hooked.
You know something? That's true. And she may even be playing me like a fish.
So what can I do for you?
Well, no crime has been committed yet, but you can bet there's one on the way.
Well, till then, we're handcuffed around here.
Sure, but you got all the facts.
What facts?
I mean, you can get at them in a routine way. Work up both of them, some past histories.
That's spending the taxpayers' money.
You spend the taxpayers' money every day. Something's ready to blow up there. Just be ready for it. That's all I'm asking.
Actually, Fred, if you want the truth, we've already started.
And?
Keep in touch.
Yeah?
They said you're in this office.
Well, look who's here. Tom, the piper's son. Come on in, sit down.
Mr. Peterson, I've decided to tell you everything. Because I know you're in love with my wife.
Oh, wait a minute.
Now, there are all kinds of meaningless expressions. Wait a minute, see here, hold on, or a few. Let's dispense with them.
You can't accuse me.
I don't accuse you. I state a fact.
Well, let's be fair. I only met your wife last night. I admit she's attractive. I don't even know her.
That's what I told him.
That's what you told who?
The last guy. The last guy she was married to. I wish I knew how to start this.
Well, start at the beginning.
Okay. I'm an accountant. You're a reporter. Both of us are men of the world. I mean this world. You live on facts. I live on figures. So how can I tell you? How can I expect you to believe me when I say that Hetty isn't a human being at all?
She isn't?
No. She's a witch. A
witch? Yes, That's what he said. A witch. But how can it be? Wasn't all that witch business over and done with more than 200 years ago? Well, that's what we intend to find out shortly when I return with Act 3. Tom Parsons and Fred Peterson sit in a newspaper office. Both are young, alert, stylishly dressed, every bit the modern, sophisticated men of today. And yet, the subject, the very serious subject under discussion is witchcraft, of all things.
Well, it isn't every day a man accuses his wife of being a witch.
It isn't every day a man finds out he's married to one.
I can only say it's incredible.
I know. That's what I said when he told me.
When who told you?
The last guy.
Tell me about the last guy.
I met Hetty on a cruise ship about 5 years ago. She said her husband had just somehow disappeared. She was distraught. You know, she does the distraught bit to perfection.
I know nothing of the kind. What happened? Had he fallen overboard?
Well, that's what she made everybody think. Till we got a radiogram from shore. He claimed he knew nothing about the trip.
Well, either he had boarded the boat or he hadn't.
Okay, let's get all of that cleared away. There was a ticket in his name. There were some people who claimed they had seen him. The trouble is, there was a pretty drunk bon voyage party. Most everybody was in no shape to remember anything. Oh, yes, the steward did claim to have seen him aboard, but...
But?
I'm convinced the steward was bribed. So I bought her story. I fell in love with her. Just as you did. And I helped her kill him. Just as you're going to help her kill me.
You know what I think?
I know what you think. You think I'm a nut. You could look it up. 5 years ago, Stacy's Mountainville Lodge in the Adirondacks. She called me. She was desperate. Come up here. He's going to kill me. I flew up. I found them. They were near a cliff. She was screaming for help. I started fighting him off. I guess he slipped. He fell over the side. He was killed. Look it up. Coroner's office. You'll see. An accident.
Let's assume I buy all this. How does it make her a witch?
Oh. She told me. She'll tell you afterwards. She's a witch. She falls in love with men, gets tired of them, and destroys them.
I think you must be...
I know. I'm here to warn you. But I'm going to kill her first.
Let me get you a cup of coffee.
You're a fool. I'm here to save your life.
Sure.
Okay. Look her up. I mean that. See if you can find a trace of her. See if you can find out where or when she was born, who her parents were. She has absolutely no background. I tell you...
Don't get excited.
Lord, this is all so familiar. All of this is what he said to me. And what I said to him. Back there, before I killed him.
Now, nobody's going to kill anybody.
I don't know you. But you look like a nice guy. Take my advice. Save yourself. Save yourself.
I'm not sure I should be here with you tonight, Fred.
Well, you wouldn't let me visit you at home.
Oh, it just wouldn't look right.
Yeah, but it's all on the level. I'm a newspaper man. It's business. I'm doing a story.
I had a very proper upbringing.
Where were you raised, Hetty?
I'd rather not talk about it.
Why?
Well, I told you it was proper, but it wasn't happy. I shouldn't say this, but there were times when I thought my parents were ogres. Fred, is something wrong?
No. Gee, I just hope I didn't spill anything on you.
No. I didn't have a happy childhood. I don't like to discuss it.
Here's something we should discuss. I spoke with Tom this morning.
I think I know what he told you.
So far out, I even hesitate to mention it, but obviously he believes it.
I insisted that he see a psychiatrist. In fact, we both went. And it's the doctor's opinion that Tom is riddled with guilt. You see, he thinks he murdered Larry.
Larry?
My first husband. But Larry was a brute. I was very young, and we're really too young to know anything about people. Larry was a drunk. I didn't know that either. And when he had a few, he would abuse me. Well, I shouldn't have done it, but I was terrified. I called Tom, and he came up and got into a fight with Larry, and, well, there was that accident.
But why should he get that far-out notion about you?
According to the doctor, it had to be something, well, something he could live with, something that could justify what he did, and he really has a vivid imagination.
Strikes me as a very sober-minded person, aside
He was a lit major at college. He became an accountant because he had to make a living. I don't know what I'm going to do about him, Fred. I've had so much trouble in my life, and he's really a wonderful guy, and I love him. Why does he want to destroy us? Why should he have a guilty conscience about Larry? Whatever happened was in self-defense.
Well, look, everything will turn out all right.
Oh, you're only saying that because you have to say something.
No, I believe it.
Hello?
Tom?
Yes, it's Tom.
But you said you were working late.
Well, I am. I just took a break for dinner. Join you?
Please.
Fred, you obviously didn't hear a word I said this morning, did you?
I heard every word.
Heard them all and listened to none?
Tom, you're not well, and I think we...
Oh, I know what you think. You think we should go away for a rest and all that. Forget it. I know what I have to do, and I'm going to do it. Poor Fred. I feel sorry for you. You're in love with her.
To keep the record straight, I'm a reporter. There's a story here. I aim to get it.
Sure. That's what you tell yourself.
Let's go along with you, Tom. Suppose what you say is true. Suppose she's what you say she is. Why not walk out, get a divorce?
I can't.
Why?
I hope you never find out. You see, she destroys you. She takes away your capacity to love. Your feelings, your mind. It's as if you're only just nourishment for her. And when everything you have to give is gone, she discards you for someone else.
Tom, for your own sake, I think you should be under a doctor's care in a hospital.
I suppose I should. But I want to save you. It'll make up for Larry.
I must apologize, Fred, for exposing you to all this. I shouldn't have come here.
But you wanted to expose him to all this. That's why you came here. You knew I always eat here when I work late.
Tom, I'll do anything you want. Just tell me.
Disappear. As a supernatural person, you can arrange that without any problem.
Please, Fred, go now. Leave us alone.
But I don't want to...
He's my problem. I have to live with it. And if you stay, well, an audience always excites him.
Now, look who finally showed up. What happened to that Nobel Prize for Journalism you were working on?
Lieutenant, there is no Nobel Prize for journalism.
Oh, well, what happened anyhow?
I got off it all. Couldn't make heads or tails.
Well, we're still on it. As a matter of fact, information keeps pouring in all the time.
On her?
On him. Funny duck. He was always interested in spirits, that kind of thing. He wrote his master's thesis on something called demonology.
Well, there's nothing there for me.
As a man or a reporter?
Both.
You know, I've been married 10 years, and I've never been tempted. But if I could be, she could do it. Oh, that dame is something.
I'm surprised at you, Lieutenant.
But there's hope for you. If what you say about the husband is true, he winds up in the loony bin, and after a respectable interval, she could be yours. That's what's in your mind, right?
You are the most cynical person I know.
Come off it. We're two of a kind. I'd even wait for her myself. Lieutenant Carroll.
Is Fred Peterson there, please?
Hold on, I'll see. It's the girl you love.
Cut it out.
Okay, the girl we love. You hear?
Yeah, I guess I'm here.
Take it.
Hello?
Fred, I'm scared.
What's the matter, Hetty?
Don't ask any questions. Just come to my place. Quickly. Come in, Fred. Oh, darling, I'm so glad you're here.
Hetty, why are you shaking like that?
I'm frightened. I'm so frightened.
Please, Hetty, calm down. I'm here. Everything is going to be all right.
I know it. I know. It's wrong for me to talk to you like this, to feel like this. But I can't help it.
No, we'll work it out. Somehow we'll work it out. Now. Why are you scared?
He asked me to take his suit to the cleaners this morning, and I found this in his pocket.
It's a receipt.
Read it.
From Carrington's, 1 double-action Danforth Wilson revolver, caliber .32.
He bought a gun. Don't you see? He bought a gun.
All right.
Why would he buy a gun if he didn't want to kill me?
Well, I think we have enough to interest the police now.
Are you sure about that?
Tom?
Well, answer the question, Fred. What do you expect from the police? I have a permit for this gun. I have every right to own it.
Look, Tom, I get very nervous when people point guns at me. Maybe it's unreasonable, but do you mind putting that thing away?
Well, I will. After I use it.
No, Tom.
Don't be a fool. You're not a killer.
I always thought that. Till just now.
Tom, listen. Let's say you're right. That she is a witch, okay? Don't you see? You couldn't kill her anyhow. You'd empty the gun at her. It wouldn't mean a thing.
Fine. Why don't we find out?
I won't let you.
Get away from me, Fred.
No.
Come on, step aside.
Behind me, Hetty. Behind me.
Fred, give me that gun. If you move, I'll kill you.
Gun. Just lower it. Drop it.
I'm going to kill her.
No, drop it.
Tom! You did it. Again, Eddie. It did it. Again.
Call a doctor, Hetty.
What for? You poor sucker. You think she's not worth it. You think she's paradise? She is. She is. But it doesn't last. It doesn't last. And then she'll kill you. She'll kill you, too.
Tom.
He's dead.
Tom.
You saw there was nothing I could do.
I know.
Better call the police.
Lieutenant Carroll.
Lieutenant, it's Fred.
Hey, Fred, I got news for you. What I mean is I have absolutely no news for you.
Lieutenant, listen to me.
You know, we drew a complete blank on that dame. We traced her back to St. Louis City Hall, where she married a guy named Larry Bellows. She gave her home address as Charterville, Illinois. But there's no such place.
Listen, Lieutenant.
It's as if this dame just materialized out of thin air. No background at all.
Wait a minute. Hetty. Who are you?
Hello? Oh, Fred. Fred, why did you call?
Who are you, Hetty?
Fred, what's on your mind?
Hetty.
I warned you 3 times, Fred. I warned you 3 times.
And how many warnings would you have needed? Or heeded? That's the trouble. When they have honey blonde hair, it's so hard to take them seriously. A mistake. You should always take every woman seriously. We'll be back shortly. Are there really witches? Everyone must keep his own counsel on the matter. However, if you should happen upon a damsel in distress, and she has honey blonde hair and baby blue eyes, remember, we warned you 3 times. Our cast included Joan Loring, Mason Adams, Tom Keena, Alan Manson, and Sam Gray. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Colder Than of Late by Ken Whitmore.
And finally, the weather prospects for the North region. A bright, frosty night is forecast.
She'll be here at any minute.
Woman, the weather. It will be colder than of late, but the severe northeasterly winds should abate towards dawn. And there is a likelihood of snow on the hill.
Norman, Miss Moraine...
Let him finish, Sarah. The further outlook is for a continuing cold spell with falls of snow, heavy in places, likely to affect the entire region.
There, that's her.
This is the North region of the BBC Home Service.
Now, tell her we want no pencil writing.
Now,
get it in ink.
Henry Hall
tell her.
And the BBC Dance Orchestra.
Anybody'd think you were scared of her. All right, I'm coming.
Well, you're in a tearing rush to open up to a starving soul, Sarah Minshall. What's the matter? Is the house afire?
Oh, Miss Moraine, I'm sorry. I came just as soon as ever I could.
Let the old witch freeze to the doorstep. Is that what Norman said? Then you'd get a soft-headed landlord who'd drop the rent to £10 a year. Or maybe an out, eh?
Here's the rent book, Miss Moraine.
Well, let me into the hall, then. Can't see in this dark. Never mind my fingers dropping off with frostbite.
Just mind that step. It's right icy.
I can see I threw good brass away decorating these walls for you. Some folk just don't respect other people's property.
Norman decorated it himself, Miss Moraine, if you remember, and it's peeling off the walls because of the damp we've been telling you about ever since...
Bad paper hanging, more like. This row of cottages has stood here hundreds of years. They're in the guidebooks. A charming group fronting the quaint old high street. That's what they call them. These walls are as solid as your Norman's head. Now, none of your nonsense, and let's see the colour of your money. See, it's 2 weeks you owe, isn't it? Just let's get me pen.
No, it's never. We settle up prompt every week, as you well know.
You'd be a right rare one for this day and age if you did that. Yeah, but you're right this time, as it happens.
In pen, please.
What do you say?
You're writing it in pencil. Norman says you should write it in ink with a pen. Rent, in a rent book.
He can lump it, then.
Then I must give you no rent.
What's this? Am I suspected of some underhand devious malpractice because I run out of the house without a pen?
Here's a pen, Miss Moraine.
What?
And ink on the hall table here.
I do hate to see a mistrustful woman, Sarah. You're a funny little body. Well, give it here. Now, give me the money. Right. Now, in ink. Received February the 18th, 1947, 5 shillings and 9 pence. There. Satisfied? And there's your blessed pen.
Thank you, Miss Moraine. Good night.
Night, Sarah. Oh, there's just one thing. Norman Minshall. I know you're skulking back of that door. Minchell, I want words with you.
Aye? Were you calling me, Miss Moraine?
They tell me you're doing some work for that Mrs. Perigord at the Shepherd's Pie restaurant.
I'm building an extension for her, yes.
Well, just remember you're supposed to be maintenance man at my mill, not odd jobber for the village in general. I don't run a mill for the convenience of a man setting up a business for himself on the side. It's the final warning, Minchell. And if I have to dismiss you, I dismiss you from this house, too. And I'll write that down for you in ink. Good night.
Now, watch your footing on that ice, Miss Moraine.
Watch your footing. I hope she breaks a blasted neck.
Come out of the cold, Norman. Let's get this door closed.
Just a minute. What's she driving tonight? Blasted Bentley. Look at that. 75 years old, too mean to employ a rent man, drives around in a damn Bentley collecting her coppers. They wouldn't believe that if you put it in a book. Hellfire! She's going to pull right out in front of that car.
Miss Moraine, look out! I daresn't look. Are they all right?
Come on, inside.
Norman, they might be hurt.
Inside. The force she wants us as a witness in her favour.
Are you all right in there? Madam, are you all right?
It's not a blessed speedway track. Why don't you look where you're going?
Are you all right?
Is my car all right, that's all. Here, out of my way. Let me out. Blessed speedos.
Now, I should sit quietly for a minute. You've had a shock.
Are you going to let me out? There. And you can loose hold of my elbow. I'm no invalid.
This road's a sheet of glass.
Right bash. This is going to cost you a good few weeks' pay, young man.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, look what you've done to this mudguard. You can't replace bibs and bobs like that on a Bentley for ninepence, you know. Not to mention that radiator of yours. Sunbeam Talbot, eh? It's not a speedway track.
We've both got off light if you stop and think. A couple of hours' work for a panel beater, dab of paint, that's all.
It'll go back to the works, and you'll pay for it.
Well, look, I don't want to stand here arguing, but I wasn't to blame, you know.
I suppose you'll be saying I was in a minute.
Look, I'm prepared to forget it.
I'll bet you are.
I've taken a bigger clout than you, and you did cut right out in front of me.
I'll trouble you for your name and address. This is a reckless driving case.
I think you're right.
Name and address.
All right, I'll write it down. Here's some paper. Here, my wallet, yes, and a pen. Bernard Baxter, 19 Leopard Gardens, Hendon, Middlesex. There. And I'm putting up at the inn here tonight.
The mortal man?
That's right. And your name?
Moraine. Martha Moraine. The Lead Hall. 2 miles up the road on the edge of the moor.
Moraine?
Heard of me, have you?
No, it's just the name, Moraine. It means an infectious disease of cattle, doesn't it?
If that's meant as sarcasm...
Look, Miss Moraine, I advise you to go home, get a good night's rest, and get your car into a garage in the morning, and then forget all about it. It's a good offer.
Listen, Mr. Baxter, I'm getting browned off with you.
Will you please let go of my coat?
Are you aware of my standing in Gimmerbeck? I practically own this dale. The chairman of the bench is a very good and close friend of mine.
Let go of my coat.
The village police sergeant and me have an understanding. We've no time for road hogs in this dale. Oh!
I warned you about holding my coat.
You bullying devil. Strike an old woman of 73... I'll have you up for assault and battering.
And could I just point out to you, Miss Moraine, or Mrs. Moraine, whichever the case may be, that under Section 16 of the Offences Against the Person Act of 1861, you just committed an unlawful assault on me by placing your hands on my coat. Good night.
Baxter?
Yes?
You give me £50, and we'll say it never happened.
Good night.
Was the meal satisfactory, Mr. Baxter?
Thank you, it was very good.
Will there be anything else?
Oh, you might put a couple of bottles in my bed. It's like the Arctic up there.
That's been done, sir, and I've lit you a fire.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Are there any other guests?
Just one gentleman, Mr. Grinton. He pays us a call from time to time.
Oh, by the way, I'll be making a start at 7 in the morning, so I want to call at 6.
6?
Breakfast at 1:30, orange juice, red hot porridge, and ham and eggs, I think.
Well, sir, ham and eggs, what with rationing?
Oh, we are in the heart of the English countryside, aren't we? A pig in every parlour, a hen under every bed. Don't tell me you live on Woolton pies and snook up here.
There is the law, Mr. Baxter.
Oh, we come face to face with it at every turn, don't we? Here you are. Would a couple of pounds help to defray any fine you might incur?
Oh, thank you kindly. I'll see what I can do. Now, would you like to step through to the saloon bar? There's a nice warm fire in there.
Lead me to it.
That's the tap room through there. Local mill workers and farmhands get in there. I think you prefer the saloon. Just through here, sir. This way, sir. Oh, evening, Mr. Grinton.
Hello, Peter.
Hello, Rector. I didn't see you come in.
I was as unobtrusive as possible, Peter.
Rose, see that Mr. Baxter's well looked after. I'll just go and see how your fire's getting on, sir.
Thank you.
Now then, sir.
Oh, Scotch, please, if you do have the real McCoy.
Excuse me, sir. Will you join us over here and share the merry blaze?
Thank you. Would you join me in a drink?
Oh, well, that's very decent. A rum and peppermint, please.
Good. And your companion?
Oh, a pint of bitter. It's very noble of you.
All right. Now, a Scotch, rum and peppermint, and a pint of bitter, please.
Right, sir.
Here you are, miss. Bring our drinks over, will you?
Yes, certainly, sir.
Oh, look, do take my seat.
Here, I'll move round a bit.
No. All right. I'll stand in front of the fire until the blood starts flowing. My name's Baxter, by the way.
And my name's Synico, Arthur Synico.
Rector of this parish.
And this is Mr. Grinton.
How do you do?
Mr. Grinton's our local, I think the term is newshound.
Forewarned is forearmed.
Here you are, gentlemen.
Ah, thank you, Rose.
Eightpence halfpenny change, sir.
Thank you. Well, your good health.
And to you.
Cheerio. And here's hoping you meet with no more little accidents.
Accidents? What? Is that the talk of the village already? It only happened 3/4 of an hour ago.
I'm paid to be a walking antenna, Mr. Baxter. And you know how it is in a village. Kick one and they all limp. Don't I know your face, Mr. Baxter?
I doubt it. This is my first time in these parts.
Well, I travel all over Yorkshire.
Mr. Grinton's the agricultural correspondent of the Yorkshire Evening Standard. He only pays us a call every month or so. A peripatetic post, you might say.
Keep the party clean. I move from town to town, digging out the farming news, village to village. I'll place you in a minute.
I've never been in Yorkshire before.
What brings you up here, if it isn't a rude question?
I think it is rude, Mr. Grinton.
I'd intended staying the night in Rigworth, but I hadn't realised how depressing these big northern mill towns really are. The Blitz didn't make much improvement, did it?
No.
I just thought I'd push on to somewhere more pleasant, and I saw the sign, Gimmerbeck, 20 miles.
Rigworth's my hometown and very close to my heart, Mr. Baxter. But have another drink. Rose, my love, same again.
Right.
I suppose you don't realise you came within inches of making yourself a village hero tonight, Mr. Baxter.
Oh, yes?
Gimmerbeck's dragon slain. The toast of this tiny Dalestown tonight is a 42-year-old... I didn't get your occupation.
I didn't mention it. And you're a bit out on the age as well.
Oh, you must forgive Mr. Grinton. He's trying to loosen your tongue because the villagers steadfastly refuse to unlock theirs.
They're a cagey lot, all right.
They keep their counsel.
But they'd have erected a statue to you, Mr. Baxter, if only you'd killed the old girl.
Miss Moraine? Is she not liked, then?
Rector, will you disabuse this innocent gentleman?
She's a fellow creature, Mr. Grinton. Show a little charity.
She's a greedy, vindictive, spiteful, grasping old...
In other words, not Mr. Grinton's cup of tea. Drinks.
Thank you, Rector.
That's a good, Rose. Shove it on the bill, will you?
Right, Mr. Grinton, I will.
Martha Moraine. Yes. In a way, you know, she's admirable. You have to hand it to her. This dale's in the palm of her hand. Owns most of it. 30,000 acres or more. The mill, the tannery, half the cottages, and the souls of the tenants. Talk about Russian serfs. Her father bought the mill and gathered most of the land around him. I've ginned up on this family. Broke his neck on a horse in 1904, to universal rejoicing by all accounts. But they cheered too soon. Just 30, Martha was, when she started her reign of terror. You know how she used to recruit labour for the mill? She'd go down to Rigworth or Bradford or Leeds, one of the mill towns, and get a job as a mill hand. And she'd watch very carefully to see who worked well, who pulled his weight, who was a good timekeeper. You follow? Then, when she'd marked down the cream of the workers, she'd sidle up and tempt them to Gimmerbeck. Pure country air, security of employment, a cottage by a beck.
And then?
The rude awakening. Exploitation, Mr. Baxter. The threat of eviction if you put a foot wrong. I'll tell you, one of these mill hands, in about 1910 or 11, wasn't it, Rector?
What? The woman who died. Oh, before our time. About 1910. Getting on for 40 years, anyway.
One of the mill hands she brought up from Rigworth went and died. And Martha Moraine, no messing about, gave his widow notice to quit the cottage the day after the funeral. Winter it was. Night like this, I shouldn't wonder. The widow leaves her child with a neighbour, little boy of 4 or 5, says she has to run an errand, and off she goes. 2 days later, she's found frozen to death on the moor. What was the woman's name, Rector?
Her gravestone's in a corner of the churchyard, but I must confess I haven't looked at it for years.
What became of the boy? Is he still in the village?
No. Back to Rigworth, I suppose. Relatives or what have you. Some said the woman called at the Lead Hall. That's Martha Moraine's house. You pass it on the way to the moor. They say she called on Martha to beg for one more chance, but got turned down flat and just wandered onto the moor to die.
It sounds a bit far-fetched.
Listen, Mr. Baxter, I could tell you more tales about Martha Moraine.
Oh, really?
Well, what about the brass band?
Brass band?
She confiscated their instruments. This is only about 18 months ago.
The Gimmerbeck British Wool Brass Band. Quite famous in these parts, Mr. Baxter. Most of the instrumentalists work at Miss Moraine's mill.
They went down to a contest in Manchester and won first prize. Then they started celebrating. Well, next morning, I don't think one of them turned in on time at the mill. Next band practice, they go along to the old loom room where they keep their instruments and do the rehearsing, and their instruments have gone. What's this? Oh, says Martha, I've suspended the band for a month. Next time it'll be the sack. Then there's George Sarum.
Yes?
Bit of an artist with the paintbrush. Only got one arm. Just about scrapes a living doing local landscapes, as far as I can see. He's one of Miss Moraine's tenants, little cottage down by the river. And she's taken him to court for non-payment of rent.
No.
But the thing is, you see, Sarum's wife says she paid the rent, only Miss Moraine entered it up in the rent book in pencil. Who would you believe, Mr. Baxter?
Oh, bless me, 8 already. I'm afraid you really must excuse me.
Oh, Rector, I'd like a look at your church.
Church?
It's a hobby of mine.
Architecture?
I go in for the Norman period.
Yes, well, we're Norman, all right. At least originally. We've still got a pure Norman doorway, the heads filled in solid with beautiful sculpture to the top of the arch. Oh, look here. Come to the rectory for a sherry tomorrow.
I'm leaving at 7 in the morning. I've got to be in York by 10. Would you mind if I stroll along with you now?
You don't understand. The church is on the fell, you see.
The fell?
And jolly inconvenient, too. A stiff climb of getting on for a mile. Fortunately, the rector is down here in the village. Sometimes the snow stops us using the church for weeks on end. The parishioners have never acquired my knack of climbing mountains.
Mr. Synico's a man of many talents. He's the leader of the Gimmerbeck Mountain Rescue Team, for one thing. Don't let that dog collar deceive you.
You see, Mr. Baxter, the shepherd of Christ's flock in this parish must be a man of resourceful parts as well as strong and simple faith. Now I must bid you good night. It was awfully nice meeting you, Mr. Baxter. I wish you a safe journey in the morning. Goodbye, Grinton.
I'll be seeing you.
Good night.
Skinflint.
What did you say?
Walking out without buying his round. Strange, that. He used to be very free with his brass once upon a time. I believe his father left a very long stocking.
Huh?
Plenty of cash. Some good paintings, too, I believe. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the rector's gambled it all away.
He wouldn't be the first sporting parson.
And women.
What?
Right now, it wouldn't surprise me if he's off to see Mrs. Perigord.
Oh?
Keeps the restaurant just up the road from here. The Shepherd's Pie. A very nice piece, Charlotte Perigord.
Well, isn't he married?
Oh, yes. Pretty happily, on the surface.
Well, I think I'll take a stroll and stretch my legs. I've been driving all day.
Where from?
You know, I'd kick myself if I leave here without taking a look at that Norman doorway.
What's going on in York?
How do I get to it?
York?
The church.
Are you serious? Go 500 yards up that fell and you'll die of exposure. The Corpse Road will be thick with ice.
Corpse Road?
The lane up to the church. Nasty spot to break a leg. Of course, if you want to supply me with a crisp little story for tomorrow's first edition, Stranger freezes on fell.
All right. You've talked me out of it. I'll go and take a look at the village.
Fresh air fiend, aren't you?
I like to study the makeup of these little out-of-the-way places.
In the dark?
There's a full moon. Is there anything worth looking at?
On a miserable Monday night in Gimmerbeck. It's just a typical Dale's village, that's all. 100 or 2 little stone cottages, a few Georgian places. This is the only village in the Dale, by the way. Has the Dale all to itself. Of course, you'll see a few little lights winking up in the hills, the farmhouses. The village is full of trippers in the season, hence the home-knitted woolens and knick-knack shops. The place couldn't survive without tourism, really.
Yes, I see. Well, there's nothing of architectural interest, except the church.
Well, there are the remains of the lead mines up on the moor, 17th century, I think. But you won't be going up there tonight. Oh, and there's a little stone hermitage, like a tiny chapel. Supposedly haunted, of course. Very remote, between here and the Lead Hall.
Miss Morane's place. I still haven't got my bearings.
Well, it's pretty straightforward. We're in the village main street, right? The Mortal Man. Go out of here, turn left, and you pass the Shepherd's Pie, the last building in the village. Then you're climbing the hill up to the moor. On the other hand, you can turn right, down the hill, through the village, over the bridge, and you're on your way out on the Rigworth Road. The Corpse Road to the church branches off just before the bridge.
Yes, I think I've got the lay of the land. Well, we may meet later.
Wrap up warm, Mr. Baxter. Rather you than me.
Your health, Mr. Grinton.
Cheerio, Doctor. Now drink it right down.
Ah, that's good. You can't beat a brandy. I suppose you've been hugging that fire all night.
Who wouldn't? It's a night to make a black dog walk in white.
Some of us have to go out in it.
You've been working?
I just closed the surgery and I was looking forward to a lazy night. And I got called out to Aysgarth.
Over the moor?
All in a day's work. And just think of the poor sheep farmers. Lambing time and weather like this. It was snowing like blazes when I left Aysgarth. Flakes as big as half-crowns. Should reach us in an hour or two.
Well, let me get you another brandy.
Oh, Mr. Grinton, you'll have me plastered.
Rose, another brandy for Dr. Dunsany. I can't have you going down with a cold. Well, it's Mrs. Perigord. You timed that nicely.
Oh, good evening. Hello, Hilary.
Hello, Charlotte.
Rose, a drink for Mrs. Perigord.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Grinton, but I'm with the rector.
Good evening, good evening. Have you been monopolising that fire all evening, Grinton? Hello, Doctor.
Yes, I'm still chair. And one for Mr. Synico, Rose. I think it's a rum, isn't it?
And peppermint. Scotch for you, Mrs. Perigord?
Yes, lovely.
Come and sit by the fire, Charlotte.
Just popped in for a nightcap.
Oh, we've had rather a heavy evening of it, ploughing through the parish accounts at the Shepherd's Pie. Mrs. Perigord's our treasurer, you know.
Yes. Well, I'll just move these chairs around so you can all get a peep at the fire.
Right, and I'll put this one over there.
Fine. You sit there, Mrs. Perigord.
Oh, thank you.
Don't mind me. I'm toasted all through.
Well, this is all very snug.
Charlotte, I don't want to spoil party fun, but speaking as your doctor, I think you're very unwise to come out on a night like this.
Oh, please don't bully me, Hilary. I'm liable to burst into tears. Anyway, I think I've earned a drink. I don't keep a single bottle in the house now.
You're doing very well, but you mustn't take any risks.
Thanks, Rose. I'll take the tray.
I'm rather cross with you, Rector.
My dear Dr. Dunsany, you make me feel very guilty.
Just as long as you remember Charlotte's still in a very delicate state of health.
Oh, good God, Hilary, can't we give it a rest for once?
Dr. Dunsany, can you spare a minute? This gentleman's been hurt.
Oh dear, what's happened to him?
All right, landlord, I can stand on my own 2 feet.
Stay in the bolts, Mr. Baxter. Just keep a hold on me till we get you to a chair.
What happened? Did you slip on the ice?
I just ricked my damned ankle, that's all.
My dear Mr. Baxter, here, take my chair.
Now, Sit down. Gently does it.
My God, Baxter, I do believe you've been trying to climb up to that church. Came a cropper, did you?
Look, I'm sorry to cause all this commotion. My ankle seems to have packed in.
All right. Let me take a look.
Get your blasted hands off me.
I'll just unlace your shoe.
Hands off, I said.
Don't be a fool, Baxter. The lady's a doctor.
Well, are there no men doctors in this benighted place?
Sorry. You'll just have to put up with me, Mr. Whoever you are.
Baxter. Sorry. I just prefer being treated by a man.
Golly, is it 10 already? Now off with that shoe, Mr. Baxter. There. Peter, could you get me a roll of bandage and a jug of cold water?
Right you are.
Now, I'm just going to press here, Mr. Baxter.
Thank you very much.
Yes. It's rather ugly and puffed up, but, grit your teeth, Mr. Baxter. I'm going to give it a little twist.
Is it broken?
All you're suffering from, Mr. Baxter, is a badly sprained ankle and a slight case of misogyny.
Were you trying to get up to the church?
The church?
Mr. Baxter's a student of Norman doorways.
All right, I'm an idiot. It looked perfectly straightforward to me. I'd only gone 100 yards and bam, down I went.
Lucky it didn't happen at the top. Stranger freezes on fell.
Bandages, Doctor?
Oh.
Where do you want this jug? Is he all right?
Oh, just down there, Peter. He'll have to scratch from the sprint for a few days, but no lasting damage. I'm going to strap you up, Mr. Baxter. Now, be warned, this water's icy.
Oh, dear, this is marvellous. I'm supposed to be in York at 10 in the morning.
Well, you won't be driving anywhere on that ankle.
Is there anybody in the village who could run me there? He'd be well paid.
Robin Lambert. Apprentice at the garage. He might do it.
Could you get in touch with him, then?
I'll slip along and see him now.
I think you'd better help Mr. Baxter up to his room first, Peter. Bed's what he needs at the moment. You might get him a stiff brandy first.
Right.
York, of course. I know who you are now, Mr. Baxter.
Really?
I knew I'd seen your face before. Inspector Morgan. He goes on trial at York tomorrow, doesn't he? Charged with murdering his wife.
You're very well informed for an agricultural correspondent, Grinton.
Yes, Inspector Morgan. He used to work for you at Scotland Yard, didn't he? You're Baxter. Detective Superintendent Bernard Baxter.
Oh, Charlotte, are you all right?
Oh, I'm sorry, but my glass slipped, that's all.
Charlotte, your hands. You really are in no condition.
Just don't bully me, Hilary.
I must explain, Mr. Baxter, that Mrs. Perigord has been under a very severe strain these last few months.
Superintendent Baxter? Now, just a moment, weren't you...
Yes, Rector. The Rosalind Withers case. Yes. Mr. Baxter's picture was all over the papers a couple of Sundays ago. I knew I'd seen him somewhere.
Here's a drink, Mr. Baxter. I'll get that down.
Thank you.
The trial of Inspector Morgan. I suppose you'll be speaking in his defence. A new sensation for you, Mr. Baxter. Giving character evidence, fine upstanding officer and all that.
What a perceptive crime reporter Fleet Street lost in you, Mr. Grinton. And now, landlord, if you help me up to bed.
Right. Now, gently does it, Mr. Baxter. Right.
Thank you.
And repeat the cold compress in the morning.
Now, you take it steady. I'll find you a stick first thing tomorrow.
And thanks for your kind ministrations, Doctor.
Glad to help.
Watch your step, Superintendent.
I beg your pardon?
The stairs. You seem accident-prone. Well, a celebrity in our midst.
Did you say Rosalind Withers? Was he really mixed up in that affair?
Yes. Mr. Baxter caught the lady. And next week they stretched that lovely slender neck.
Oh, don't be disgusting.
A terrible waist, somehow. I wonder how Baxter feels about it. Hanged on 2 inches of turquoise cotton.
Cotton?
Haven't you followed the case, Doctor?
There's enough pain on my own doorstep, Mr. Grinton.
John Withers, a London schoolmaster, has a beautiful wife, right? 2 children, everything ticking along nicely. Then one day she's off with a young American army lieutenant. Happening all the time. Rosalind Withers wants a divorce. The husband says no. He's a Roman. He wants her back. Anyway, Rosalind goes off to live with her Yank and doesn't see the husband for, 6 months or more. Then Withers is found stabbed to death at home, and it's no time before the police pick the Yank up, and he admits everything. Says Rosalind had nothing to do with it. wasn't anywhere near the place. The experts go through the house with tooth combs and vacuum cleaners, and Rosalind's in the clear. Nothing to suggest that she'd been there for 6 months.
But Mr. Baxter wasn't satisfied, oh no. He was intent on destroying Rosalind with us.
Oh, come, Charlotte.
He questioned her for weeks on end. He put her on the rack. And then finally he went back to examine the house again, and he found 2 inches of turquoise cotton. Is that right, Mr. Grinton?
Yes. Tucked down between the cushions of a sofa.
A little cotton thread that came off a skirt Mrs. Withers bought 2 days before the murder.
She said she hadn't been near the place for 6 months. The cotton said otherwise.
And it was enough to convict her as an accessory. He set out deliberately to destroy that woman.
Charlotte, you're getting terribly overwrought.
Are you suggesting that
That he
Mr.
set out to
Baxter-
destroy her, yes. And in the absence of evidence, decided to provide some himself.
Baxter's been highly successful with women.
Women?
Women criminals. Said to have a peculiarly sensitive understanding of the female criminal
He's
mind.
a monster, don't you see, that man? Oh, my God.
Charlotte, are you all right?
Fresh air. Oh, I must get out.
Come on, Charlotte, we're taking you home.
Oh, I can't breathe.
My dear Charlotte, try to calm yourself.
We'll soon have you tucked up in a nice warm bed. Give me a hand, will you, Redford?
Yes.
Look, can I help?
Mr. Sineco and I will manage. Now, come along, Charlotte.
There you are, my dear.
Why should he come here now? That man knows something.
Now, quiet, Charlotte. We'll soon have you home.
Rose,
Yes, Mr. Grinton?
after that sobering experience, the same again. Hello, it's the artist and his implements.
Evening, Grinton.
Well, Sarum, I suppose you'd like a drink.
You have one on me.
What? Oh, Rose is just getting me one, thanks.
And a pint of bitter for me, Rose. What was all that about? Mrs. Perigord, they were carrying her out.
She had what they call a funny turn.
She's been through the mill, that woman. Can't understand why she stays in this pestilential village.
Take a pew.
I'll just get rid of this gear.
Do you have to drag all that stuff around with you? Easel, paints? Here, let me give you a hand.
I'm not totally helpless.
Here we are. 2 pints of bitter.
Thank you, Rosie. Keep the change.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sarum.
What's happened? Have you sold a painting?
Let's just say I had a stroke of luck.
Are you going to win that court case against Miss Moraine?
I'm not going to lose it. Cheers.
Here's to art. You been up on the moor tonight?
The moor? Who told you I'd been on the moor?
I'm a perambulating antenna. They tell me you're painting the village by moonlight. Been up there 1 or 2 nights now, haven't you? How the hell do you keep from freezing to death?
Brazier. And I keep in the lee of the wall.
This the masterpiece? Could I just have a peep under the cover?
Get your hands off, Grinton.
All right, no need to snap my head off.
It isn't finished.
I'd like to write a piece about you, Sarum, for the paper. You're a colourful village character, you know.
No, thanks.
It could sell a few canvases.
I can survive without that kind of publicity. Penniless, one-armed artist paints village by moonlight rubbish. Can't I find anything better to write about?
In Gimmerbeck? Don't make me laugh, Sarum. Nothing ever happens in Gimmerbeck.
Hello. Hello. Oh, thank God, I thought the line was down. Is that copy? Oh, good morning, Ethel. Stan Grinton, yes. Oh, just 7 or 8 paragraphs, yes. You ready? Right. From Stanley Grinton in Gimmerbeck. Thick snow was today hampering the search for a wealthy woman landowner aged 73 who vanished last night in the small Yorkshire Dales village. No, make that township. The small Yorkshire Dales township of Gimmerbeck, population 410. New Power. As a fierce blizzard swept down from the northeast, painting the landscape white and obliterating almost every landmark, the hunt for Miss Martha Moraine, M for Mary, U-R-R-A-I-N for Nellie, was led by the local mountain rescue team under the command of the rector of Gimmerbeck, the Reverend Arthur Sineco. S-I-N for Nellie, I-C-O. New Power. Miss Moraine has not been seen since leaving her home, the Lead Hall, as in lead pencil, on the fringe of Gimmerbeck Moor shortly after 9 o'clock last night. Her housekeeper, Miss Alice Pegg, also 73, says her mistress left home on foot shortly after receiving a telephone call. Police are trying to trace the caller. New Power. Snow started falling at midnight and has now cut the township off from the outside world, with every roadway impassable and drifts of 20 feet reported in exposed places. New Power. Among those stranded in Gimmerbeck is Detective Superintendent Bernard Baxter of Scotland Yard, who was to have travelled on to York today to give evidence for the defence in the trial of a former colleague, Inspector Morgan.
Well, Mr. Baxter, Peter's made you very comfortable. A snug little bedroom to rest up in, a wood fire, a good book. Is it a good one?
Captain Scott's diaries.
What better for the snowbound traveller?
They tell me Miss Morane's taken it into her head to emulate Captain Oates.
Captain Oates?
When the rations grew short and he was holding up the party.
Oh, yes. He walked out into the snow, didn't he?
I'm just going outside, he said. I may be gone for some time.
And he never came back.
A gallant gentleman, as they say. Where the devil has she gone?
Time will tell, Mr. Baxter. Now, you just rest up for a few days.
I haven't any choice.
No.
It's very kind of you to look in. How'd you get about in this fearful snow?
By horse. Much more reliable than a car.
And how long have you practiced in these parts?
Just over a year. I took over my father's practice when he died. When he killed himself, actually.
Lord, I'm sorry. An accident, you mean?
Actually, no. My father had been overworking pretty drastically all through the war, and at the same time he was trying to build up a pony trekking school. He had this notion that once peace came he'd be able to give up medicine and make a fortune out of horses. That uncanny passion for horseflesh. He built some very beautiful stables and a guest wing, but he overextended himself, physically as well as financially. I don't know why I'm bothering you with all this.
No, go on.
Well, towards the end of the war, he was in the thick of the big typhoid epidemic in Rigworth. He was running his own practice up here during the day and driving down to Rigworth every night to lend a hand in the isolation hospital. He got hardly any sleep, and he wasn't in his first youth, you know. My mother died in the middle of all that, and it just poleaxed him. And then, about 18 months ago, 3 children here in the village died of influenza, and it seemed to prey on his mind. He took an overdose a few weeks later.
My God, that is rough. And you were away when all this was going on?
I was serving as a doctor in the Wrens.
Overseas?
I was in Egypt when he died. They let me out to take over his practice.
And the pony trekking school?
Oh, that's gone. When they came to wind up the estate, it turned out Father had sold it to Miss Moraine for hardly anything at all.
Could you pass the salt, Mr. Grinton?
There you are.
Thanks. I can't stand porridge without salt.
I never thought a time would come I'd be having breakfast 2 days running with Baxter of the Yard.
Have you telephoned your thrilling daily instalment?
Well, I've got to catch up with overnight developments first. They'll never find her, you know.
Really?
Just a feeling I've got. Newsman's nose. She'd gone down a mine shaft.
Mine shaft?
The lead mines. The more's riddled with open shafts.
Oh, excuse me. Am I addressing Superintendent Baxter?
Why, yes, Sergeant. Come in. Close the door, will you?
Sir, we've found her. Miss Moraine.
Sorry, Sergeant, I didn't get your name.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Titus. John Titus.
Yes, Sergeant Titus.
I've just been on the telephone to the Chief Constable in Rigworth, and I mentioned that you were in the village. He's very anxious for you to take the case over, sir.
The case?
Well, as I'm the only policeman in the place, sir. The roads won't let the detectives in from headquarters.
Tell me what's happened.
About 3/4 of an hour ago, sir, some lads and lasses were skylarking up on the Moor Road, sledging and snowballing before they went to school. One of them spotted this snowman in a field, on the right-hand side as you go up, between the little hermitage place and the lead hall.
A snowman?
Sort of leaning against this tree trunk, an old silver birch set well back in the field. So they started snowballing it, this snowman, the lads and lasses did, and a right queer thing happened. Its head came off. Only there was another head underneath. The lads and lasses had a bit of a start because it was a human head. Miss Moraine.
Leaning? Leaning against a tree?
Tied to it. Tied with green baler twine. Those poor wenches were in a terrible way. What with the empty eye sockets, all bloody and gaping. It's not pretty.
What do you mean, empty eye sockets?
Missing, sir. Gone. Pecked out, most likely. Crows. Just like when a sheep's trapped in the snow with its head sticking out. The crows come along and take their eyes.
Mr. Grinton tells me Miss Moraine received a phone call on Monday night.
Yes, sir.
And then went out.
I've been trying to trace the caller, sir.
You've checked with the telephone operator?
Miss Lineburner, she runs the switchboard in the village, says she can't remember anybody making a call.
Can't remember?
Says she makes a point of not interfering in other people's business. Her job's just to put calls through and then wipe her mind clean like a blackboard. So she says.
Have you worked on a murder inquiry before, Titus?
No, sir.
Just enforcing the agricultural bylaws and putting the wind up the poachers, eh?
Oh, well.
How long have you been the local bobby?
I came back in 1945, sir, in November.
Back?
I spent 2 years in the Indian police, sir, on detachment.
But you're a local man?
Yes, sir.
Married?
Yes, sir.
Children?
Well,
The sergeant had a boy who died just after the family got back from India. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The outbreak of influenza?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm very sorry, Titus, but I'd like to know a little about the people I'm working with. Who were the other children, by the way, who died?
The rector's daughter, sir, and Mrs. Perigord at the Shepherd's Pie. She lost her son.
Well, I sympathise with you, Sergeant. Now then, we're just a little under strength, aren't we? Do you write shorthand?
No, sir.
Use a typewriter?
Just 2 fingers.
That's a nuisance. And I can't work from an armchair, despite this idiotic ankle. I'll need a driver.
There's nothing to stop me driving about, sir.
We won't be able to afford the luxury of going about together, Titus. There are jobs for you and jobs for me. Can you rely on a vehicle to get me through this snow?
You can have my Jeep, sir.
But no driver. Grinton.
Yes?
You know your way around, don't you? You've been trained to observe.
What?
You can take down a shorthand note and rattle a typewriter, can't you?
Now, just 1 minute, Mr.
You can
Baxter.
drive a jeep. Now, you know the people and the territory.
Look, Mr. Baxter, I don't feel inclined to do any dirty work for the police.
Oh, you disappoint me, Grinton.
Eh?
This is a unique chance in the life of a reporter to be right in on the hunt. Think of the story you'll have when it's all over.
Are you serious?
Are you one of those journalists who combined reporting with photography?
Well, yes.
Then you're perfect in every way. Could you go and load your camera, please, and meet us outside in 5 minutes? Oh, and Titus, bring a stiff yard brush with you, will you?
Yard brush, sir?
That's right.
Where are we going?
It's time we had a look at the body. Now, where did I put that confounded walking stick?
Well, here's a picture that will never make the front page.
What'd you say, Grinton?
Head and shoulders close up. Put people off their cornflakes. How many more do you want?
Just fire away until the camera's empty.
Is there any way of telling how long she's been dead, sir?
It's a question of body heat and the degree of rigor mortis, and as she's frozen stiff, that's out of the question. Now, this brush, Sergeant, give it here. This is what I want you to do, see? Just brush the snow away. Gently, like this. Gently does it. There, just like that, until you get to the surface. All round the vicinity of the tree, right? Do it very gently, because what we're looking for might be very small.
What are we looking for?
Just lucky dip, maybe nothing at all.
Right you are, sir.
Baxter.
Yes, all right, I'm coming. I can hobble over there. Well, what is it?
Do you notice anything funny about the way she's tied up? These knots?
Yes, I've been admiring them.
And look at the gag. A bit of twig pushed through the knot.
Yes, a very cunning slip knot. If I remove the twig, pull this little tag, the gag would just come undone without any effort. I think we'll find her hands are tied behind her in the same way. Now, come, round the other side of the tree. There, see? The killer got her standing against the tree and walked in circles, winding the baler twine round her and the tree a few times. Not too tight, you see, just so that it secured her without cutting into the flesh. And look how it's all tied up. One efficient little knot behind the tree.
And a twig.
A twig to stop it slipping. Just take out that twig and pull the end of the twine, and she'd undo like a statue unveiled by royalty.
But what's the idea?
You tell me.
Sir.
Yes, Sergeant?
Blood, sir.
All right, I'm coming. Oh, blasted ankle. Now, where's this blood?
There, sir. Under the eyes.
2 bright red spots. Bring that toolbox over, will you?
Did you say blood? Where?
There, see? 2 little red spots, smaller than farthings. What would you say? 8 to 10 feet from the body.
Is that blood?
I doubt it.
Here's the toolbox, sir.
Chisel and mallet, please. Right. Now I'll just chip out this little square of ice. There. Now, to lift her up tenderly. Got it. 2 little red spots sandwiched between 2 little panes of ice. Jolly pretty. Titus, just slide your hand inside my breast pocket, will you? You'll find a sheet of white paper and an envelope.
Here we are, sir.
Thank you. Now, I'll put the little pane of ice on the paper and fold it once, twice, 3 times, and into the envelope. Fine. Here you are, Sergeant.
What do I do with this?
Take it back to the mortal man. I'll pick it up when we get back. Oh, and measure the distance from here to the body.
But, sir...
Yes, Titus?
It'll melt. The ice inside the envelope.
Yes, that's right. Now, come on, Grinton. I'm afraid I'll have to lean on you again. We'll see you at lunchtime, Sergeant.
Where are you going now, Mr. Baxter?
To see Miss Moraine's housekeeper at the Lead Hall. Knock again, Grinton. I gather the old girl's a bit on the deaf side. What on earth happened over there?
Oh, the stables. They burned down, more than a year ago.
Any horses killed?
No, it was converted to living quarters years back. Nobody there at the time of the fire, though. Oh, well, I can hear somebody coming.
Ah, Mr. Baxter, good morning. And Mr. Grinton.
Well, Rector. You certainly cover your parish.
Mr. Baxter, I'm very much afraid the housekeeper, Miss Pegg's, taken the news rather badly.
Oh, yes?
She had a sort of blackout. She's on the settee. I've covered her with a blanket and sent for Dr. Dunsany. Yes, well, you'd better come in. Well, there she is.
Looks as if she's given up the ghost.
That doctor had better be quick. What the hell did you say to her, Synico?
I broke the news as gently as I could.
What business is it of yours? Who told you about this murder, anyway?
There's no need to take that unpleasant line, Mr. Baxter. Consoling the bereaved is one of my duties. And I imagine Sergeant Titus told me the body had been found so that I could call off the search.
Where did Miss Moraine keep her private papers, do you know?
Really, Mr. Baxter, my knowledge of this house is as slight as yours.
There's a room there marked office.
Well, come on. And you, Rector. Ah, yes. Here we are. Now, come in, Rector.
Oh, very nice. A lovely outlook, too.
Stand still for a moment, both of you.
I beg your pardon?
What do you make of that? On the carpet, over by the desk.
What? Oh, a damp patch. Look, and another one here.
Imagine mucking up a beautiful antique carpet like this, with wet boots. Doesn't it offend your aesthetic sensibilities, Rector?
I've no idea what you're driving at, Mr. Baxter.
Of course, you've never been in this room, have you?
No.
I have it. Miss Pegg took a stroll in the snow, and then came in here to wipe her shoes on this handsome bit of Aubusson. Do you know anything about paintings, Rector?
Not as much as I'd like.
These two, for example. Now look. Unless I'm mistaken, they're very fine.
I wouldn't know, Mr. Baxter.
In fact, this one's a Delacroix.
Really?
Yes, and this one... yes, a Turner.
Oh, you're obviously an expert, Mr. Baxter.
Well, it doesn't take an expert to recognize a Turner. What were you doing in here before we arrived, Rector?
I tell you, I've never entered this room before.
Looking for letters, perhaps?
Letters?
Because if so, you might have tried the bookshelves. Look behind you, the 2 bottom rows, indexed box files, dozens of them. Ah, yes, that'll be the doctor. You'd better let her in.
Of course.
Right. Bring one of those files over, Grinton. Let's see if it tells us anything.
This is the last load, Mr. Baxter.
You're doing a good job, Constable Grinton. I'm just admiring Dr. Dunsany's pony.
Mr. Grinton! Oh, hello, Superintendent.
Good morning, Doctor.
What is Mr. Grinton doing with all those boxes?
They're box files. Miss Moraine's private correspondence for the last 40-odd years. I'm taking them away to study at my leisure.
41 boxes of bump.
It's an absolutely appalling thing to have happened.
Surprising it didn't happen long ago.
What do you mean?
She was a first-class candidate for murder. How's Miss Pegg?
Well, she's had a terrible shock, but she'll pull through all right. I'm getting a woman from the village to come and look after her.
I'd like to ask her a few questions.
I'll give her a couple of days to get over it.
Of course. I'm just admiring your pony.
Victoria? There, girl. We'll be off in a minute. I put more faith in Victoria than in any motor car.
A fell pony, isn't she?
Yes. Born wild up in the Lakeland fells. Do you know about horses?
I had a brief spell with the mounted police in the remote past. I say, it's a very ingenious little knot you've hitched her up with. You noticed it, Grinton?
Pardon? By George,
yes, it's a clever little slip knot. Held secure by a pencil, isn't it?
Oh, that, yes. It's just to facilitate a quick getaway. Look, I'll get on and show you. There, little lady. Now, see, I just removed the pencil. So, and we're free to go. Goodbye, gentlemen. See you later, no doubt.
No doubt.
Now, here's your coffee, gents. Was lunch all right?
Went down a treat, me old lad.
What's all that racket in the tap room?
It's the men from the mill, Mr. Baxter. It seems as soon as the news trickled into the mill, they hauled down tools. You can't move for them in the tap room.
What? They just walked out?
Declared it a holiday. It's not been like this since VE night. Just ring if you want anything else.
Celebrating. You're going to be unpopular, Mr. Baxter.
Oh?
If you catch him. They want to hang a medal round his neck, not a rope.
You seem very sure we're looking for a man.
What? A woman? You think a woman's capable of a crime like this?
I'm keeping an open mind.
Excuse me, sir.
Where's coming, Sergeant? Anything fresh?
All the telephones are down, sir.
My God, the first time in my life I get a decent scoop and the telephones go dead on me.
And we found this, sir.
What is it?
It's Miss Morane's hat, sir.
A red hat. Where was it?
At the base of the tree, under the snow.
No snow under it?
No, sir. It must have come off before the snow started.
And so she was there before the snow came down, which was midnight, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. Oh, he asked me to hold on to this envelope for you, sir. The blood.
Ah, yes. Give it here, will you?
Do you mind, Mr. Baxter? I've just had lunch.
Look the other way if it upsets you. Now, open up. Well. You can look now, Grinton.
No, thanks.
It isn't blood, Grinton. Our two little spots of crimson are still bright and intact. Blood would have watered down when the ice melted.
What is it, then?
Is there by any chance an artist living in Gimmerbeck?
An artist?
This is paint. Oil paint. You say the wife's a bit feeble-minded.
Very beautiful, but very childish. Miss Morane ran rings round her.
Yes?
Mrs. Sarum, is your husband at home?
George went down by the river with his sketching book. Who are you?
I'm a policeman. Can we come in?
Police? Well, George says that rent business is all finished with. Now Miss Morane's dead, we're in the clear.
No, it isn't about your rent, Mrs. Sarum.
Well, I paid the rent, honestly, sir. She wrote it down with a pencil and then rubbed it out.
Let us in, woman. Can't you see we're shaking with cold? Come on, Grinton.
Well, George said to let no one in.
What is it you want?
Just show me where your husband keeps his painting things, his studio.
Listen, Baxter, don't you need a search warrant for this?
Do you suggest we have one dropped by parachute? What's through here?
Well, you can't go in there, sir. George doesn't allow anybody in there.
Yes. Ah, well, this is it, Grinton. Come and take a look.
I say, there must be hundreds of canvases in here.
An industrious man, George Sarum.
Well, what are you looking for?
His work in progress, yes. The easel, over there by the window.
It's covered up.
Well, let's have a look at it. Take the cover off.
Good grief.
Miss Morane, in her death agony.
But good grief, man, he must have been there.
And before the snow came down. Still wearing her hat. He's rather good, isn't he?
What?
Well, look at that detail. The effect of the frost on the grass in the moonlight. All he's left out are the crocuses.
Crocuses?
The field was scattered with clumps of yellow crocuses before the snow came down and covered them.
Susan, what's that jeep doing outside?
It's the police, George. A policeman's here.
Police? What the hell are you doing in my workroom?
How do you do, Mr. Salem? My name's Baxter, Detective Superintendent. I think you know Mr. Grinton. We've just been admiring your study of Miss Moraine.
Get out of here. Go on out.
Just as soon as you explain this painting.
Imagination.
Oh, try again, Mr. Salem.
Imagination. Together with what I pieced together from the villagers who saw the body.
Well, when you're ready to tell me the real story, you'll find me at the Mortal Man, Mr. Salem.
I'm an artist, Mr. Baxter. I've got a very powerful imagination.
Obviously, yes. Come on, Grinton. Good night, Mrs. Salem. All right, Sergeant. Now that we've cleared the decks a little, here's what I want you to start doing tomorrow. I want a railway timetable of everybody's movements in Gimmerbeck on Monday night.
Timetable, sir?
See every adult in the village and make a list of everything they did and the exact time they did it from 9 o'clock until midnight.
That's over 300 people, sir.
Well, take your time. Nobody's going to run away from here. I'll be spending the next couple of days combing through Miss Moraine's correspondence. When I've finished that, you can start bringing the villagers in for a chat with me.
All of them, sir?
One by one. You can get off home now, Sergeant. It's getting on for 10.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, and keep your eyes open, would you, for anybody who's in the habit of using green baler twine.
Right, sir. Good night. Good night, Mr. Grinton.
Night, Sergeant.
Pour me another scotch, will you, Grinton?
I still don't see why you can't arrest George Sarum without going through all this rigmarole.
Could you tie those fancy little knots if you only had one arm?
Well, he had an accomplice, didn't he? You know, you're not a bit like I'd imagined you'd be.
Oh, really?
Yeah, from that newspaper piece I read about you. Baxter, the scourge of the female criminal. I thought you'd be, well, brutal, a fire-eater. You were brought up in an orphanage, weren't you? Won scholarships to Oxford.
Barnardo's to Balliol. Give me another drink.
All those women you sent down the line. Doesn't it give you a few sleepless nights?
No.
Don't you ever feel inclined to, well, to extend a bit of mercy?
Mercy? I've never observed much mercy in women, have you?
Well...
You can get more mercy from a cage full of Bengal tigers.
Well, take Rosalind Withers. A lovely young woman like that.
Ah, do you think youth and beauty should make us overlook wicked conduct? She didn't show much mercy when she abandoned her children, did she? Oh, I know what you're thinking, Grinton. Did he plant that piece of turquoise cotton that got her convicted?
It never crossed my mind.
Well, what if I had, eh? But as it happens, I didn't. Shall I tell you something about Rosalind Withers? She said to me one day when we were alone for a moment, "Yes, I was there. Baxter, you bastard. But you're never going to prove it."
Rosalind Withers did?
But I did prove it, Grinton. Mercy, a woman like that.
Listen. What's that?
What? Oh, it's a brass band on the wireless.
No, hark. It's outside. It's coming this way.
So it is.
I'll open these curtains and take a look-see. If you can stand the draught.
Open away. I've become impervious to cold.
Can't see a sausage. Frosted over.
Open the window.
Catch is stiff. Come on, open. Ah, got it. My God, the mill band.
Marching through the snow.
Up to their ankles. They must be mad. Look, there's a bonfire up the road. People linking hands and circling round the fire.
A village celebration.
Talk about pagan rites.
They're stopping. By the fire. I wonder if George Salem's there. Orange flames, black sky, the perfect picture for his clever brush. Snowflakes drifting down into the euphoniums. Who's that playing the cornet?
Cornet? Oh, that'll be Norman Minshall. He's a great cornet player, they say.
One of the mill hands?
Yes, all the band are mill hands. Minshall's a great one for odd jobs as well. There's a lot of foreigners in the village.
He's pouring his heart out of that cornet.
I know! The Gimmerbeck British Wool Brass Band did her in.
I don't want to appear rude, Superintendent, but I have already given an account of my movements to Sergeant Titus. And I have a surgery overflowing with patients waiting to see me.
Laryngitis?
What?
Or possibly lockjaw?
Lockjaw?
Inability to talk. Dozens of them coming down with it.
Oh.
I've questioned, over 100 people in the last 3 days. Can't get a word out of them.
They're a bit on guard with off-comers.
A man with a suspicious mind would diagnose a conspiracy of silence, eh, Grinton?
The last 3 days have been a complete washout, unless I blinked once and missed something.
However, you say you went to Aysgarth?
Yes.
What for?
To visit a patient. She used to live in the village, and when she moved to Aysgarth, my father went on attending her.
You started back. At what time?
You've got it written down there.
Remind me.
I left Aysgarth at about 8. The snow had just started.
And then you rode back over the moor?
Yes.
Did you see anybody?
Where?
On the moor.
On the moor?
George Sarum was painting on the moor that night.
It's a big moor, Mr. Baxter.
You left the moor and rode down into the village.
Yes.
Past Miss Morane's house.
Yes.
Past the field where she was tied to the tree.
Well...
Yes?
If she was tied to the tree by that time, how do I know?
Now, she left home shortly after 9, and you arrived here at the Mortal Man about 9:30 to 9:45.
Yes.
And yet you saw no sign of her.
I saw no sign of her, Mr. Baxter.
You could only have missed her by a matter of minutes, couldn't you?
But I did miss her, Mr. Baxter. I assure you, I did miss her.
It's very good of you to come through this appalling snow, Mrs. Perigord. Won't you sit down? And you, Rector. There. By the way, do you mind, Mr. Grinton, taking notes?
Notes about what, Mr. Baxter?
Well, just in case anything that might be useful crops up. You know, we've had something like 300 people in here for questioning over the last few days, and Grinton's faithfully recorded their every syllable. Would either of you like a drink, by the way?
It's only 5 o'clock, Mr. Baxter. The bar isn't open yet.
I have my own supply.
Not for me, thank you.
Mrs. Perigord, a small whiskey?
Well, thank you.
Yes. This weather chills the heart, doesn't it? I don't know how you feel, but I feel entombed in this place. There you are, Mrs. Perigord.
Thank you.
Yes. 7 solid days of snow and ice. They tell me half a dozen wild ponies were found dead standing on their feet on the edge of the fell this morning. Huddled together for warmth, poor devils. And we'd be in much the same way if the RAF hadn't dropped us those consignments of food.
Could we come down to brass tacks, Mr. Baxter?
Why, yes, Mrs. Perigord, of course. Could you tell me why Miss Morane was blackmailing you?
I beg your pardon?
Miss Morane kept a copy of every letter she wrote over the last 40 years or more. Just let me read one to you. Now, this is dated the 9th of January, 1946. About a month after your son died, I think. Dear Madam, I am, as you know, ever desirous of diversifying my interests in this dale, and the Shepherd's Pie restaurant seems to me an investment which could be put on a sound footing given the benefit of my business acumen. I therefore propose purchasing a 50% share in the establishment, and for this I would pay £800. I think our partnership would stand proof against anything but a visitation of pestilence.
I don't call that blackmail, I call it impudence.
How much did you pay for the Shepherd's Pie?
£3,000.
And when was that?
I came here 3 years ago, February 1944. My husband was killed in the Western Desert the summer before. Had to do something to support my child, Mr. Baxter. You know, a lady ruined by the war and forced to turn her hand to trade.
Miss Morane wasn't discouraged by your first refusal, was she? By your repeated refusals, in fact. Look, more letters. They came at roughly monthly intervals, and each time, this is the thing I find really puzzling, the price she offers becomes smaller. £750, £600. And always that curious remark at the end of her letters, I think our partnership would stand proof against anything but a visitation of pestilence. And then finally, 2 weeks ago, she offered £500 and wrote as follows: failing settlement on these terms within 28 days, the consequences will be as unpleasant as a visitation of pestilence. Now, can you tell me what she means
pestilence. She was mad, Mr. Baxter. Isn't that obvious?
Could I turn to you, Mr. Seneca? Perhaps you could tell me why Miss Moraine was blackmailing you.
Mr. Baxter, you really have entered the realms of fantasy and penny dreadfuls.
Would you describe yourself as a rich man, Rector?
I keep my head above the tide.
You inherited a large sum 3 or 4 years ago. How much was that? Well?
£19,000.
And some paintings, I think.
Just 2?
A Turner and a Delacroix, in fact.
Yes.
Which we saw the other day at Miss Moraine's.
Yes.
I have a letter here where Miss Moraine offers to give them wall space. She says the rectory is unsuitable, too damp. And if anything happened to the paintings, it would be as distressing as, here it is again, a visitation of pestilence. Did she take the £19,000 as well?
Why on earth should she do that?
You still have it?
I'm afraid I gambled it all away, Mr. Baxter.
That was good going. The visitation of a pestilence, Rector, what does that mean?
I really don't know, Mr. Baxter. Could it be gambling, do you think?
We struggled up the hill to see Miss Moraine's housekeeper yesterday, didn't we, Grinton? Miss Pegg. She's still very low, Rector, but she did manage to tell us what Miss Moraine said about that telephone call that took her out of the house on the night she died. The fools agreed to settle. That's all she said. And then she put on her hat and coat and went out. The fools agreed to settle. Now, it could mean one fool or several, couldn't it? And then Miss Pegg said something very curious. I happened to mention the fire that destroyed the stables at the Lead Hall, and she said it was a mercy it hadn't happened while the sick children were still there. I asked what sick children she meant, and she broke down. I couldn't get any more out of her. Could either of you enlighten me about these sick children? No, I thought not. On our way back from the Lead Hall, I decided it was time I had a look inside the little hermitage. I understand it's church property, Rector. I'm afraid I had to pick the lock.
That was an unwarranted trespass, Superintendent.
What would you call it? A shrine? We found these 3 photographs on the, what do you call it, the altar. 3 children.
Why couldn't you leave the place in peace?
I had to identify the photographs. Grinton didn't recognize any of them.
And now you know, Mr. Baxter.
Yes, the landlord identified them. Your son, Mrs. Perigord, and your daughter, Mr. Seneca, and I believe this is the son of Sergeant Titus.
We committed no crime, Mr. Baxter. I don't see what connection there can be between our private griefs and your inquiry.
You don't? A shrine? A shrine where you went secretly, the 2 of you and Sergeant Titus, where you went by night, furtively, to light candles and kneel before the images of your dead children. Why? To seek their forgiveness? To make atonement to them? To salve your consciences?
They died young. They were all we had.
Influenza? You still mean to tell me they died of influenza?
You could see the death certificates.
Ah, signed by Dr. Dunsany Sr.?
Yes.
Who shortly afterwards killed himself. The man who took your children to the Lead Hall, where the stables were hastily turned into a hospital for treatment which ended in the death of all 3.
They died of influenza.
And yet you carried on this highly peculiar and what seems to me very unhealthy form of child worship. And you go on torturing yourself, Mrs. Perigord. Your nerves have been in shreds ever since, and if I'm not mistaken, you go in for a good deal of drinking.
Oh, really, Baxter?
I lost my husband and then my son. Wouldn't you drink?
All right. Just one more question for the moment. Mrs. Perigord, I understand you've been making big changes at the Shepherd's Pie.
We're extending into the barn, yes.
It gives plenty of work to a handyman like Norman Minchell, doesn't it?
Minchell?
Yes, quite apart from his job at the mill, I believe he's a one-man building and joinery firm. He's doing your extension, isn't he?
Yes.
Now, I see from your statement to Sergeant Titus that on Monday you were at home all evening at the Shepherd's Pie until about 9:45.
Yes.
And then you came here to the Mortal Man for a nightcap with Mr. Seneca. You may remember, we met briefly.
We spent the evening going through the parish accounts.
In your living quarters over the restaurant?
Yes, yes.
And you can corroborate that, Rector?
That's what happened.
Well, it's just that Norman Minchell claims he called at the Shepherd's Pie about 8:30 and could get no answer.
But he never comes on Mondays.
He said he'd left his spirit level behind. He needed it for some other foreigner he was working on. There was a light burning upstairs, but he could get no answer.
I do believe the wireless may have been on rather loud.
He returned again at 9:30. Light still burning, but no response to repeated knocking and ringing.
Oh, Mr. Minchell must be confused.
Why do you keep baler twine, Mrs. Perigord?
Baler twine?
Green baler twine. Grinton and I happened to take a look round your outbuildings a couple of days ago. It was Grinton who came across it, a roll of green baler twine.
You searched my outbuildings? Why?
It was in the old saddle room.
But that faces onto the road. The doors are never locked. Don't you see? Anybody could have gone in there and taken it.
What do you need with baler twine?
I use it to cover lampshades, to make table Oh, what are they trying to do to me?
Oh, just keep calm, Charlotte. You're perfectly innocent.
Oh, innocence means nothing to him, can't you see? A couple of yards of baler twine, 2 inches of turquoise cotton. He'll do anything to hang a woman, don't you understand?
Oh, Charlotte, keep your head.
Perhaps she'd like another glass of whiskey.
You really are beneath contempt, aren't you, Baxter? Come on, Charlotte. I'm taking you home.
Oh, why does he want to hang me?
Come on, out of here. There's nothing he can do to hurt you. I assure you.
All right, I'm coming. Now, what's all this about? Grinton!
Let me in, Titus, quick.
Listen, it's after 1 a.m. That's right. Knock your snow all over the carpet.
Titus, listen. He's gone up to the church.
Baxter has?
I thought I'd better warn you.
The church? Well, then he'll kill himself. Save us all a lot of heartache, won't he?
He's gone on a ruddy horse.
He's what?
He was sitting there all night, after the rector and Mrs. Perigord had gone, staring into the fire and swigging his whiskey. And then, about half an hour ago, he suddenly turned to me and said, the parish registers.
Parish registers?
He said the rector would have entered the true cause of the deaths in the parish registers.
Clever swine.
Did he?
God knows.
And then he got me to drive him to Dr. Dunsany's. He borrowed her pony and started off up the hill.
She let him go?
He was in no mood for arguing.
OK. Now listen, Grinton. Go and tell the rector what's happened. Tell him to get his climbing gear on and meet me at the bridge as soon as he can.
That's a lethal-looking shotgun you've got on the wall, Sergeant.
Shotgun? Don't tempt me, Grinton. Now move, man.
Titus! Titus! Not so fast.
Are you all right, Mr. Sarnico?
I keep losing sight of you. This confounded snow. My glasses have fogged over.
Only a few yards now.
I'm whacked, Titus.
Quiet. We're nearly there. Look.
What is it?
A light. In the church.
So, Baxter made it. Any sign of the horse? Listen.
Tapping. Kind of hammering.
It's coming from the graveyard. Look. A little light glowing in the graveyard.
He's got a lamp. What's he up to? Come on, let's get a bit nearer.
Quietly now.
God, I walked straight into the pony. I didn't see it.
Quiet.
He's going this way.
Who's there? Hello? Who's there? I've got a gun and I know where you are. Now, who's there?
It's all right, Baxter. We're over here.
Cynico?
And Sergeant Titus. We were worried about you.
Well, that's very considerate of you.
You can put the gun away, Mr. Baxter.
Gun? Oh, this. Take a closer look.
A hammer?
Yes, I've got a chisel, too. You see, Rector, I was looking for your parish registers and hadn't banked on that strong old safe you keep in your vestry. I take it the registers are in the safe?
Yes.
You must prize them highly. So I thought I'd take a look at the gravestones of your children and see if the inscriptions gave any hint of the way they died. The stones are thick with ice. I've been trying to chip it off to see what's underneath.
Our children were cremated. They have no gravestones.
Then I've been wasting my time, haven't I? Come on. I want you to open that safe. Typhoid fever.
Yes, Mr. Baxter.
Down here in your own very neat hand. All 3 of them died from typhoid fever.
That doesn't make us murderers, sir.
I take it your religious scruples prevented you from hiding the truth in a document kept lying in the church, Mr. Cynico.
Our children's deaths and Miss Moraine's are unconnected.
I'm going to have the full truth from all of you.
Mr. Baxter, listen.
Not tonight. Tomorrow. Sleep on it, the pair of you. I want you all in the Mortal Man at 10 in the morning.
All of us?
I want Mrs. Perigord and Dr. Dunsany there as well, and George Selwyn. And now, if you're fit, we'll be moving.
You're taking the register?
Naturally.
You have another register there, Mr. Baxter, an old one. You surely don't need that.
Don't tell me what I want, huh? Now, if you're ready, you can follow the horse. She'll show you the way down.
We'll make our own way, Superintendent.
You'll come with me. Well, Mrs. Perigord?
Yes, Superintendent?
It's 10:10. Where have the rector and Sergeant Titus got to?
I haven't seen them since 8 o'clock this morning. They said they'd try to be here on time.
Try? Where have they gone?
They didn't tell me.
And Serum, do you know where he is?
No.
Dr. Dunsany, do you know anything about this?
Perhaps they overslept. They were up most of the night, weren't they?
Very amusing. Grinton?
Couldn't say, Mr. Baxter.
By God, it bites your face off out there.
Serum, have you seen the rector and Sergeant Titus?
No, why? Have they stood you up? Let me get to that fire.
You're late.
There's a blizzard, hadn't you noticed? Kept blowing me back home. What's all this about, anyway?
Will you all sit down? We'll have to make a start without them. That's right. Close to the fire. Put another log on, will you, Serum? I hope your pencils are sharpened, Grinton.
Ready when you are.
Right. We all know by now there's been a conspiracy in this village to cover up an epidemic of typhoid fever. The question is whether this, in its turn, led to a conspiracy to murder.
Mr. Baxter?
Yes, Doctor?
Did you say typhoid fever?
Dr. Dunsany pretends ignorance.
It isn't pretense. Hilary knows nothing about it.
Really? Well, perhaps you could enlighten her, Mrs. Perigord.
Charlotte, what in heaven's name does he mean, typhoid?
Well, it started... Does Mr. Grinton really have to write all this down?
Of course.
It all started when Sergeant Titus came back from India. Oh, the foolish man was too impatient, that's all. They told him he'd have to wait for a passage, but he was anxious to get home. His wife hated the climate. And so he approached some people he knew in the RAF, and they arranged him a series of hops home by aeroplane. None of this would have happened if he'd waited for the boat. There'd have been medical checks. We could see his boy was none too well as soon as he got here, but we put it down to the long journey. He played with our children a couple of times, Arthur Synico's and mine, and then he collapsed. Dr. Dunsany had a look at him, and that same night he called us all together at the Lead Hall.
All of you?
The rector, Sergeant Titus, and me. And Miss Moraine.
Why Miss Moraine?
Because of the mill. Dr. Dunsany was proposing to close it down till all the workers had been given medical clearance.
Yes. Go on, please.
Miss Moraine had different ideas. Oh, we were fools to listen to her, but we were distracted out of our minds. And she made it all sound so plausible. It was December 1945, remember? People were planning their first holidays after the war. We'd been looking forward to a highly profitable season. It wasn't even Christmas, and the summer bookings were unbelievable. Miss Moraine said that the very mention of typhoid would ruin all that. And then she turned to Dr. Dunsany and asked him if he hadn't worked on typhoid cases. And when he said he had, but the patients had to be isolated, she asked what was wrong with her stable block. And it just snowballed from there.
Dr. Dunsany was thinking of the capital he'd sunk into his pony trekking.
Oh, it wasn't just that. He genuinely believed he could cope.
I don't see why Sergeant Titus agreed to this. A criminal deception.
Titus came into the country by the back door, don't you see? He'd already committed a serious offence by sidestepping the medical procedure for entering the country.
And the rector?
Well, Arthur had very serious reservations, but he could see it would mean disaster for the village if the news got out. He said we'd just come through a hard war and we deserved some reward. And he had faith in Dr. Dunsany.
But everything went wrong.
It all turned into a nightmare. 3
children died. The stable block was burned down because it had been infected by a visitation of pestilence. And Dr. Dunsany, already at the end of his tether because of what he'd done to those children,
was sucked dry by Miss Moraine and decided to put an end to himself. Well, Doctor, you had a very powerful motive.
Yes, Mr. Baxter. And if I'd known about it, I wouldn't have hesitated.
You sins?
At times, it may not be a sin at all.
And you, Serum, do you share that dangerous view?
Absolutely.
Perhaps now you're ready to tell me how you came to paint that remarkable picture of Miss Moraine.
I'd have thought you'd have worked that out by now, Baxter. All right. I was up on the moor painting when something caught my eye. You have a superb panoramic view of the village up there. Something was moving down towards the village. Something red bobbing along among the shadows on the moor road. That's Miss Moraine, I thought. Red hat. Now, where's she off to? None of this was any too clear, mind you. It was mostly obscured by shadows and trees, and she was a good half-mile below me. But the hat kept showing in the moonlight. Next time I looked up, she'd stopped at the field gate. Then I saw that red hat moving into the field, and that did make me sit up a bit. And there was just a vague impression of another figure moving along behind her, but at that moment the moon went behind a cloud. I started packing up my gear. Oh, and then I heard a horse coming over the moor.
Yes.
Dr. Dunsany. She went off down the road towards the village. On my way home, I had a nose round the field to see what had been going on. There she was. Trussed like a turkey and stone dead.
Dead?
Died of fright, didn't she? You don't think I'd have left her there if she'd been alive?
Wouldn't you?
To be honest, I don't know.
So, you calmly set about painting her picture?
It was a magnificent subject, Baxter. And to me it was like dancing on a coffin.
Why didn't you report this to anybody?
And give the good man who did it no chance to cover his tracks. I'm not inclined to hand anybody over to so-called justice.
Justice has a way of catching up. Cynico.
Oh, good morning.
Titus, where in God's name have you two been?
I'm sorry we're late, sir.
Nowhere of importance, Baxter, I assure you. We were just unavoidably delayed. Please go on with what you were saying.
I was just about to say, Rector, that justice has a way of catching up, and that the feeblest prosecution could tear all your stories into snowflakes. None of you. You, Rector, Mrs. Perigord, Titus, Sarum, Dr. Dunsany, none of you can give a faintly credible account of your movements on the night of Miss Moraine's death.
Excuse me, Mr. Baxter, but Mrs. Perigord and the rector were with me, sir, at the Hermitage.
Which is what, 200 yards from where the body was found?
And then there's the question of your movements. Isn't there, Mr. Baxter?
My movements?
Well, sir, your story was that you were trying to get up to the church that night, to look at a Norman doorway. Only nobody saw you, did they?
We've just been up to the church again, Baxter. That's why we were a little late.
What?
To discover what you were hammering away at in the churchyard last night. Your story about trying to read the inscriptions on our children's graves rang terribly false, you know. At any rate, we soon discovered the gravestone you'd been trying to deface. We interrupted you before you could obliterate the name, didn't we? The grave of a woman who froze to death nearly 40 years ago when she was turned out of her cottage by Miss Moraine. A woman named Baxter. Your mother, Mr. Baxter? Could somebody give Mr. Baxter a glass of whiskey?
Yeah, I'll do it. There. Get that down you, Mr. Baxter.
Thanks, Grinton.
That old church register you brought down with you last night, Mr. Baxter, that was for 1909, wasn't it? The record of her burial. I suppose you've torn the page out and burnt it. A pity, that.
What led to these, speculations?
It was something you said to Mr. Grinton. You said the field was full of crocuses, yellow crocuses, before the snow came down. Except, as far as anyone knew, you never saw the field till it was covered in snow.
I could have cut my tongue out the moment I said it. Grinton didn't seem to notice.
And since then, we have been wondering about you, Mr. Baxter. But we were far from sure. We couldn't understand why. We haven't your brilliant analytical mind.
No, my God, you haven't. Mind is lacking. Guts is lacking. Heart is lacking. A population of 400 fools and cowards.
Cowards, Mr. Baxter? It wasn't we who murdered an old woman in cold blood.
40 years. And what opposition did you put up?
Oh, what are you suggesting, that we should have murdered her?
How many lives had she ruined and destroyed?
Civilized people are held back, Mr. Baxter, by their consciences.
While their families and neighbours suffer, and the wicked thrive. If you tolerate evil, don't you see, you're laying up trouble for everybody. There wasn't one man among you with the guts to say enough.
So you calmly planned to come here and commit murder and place the blame on us?
You're the guilty ones, morally. That's why I wanted you in the dock, and I think I could have brought it off, but for that one slip of the tongue. I'd have been well pleased to see you hang the whole village, if necessary, for cowardice in the face of the enemy. But planned? No. No, it wasn't planned. It was quite spontaneous. You'd better write this down in your notebook, Grinton.
Mr. Baxter, I'm going to have to ask you...
Let him finish, Sergeant.
No, it wasn't planned. I wasn't aware of Miss Moraine's existence until I arrived here that night. I knew my mother was buried at the church here, but little of her history. Didn't care, as a matter of fact. All I knew was that she abandoned me when I was 6 years old. I remember that very clearly. Her dumping me on a neighbour and not coming back. All my life, I had never forgiven her for that. Anyway, I was in Rigworth and I decided to pay a call on my birthplace, visit her grave. And then when I got here, I heard the full story. And I just decided that woman had to be taken care of. It was done on impulse, like all the best murders. I phoned her up and said I'd give her the £50 she wanted for the damage to her car. That woman would have gone anywhere for £50. Remember what she told her housekeeper? The fools agreed to settle. I walked up the hill, working out how I'd do it. Everything seemed to be on my side, no people about. I needed a rope, and the saddle room door was open at the Shepherd's Pie. I cut off a length of baler twine and carried on up the hill. After that, it was a piece of cake. She was just as weak and pathetic as all of you are when it actually came down to it. Went meekly as a lamb. I tied her up and finished it off with slip knots. The plan was to come back here and then go out to her at 4 a.m. She'd be dead by then. I was going to untruss her. Those knots come apart quite easily, don't they, Doctor? And then leave her lying in the field as though she'd simply frozen to death. Had a fall, possibly, or some kind of seizure. By 7, I'd have been away from here. By the time anybody got suspicious, if they ever did, I'd have been forgotten. But I sprained my ankle on the way back. No chance of getting out at 4 to tidy her up. And then the snow came down.
And then the snow came down.
And it's still coming down. You know, the moor, all at once, seems a very attractive place. Nothing but miles of clean snow.
Mr. Baxter, where do you think you're going?
Have you ever heard of Captain Oates, Sergeant?
Captain Oates?
Let him pass, Sergeant.
Thank you, Rector. I'm just going outside. I may be some time.
Well, what now?
Somebody put a log on the fire. It's gone very chilly in here.
In Colder Than of Late by Ken Whitmore, Detective Superintendent Baxter was played by John Franklin Robbins. Sarah Minshall was Judith Barker, Norman Minshall and George Sarum, Russell Dixon, Martha Moraine, Sheila Price, Peter and Sergeant Titus, John Jardine, Stanley Grinton, Harry Beattie, Arthur Synico, Ronald Herdman, Charlotte Perigord and Susan Sarum, Heather Stoney, Dr. Dunsany and Rose, Bonnie Hurren. The play was produced and directed in Manchester by Alfred Bradley.
And now, Mystery Theater.
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Most people look upon their own everyday lives as being routine, without much excitement. But that shouldn't stop anyone from having an active imagination. This is why we make our escape from the humdrum with stories of adventure, mystery, and murder. Another mental activity most people enjoy is fitting together the pieces of a puzzle. The stranger the shapes, the more challenging that puzzle becomes. Our present puzzle concerns a young man who is called upon to use all his wits in figuring out the whereabouts of a string of deadly pearls.
Now, it's absolutely essential, Keith, that you understand the importance of this assignment.
I believe I do, sir.
If those pearls aren't recovered, and recovered soon, it's an established fact that someone else will die.
I understand.
And no matter what happens, no one on that island must have any idea who you really are or what you're doing there.
Check.
You better be a good actor.
I think I can manage that. What do I have to lose?
You could lose your life.
Our mystery drama, The Deadly Pearls, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elizabeth Pennell and stars Paul Hecht and Kate Reed. Although the FBI and the Honolulu police were in on the case, because of certain peculiar circumstances, it was important that the criminal be apprehended by a private investigator. This hazardous assignment went to Keith Spencer, a young man who had proved his physical courage in wartime service. But other qualifications were required for the job, as explained when Keith had his final briefing in San Francisco with the head of the Gordon Investigating Service.
Afraid we've given you a rough time these past few days.
Oh, I didn't mind, sir. Only I am anxious to get going.
You do type, don't you?
Oh, sure.
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to prove it, so let's do two things at once. Take over this typewriter, and I'll dictate some paragraphs.
Okay, shoot.
I, Keith Spencer, am unmarried, with no living relatives, and no dependents. From this day forward, and until the completion of this assignment, I have assumed the identity of Robert Keith Ryder, and under no circumstances will I reveal my true identity.
Is that all?
Yeah, if you'll sign it.
Sure, got a pen?
Here. Oh, I suppose you should have signed a statement about your ability to play bridge.
What?
You did assure us that you play at least an average game of contract.
Well, sure, but I didn't realize it was all that important.
It could be crucial. Our three suspects are avid bridge players, when they can find a fourth.
Okay. Now, before I leave, let's go over the basic facts once more.
All right. The missing pearls were cultured. A single strand, about 24 inches long.
So they'd hang down about 12 inches if someone was wearing them. They don't sound very spectacular.
Yeah, but they are. Jonathan Kohlmeyer, who bought them, was a partner in a watch company which made radium dials. And somehow he managed to have the pearls treated with radium so they would glow in the dark.
When he first thought up this scheme, did he have an ulterior motive?
Who knows? It was what happened later that we care about.
And you don't think he started out as a murderer?
Well, that's beside the point. He became one. And when he found out how easy it was, he did it again, 3 times.
Now, clue me in. Who did he bump off first?
The first woman he gave the pearls to was said to be very frail. When she died in an accident, Kohlmeyer was in a state of shock. So no one accused him of complicity in her death.
Yeah, but apparently he did retrieve whatever presents he'd given her.
Oh, yeah. He was that type. Then he got married. He gave the pearls to his bride, who wore them constantly. She loved that string of pearls.
How long did she last?
Radium can be a slow death. But it caught up with her after a while, and when she was dying, the doctors suspected radium poisoning.
So why didn't they nail her husband right then?
It never occurred to anyone to suspect the pearls.
How could any smart murderer pull the same stunt again?
He fell in love with a young and brainless beauty. Must have really liked her because he didn't give her the pearls for a long time. Not till he retired and they moved to Hawaii.
What did she do to deserve such a present?
Started playing around with another man. That did it. Kohlmeyer gave her the pearls. She moved out, went off with the pearls and her new boyfriend to a scarcely inhabited island, a small one, well offshore from Oahu. And when she developed an unexplained malady, the boyfriend left her.
Big-hearted guy.
Well, after her death, there was an autopsy. And this time, no question. Radium poisoning.
Now, why didn't the police move in and confiscate the pearls?
There were no pearls to be found.
Now, isn't it possible that Kohlmeyer had been there and gotten them?
No way. Kohlmeyer committed suicide without returning to the island.
Without a confession about what he'd done?
Good Lord, no. He was a respected businessman.
Now, you think the pearls are still on the island?
We're sure of it. But more than that, Keith, we've narrowed down to 3 people who lived nearest the cottage where the last victim died.
So my job, then, is to make friends with these 3 people and find out quietly which one of them has the deadly pearls.
Well, you make it sound too easy. Each of these people is highly eccentric. The few people who come and go from that island are under constant surveillance.
Including me.
Naturally. The pearls were usually kept in a narrow box. It looked like an ordinary jeweler's box, but it was made of lead.
Protection against the radium, of course. Means it would be heavier than most boxes that size.
Well, that makes it seem more elegant. The box is covered with purple velvet and lined with satin.
How original.
I know. It won't look much different from any jewel box you've ever seen.
I can't help thinking how useful a Geiger counter would be.
That's totally out of the question. When you bring a Geiger near a suspected object, it starts ticking.
Sure, I know. No gadgets to make life easier.
Just your own ingenuity. And it better be damn good. Well, there's not much more I can say, except to wish you luck.
I did my homework, and the more I read about those 3 characters on the island, the more curious I was to meet them. The Honolulu police cleared me, and then I was completely on my own, with a photograph of the cottage and a map that showed how to find it. I was given a putt-putt stocked with a supply of canned goods, stowed the typewriter and duffel bag, and at last I was off. It was a cloudless day, and I found the beaching cove on the island without any trouble. You couldn't see the cottage from the beach, but I knew how to follow directions. Lugging my big canvas bag, I headed up a steep and winding path. And there it was, a neat, modern cottage with an enormous deck from which there must be quite a spectacular view. But I had a spectacular view myself just then, because on that deck was a dazzling blonde. Obviously sunbathing. She sprang to her feet in all her glory, and I would have been speechless, except I knew I couldn't be.
Who the hell are you?
This is the Kohlmeyer cottage, isn't it?
What business is that of yours?
I'm the new tenant.
This place is not for rent.
No, that's right, not anymore. I've signed the papers. It's mine, for at least a year.
Who are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. How rude of me not to introduce myself. I'm Robert Keith, a writer in search of a quiet place to hang a typewriter.
I don't believe you. The last thing we need around here is a writer.
Lady, I am planning to live here.
Not if I can help it.
Okay. I've answered your questions. How about answering one for me? Who are you?
None of your business. Since you claim the house is yours, let's see you open the door.
That's just what I was about to do. I understand it takes 2 keys. And here they are. Both of them.
Where'd you get those keys?
Now, do you believe me?
Big deal. You opened the door. And now I know who you are. You're a policeman. They sent you here to spy on us. Well, I'm not going to stand for it. When the supply boat comes around tomorrow, I'll send a message back to my lawyer. No penny anti-flunky is going to be spying on me.
I assure you I'm not
Don't
going to
bother to unpack your things, Robert Keith, because tomorrow...
really, Miss...
Mrs. Walsh. Mrs. Barbara Walsh. And you'll find that I have protection against people like you.
The gorgeously suntanned Mrs. Walsh slipped her feet into sandals, picked up her beach towel from the deck and started along the path which led from the north side of the cottage. You must understand that during our entire conversation, Barbara Walsh was completely in the buff. No bikini, nothing. Except around her neck and dangling in long loops over her well-formed body. Not pearls, but necklaces made of those decorative native seeds strung together. Ropes and ropes of them.
Robert Keith may have thought he was prepared for anything, but this introduction to his new home was an unsettling experience he hadn't counted on. He has now had a most revealing look at one of the three suspects. We'll be there for his encounter with the others when we return shortly with Act 2. Robert Keith found the cottage very much to his liking. He had expected something rather dark and sinister, but one wall of the living room had a big picture window, and in the bedroom there was a slanting skylight directly over the bed. It was certainly no place to hide, and Keith realized that whatever he did could be watched at close range, if anyone cared about what he was doing. He spent the first evening getting settled, and after a late supper of canned goods, he turned in for the night. At about 3 o'clock in the morning, he was sleeping soundly when...
What the devil? Hey, who's out there?
Well, bless my soul.
Hey, would you mind pointing that gun in another direction?
Not until I find out what you're up to.
Now, look, I was sound asleep. I'm living here.
No one lives in this house. Put up your hands.
Now, put down your gun, would you, sir?
Sir, I'm a man of honor. Colonel George Madison's the name, Army retired. And no one sets foot on this island without reporting to me.
Yeah, well, I was sorry. I didn't know that, Colonel. And if you'll come in, I'll show you my credentials. What the hell's that? Is there someone else out there?
No. Wait a minute. I'll check you out later. Right now, I recommend you go back to bed. Oh. There's a wild boar under the deck, and I aim to get him.
When the sun came up, it was another cloudless day. And after breakfast, I decided to pay a visit. Not eager to encounter either the gun-happy colonel or the wild-eyed lady with no clothes, it seemed wise to seek a formal introduction to the third island resident. The path to her property was overgrown with luxuriant shrubbery, but it opened up into an area dotted with palm trees surrounding a small stone house. Squatting in the midst of a flower bed was a gnome of a woman wearing one of those loose garments the Hawaiians call muumuus.
I wondered when you were coming.
You were expecting me?
Of course. You're the writer who's moved into the death cottage.
Moved into the what?
Well, surely the rental agent told you that the 3 former tenants died there.
I think you're just trying to frighten me, but I don't scare easily.
You're very sure of yourself, aren't you, Mr. Keith?
Well, you know my name. Well, since we're going to be neighbors, perhaps you'll tell me...
I'm Nora Babcock. And if you'll help me up, we'll go to my porch where the coffee's perking.
I assisted Miss Babcock to her feet. The aging body was stooped and slow-moving, and her hands were badly crippled, yet she used them capably to pour the coffee when we were seated at a wicker table on her porch.
Oh, yes, Mr. Keith. I've lived on this island for a long time. That house was just a shack when the poor man, a writer like yourself, was stabbed to death in a ghastly pool of blood. The cottage was rebuilt before an unfortunate woman was strangled there. And then it was fixed up with all that glass to let the sun in. But nothing could save the last dear lady who simply wasted away.
Well, here's hoping I'll have better luck.
That depends. When were you born, Mr. Keith?
You mean what year?
No. The date. The day. The hour.
Oh, I was born in August. 14th of August.
Oh.
You sound disappointed.
You certainly don't look like Leo. The lion. And I would have thought that a writer... but no matter. There may be other factors. You belong to the northern sign of the zodiac, the middle point of the magnet of the fire triplicity.
Is that a fact?
Oh, you'd better not laugh at me, Mr. Keith. I'll tell you right now that you and I are destined to be enemies. You belong with Sagittarius, Libra, or Aries.
Oh, come on, Miss Babcock. I'm really not so bad. Now, tell me about your sign.
I'm Gemini, the positive people of the air triplicity.
You mean air and fire don't mix?
Dangerously, Mr. Keith, very dangerously. Your sign is governed by the sun, and your gems are carnelian and sardonyx.
Well, I wouldn't know a sardonyx if I stumbled over one.
My governing planet is Mercury. Emeralds, moonstones, and pearls are my sign. And I have a very special affinity for pearls.
Mrs. Walsh had obviously passed along word of my arrival, which was why the colonel had come trying to flush me out, and the reason Miss Babcock knew my name and occupation. So, that afternoon, I became a spy, hidden in the underbrush with binoculars trained on the three of them walking along the beach. I was darn sure they were planning some strategy to get me evicted. Then, Colonel Madison left the two ladies and headed up the trail toward my house. I went quickly to the typewriter and pretended to be busily at work.
Hello there, Mr. Keith. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Beautiful day, isn't it?
Yes, that it is. How are you, Colonel?
No, couldn't be better. Say, I'm sorry about last night. Wouldn't want you to think we're not hospitable around here. Do you mind if I sit down?
No, please do. I was beginning to feel like an outcast.
I gather you've met the ladies.
Yes, they didn't exactly give me a warm welcome.
Oh, pay no attention. Batty old Babcock won't be a problem. She's usually off in outer space, talking to the stars.
I gather she's hipped on astrology.
Oh, mad as a hatter, even though she does play a good game of bridge. You say you're also acquainted with Barbara Walsh?
If you mean, have I had a good look at her, you're darn right.
Stunning, isn't she?
You said it. Well, look, tell me, Colonel, what's a woman like that doing all by herself way out here?
Oh, but if this were a British colony, I'd say she's a remittance woman.
She's being paid to stay away?
Yeah, being paid very well. The big man in her life is a mafia type. They nabbed him. My guess is the family's afraid she'll talk unless she's kept well out of the way until he's released from jail.
What's he in for?
Oh, drug traffic, I think. I don't know. Dealing in stolen goods. Let's talk about you, Mr. Keith. You writer fellows interest me. What's your special subject?
I'm a novelist, science fiction sometimes, but mostly light stuff.
Know anything about pearls?
No, not much.
How'd you like to come over to the other side of the island and watch the pearl divers?
Pearl divers? Here?
Oh, well, it's not like Ceylon or the Sulu Sea, but they go through the motions here twice a week during the season. Occasionally they come up with a creditable pearl. Come along if you want to.
Well, I'd like that very much.
Fine. Oh, wear some stout walking shoes, and I'll pick you up in about an hour.
The colonel arrived in his old army uniform carrying a sturdy walking stick. We started off on a barely marked trail, and I marveled at the beauty of the place with its lush flowers and brightly colored birds.
Not that way, Mr. Keith. We take a sharp turn over here. Go up the hill.
Well, just a minute. This island must be more populated than I thought. I hear music.
Oh, that's just Barbara Walsh with her radio going. She has it on all day long. That or her stereo. Come along. Get ready for a steep climb.
The path went straight up, and I had to scramble to keep the colonel from getting too far ahead. But quite suddenly, all the lush greenery ended, and we came out on a rocky promontory overlooking the sea.
We made it.
That's quite a view.
Hey. Now, you see those small boats way out there?
Yeah?
Those are the oyster fishermen. The flat-bottomed boats are dragging nets.
Uh-huh.
And from those kayak-looking things. You may be able to see the young men diving.
Won't they come closer to shore?
No, not much closer. It's too treacherous for the tides are running as high as they are today. Go on, out on that big rock so you can get a better look.
Is it steady?
Oh, like Gibraltar. Go on, Mr. Keith, out further. Don't be afraid. Watch your step, Mr. Keith.
Hey!
Oh, merciful heavens!
Help me, Colonel! Help me!
Hang on, Keith, hang on.
I'm trying to get a foothold.
Here. Grab my walking stick.
I grabbed the stick because I had to, even though I knew it was the same stick that had been pushed into the middle of my back just a moment before.
I'll say you're a brave man, Keith. I like the way you handled yourself back there on the rocks.
I wouldn't say I had much alternative.
It was all the fault of your shoes, Mr. Keith. That's what it was. I warned you to wear walking shoes. I say, Mr. Keith, why don't we stop by to see Barbara?
Right now?
Why not? We need a drink. And she has a good liquor supply.
No, I think I better get back and tend to these scratches. Just take a look at my clothes. I'm in no condition to go visiting.
Well, as you wish. I'll leave you then at the foot of this hill. And, yes, I've been meaning to ask you, Keith. Do you play bridge?
Well, I'm not the world's best, but yes, I play.
Oh, splendid.
I'm rather out of practice.
Well, heavens knows, so are we. Well, let's say my house, Friday evening. Come for supper, around 7.
Well, thank you.
Dear me, Mr. Keith, you did get scratched up. Your hands are still bleeding. Perhaps I should go with you.
I'll be all right.
Yes. Well, I'm off then to tell the ladies the good news.
Good news?
Why, yes. The good news that we found a new bridge partner. And I might as well warn you to bring a fat wallet. Our stakes are high.
After a shower and some soothing applications of witch hazel and ointments, I rested on the big bed under the skylight. The front door was wide open for the benefit of a magnificent sea breeze. Suddenly I was on the alert. Someone was on the steps leading to the deck. Then there were slow, heavy footfalls and the tap of a cane.
Mr. Keith? Mr. Keith? Are you all right?
Oh, why, hello, Miss Babcock. Yes, come in.
Oh, I heard you'd had an accident, and I thought you might not be able to fix your own supper. So I've brought you some nice oyster stew.
Oh, well, that's very thoughtful of you.
There. It's one of my specialties. Just warm it up.
Oh, thank you very much. Sit down. Won't you share the stew with me?
No. I've had my dinner. Let me see your injuries.
Oh, they're nothing but scratches. I was lucky.
Could be serious. And you are not lucky, Mr. Keith. I looked at the stars last night, and the heavens do not bode well for anyone born under the sign of Leo.
But you see me alive and well. I could have crashed all the way down those rocks and into the sea.
Look out for more danger ahead. That was simply the first warning.
Miss Babcock knew what she was talking about, and it had nothing to do with the stars. I heated the oyster stew, and it was delicious. In fact, the best I've ever tasted. But about an hour later, I began to feel drained of all energy. I thought it was just a reaction from a rather strenuous day and decided the best thing to do was go to bed and sleep it off. It was a tremendous effort to get undressed, but I managed to drag myself, partially clothed, onto the big bed. In a prone position, I felt as though I were being suffocated, and panic was setting in. I'd been poisoned, and no one was going to save my life this time unless I did it for myself. Literally, I crawled into the bathroom for the well-stocked medicine kit. Yes, I was prepared with antidotes for poison, but time was too short to figure out which one would be appropriate. By now, my hands and feet were growing numb, and breathing was getting more and more difficult. I mixed up a heavy pink liquid in a glass of water, and just before blacking out, I was very, very sick. When I came to, I was lying on the bathroom floor, weak, but grateful to find I was still alive. Very slowly, I got to my feet and staggered toward the bedroom, hoping at last to sleep off the effects of whatever had been in that poisonous stew. But my whole body sagged, and I knew I'd never make the bed, so I eased myself down on a narrow couch in the living room and fell instantly into a heavy slumber. Once again, it must have been about 3 o'clock in the morning when there was a sound which would have awakened the dead. The skylight in the bedroom, backed flat against the wall. I waited for minutes that seemed like an eternity. No movement. Absolute silence. So I crept into the next room, armed with a flashlight, and cupping the beam, examined the bed. It was a mass of shattered glass. In the darkness once more, I moved stealthily to the front door, opened it without a sound, and stared into total blackness. Slowly I raised the flashlight and then snapped it on full beam. Pointing straight down the path, facing directly toward me, stood the statuesque Mrs. Barbara Walsh, fully clothed in a long, dark kimono. And over her breasts hung a necklace of gems which burst into life like 4th of July sparklers.
I must warn you not to jump to conclusions. If you imagine that Mrs. Walsh was wearing the stolen pearls, think again. Diamonds are the jewels that glitter when exposed to light. A pearl is sometimes a gem of great value, but it is not a precious stone. And one can scarcely say that pearls sparkle, while radium... Remember the dial on your watch or bedside clock? Radium glows in the dark. We'll be back shortly with Act 3. Mercifully for Robert Keith, the next 2 nights and 3 days were totally uneventful. He dozed in the sun, occasionally pecked at the typewriter, and did a great deal of thinking. Keith looked forward eagerly to the evening of bridge, and as he approached the colonel's house for the first time, he found a charming, sprawling building with a table set out of doors on what the Hawaiians call a lanai. He was glad he had purchased a colorful sports shirt in Honolulu, although it paled beside the one Colonel Madison was wearing over his white slacks. Even Miss Babcock looked festive in her flowered muumuu.
Hi. Ah, welcome, my boy, welcome.
You're looking much better, Mr. Keith.
Quite recovered, thank you. This island air will cure anything.
Anything but my arthritis. Where's Barbara?
Oh, always late. I suspect she's getting herself decked out, ready for the kill.
Oh, you expressed things so aptly, Colonel. If it's like old times, Barbara will come prepared for murder at the bridge table. Oh, I'm speaking...
Hello, everybody.
Oh, Barbara. Well, you've outdone yourself. Hey, dazzling. Simply dazzling.
Oh, Colonel. And, Nora, dear.
I believe you've met Mr. Keith.
My lawyer has verified that he exists.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Mr. Keith, you may have the right to live on this island, but that doesn't mean that I have to love my neighbor.
No, Barbara.
However, since we have so little opportunity for social occasions, I propose we declare an armed truce.
But I'm not at war with you, Mrs. Walsh.
Speak for yourself. Peace for the evening.
Dinner began with oysters on the half shell. 6 enormous oysters for each of us.
And I should be interested in your opinion of these, Keith. Delivered by my favorite fisherman, fresh from the beds this morning.
Colonel, look. My horoscope said this would be a lucky day.
Well, bless my soul.
Oh, Nora has nothing on me. I found one, too. But I suspect you, Colonel. Come on, confess.
All right, I confess. Party favors. There's a pearl in every oyster shell.
You rogue. I must say this is rather a good one. Nice sheen.
Oh, I love them. Every one. They feel so good.
I thought the surprise was just for the ladies, but I see you've included me. Very pretty, Colonel.
Well, let that be the beginning of your collection. I hope you won't mind if some of them are already pierced.
You mean a pearl like this one has been removed from a string?
Yes, that's right. Part of my hobby. I seldom find a string that meets my standards for matching, so I rematch them and mix them. But come, let's finish our dinner so we can get on to the battle.
Afraid I'll have to pass.
I say 3 no trump.
Well, 4 hearts.
5 no trump.
Barbara, do you have a ring on every finger?
Only on 8.
Oh, I wish I could wear them. But my poor crippled hands.
Oh, shut up, Nora. You're just trying to distract me. I have a contract to make.
It was a cutthroat game, no question about it. Only, strangely, we were quite evenly matched. We played 3 rubbers, so I had my chance with each one as a partner. By this time, we were on a first-name basis.
Well, that's it. And as usual, top honors go to the ladies. In points, let's see. Barbara's first, then Nora, followed by Bob, and as is proper for a gracious host, I'm last. It'll take a minute to figure out who owes what here.
I think the prize should go to Robert and me for that last small slam. I wouldn't have dreamed that a Leo and Gemini could work so well together. And tell me, Robert, never Bob. Isn't there some way you could find out the hour of your birth?
What rubbish.
Well, if it would please you, Miss Nora, I suppose I could write and ask my mother.
Well, you do that. It's very important.
Oh, Nora.
Speaking of my mother, you've all given me a very good idea. Look, I'd like to send her a present.
A present for your mother?
You'll think I'm sentimental, but many years ago, my dad gave her a string of pearls as an anniversary present, and, well, they were her greatest treasure. Dad's been dead a long time now, and she was heartbroken when the pearls were stolen from her New York apartment.
Oh, well, say no more. I'll fix you up. How much do you want to pay?
Oh, now, just a minute, Colonel. I'm afraid you deal in merchandise that's too rich for my blood. I'm talking about a simple string of cultured pearls.
Couple of $100?
Now you're on the right track.
Ridiculous.
Excuse me, everybody, but I'm very tired. Time to go home.
Well, I'll be happy to escort the ladies.
Don't bother with me. Perhaps you're not aware that I spend most of every night wandering around the island alone.
Oh, go with them, Barbara. Or you'll have to help me with the dishes.
Oh, that does it.
Walking with Nora Babcock was a tortuous business, and I had a feeling she was in pain every step of the way. And we lost sight of Barbara, although she had an unsettling trick of appearing on the path, sometimes in front of us, sometimes behind. When we reached the door of Nora's house...
She's out there somewhere, and I don't want her to hear. If you'll come to my house tomorrow afternoon, I'd like to talk to you about those pearls for your mother.
Fine. What time?
Around 2:00.
Okay, be seeing you. Good night.
And now you may have the pleasure of seeing me home.
Oh, yeah, this is a pleasure and a surprise.
You want to know what I have against you, don't you?
I am curious.
Well, come to my house for a nightcap, and I'll tell you. What do you think of my pad?
Exotic luxury.
You writers have a way with words. But you don't fit the pattern.
And what pattern is that?
Novelists, I despise them.
Oh, come on. We're no different from anyone else.
My husband was. A woman-hater who wrote about women and knew nothing about them. Oh, that man crucified me in his books. I know, you're different. I could tell from the way you talked about your mother. Come over here. Sit on the couch. That's better. Hold my hand. You know, it's been frightfully dull around here.
Pretty hands. But don't your fingers get tired under all those rocks?
Take the rings off. It'll make you feel any more comfortable.
Now, let's see. Rubies, diamonds, sapphires. Suppose you'd never stoop to wearing something as simple as a pearl.
On the contrary, my most prized possession. I own a string of priceless pearls. Over there in that velvet box.
May I see them?
I don't put them on display for just anybody. But if you're a good boy, I'll show them to you. Here, let me freshen your drink.
You have some fascinating things in this room. That Buddha, for instance.
It's carved from jade.
And, are these the pearls?
Put down that box.
Oh, you said you'd show them to me.
But it's locked, and I have to get the key. Oh, yes, Bob. I said I'd show you the pearls. If you're a good boy. And I will. Tomorrow morning. After you spend the night.
When I was having breakfast next morning in the sunshine on my deck, yes, I was alone. I had not spent the night with Barbara Walsh. In my line of work, it has to be business before pleasure. There was no need to accept a bribe. You see, when I picked up that purple velvet jewel box, it was light as a feather. But, as I was saying, while eating breakfast...
Well, good morning. You're a late riser.
Yeah, I went to a big party last night, Colonel. Come on, have a cup of coffee.
I brought you something. Don't pay any attention to the looks of the box. The velvet's worn. It's been around for a while. It's what's inside that counts. I'd be glad to sell you the pearls. Open the box.
Oh, they're beautiful. Well, these are not the ones we were talking about last night. I mean, this is a double strand. Obviously far more expensive.
I know. They can be sold for several $1,000s someday. But my price to you still stands.
Oh, no, Colonel. I just can't accept it.
My good man, I'm offering you the kind of bargain that comes once in a lifetime.
But it'll never do for my mother. Don't you have something else?
Yes, of course I do. I thought I owed you a favor.
Oh, you owe me nothing. Now, please, Colonel, if you'll let me go to your house, perhaps you could show me another string that would be...
I'll show you nothing right now. Good morning, sir.
The Colonel stomped off, and I knew I would have to change my approach if I wanted to look at his collection. Then I'd think about that later, because my next appointment was with Nora Babcock.
Come in, Robert. Didn't we have a good time last night?
You can be my bridge partner anytime.
That's very sweet. I meant to ask you, how did you like my oyster stew?
Oh, the taste was superb, but...
Didn't it help you to go to sleep?
Look, I'll level with you, Miss B. You put something in that stew, didn't you?
Oh, the usual dash of chili sauce and plenty of rich cream.
No. I mean something bad.
I don't understand.
That stew made me deathly ill.
Why, I wanted you to sleep well after your accident, so I did put in a drop or two of my sedative. The kind that helps me. From one of those bottles. Perhaps it shouldn't have been combined with the seafood.
Yeah, perhaps. I thought you were trying to poison me.
How could you have such thoughts about a poor old lady?
I take them all back.
Mm-hmm. When is your mother's birthday?
Oh, it's in June. Like yours.
Oh, I knew it. My pearls were a present, and nothing would please me more than giving them to a Gemini.
Oh, that's very generous of you, but
Please, get the pearls for me, Robert. On that cabinet over there.
Okay.
You'll find the box is rather heavy.
You say these pearls were given to you?
Yes. Yes. By the dear lady who lived in your cottage. I took care of her, poor thing. And before she died, she gave me her dearest treasure. Open the box and tell me what you think.
I think they're perfect.
Oh, you don't know the best part. These pearls have a magical quality. Just wait until you see what happens to them at night.
Uh-huh.
Pick them up, examine them.
I like the way they look against the satin.
Oh, how I love them.
Nora, just when do you wear these pearls?
Oh, they're not for wearing. At least not for me. I like to fondle them. And before my hands got so bad, I used them the way the Greeks do. You know, worry beads. I've often taken them to bed with me.
Nora, these hands of yours...
Oh, it's not my hands. You see how hard it is for me to get around.
Yes, I know. Have you been to a doctor?
No use. I have my medicines, though they don't do much good.
I know a fine doctor in Honolulu. I think he can help you. Will you let me take you to him?
Oh, I couldn't let you do that, Robert. It's not in the stars. How many times have I told you? I've been warned never to trust a Leo.
Look, Nora, for reasons I won't trouble you with, and that, of course, I wouldn't want the Colonel or Barbara to know, I'm not the person I've pretended to be. Would it make any difference to you if I told you I was actually born on January the 2nd?
Why, all the difference in the world. I should have known. We were destined to be friends from the very beginning, Mr. Keith.
Yes. Just Keith. That's my real first name.
I'll go with you wherever you want me to go.
Case closed. Miss Babcock's destiny was not written in the stars, even though she went to her grave believing it was. The deadly pearls were taken out of circulation, and Nora Babcock was given the best of care in a hospital, where they did what they could to ease the pain during the short time she had left to live. It was thought best not to shatter her dream, so she never knew that Keith Spencer was an orphan, or that her treasured pearls had been anything but a comfort. I'll be back shortly. Keith Spencer found a good deal more on that island than the missing pearls. He stepped into the lives of 3 people whose philosophies did not agree with his, yet with each he had at least one point of mutual understanding. Our mystery was solved with the apprehension of a victim rather than a culprit. Our cast included Kate Reed, Paul Hecht, Grace Matthews, and Kurt Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Well, now it's 8:30, and time for Saturday Night Theatre.
We present Martin Reed as Matthew Bradford and Margaret Robertson as Marlene Shapiro in The Fatal Flaw by Chris Allen.
To hell with her.
Calm down, Matthew.
I'm just angry at the unfairness of
Don't
it.
wave your arms about. Those kids at soccer practice, they're watching us.
Does it matter?
I'm giving them a drama lesson in half an hour. It matters.
Jenny, I'm sorry. It's just her selfishness. It gets to me. I've got a novel being published on Thursday, so what does Susan do? She walks out on Sunday. She's self-centred, insensitive.
OK, all right.
It is not all right.
Don't shout at me. I'm on your side.
Sorry.
Keep calm. You've got an afternoon's work ahead.
I haven't. I've got the afternoon off. I'm going on the radio.
Oh, are you? That's great.
About the book. I'm going to be interviewed.
I'm not sure about this, John.
Well, it's a trick one, my love. I did warn you.
I think...
Go on, girl. Have a go. Let rip, my love.
I think... Is it Victor?
Victor the giraffe. You got it! At last, we got a winner of our Silly Things quiz. Janice of Hales Owen, congratus, my love. A Radio Heart of England T-shirt will be winging its way towards your eager little bod, together with a Radio Heart of England surprise package of Silly Things. Terrific. Great excitement, Matthew, eh?
Oh, yes. Great.
Yeah, he's still here, gang. Our art spot guest from the world of culture and grey matter and all that. Matthew Bradford. He's a flippin' genius, is Matthew. Teaches English at, where is it?
History, actually, at Handley Green Comprehensive.
English, history, all the same, 6 and 2 3s. But not only does he drum dates into our grubby little offspring, he's just had his first novel published, right, Matt?
It is, in fact, my second novel.
Prolific, no less. Great. It's called, what is it? The Wind in the Smoke. Remember that name, gang?
It's actually called The Smoke on the Wind.
Oh, good title. Good title, I like it. Listen, you were just saying, Matthew, before we were so brilliantly interrupted by Janice of Hales Owen, the story is set around here, right? The heart of England country. Are we going to recognise ourselves in it?
Well, not really. It's set over 100 years ago.
Oh, beg pardon. Good story, is it? I know my mum. Typical Joe Public. Oh, she loves a good story.
Well, I hope it's a good story. It's about an ordinary working family in what we now know as the Black Country, and how they're affected by the Industrial Revolution.
Oh, hear that, Mum? Right up your street. Listen, Matt, I'm just going to have to interrupt you there, but stay with us, everybody. We just got to zap across to Big Al for the sports news.
Hello, Claire. What is it?
Look what I got yesterday. It is you, isn't it? Will you sign it?
The Smoke on the Wind. Yes, that's me. You didn't actually buy it, did you?
Oh, it was cheap. Third of the original price.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, look. My mum said it was you because a few months ago she heard you talking about it on the radio.
Third of the price. It's been remaindered. Typical. They don't tell you anything.
Oh, put Claire Bennett with kind regards and the date. What's remaindered actually mean?
Well, the publishers didn't sell quite as many millions as they'd hoped, so they're flogging it off cheap. There you are.
Ah.
That's the only copy I've ever autographed. Worth a fortune. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off for a cup of tea.
Is it bad, then, this remaindering business?
Well, it's disappointing. The second one's always more difficult than the first, you see. If that goes okay, then you've got a chance of carrying on, actually developing a career as a novelist.
I thought you were quite pleased.
I suppose I was hoping for a bit of a breakthrough.
It may not be too late.
No, it's had it. It's got lost. No, I blame the publishers, really. I mean, all this takeover business, just at the moment when my book came out. Everybody forgot about it. No publicity. I even had to ring up the papers and the radio stations myself.
Oh, I didn't realise that.
You see, I thought with these Americans taking over, the Vulture Press, I thought, aha, now we'll get a bit of razzmatazz, a bit of transatlantic hype. But no, I don't suppose they even knew they got the book out till they looked in the accounts. And right away, they pulled the plugs on it.
The bell's rung. Better get back to the
The
grindstone.
point is, Jenny, where do I go from here? I mean, what's going to happen to the next one? They've had it months, unless they've already chucked it in the dustbin.
Matthew, I am interested, really. But I've got 50 12-year-olds waiting to be acorns growing into oak trees.
You're right. Let's go.
Hey, I tell you what, come round for a meal. Come round tonight.
Will that be all right?
Yes, of course. Barry said to invite you round ages ago, when he heard about you and Susan.
The lovely Susan. He's heard then, has he?
Well, you do hear things, don't you?
I suppose so.
Mind you, I wasn't surprised, Matthew.
Not surprised? I thought we were the ideal couple.
No commitment.
What?
You had no commitment to Susan.
The lovely Susan.
And no commitment to your marital situation.
Barry, that is rubbish.
Your commitment, Matthew. No criticism, purely observation. Your commitment was not to your home, not even to your teaching. It was to your writing. It still is, from what I can see.
Barry, what about your darts?
I suppose there is something in that.
Of course there is. Now me, I have commitment to my wife and to my home. And this is why our marriage works. And this commitment will extend itself through our expansion into a family as Jennifer gives up work and To put it crudely, produces offspring.
We'll see about that, Barry.
Because I am committed and alert to her needs.
I've not been totally insensitive, you know.
Well, that is not the same as being alert to needs, obviously. Otherwise, Susan would never have got herself involved in her extramarital affair situation, would she?
Affair?
Oh, God, Barry.
Have I perhaps gone too far?
Perhaps. Perhaps you have.
Oh, I don't blame Barry for blurting it out.
You do understand, don't you? It's not common knowledge about Susan and Graham.
It's all right. Susan's out of my life. Still, he's probably right about my commitment. It is to writing, I admit, not to being married. Well, let's face it. Anybody can be a husband. Not many can be a novelist. Mind you, I'm not sure I can be anymore.
Oh, now stop that. It'll work out.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, don't get down.
Well, how can I not? They've obviously given up on the smoke on the wind. So where does that leave the next one? I mean, Henry hasn't even been in touch.
Who's Henry?
Oh, Henry Bryant, my editor. He virtually nursed my first 2 books into publication. You see, Harvey's were always quite traditional publishers. Slow, but at least they looked after you. Suddenly, I find these Americans have taken over. The Vulture Press.
Who are they?
Subsidiary of some, in quotes, huge, faceless conglomerate. GME Inc. They do everything from mining South African diamonds to subverting governments in Central America. And destroying sensitive authors.
Look, you mustn't just sit round feeling sorry for yourself. Do something about it. Ring up this Henry Bryant.
I can't.
Why not?
I'm nervous. He might not have liked the book.
Then at least you'll know. Ring him up. Tomorrow. Go straight home from school, ring him up. Put us both out of our misery.
I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry, just do it.
Yeah, you're right. Thanks. You're a good mate. If only you weren't a married woman.
Come off it, Matthew. I'm not glamorous enough for you.
Global Marketing and Exchange, may I help you?
Is that the Vulture Press?
Will you hold?
Thank you for holding.
Hang on a minute.
We apologize for keeping you waiting, but hope you will enjoy the music we are pleased to provide for your listening pleasure.
What the hell is this?
Thank you.
Global Marketing and Exchange, may I help you?
GME, is that?
Yes.
I want to speak to Henry Bryant.
What division?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, we're unable to help.
He used to be with Harvey's. Vulture Press, I suppose.
One moment.
Oh, God.
Thank you for holding. We apologize.
Vulture Press, may I help you?
Yes, thanks. I'm trying to get hold of Henry Bryant.
I'm sorry, sir, we have no Henry Bryant.
Well, you must have. He's an editor.
An editor? Oh, in that case, sir, you require our creative division.
I see. Well, thank you. Could you put me onto your creative division, please?
I'm afraid you'll have to dial another number, sir.
Oh, no, look, this is long distance.
From outside London, please dial 01...
Look, hang on, I haven't got a pencil. Let me just get one.
I'll have to put you on hold, sir. One moment.
Oh.
Thank you for holding. We apologize for keeping you waiting, but hope you will enjoy the music we are pleased to provide for your listening pleasure.
And after all that, you didn't even speak to him.
No, he's left.
Oh, no.
Transferred to New York.
So who's handling your work?
Well, if she is, supposedly some woman called Marlene Shapiro.
Marlene Shapiro? American, presumably?
Presumably.
But didn't you speak to her?
You're joking. She's in Chicago.
Oh, Matthew. What about your agents? What did they say?
Oh, I can't bother them.
Surely they can fight for you?
It all seems so hopeless.
You can't simply give up. Look, it's the end of term next week. Go down to London, see them.
Oh, it's not that easy.
It is. Go on. Ring them up now. Make an appointment. I'll do it. What are they called?
All right, I'll do it. Tell you what, why don't you come down with me?
Well, I'd love to. But I better not. Barry.
Fair enough. Right, I'll go and make this appointment.
I'm sorry, Matthew, that Muriel couldn't be here, because, of course, she knows your work.
Oh, I'm sorry she's ill.
Simply an operation. A whole lot's coming out, I believe.
Oh, I had no idea.
She'll be better off without. Never had much use for it all, as far as I could see. Poor old Muriel. Still, she'll be a new woman. What's left of her? And now then, to business. I don't actually know any of your scripts, Matthew.
Novels.
Well, novels, yes. Thought of turning them into screenplays at all?
Oh, yes, I certainly have. But we've had no luck selling the rights.
Yes. I must say, just glancing at these synopses, iron foundries, working-class characters, 19th century Wolverhampton, they've not got immediate appeal to the major studios, have they?
They're not particularly meant to.
Mind you, it's amazing what a spot of artistic ruthlessness can do. Translate your stories to, say, Detroit in perhaps the 50s, and suddenly you could be in the movie business.
But, Dennis, I write a novel for itself, not as the first draft of a Hollywood film.
Don't worry, you've got time to learn.
Muriel has never suggested it.
Mr. Foster.
Ah, Ruth, what news?
I've looked everywhere. We really have had no word back from Vulture about Mr. Bradford, but I have checked
It's been nearly 10 months.
10 months? Oh, that's too much. What's it called, by the way? This latest one?
Furnace.
Oh, very good. Yes, that's good. What's it about?
An industrial confrontation in a smelting works.
Oh, I see. In 19th century Wolverhampton?
More Tipton, really.
Mr. Foster, I must answer that. I just wanted to tell you I have actually sent some short stories by Mr. Bradford to Miss Shapiro.
You see, Matthew, we are fighting for you.
It was in response to a general request for material.
But subtly.
That is something, I suppose.
They want to do an anthology of horror stories.
There you are. Progress.
I've never written horror stories. None of mine would be suitable for that sort of anthology.
Don't worry, it'll all come out in the wash. I dare say I'll be having a word with Marlene Shapiro, and I'm sure Muriel will, just as soon as she's back on her feet. If they've left her any feet, that is.
So what do we do now?
We wait and see. But don't forget, we're with you all the way. You are not alone.
Well, that's something, isn't it?
Except it's not true.
Of course it is.
I am alone.
Rubbish. At the very least, you know your agents are on your side.
No, they're not. They're on their own side. What are they actually going to do? Nothing. All I know is I'm isolated.
You're not.
I've no contact with my publisher, no real support from my agents, and no wife.
You've got friends.
Oh, colleagues, acquaintances, yes. I don't know if you've noticed, but a marriage breakup can seriously damage a social life. When Susan left, I got the stereo. She got the friends.
This is self-pity.
This is honesty. I've spent 36 years trying to put a life together, Jenny, and what happens? It just starts falling apart. Isolated? Of course I'm bloody isolated.
You? Who are you saying this to?
What?
Well, can't you see? I'm with you.
I know that.
Obviously, it doesn't seem like much.
Oh, don't get it wrong,
I
Jenny.
may not have Susan's looks or wonderful imagination,
Oh, come
but I
on.
am interested in you. I even believe in you. I listen. I care. I try and help. If that's not being a friend, I don't know what is.
I know that, and I appreciate
It
it.
doesn't sound like it.
Well, that's why I can talk to you like this, freely. I don't mean to be churlish. I'm just letting go with what I feel. Look, have another drink, then I'll take you for something to eat.
I can't. I have to cook dinner for Barry.
Jenny, you're not a servant.
But I tell you what. He's away all day Thursday. You could give me lunch then, if you like.
Yes. Okay.
Right. See you in here? Thursday, 12:30?
Yeah. See you Thursday. Hello.
Matthew Bradford, please.
Speaking.
Vulture Press here. This is Ellen from Marlene Shapiro's office.
Oh, really?
Miss Shapiro wants to meet with you. When can you get down to London?
Any time, really.
Good. Can you be here at 11:30 a.m. on Thursday?
Thursday? Yes, I'm free on Thursday. That's fine.
Good. Thursday the 24th at 11:30. We'll leave a visitor's pass on reception. Thank you.
Ellen, I want to devote a significant portion of my pre-lunch schedule to Matthew for in-depth discussion and analysis. So don't disturb us, okay?
Certainly.
Unless it's some bronzed, hulking beach bum offering to screw me tonight, okay?
No way, Marlene. I keep him for myself.
Matthew. Furnace. Nervous?
I am a bit. You've read it?
It has been read.
My readers have synopsized it, and I've studied their analysis in correlation with the sales charts of your earlier fictions. I've come up with some pretty specific conclusions.
Oh, yes?
It's no good to us, Matthew.
No good?
To us. Its market potential is comprehensively minimal. Iron melting.
Smelting.
The British Midlands, 1850. We've got all that in Dickens. Now, the report says no reader relevance, little character identification, stimulus. Well, this is clearly why your previous fictions went down the toilet.
But they didn't. Harveys were quite pleased.
Quite pleased is not good enough for us, Matthew. If one of our products is not making significant market inroads, it's more value to us as pulp. Now, I'll be frank. You want me to be frank.
Well,
I'll tell you straight. Forget about writing this kind of fiction. It's doomed. I see you're a history teacher. Well, it reads like you're a history teacher. The buying public want a storyteller.
But you don't know how it reads. You haven't even actually read it.
Matthew, I've studied the reports.
Yeah, but the writing. It might be brilliant for all you know. The actual writing.
Who gives one? What kind of identity image could we create out of that? The story's zilch, but you'll love the placing of the semicolons. Forget it.
But that was over a year's work. I can't just forget it. And it works. I know it. Furnace is a good novel. I know it.
You teach kids, right?
What? Yes, I do.
And you've had 2 fictions published?
Yes.
Matthew, if those fictions had been correctly conceived, created, and marketed, you should never need to see another kid, let alone teach one. Okay. I've told you the bad news. Describe to me your reactions.
My reactions?
Yes, describe them.
Well, what do you expect? I feel shattered, numb.
Okay. Now, this is the low point. You have experienced the depths, Matthew. From now on, experiences improve. If that's what you want.
I'm sorry, you're losing me.
Let's have lunch.
Lunch?
Ellen, cancel the canal.
It was never my idea to send you those short stories. They're early works, and in any case, they're not horror stories. Each one's a little psychological exploration.
I read one of your stories, Matthew.
You mean you read a synopsis?
No, I read the story.
I thought you only read reports.
When I'm given a green for go 80% analysis response, I read the story. And when I read the story you've titled A Family Business, I immediately saw that it had something.
But it's not a horror story. It wouldn't fit into your anthology.
Oh, yeah, sure, forget that. I'll tell you what it has. Potential.
Potential?
In itself, it's nothing. But if that's what you want, it could be something. Really something.
Well, I don't know. It is what it is.
But it's not yet what it could be. Do you want power?
Power? What sort of power?
Power over your own life. Power not to have to work slavery hours to subsidize your art. Power to decide what you want to do. Power that will melt women with your strength and have them grasp at your ankles.
Oh, come on. You sound like a Harold Robbins novel.
Not far out, Matthew. I was quoting a paragraph I created for Linda Reston's Hollywood and Gomorrah. 5.5 million paperback sales in the U.S. alone. So now Linda has that power. One huge blockbuster and her life is set free. So is her talent. And she can write more best-selling fictions if she chooses, or she can play at being Marcel Proust. But she now has the power to choose.
So what are you saying?
Do you want that power? Really want it?
I suppose everybody does, in their own way.
I'm talking about you.
Okay. Yes.
Right. Well, Matthew, a family business can give you that power.
It's a 30-page story.
Sure, that's the first thing you got wrong. It should be 10 times that, 20. Tell me the concept.
The concept?
The idea behind the story.
Well, as I remember, it's about a big, powerful, wealthy family. Very well known, always in the public eye, but behind that and in secret, the men of the family all suffer from this hereditary psychological quirk. And really the story is about the devastating effects of this quirk on the current young heir to the family fortune.
That's not what the story's about.
Yes, it is. It's an exploration of a fortunate young man's mind in a kind of extremity of misfortune.
You haven't told me what the quirk is.
Oh, you've read it.
Tell me.
All right. The quirk is that each of the males of the family occasionally vanishes for a night and commits a sadistic sex murder.
Right. Jack the Ripper.
Well, that's it. The story was set off by the theory that Jack the Ripper was in fact one of the royal dukes. Clarence, I think it was.
Doesn't matter. But that's your story. Secret murders, all hushed up, sordid, violent sexuality, set against the continuing saga of a wealthy, privileged family throughout the generations. It is simply beautiful. Forget the psychology. Think of the thrills. It really has got the lot. And I want you to write it as a full-length fiction, 625 pages.
I don't really think that's the sort of...
More money than you've ever imagined, Matthew. 8-figure sales worldwide, I guarantee. Power, freedom, forever.
Well, I'm a bit taken aback. That aspect is very tempting.
You bet it's tempting. And you'll never come up with another concept of that international viability in the rest of your life.
Oh, that could be true. Oh, I know the sort of book you've got in mind. One of those big, blockbusting sagas.
With the most brilliant twist ever.
Just the sort of book I hate and despise. Oh, it may sound pompous, but I do believe in the integrity of the English novel, the great tradition. That's what I want to work in. Not have my name on some money-spinning bestseller with a big-breasted nude on the cover.
So you write it under a pseudonym?
Oh, I don't know. Now, I very much doubt whether I could even do it. Not how you'd want. My mind just doesn't work like that.
Maybe not, but my mind does.
I don't think I could write what's needed.
You could. If I told you what was needed, you could write it. And I'd sure tell you.
On the other hand... Oh, I don't know. I just don't know what to do.
Oh, think about it. Take your time. No one's going to rush you. Let me know tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
I'll get Ellen to check you into a hotel, and I'll call you in the morning.
Yeah, but I don't know if
You'll do it, Matthew. You'll do it.
Yes? Hello?
Morning, Matthew. Sleep well?
Fine. What time is it? Must have overslept. Hang on. It's only 5:30.
That's right. Bath, shave, meet me for breakfast at the Connaught at 7.
Oh, God. What is all this?
My success method, Matthew. By the way, I got our title.
Our title?
Yeah. It drives hard home on what's going to be our major selling posture. Now, hear this. We'll call it The Fatal Flaw.
The Fatal Flaw?
But that's flaw. F-L-A-W.
Yes, I gathered.
It's a title I've been looking to use for quite a while.
But you can't just impose a title.
Good titles are money in the bank, Matthew, and I've had this one fully market analyzed.
Look, Marlene, I haven't necessarily decided to go along with all this, you know.
Oh, you will. You will.
Matthew, there's no doubt in my mind you've made absolutely the right decision.
Well, I hope so, Dennis. I think so.
I know so. Absolutely no question. I'm very excited about this deal. You've hit lucky with Marlene Shapiro.
Shouldn't we talk to Muriel about it?
Oh, no. Not in her condition. And with the figures involved, it's more appropriate that I should handle this one. You do realize, do you, that we're getting an absolutely incredible advance for a first novel?
But it's not my first novel.
No, quite. But it is Matt Brand's first novel.
Matt Brand?
Good international name. Any foreigner in any airport bookstore in the world should manage to get his tongue round that. Matt Brand. Excellent.
Dennis, am I Matt Brand?
I thought all this had been agreed. A pseudonym.
Well, we hadn't mentioned it, but...
Oh, quite. Good. Well, I think we can allow ourselves a moment of celebration. Would you care for a small crème de menthe to speed Matt Brand successfully on his way?
Hello.
Matthew Bradford, please.
Speaking.
This is Ellen from Marlene Shapiro's office.
Oh.
I have a message from Miss Shapiro. She wants you to set the fatal flaw in Baltimore.
Baltimore?
Baltimore, Maryland.
She's decided this, has she?
That's right. And she wants the family to have made their fortune in the insurance business.
Oh, does she? Well, I'm not sure that I agree with that idea. Can I speak to Marlene, please?
I'm afraid not. Miss Shapiro is in Singapore. But she wants to know if you're familiar with the insurance business background from 1870 to the present day.
Well, of course I'm not.
We assume that to be the case, so we've prepared a background material research package to assist you in preparation of your story layout.
Ellen, just a minute. I want to talk this over with Marlene.
Miss Shapiro looks forward to reading your completed story layout on her return from the Far East, and to meeting with you on Monday the 28th, as arranged.
Now, hang on.
Thank you, Mr. Bradford. Good morning.
It's all rather breathtaking, Matthew.
I know. Things have happened so fast. It's very exciting, you know. I'm giving away 9 months of my life, but in return, I'm getting freedom, real freedom.
I wish I knew what's really going on, what you're actually going to be writing.
Oh, I wish I could tell you, but I can't. That's in the contract. Eventually, if it all works out, I will be able to explain. I think I will, anyway.
And they want you down in London to keep an eye on you?
Well, to work with me. Every day, apparently, I'll be discussing my progress with this editor woman, Marlene.
Like being in school.
All part of the bargain. And once I'm down there, I have to keep all my work within the GME building. Even my jotted notes will have to stay in the office, under lock and key.
How extraordinary. Will you be able to put up with it?
Well, it is only 9 months. And there's a luxury flat near Marble Arch, all paid for. And a car to take me to work and back. The glamorous life.
Nice. And have you already resigned from school?
Yes, I have.
What about your flat?
Susan, I've agreed with her solicitor, will be selling the flat.
Oh, I see. So, when will you be moving down to London?
Oh, this is really why I popped round, you see.
Oh, is it? To say goodbye?
That's right. I'm off tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow?
I said things happen fast.
I shall miss you.
Yes. I hope you'll be all right.
It's funny. I watched your life changing these last few months. I'd thought of changing my life.
You must never get trapped, Jenny.
I'd somehow had the feeling just lately we might be helping each other to change.
You encouraged me, you know. You're the one who encouraged me.
Yes, I am, aren't I?
Barry's all right, you know.
Oh, yes, all right. That's what Barry is.
Well, I better go. Collect the dry cleaning. Get packing.
Yes. I shall miss you.
Yeah. Me too.
Funny, we never did meet for that lunch, did we?
Take a seat, Matthew. I want to concentrate on the hook.
The hook?
How we start, where we want to lead.
Well, hang on a minute. You haven't said what you think of my story outline.
Oh, it's fine, Matthew. As a working document, it's fine. It contains some useful points of reference.
It was a big leap for me, you know, to move the whole story from England to Baltimore, to shift the Turner family business into insurance from department stores.
But you did it, which is good. I like my authors to be flexible, Matthew. Saves me having to change my mind. Okay, so much for the pleasantries. Now, the hook. Now, I see this very clearly. It has to be London, 1890.
London, 1890?
You mentioned Jack the Ripper, and I buy that. Okay. We should hit straight in with a slice of Jack the Ripper action.
Yeah, but my story doesn't start till the 1920s, the first of the 3 generations.
That's good. 1920 is very good. A vivid time in the public imagination. You've beamed in very shrewdly on all of that.
Oh, well, thanks.
1920. That is excellent. But not for the hook.
If that's where we set the story...
Let me just explain what we're looking for in this segment of the fiction.
Well, the reader's attention, obviously.
Right. We have to grab it. The attention of our potential purchasing unit.
Oh, sorry, purchasing unit.
He's the fish. Our opening chapter is the bait. It has to grab him so he can't let go, and he buys. That's why we call it the hook. He's bought the fiction, even though all the other chapters could be a pile of junk. With me?
I can't be that cynical, but I do see the point.
This is good. Now, the fatal flaw is going to tempt him with a hint of mystery, seduce him with a throb of sexual overtone, and then grab him with a sudden act of violence.
The purchasing unit is hooked and he buys. Is that it?
You got it. For a teacher, you learned fast.
The eyes stared up remorselessly at the heavily breathing figure, but they were dead eyes. There was a sudden gleam of light as the figure slipped the blade silently beneath his cape. A scurry of leaves...
Silent and deadly.
What?
Slip the blade silent and deadly beneath his... whatever you said. And the sudden gleam of light, that should be diamond-like.
You sure?
Why not? This is an upmarket murderer. Go on.
Well, that's almost it. A scurry of leaves, and then no sound but the shudder of a light evening breeze among the trees.
Not bad. Yeah, that's not bad.
Seems like rubbish to me, Marlene. God, it's so calculated.
That girl, she shouldn't be wearing a corset. Maybe no underwear at all.
This is 1890.
Which makes it more exciting. Yeah, we should have her a little foxy. She likes to feel the sensuous play of silk on her naked skin.
I can't write soft-core porn.
Oh, don't worry, I'll heighten those elements. Okay, you've done a good job. We have the beginnings of an opening. Leave it with me. I'll make some notes for your rewrite. So now, we cut ahead to your 1920s.
But look, now we've set up this whole Victorian London thing, I think we should explore it. There's a whole theme here of the differences between the public and private behaviour of the Victorian upper-middle classes. I mean, maybe this hypocrisy is what contributed to the warping of this man's mind, bringing out the hereditary thing in the Turner family. I mean, actually, this is just a thought, but maybe there's something in the social climate of every generation which sets off this quirk, their fatal flaw.
Interesting notion, Matthew. You should turn it into a thesis.
But it would lend the book a sort of psychological complexity.
Who gives one? We're here to thrill people, not train them for university degrees. Okay, chapter 2.
Oh, for God's sake.
And we need to meet a beautiful young woman at this point. We'll focus in on the girl Mary. Mary. Oh, we'll change that.
Mary's no great beauty. She's an intellectual.
No, she's a young woman of beauty and privilege, and she loves to screw, but hygienically.
Presumably this is in Baltimore, is it?
That's right.
Well, shouldn't we establish Baltimore?
Sure. We do that in 2 words at the top of the chapter. Now get this down. Baltimore, Maryland. There, it's established. See, we've got to get into the girl. We need to have the women identifying. Money, privilege, old Boston family, I guess. Ivy League background. We'll get you research material and all of that.
Helen said you wanted a word with me.
That's right. It's been bugging me. I'm in Vienna till Tuesday, and I want to leave this with you. Now, listen. Noir Dupont.
Noir Dupont?
The name Turner for our family. It bothers me. It has no resonance. But Noir Dupont. But it flows. It feels like aristocracy.
It's French. It means black of the bridge.
Well, why not?
But it's nonsense. Why would anyone be called black of the bridge? Why would an Anglo-American family have a French name?
Well, it came over with the Conqueror, I guess. Yeah. Gives the whole fiction that kind of intangible, classy feel that sells a product. Well, we're moving along, Matthew, which is good. But now I realize we have developed a problem. A dialogue problem.
The dialogue? But compared with most of the competition, surely the dialogue's rather good. All my characters talk as individuals.
This is our problem.
But I'm trying to make the dialogue real speech.
Right. And the hang-up with real speech is you can't communicate with it. It's not international. We have to use dialogue simply to get across the next piece of information. So it has to be instantly understood in English, plus we got to be able to translate it. Like here. Now, Jack says, New York, some view. Now, you think that's okay?
Well, it's nothing special.
But it's colloquial. What he should say is something like, I am impressed. I can see an immense distance across the whole city of New York, which is spread out like a carpet below me.
Marlene, that is flat, long-winded, and unreal.
It may be flat, long-winded, and unreal, but it'll make sense in Portuguese. Don't tell us how beautiful her apartment was, Matthew. The public don't want your poetic descriptions. They want to know what's in it. You've got the Bloomingdale's catalog for that year. List some products. Onyx table lamps, jade napkin rings. Oh, the movie premiere. Excellent. Ben-Hur, right on target. But who's at the party? Who's at Sardi's? Have them bump into Douglas Fairbanks. They sit next to Gloria Swanson. Invent a little plausible gossip, Matthew. You're going to like Ziggy, Matthew. He's going to help us a lot.
Oh, good. What with?
The gangster connections, the East Coast underworld. He's the top man on this area.
Oh, that's good. I was waiting for the research.
He provides a little more than research.
Ziggy Martin's here, Marlene.
So what are you waiting for? Get your hands off him, Ellen. Send him in here.
Spoil sport. Ziggy, do your clothes up and come on through. Mr. Ziggy Martin.
Darling, hi. Hello.
Hey,
good to see you.
Ziggy, it's terrific to see you. Come on, sit down. How was the flight? Want a drink?
Oh, thanks. It was fine. And yes, please, in that order.
You look great.
Oh, so do you.
Welcome to London. I'll join you.
Oh, it's good to be here. Hi, I'm Ziggy.
Hello.
Oh, Ziggy, I'm sorry. I'm acting like it's me who's jet-lagged. This is Matthew Bradford, Ziggy Martin. Here's your drink.
So, Matthew, you're Matt Brand.
For the purposes of the fatal flaw, yes, I am.
Oh, by the way, I like it. It's coming along really well. It's a great concept.
You've read it, have you?
Well, that's right. Marlene sent me the photostat. It's your current working draft, isn't it? Look, I read the first 7 or 8 chapters on the flight. Strong meat. I liked it.
Marlene, you didn't tell me anybody had read the book. Who else have you shown it to?
Come on, Matthew. Don't do a number, okay? Ziggy has to see the fiction. How else does he know the areas in which we need background?
Oh, I'm sorry. Writer's paranoia.
I know it.
Of course, you have to see the work before you know what research material to supply.
As I mentioned to you, Matthew, it's rather more than simply a question of research.
Oh, I'm sorry. What do you mean?
Ziggy's a background writer.
That's right.
He specializes in the gangster world. The mafia, prohibition, the this, the that of the whole 20s and 30s era. He's the top guy.
Yes, but what do you actually do?
Well, this is quite a normal modus operandi. Look,
He's going to write the sections of the fatal flaw that relate to the contemporary underworld, the gangster scenes.
Write them?
For God's sake, what do you imagine a background writer does? He writes background.
Right, that's it.
Sit down.
You've gone too far, Marlene. I won't stand for it.
Sit down, Matthew.
Now, I'm not a difficult bloke. Heaven knows I've gone along with you. I've cooperated.
Ziggy, pour him a drink.
I don't want a drink. All I want is some respect. I've taken a lot, Marlene. You've ridden roughshod over my feelings and my judgments, but I've accepted it. But as far as you're concerned, it turns out I'm just a factory hand. You don't need me for this bit of the assembly process, so you push me aside and bring in someone else. Well, that's it. I'm not going on. I've still got some pride left. Oh, you can sue me if you like, but I've had it. That's it, Marlene. I'm going. The fatal flaw, you can stuff it.
8 weeks, 2 days. It's taken him a long time to crack.
Seemed a quiet guy. But he's temperamental, is he?
Oh, he's new, doesn't understand how we operate. No problem. He just needs something to take his mind off the pressure.
Yes.
Matthew?
Yes. Is that Ellen?
Got me in one. Listen, Matthew...
Look, would you please tell Marlene I meant what I said?
Oh, I don't know anything about that. This is social.
Oh, is it? Sorry.
Say, what are you doing tonight?
Tonight? Nothing much. Just fuming quietly.
Yes, I did notice you storming out. You've been very patient, I think. Marlene's such a hard cow. You shouldn't let her get to you.
Oh, it's not that.
Well, we can talk about it later if you want. Come to dinner, 8 o'clock.
Do you know, I'd love to.
Great. Here's the address. You ready? Take this down.
Hi.
Hello.
Sorry I'm a bit late.
Don't worry. Nice to see you. Come on in.
Thanks. It's funny seeing you away from Global House. You look quite different.
Trousers. Well, I have to wear skirts at work.
Oh, yes. Ah, I like your flat.
It's not mine, actually. It's, we're guests tonight. This is Julie's flat.
Julie?
Hello, you must be Matthew. I'm Julie.
This is Julie.
Hello. It's nice of you to ask me. Bit of a blind date, really.
My pleasure.
Do you work at GME?
No, not really. Come on through. You know Ziggy, don't you?
Ziggy?
Matthew, hi.
Well, you're the last person I expected.
Listen, don't hit me. None of this is my fault. I'm as sorry about today as you are.
Well, it's nothing against you.
I assumed Marlene would have filled you in.
She put us both in an impossible situation.
She's a manipulator, Matthew. You have to accept that.
That's right, and learn to recognize what she's up to.
Ziggy knows her of old.
That's right. Listen, we're both writers. We should stick together.
Well, that makes sense.
I say, before you all get to talking shop, let's eat this gazpacho before it warms up.
I'm sorry, Ziggy. I just find it such an extraordinary notion. Going around the world writing bits of all these different bestsellers. Were they always bestsellers?
Nearly always.
And yet your bits are always about the same subject.
Not just books. Movies, too, you know.
I find it extraordinary. How'd you get into it?
It all started with my doctorate. I did my thesis on North American gangster literature from 1930 to 1935, so I became an expert. Now I guess I've become a whore.
We both have, really. Still, it's an honourable profession, so they say. What do you think, Julie? Are we prostituting our art?
Maybe. I don't know. Still, it's all in a good cause. Is everybody ready for dessert? Pears in red wine. Does that sound all right?
Oh, you're some good cook, Julie.
You know, I rather like him.
Ziggy?
Yeah.
Yes. I rather like him.
I'm glad you asked me.
You deserve it.
Tunnel vision.
What?
That's how I've been operating. Tunnel vision. Ever since I got to London, it's been nothing but that damn book.
You have to let go sometimes.
I was going to chuck it all in today. Over Ziggy. I really was.
Don't give up. Not now. Not after all this work.
I won't. I can cope now. Thanks to you, really.
I'm glad.
Matthew. Matthew? More coffee?
What? Oh, Julie, sorry. Have I been asleep?
A while, yes.
Oh, God, I'm sorry. Where's Ellen? Maybe I could take her home.
She's gone.
Oh, has she?
She's taken Ziggy back with her.
Ziggy?
They're old friends.
Old friends? That sort of old friends?
Right.
So it goes. Oh, I'd better push off.
No, don't. There's no need. You could stay here.
Here?
With me.
Would you like me to stay? With you?
That is the idea. You'd better have coffee first.
Yes, I think I better had.
By the way, how do you like it?
White, please. No sugar.
No, Matthew. Not the coffee. Hello? Yes, he's here. Matthew. Matthew, it's for you.
Me? Is it Ellen?
No, Marlene Shapiro.
Marlene?
Hurry up and take it. I want to get up and go to the bathroom.
How the hell? Marlene? What's going on?
8 o'clock, time you were on the move.
How did you know where I was? Why are you chasing me at this time of day?
I want you in my office at 9, Matthew, to meet again with Ziggy. I have to be at Heathrow by noon. We need to map out his schedule before I leave, okay?
How do you know I'm coming in at all?
Well, you will be, won't you?
Well, yes, actually. I've decided I will.
So that's okay. Come on, get your ass out of that bed.
Yeah, but how did you know I was here?
I feel concerned for your welfare, Matthew. And don't worry about paying the girl.
Paying the girl? Paying Julie?
Yeah, forget it. It's all being covered by GME. Ellen's fixed the car to pick you up at 8:30. See you at 9.
Julie?
Hang on. Morning. Everything okay? Would you like some muesli? I mix it myself.
Julie, I'm just thinking. Can I come and see you again?
Of course.
Regularly?
If you like.
Twice a week, say Tuesdays and Fridays?
Yeah, I think I can do that.
And about the money? Can you each time charge it up to global marketing and exchange?
Of course. Well, I would do anyway.
Would you?
Oh, yes, I'm on a retainer. I can do you eggs, you know, if you'd rather. They're free range, really fresh.
Oh, forget it. Forget the whole thing.
Please yourself.
I say it is, isn't it? Matthew.
What?
Matthew Bradford. I saw you right across the bar.
Barry, how are you? Sit down. Have a drink. What are you doing here?
Business. Here, let me.
No, I've got a bottle. Another glass, please.
Certainly, sir.
Grab that stool. Sit down.
Jennifer won't believe this.
Jenny, how is she? Oh, can we have that other glass?
Coming, sir.
Give her all my love, will you? And a big kiss.
Yes, okay. So, how's it going then? The glamorous life? We haven't seen you on the telly yet.
Here's the glass, sir. Shall I fetch you another bottle?
Yes, why not? Take it out of that. Thanks. Here we go.
I should buy this one.
Oh, look, I've got all this money. Nothing to spend it on. Now, tell me the news. How are you both? What's Jenny up to?
Cheers. Nice. Listen, we're just the same. What's happening with you? I mean, it must be a year.
Getting on that way. Well, what's happened? Almost finished the book.
Ah, this is the best-selling novel, is it? What's it called?
Barry, I know it sounds ridiculous, but I'm not actually allowed to say.
When's it coming out, then?
Well, again, I can't be very enlightening.
It's a funny business. This is very nice for a house wine.
It's not the house wine, in fact. I wish you'd tell me about Jenny. I think about her a lot, you know.
Yes, well...
Was she happy, sad, still working, what?
Well, she's still working, yes.
I often think of her. I'd love to come up and see her.
I wouldn't bother about that.
When this book's off my hands, only another week or two, I'll come up as a surprise.
No, don't do that.
She'd love it.
It wouldn't be a good idea, Matthew.
Just a friendly visit.
No, you're better off down here.
Barry.
Well, it's been pleasant to meet with you again.
Barry!
All the best. Thanks for the drink. See you.
Here's your other bottle. I had to go downstairs for it. Has your friend gone?
Yeah. He always was a stupid prat. Fancy a drink?
I'm sorry, Matthew. I'm afraid Miss Shapiro's not here at the moment.
I've been looking over the last chapter. I've had one or two ideas. See, I don't actually know what she thinks of it. Sat in my office for a week, heard nothing.
No, well, you wouldn't have done. She's gone to New York.
Oh, God, I've never told anything. I thought she wanted that last chapter to take with her.
I expect she's taken it.
But we hadn't finished it.
I expect she's finished it.
Oh, well, it's her flaming book.
Yes, that does tend to be how she perceives the matter.
That's it, then. I must be finished. I must be free.
Incidentally, I do have a message about your option.
My option?
Apparently, we have an option on your time and services for a further 6 months.
Oh, well, that won't be needed, will it?
I understand we're taking it up. Miss Shapiro has spoken to your agent.
But I don't want it taken up.
Your agent has agreed.
6 months? What do they want with me for another 6 months?
Expect it'll be to do with marketing.
Oh, I'm a writer, not a salesman.
I expect you'll be getting a memo.
Shall I tell you something, Ellen?
Mm-hmm.
You're getting as hard and calculating as Marlene Shapiro.
Not at all. But I'm learning.
Frank, I have a craving. I am rabid for breadsticks. Pass me 3.
That must be jet lag, Marlene. When did you get in?
8 o'clock this morning. Butter.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the butter? Ah.
So, congratulations on your elevation.
Thanks.
Does that now put you above me on the global scale?
I guess. Editorial Vice President International sounds higher than Executive Head of Marketing Europe. Wouldn't you say?
It has more of a global ring to it.
Plus, I get stock with my job. How about you?
I'm afraid not. I must admit, with the reorganization subsequent upon the merger...
The takeover, yeah.
Yes, I can't help feeling that I've been shunted somewhat into a backwater.
Well, I'd say your situation can be pretty much what you make of it. It's a matter of asserting yourself. What you need is to originate some huge success. You need a winner.
Well, quite. To make them sit up and take notice. But unfortunately, the major projects do seem to emerge from across the water.
True. Except the fatal flaw.
Ah, the fatal flaw. High hopes, I understand.
10 million sales, no problem. But I want us to double that.
Would be a tremendous project.
You want to handle it?
I'd certainly like to. If we're talking in those kind of figures, I definitely would.
You've got to be ruthless. It could be your winner, but you'd have to fight your corner like a tiger.
The hungry young fighter all over again, eh?
Right. I got the ideas, I got the scams. I need a hungry fighter to make them work.
Marlene, I think you've got one.
Here's to it, Frank.
Let me just tell you, Matthew, one or two of our ideas.
Okay.
It all sounds very exciting, Frank.
Oh, it is, Dennis. It really is. It's going to do us all a lot of good. So we must all pull together.
Go on, then. One of your ideas.
Fine. Good. Now, your family in the book, the
Noir Duponts.
The Noir Duponts.
Marvellous name. Says it all.
On the principle that A, everybody loves to read true revelations, and B, we all love a mystery. We are going to put it subtly about in the media that the Noir-Duponts are based on a real, famous and respected New England family who suffer from a comparable fatal flaw.
I think that is tremendous.
The sales potential of notoriety, you see. Everybody will want to identify this family of secret murderers. Is it the Rockefellers? Is it the Kennedys? So, everybody will want to buy the book. Simple, really.
Tremendous.
It stinks.
Yes. We thought you might feel that way.
Keep me out of all this, Dennis. I thought we were here to discuss the author's promotional tour.
Frank?
Yes, that's quite right. So let's put the public awareness concepts aside. Now, the tour. What I feel is essentially this, and I've taken advice from New York on this one.
And I go along with it.
Matt Brand. The public will want to see Matt Brand. We want them to see Matt Brand. Matt Brand is going to become a star.
A superstar.
Now, as I look at you, Matthew, and I talk to you, I see a writer, and a damn good writer. I do not, and from me this is a tribute, I do not see a superstar. I do not see Matt Brand.
Are you saying you want me to pretend to be something I'm not? To go round America, the world, pretending to be your idea of Matt Brand?
Not exactly. No. You've done your bit, Matthew. We want to let you off the hook. So, we're going to hire somebody else to play the part of Matt Brand, an actor.
An actor?
An unknown, of course, but very talented. Jeff Douglas, a New Zealander.
You've already hired this man?
Think about it, Matthew. It means you're not forever saddled with that false identity. You'll be free to write your serious novels.
But I wrote that book. It's a despicable lie to pretend that somebody else did. It's going too far. I can't agree to it, Dennis. Okay? I won't agree.
Contractually, of course, the question doesn't arise, in that your agreement is not necessarily required.
But in fact, I have agreed. On your behalf.
Thanks, Dennis.
You must get on with your next project.
I think you'll find the financial arrangements satisfactory.
And you'll still be taken to and from your office 6 days a week.
The whole world smiles.
Morning. Del Ransom, Internal Security. Carry on. Just ignore me.
Internal Security? What are you doing?
Individual personnel supervision duty. I'm your bodyguard, pal. Didn't they tell you?
Bodyguard? Is this a joke?
Typical. Memos take days to get round, don't they? Why they can't just pick up the phone and tell you what's what straight out, I don't know. You fancy a mint?
I'm sorry, I don't understand. Why should I need a bodyguard?
Oh, it's the death threats, innit? Smoker's breath. Filthy habit.
What death threats?
Typical. I have to do their work as well, don't I? This book you just got coming out in the States, right?
The Fatal Flaw?
Yeah, that's the one.
I didn't know it was coming out yet.
Oh, you are in the dark, ain't you? It's a bit controversial, am I right? Blows the lid off some murky secrets, so they say. Must have got on someone's nose. Anyway, they put the black spot on you.
It's just a novel, a thriller. Why would it make anyone want to kill me? I don't believe it.
Well, it could be nutters. Could be someone thinking they've got hold of something. These days, there's always someone ready to blow your brains out for a few grand. Me, for instance.
Then they should have told me, and they should have told me the book was out.
Don't blame me. I'm just here to keep an eye on you.
I'm going to find out what's going on. Excuse me.
Hang on. I'm not supposed to let you out of my sight.
So, we'll expect you at 11:30 on Tuesday the 14th. Thank you.
OK. Where's Marlene?
Good afternoon, Mr. Bradford. I'm afraid Miss Shapiro is in Australia.
Hell! Look, Ellen, what's going on? I've just been told by some bodyguard bloke that my book's already out in America. Is that true?
I imagine you should have a word with marketing.
You know. Come on, tell me.
The Fatal Flaw. Yes, of course. Didn't you receive the memo concerning the US launch?
You didn't send me any memo. Don't give me that.
Have you been drinking?
That's my business. What about these so-called death threats?
I should call security.
I don't want to call security.
Oh, you're here, are you? Don't you do that to me again, pal.
Here he is. Look, this is my bodyguard.
Del Ransom, Internal Security.
In that case, Mr. Ransom, would you kindly escort Mr. Bradford back to his office?
Sorry about this, gal. He shut the lift doors on me, didn't he?
I may be under contract to this lot, but I'm a free man, free to go where I choose.
Of course you are. But you are not free to go there without me. Get it? And if you try and give me the old slip, I may be forced to fracture the occasional bone. Are you with me?
I thought you were supposed to be protecting me.
Sometimes one has to be cruel to be kind. Now, if you...
Ellen, switch off your vibrator and get me the file on Bosco Radansky.
You said she was in Australia.
Talking to Australia.
You lying bitch. Right, I'm going to have this out.
Don't go in there, Matthew.
I've had enough.
Oh, Lord. Here, cut it out! Eh?
God, let go!
Just if you don't go in there, Matthew, eh?
That hurts.
What say I take you home and we watch a bit of snooker on the old box?
Del? Del, where are you?
You all right, my son? You've been in kit for hours. Sleeping it off, were you?
What have you been up to?
Been out, and I. Down the old airline office. Look at this then, eh? See those tickets? It is going to be great, my son.
Barbados?
The beach, the sea, the crumpet. Oh, we are going to blow our minds.
What is all this?
Courtesy of GME, innit? 6 weeks in the sun. We leave on the 2nd of next month.
They're sending us to Barbados?
Well, why not? They reckon you're going to be safer out there. Your enemies, whoever they are, ain't going to be looking for you out in the old Caribbean, are they?
I don't believe any of this, Del. I don't believe I've got enemies.
Oh, yeah. You've got enemies, all right. Yeah, you've definitely got enemies. Gonna go get some ice.
I'll bet I know what's going on. I'll bet I know.
Global Marketing and Exchange, may I help you?
I want the Vulture Press, please. Marketing division.
One moment.
Thank you for holding. We apologize.
Marketing, may I help you?
Mr. Hegarty's office, please.
One moment. Frank Hegarty's office, may I help you?
Yes, hello. I'm from the Daily Mirror, the books page. I was wondering if you have a publication date on The Fatal Flaw by Matt Brand.
Yes, I have it right here. Let me see. The Fatal Flaw will be published in about 3 weeks' time, on the 12th of next month.
The 12th. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Del?
You finished all the vodka. You greedy pig.
Sorry, Del. I'm afraid we won't be going to Barbados.
What?
You shouldn't have told me. Because now I'm going to be alert 24 hours a day. You relax for a moment and I will cause trouble.
That was A Walk in the Black Forest, and just walked into the studio is my next guest, a man whose first novel, The Fatal Flaw, has just created a terrific sensation in America, and is about to do the same over here.
I hope so, Peter.
I'm sure it will. It's a terrific book. His name is Matt Brand. Welcome to the show, Matt.
It's my pleasure to be here.
A hot foot from a book signing session, is that right?
It certainly is, Peter. I must say we've been thrilled with the crowds that have come out to meet us in the stores. An awful lot of people are purchasing the book. It's very exciting.
Well, it's not surprising. We're all trying to spot the guilty family.
Oh, I appreciate that, Peter. In fact, I understand that in the States, books are actually being written about my book, you know. They're putting forward theories as to which family the Noir Duponts are actually based upon.
Ah, so it is true. They are based on a real family, are they? Some of whose members are, in fact, secret sex murderers.
It's not for me to say, Peter, but I can confess that in the 3 years I've spent researching the book throughout the eastern states of America, I did turn up some pretty hair-raising stories. But obviously I can't give you any more clues than I've put in the book.
Well, it's tantalising.
That's true, Peter.
But we'll come back to The Fatal Flaw in a minute, because you have a pretty colourful background yourself, Matt. Isn't that right?
That's absolutely true, Peter. My grandfather out in New Zealand was what you'd call a shepherd. He worked with sheep. But my grandmother, she was a Maori and a very great herbal doctor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brand. It's for my daughter. Could you sign it to Virginia?
My pleasure.
I did enjoy hearing you on the wireless this morning. What a fascinating line.
Oh, that's very kind. You must listen to Desert Island Discs. I'm on that next week.
I certainly
Thank
will.
you.
Thank
Next,
you.
please. Afternoon, sir. Who can I sign this book to?
I'd like you to sign it to Matt Brand.
Matt Brand? Well, that's a coincidence.
No, it isn't. I am Matt Brand, and I wrote that book.
I beg your pardon?
You heard. I wrote The Fatal Flaw.
Excuse me, sir.
I wrote that book, not you.
Sorry, boys. Slight problem here.
You're an imposter. You're a liar.
Come on, mate, get moving.
You're just an actor. I know your name.
Come on, sir, we don't want any trouble, do we?
Your name's Jeff Douglas.
Mind your backs, thank you.
I was there when they cooked all this up in Frank Hegarty's office.
Shut it up.
No! I'll tell the truth.
Sorry about that, folks. Crazies. You get them all over these days. Now, who's next, please? Who shall I sign this to?
Come on, Matthew. Let's go for walkies.
If you like.
Yeah, I do like. Come on. Peaceful, innit?
If you say so.
Oh, still sulking, are we?
I'm not sulking.
Think yourself lucky, Matthew, that they ain't going to press the old assault charges.
I didn't assault anyone.
Yeah, there's 3 security boys prepared to swear you did. Not very clever, Matthew. How was it?
It was extraordinary. No one would believe me.
Well, they wouldn't, would they? One nutter against the world. Shocking odds. Drink. Little swig from my flask.
No.
Suit yourself. You want a mint?
You're all right, then. Give me a drink.
Here you are. You want to calm down, Matthew. Relax. You can't win. Just go with it. Enjoy the money, enjoy the pampering. It'll all be over soon.
What do you mean?
Well, must be. I got another assignment in 3 weeks. Oh, look. A pair of squirrels.
So, I'll be free then?
I can get you drugs, you know. But if you want drugs...
I don't want drugs.
All right. Just keep it cool, OK? And don't cause me no more trouble. There's a love. I wouldn't want to have to use the ultimate sanction, now would I?
Ultimate sanction? What's that supposed to mean?
Oh, don't be naive, my son. That book of yours making them a fortune, innit? And you can bet they'll be making another 6 fortunes out of film rights, so they won't stand for you blowing it all, will they? Not when it'd only cost them a few grand to have me apply the ultimate sanction. Lonely round here, eh?
Do you mean what I think you mean?
You act a bit dodgy. It's down to me to top you, innit?
So the only death threat was from you?
I suppose so. You see this shooter?
Oh, God.
Well, is it worth making me do that? Not for 3 weeks.
You'd use it, would you? On me?
I would.
Oh, I can't stand this. I'm going.
Oh, don't be stupid.
I'm going, Del.
I could just pick you off.
I don't care anymore.
It's easy to me, pal.
You wouldn't fire that, Del. You know me too well.
You reckon?
Yes, I do. I'll see you, Del.
I warned ya.
Del, don't.
Oh, poor old squirrel.
It's a long way out of town, this house.
They want you to have peace and quiet. Nice place, though. Overlooking that wood. I'll bet that comes alive at night. Into the old voyeurism, are you?
Why move me out of Marble Arch? I don't get it.
Well, they want to use it, don't they? Want you out of their property and into your own.
This is theirs, surely, not mine.
Don't your agent tell you nothing? They've bought you this place out your earnings, haven't they? Cool. You live in a dream world.
I don't believe this.
Well, you better start believing it, mate. You're on your own now. I'm off me old pal.
Is that it, then?
Yep, I'm away. I'll take it easy. And don't get naughty.
Am I being watched? They don't trust me on my own, do they?
There's no problem. You can't do any harm now.
Can't I? I want people to know who I am.
Oh, come off it, Matthew. No one's going to believe you, are they? Not by now.
Excuse me, madam. I see you're carrying a copy of The Fatal Flaw.
Yes, I'm off up to Edinburgh to see my daughter. I like something hefty to read on the train.
I'd simply like to mention to you...
Market research? Was there some kind of questionnaire?
No. I just need to tell you that
Actually, I am Matt Brand, the man who wrote that book.
Oh, no, you're not. I've seen him on the television. You're nothing like him.
I am Matt Brand.
You know, he's Australian or something.
He's an imposter.
Is this a hoax?
He is the hoax.
Would you please let me pass?
Will you listen? Will you try and make your tiny little brain understand?
Take your hand off my arm. There's a policeman just over there, and if you don't let go, I shall call him.
Matthew.
Hello, Jenny. I was just up here, so I thought I'd drop in. See if I could get a cup of tea. Hope you don't mind.
I don't know. No, we'll come in.
You shouldn't have done it, Jenny.
It seemed the best thing.
You shouldn't have given up work. It's what made you an individual.
I wanted to.
No, you didn't. Barry wanted you to.
I took the decision. Anyway, we didn't have much choice.
Why? Because you're pregnant.
It's the best thing.
You're giving up, Jenny. Don't give up.
If you're so bothered about me, why haven't you been in touch? Over a year, nothing.
Didn't seem appropriate.
Appropriate.
Oh, I thought you'd rather I kept out of your life.
It didn't suit you, that's the truth.
I had to cut myself off. You remember? To devote myself single-mindedly to winning freedom.
And have you?
I've made a lot of money and... I see you've bought my book.
No. No, I looked for it, but I haven't seen it yet.
There, on the bookshelf. The Fatal Flaw.
You didn't write that.
I did. Don't you see? That's why it was all such a secret. I was writing The Fatal Flaw under a pseudonym.
I don't believe you.
It's true.
But I know you. You couldn't have written that.
I could, and I did.
Why are you lying, Matthew? It's a horrible book.
That's not the point.
But Barry bought that copy. I hated it. It's badly written, exploitative, sensation. I couldn't even finish it.
I was made to write it like that. I had to go along with it.
For God's sake, I've seen the man on television. He's a big blonde New Zealander. You're nothing like him.
He's just an actor. It's all a publicity stunt.
Well, that's just stupid.
What's going on? Are you all right, Jennifer?
Barry, I'm sorry. I had to come and see her.
Matthew.
It's okay. Everything's fine.
I warned you, Matthew. I told you never to come near here. Now, get out.
I just had to talk to Jenny.
Out. What's he been saying to you, Jennifer?
Oh, nothing. Just nonsense.
It's the truth.
I knew you'd upset her. Now, get out. 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 Out.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
I'm sorry to bother you. Can I just have a look at your magazine?
I'm just in the middle of reading it.
Something just caught my eye. Name on the front. Can I look? Only for a second.
All right. Don't lose my place, though.
I know it seems ridiculous, but... Well, the article you're reading says it's by Matt Brand.
That's why I bought the magazine, actually. He wrote that book, The Fatal Flaw. Oh, I thought that was fantastic. I literally couldn't put it down. Have you read it?
Oh, yes. I've read it. Thanks. I wonder what's going on. What the hell is going on?
My dear Matthew, just relax. It's all perfectly straightforward. Drink your creme de menthe.
But look at it. It's there. Published. Matt Brand. It's a blatant rip-off. I didn't write it.
Quite. Matt Brand, however, did.
I'm Matt Brand.
Matt Brand is a limited company in which the Vulture Press has a major interest, and for which we operate as agents in cooperation with our American partners, and in which we also have a certain direct financial interest.
The whole thing's a fraud on the public.
Not at all. They get what they pay for.
All right, then. This story. Who wrote this story?
Some American writer, I understand. It doesn't really come into my territory. Marlene Shapiro, of course, makes the creative decisions.
Oh, of course. So, you're all in fine shape, aren't you, thanks to me? You're all well set up, but where am I? Where does all this leave me?
It leaves you very well off indeed. You could live for 10 years on what you've made out of The Fatal Flaw. How many people can say that?
10 years of freedom. What am I supposed to do with it?
That's up to you. Isn't that the point of freedom? Write more books. But, if I might suggest, keep away from 19th century Wolverhampton.
My books did all right.
All right, yes. But publishers are increasingly reluctant to buy a Matthew Bradford book.
But they're good. I'm good. Matt Brand is rubbish, but I'm good.
That might be your problem, Matthew. Perhaps you're simply too good. This is a mass-market world.
But, Dennis, aren't you prepared to go out there and fight for me?
In a word, no.
Dennis.
Now, we have to assess our priorities, the artistic aspirations of one client against the whole structure of our more lucrative business relationships.
But don't you see? If people knew that I wrote The Fatal Flaw, they'd want to see what I wrote next.
Only if you wrote another Fatal Flaw. Well, that's the point of creating Matt Brand. He will write whatever the public requires Matt Brand to write. It removes the element of human fallibility.
I can't just accept this. I won't.
Nonsense. Relax. Have another creme de menthe.
I'm going to fight. I have to.
I've drawn up your schedule, Marlene. There. Madrid for 3 nights. I've spoken to Julio. He'll meet you at noon and take you back to his apartment as usual.
Julio, I can't wait.
Afraid you'll have to. You have a 2:00 meeting.
2:00? That'll give us half an hour. Think I need more than half an hour? Matthew.
Now, look, Marlene, I'm at the end of my tether.
Hey, come on. What about a kiss for your old partner? It's been months.
What? Oh, all right. I'm sorry.
Have a drink.
I've already had a drink.
Well, have another drink.
Excuse me.
The thing is this. Look, I don't quite know how to start. Look, Marlene, I've been cheated.
Hey, drink this. To a great partnership.
Marlene.
Listen, why have you been avoiding me?
I haven't been avoiding you. You know what's been going on. It's as though you've made me a non-person.
We had so much to celebrate. Hell, I wanted to talk new ideas with you.
I've been hidden away. I've been threatened.
Have you eaten? God, I'm hungry. Let's go up the executive roof lounge. I'll buy you lunch. It's a good wine, isn't it?
I couldn't understand what was going on.
Don't apologize.
I'm not.
We've got to look to the future. Tell me your ideas.
My ideas or Matt Brand
Who
ideas?
gives one? Ideas are ideas. How the package comes later.
It's difficult.
Come on. You know what we look for.
Sure. Sex, violence, superficial glamour.
All those fine qualities that appeal to our potential purchasing units. Tell me a story, Matthew.
I've got no stories.
Matthew.
You killed all my stories.
Come on. Stories all around you.
I can't see them anymore. I don't know how to look.
Just see what catches your eye.
I can't.
Then seek out the commercial angle.
That's it. That's just it. Seek out the angle. You can't see anything straight if you're looking for angles. That's logic. Geometric logic.
Do I hear accusation in your voice, Matthew?
Yes. I'm accusing you, Marlene Shapiro, I'm accusing you of killing me.
You shouldn't shout these things.
Shout? Shout? I had integrity and you killed that. I had identity. You killed that. I don't have identity. There's a man on television pretending to be me. He's going round the world saying he is me. Everyone believes him. And nobody believes that I am me.
Jerry, yes, thank you.
Don't talk to other people when I'm talking to you.
You want coffee?
Don't ignore me. You keep ignoring me. You keep pretending I'm not here. You pay me money not to be here. You give me houses so I don't exist anymore.
Mind the table, okay?
Rot the table!
Fine, you just did.
You don't want me to exist. You deny that I exist, and you've won. I don't exist. I do not exist.
Hello. Are you waking up?
I am awake. I have been awake for a while.
Well done.
Are you a nurse?
Oh, yes. Are you hungry?
I feel terribly tired.
That'll be the drugs.
Drugs?
They're wearing off now.
Is this a hospital?
It's a nursing home, Mr. Bradford. You've had a little bit of a breakdown.
A breakdown? What sort of a breakdown?
You'll soon be able to talk to the doctor.
I want to go.
It's not as easy as that. You could have a light meal if you liked.
How long have I been here?
It's not for me to say.
When can I go?
I should have a chat to the doctor.
I haven't had a breakdown. I don't believe it.
Breakdown? It's such a loose phrase, isn't it? What actually do we mean by breakdown?
Don't ask me, you're the doctor.
Drink. Alcohol.
What do you mean?
Well, that's what we're here for. Over-dependence on alcohol, and let's face it, all dependence is over-dependence, wouldn't you say? Well, now, that can lead to a crisis, and that's where we come in.
So I'm drying out, am I?
I do find layman's terms unhelpfully imprecise, don't you?
Yes. I see. It's all falling into place. Marlene Shapiro. She had me put in here, didn't she?
Your wife signed the necessary papers, Mr. Bradford.
Susan?
In the most real sense, you have put yourself in here.
Oh, Susan. Well, thank you for your help. Now I'd like to leave.
Sorry. Rules. We have to be in a position to satisfy the committor before we can agree to cessation of treatment.
In that case, I shall just walk out.
Now, that is, in fact, physically impossible. Security, you see, it's one of the vital services our clients are paying for.
Well, I'm not paying anymore, okay? So that's that.
Funds are available, I'm told.
Not from me.
Perhaps not. But we have a contract to fulfill.
Vulture Press. Is that it? GME?
It's not for me to say, Mr. Bradford. However, for the moment, here you are.
Am I trapped?
You're here. So why not tell me about yourself?
You know about me.
In your own words.
I'm a writer.
I have teacher written down here.
I wrote novels.
Well, that's your hobby, I'm told.
It's my life. I have written a novel called The Fatal Flaw. You may just have heard of it. It's a huge bestseller worldwide.
Let's stick to reality, shall we? Let's try and separate it from fantasy. We've got plenty of time.
Hello. I haven't seen you before. What are you reading? Mind if I sit here?
No, please do. It's a novel. It's called The Smoke on the Wind. I found it in the library.
Who's it by, then? Let's have a look. Matthew Bradford. Never heard of him.
I'm Matthew Bradford.
Oh! Sorry. Foot straight in.
It's all right. Matthew Bradford is not wildly famous. That's why I was surprised to come across the book. Funny. I haven't looked at it in nearly 2 years.
I shall read it. My name's Karen, by the way. Karen Lehman. Have you heard of my dad, Leo? He's a film producer.
Sounds familiar. What do you do for a living?
Therein lies the key to my alcoholic situation. Nothing. Lots of privilege, lots of wealth, lots of parental divorces, lots of opportunities. Sod all motivation.
A confused upbringing?
Precisely. So, what do? I fritter. I go to loads of nightclubs, I gamble, I sleep around a lot. Terrible, isn't it? Still, it beats working down the mines. What do you think of this place?
I resent it.
Resent it? Yes. That's exactly what I do. I resent it, too. It's my mother who loves having me put away, you know, always has done. I suppose this place works out, in real terms, not much more expensive than when I was a little girl and she used to employ a nanny and send me away to school.
Probably.
I seem to get treated much the same, which means I behave much the same. I play them up.
I know what you mean. It brings out the brat in me, too.
I bend cutlery.
I leave hot taps running all night.
Well, we both sound extremely sensible and mature to me. I tell you what. Together, we could really fool them.
Oh, really?
Yes, really. You could spend the night with me.
Well, I don't know.
Go on, I don't snore.
You often propose such adventures?
Not often.
Well, you've only known each other for 2 minutes.
I don't improve with further acquaintance.
You don't need to.
Thanks, Matty. There's a tree right outside my window. I'll show you.
Why not? Let's fool them. Yes. Show me.
Funny, isn't it? I never slept with a novelist. I'll expect you to tell me stories. So you reckon that's why you got put in here?
I suppose you think I'm lying. Everybody else does.
I don't think that at all.
Honestly.
I know what goes on in these grotesque organizations, don't forget. I was brought up with it. Sounds true to me.
That is such a relief.
Move your elbow, Matty.
Bloody single beds.
Not too quick. We'll both be on the floor.
Sorry.
No. You know, it's a terrific story. As a story. Forget it's you. It's just a good, rather frightening story. A bit like Kafka.
That's what I thought.
I hate Kafka, but this is good.
I want to expose what goes on and get my own back. Maybe I'll put it in a book. And then who'd publish it?
I wonder, what about my dad? I can just see it as a film. It's a psychological thriller. How about having your life story turned into a multi-million-dollar movie?
A movie? A rather grand form of revenge.
Well, let's try, you never know. What Would you tell Dad, like you told me?
Oh, yes, if you think he'd be interested.
Let's go and see him.
Fine. Just one slight problem. We are, to all intents and purposes, prisoners.
We'll bribe our way out.
Oh, yes. What with? They took all my cash.
I've got everything we'll need. A tame male nurse and 500 quid. I smuggled it in under my wig.
It's a good story, Matthew. It's contemporary. I have it in very sharp focus mentally. It's mostly through his eyes, the guy. I'm not sure just how we'd finish it. We need some clever twist. But it's got something. Oh, I can sense it.
It would actually blow the lid off all these crooks, and that's what I want more than anything. But do you think it's commercial?
Matthew, whenever I've made a successful picture, I've always had this feeling. An intuition about the story.
This is very exciting.
For me, too. OK, here's what we do. I've got your narrative on tape. If I may, I'll put it into outline form and produce a treatment. This helps finance up front.
Hang on. Have you decided already to go ahead?
A decision is yes or no, right? I'll think about it is no decision. Not only that, you might take it to someone else. You won't do that, will you?
No, of course not.
OK. I'll finance you to write up the story as a novel, because that's your skill, right?
That is perfect. And you'd base the script on that?
Assuming the book works out.
I understand.
One point, and this is vital. We keep the project under wraps, yes? We do not breathe a word to a soul. Piracy is everywhere.
I know that. These people are gangsters.
Go away, find the sun. Maybe the Seychelles.
The Seychelles?
And there you must work, quiet and secret. Do you want Karen with you?
She's a terrific girl.
OK. Her job is to make sure you write that book and write it well. Through my office, we'll fix you flights and accommodation. How about a villa?
A villa in the Seychelles? It sounds unbelievably perfect.
I want it perfect, because I want a good job from you. So, the deal is this. A year from today, you walk into this office and you lay down on that desk a completed typescript of your novelisation of your own story. Deal?
Mr. Lehman, it's a deal.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you for believing me and for giving me back to myself.
Don't forget now, a year from today.
Dad, the Seychelles are just incredible.
I see it. You look like natives.
Mr. Lehman, as promised, 12 months to the day, here's the book.
And on the exact right desk. Good fella. Oh, you look great.
Doesn't he?
I feel great. I feel the whole experience is purged.
I want to show you something. Come on through to the viewing theatre.
Oh, what are we going to see?
Dad, you don't want me anymore, do you, just at the moment?
Not right now. I have the manuscript, so your job is done. Through here, Matthew.
See you later, then. Bye, Matty.
See you, my love.
Goodbye.
Now, I just want you to see what we can do, Matthew. It's not quite the final cut, but you'll get a pretty good idea. Oh, by the way, GME are thrilled.
GME? Global?
They financed the project. Roll it, Dave. A blockbuster. That's the word on it.
What is the film?
Oh, we don't yet have the title sequence completed, so we start in with the opening scene. The music is provisional, but I think you'll like it. Mozart.
Oh, to hell with her.
Calm down, man.
I'm just angry at the unfairness of it.
Don't wave your arms about. Those kids at soccer practice, they're watching us.
Oh, does it matter?
I'm giving them a
I know that
lesson
sports
in a
field.
half hour.
You
It
filmed that at
matters.
Handley
Janet.
Green.
Right.
I'm sorry. It's just her selfishness gets to me. I've got a novel being published on Thursday. So
It's
what
me
does
out
Stella
there.
do? She
That's
walks out
me.
on Sunday.
It rings true.
She's self-centered,
Good.
insensitive.
Okay, all right.
It's not all right.
Don't shout at me. I'm
And
on
that's
your
Jennifer.
side.
Yeah, we had to call her
Sorry.
Janet.
Keep calm. You have an afternoon's work ahead.
That's
No,
my life.
no.
We agreed.
I didn't tell you.
My book, I've only just
I have the
written
afternoon
it.
off.
You've cheated me.
I'm going to be interviewed on the
You'll
radio.
make a
That's
fortune.
Yeah. It's about my book.
You've stolen my life.
In The Fatal Flaw by Chris Allen, Matthew Bradford was played by Martin Reed and Marlene Shapiro by Margaret Robertson. Jennifer was played by Rosalind Adams, Barry and the radio interviewer by Russell Keith Grant, Ellen and Claire by Jill Lidston, Dennis Foster by John Sampson, Ziggy Martin by Ronald Herdman, Del Ransom by Steve Hodson, Frank Hegarty and Leo Lehman by Alan Dudley. Matt Brand and the Doctor were played by Lewis Rowe, Karen and the Edinburgh Lady by Miranda Forbes, the Disc Jockey and the Film Matthew by Stephen Garlick, the Nurse and the Film Janet by Caroline Wilkins, Ruth and the Lady on the Train by Vanessa Knox Moore, Julie and the Lady Shopper by Stella Forge.
Other parts were played by members of the cast. The Fatal Flaw was directed by Christopher Venning.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The story I bring you is one of the most curious I've ever encountered. For what happened to pretty little Amy Prentice shouldn't happen to you. Put yourself in Amy's place. You arrive one day at the home of the fiancé, Jack Morton, and...
Jack, darling, I'm here.
I beg your pardon?
I'm here. I mean, here I am.
You're here, all right, but who are you?
Who am I?
Look, if you're some kind of saleswoman,
Jack,
we're really not...
Please stop kidding. I'm Amy Prentice, your fiancée.
You're crazy. That's what you are. I've never seen you or heard of you in my life.
Our mystery drama, The Bride That Wasn't, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Janet Waldo and Anne Seymour. We've all had odd, unexplainable things happen to us. Sometimes we put them down to tricks of memory, a curious combination of circumstances, or an occurrence that was simply inexplicable, and have then dismissed them from our minds. Perhaps Amy Prentice should have done that, but alas didn't. When she arrived at the home of her fiancé, Jack Morton, all set to get married, only to have Jack tell her...
I've never seen you or heard of you in my life. Goodbye.
Wait a minute now. Wait just a minute.
You heard me, sister. Beat it.
Sister? Beat it? Jack Morton, I don't know what this is all about,
What is it, Jack? What's wrong?
Yes, what seems to be the trouble?
Well, this girl claims she knows me.
Claims I know you. We're engaged. Engaged to be married.
Married? Oh, my dear young lady, you're suffering from some sort of delusion.
That, or you're playing some sort of game. Now, you just get along out of here.
Oh, now, Mother.
I mean it, Florence. I'll call the police if she doesn't.
No, the poor girl, whatever her problem, looks terribly tired.
You'd be tired, too, if you'd come all the way from Midvale in a day coach.
Come in and at least have a cup of tea.
Oh, I don't think so. Not now. Not after this reception I just got.
Well, that's just fine with us. Take off.
Jack, how can you act this way? Oh, honey, I don't know what this is all about, but you come on in and have a cup of tea with us.
No, you get out of here. Go away or I'll call the police.
Now, Mother, you know you'll do no such thing. This young woman is obviously in some sort of trouble, and it's up to us to help her if we can. Jack, you pick up her bag and bring it in. And, honey, you come on along with me.
I don't know.
Oh, nonsense. Come on, dear. All right, Jack, bring the suitcase. Close the door. And now let's all go into the dining room and have some tea. You too, Jack. And you, Mother. Now, what's your name, honey?
Amy Prentice.
Well, you sit right there, Amy, and I'll pour tea, and you tell us what this is all about.
Tell you... You all act as if you'd never heard of me.
We haven't. Anyway, I haven't.
This is some kind of trick. Confidence game.
Mother, please. Here we are, honey. Nice cup of tea. Now, there's milk and sugar right there if you want them, and a plate of cookies. Now, let me introduce ourselves to begin with. This is Mother Morton, that's him, Jack's mother, and I'm Florence Morton, his wife.
Wife?
Yes, dear.
So, you see, you're thinking he's your fiancé. Well, you see, that just can't be so.
Is she your wife?
Of course she is. Let me tell you once again, I don't know you. I never saw you before in my life.
You did. You did. We met just 2 weeks ago at the conference at State Teachers College.
Now, what in blazes would I be doing at a teacher's college?
Well, you're an English teacher, aren't you?
English teacher, my foot. I'm an insurance salesman.
But you can't be. You can't be. Unless you don't have a twin brother or a double or something.
No, Amy, he doesn't.
As she very well knows.
Mother? Amy, why don't you tell us what you think this is all about? I mean, start at the beginning and, well, tell us the whole story. Perhaps we can help in, I don't know, in some way.
But he knows what happened.
Whether he does or not, you just tell us in your own words.
Well, I'm an English teacher at Midvale High School. And I attended the conference of English teachers at State Teachers 2 weeks ago. On the third day, when I was having lunch in the cafeteria.
Look, excuse me. There seems to be a shortage of tables. Do you mind if I sit down here?
No, of course not. Please.
Thanks. I'll just put my tray down here. There we are. Or rather, here I am. My name's Morton, Jack Morton.
Amy Prentice.
Where are you from?
Midvale.
Newark. High school English. You know, Chaucer, Shakespeare, and all that.
Well, we have a lot in common.
Mm-hmm. Including food. I see you got a BLT on whole wheat, toasted.
You too?
Mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise.
Hey, are you enjoying the conference?
Oh, yes and no.
Well, what's the no part?
Well, quite honestly, I don't go for some of the new teaching methods they're recommending.
Yeah. Like letting your students read what they want to read instead of holding them to the curriculum.
You too?
Me, too.
Well, we do have a lot in common.
Yeah, I should say we do. Sure glad I asked to sit at your table.
So am I.
Amy, do you mind if I call you Amy?
No.
And you call me Jack, okay?
All right, Jack.
Well, what I was going to say, it's kind of early to ask you for a date, but, well, look, the barbecue tonight. I'm not looking forward to going alone, and I sort of wondered.
I wasn't looking forward to it either, for the same reason.
You talk about two minds with but a single thought, two hearts that beat as one. Well, how about it?
How about what?
Going to the barbecue with me. Look, the steak is going to be New York cut, my favorite.
Oh, mine too. I'd love to.
It's a date then, Amy?
It's a date, Jack. And that was our first date. We saw each other from then on every chance we got, every day. And just before the end of the conference, Jack asked me... Jack, you know you did. You asked me to marry you.
Look, will you make sense? I'm married to Florence. I've been married to her for 10 years. Would I ask you or anyone else to marry me?
But you did. What do you think I'm doing here? We arranged for me to come today to meet your mother and stay here till we got married over the weekend. What? This is the engagement ring you gave me.
Now, wait a minute. Cool it, lady. You could have gotten that anywhere. You could have bought it yourself.
Amy, I know you're sincere in thinking you met Jack at that conference and that he asked you to marry him, but, well, it's got to be some sort of delusion.
If it is, how did I know his name and address?
That you could have got out of any phone book. I don't care what you say, Florence. This girl is playing some kind of game.
I don't think so, Mother. I think she really believes what she says.
I believe it because it happened.
No, Amy, as I say, it's some sort of delusion.
Is the rose garden a delusion?
The rose garden?
Your rose garden, Mrs. Morton. Jack told me you love roses and that you're an expert at growing them, that you even exhibit them and have won prizes. Is that true?
Well, yes, but...
That window there, that picture window, does it look out on the backyard where the rose garden is?
Why, good heavens, it does, yes.
I'll describe it for you, just as Jack described it for me. There's a brick walk down the center, dividing the yard in half. You enter the walk through a white trellis that's covered with red and white roses. At the far end of the walk, there's a tall French fence to screen you from the neighbors. And in front of the fence, there's a fountain with a large statue of the god Pan. Is that right?
Perfectly. It's unbelievable.
I don't see anything unbelievable about it. She could have gone out back and looked at my garden before she rang the front bell.
Well, yes, that is true.
How would I know that Jack's mother exhibits her roses, wins prizes?
Oh, that's true, too, Mother.
Well, there are plenty of ways she could have found out.
Name one. You just named me one.
I could name you half a dozen. You could have asked questions around the neighborhood. And there is a record book of prize winners with stories of their backgrounds, their lives. You could have just made an educated guess.
Personally, I don't think this poor child did any of those things.
Then you explain how she knows.
I can't. No more than she can.
I have. Jack told me about that garden and all about his mother, but, well, it doesn't matter now.
Well, what do you mean, Amy?
I mean, I don't understand it, but obviously Jack doesn't want to marry me. Can't marry me. And regardless of what I think, what I believed happened, and it did, I know it did, well, it doesn't matter.
Well, where are you going?
Back where I came from, of course, Midvale. Thanks for the tea.
I'll be happy to take your bag to the door.
Now, just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Amy, you can't go back to Midvale today.
Why not?
There's only one train from Newark to Midvale. I happen to know because I have a friend I visit in the asylum there. And that leaves at 9:30 in the morning.
Well, I'll stay somewhere. At a hotel.
You do no such thing. You'll spend the night here. With us.
I can't have that. I won't have it, Florence. I'm not letting some tricky little character like her stay the night under my roof.
Mother, we can't put her out. That simply wouldn't be decent. Human. No, I insist. She's got to spend the night, have a good, refreshing sleep. And then I'll drive her to the station after breakfast in the morning.
I really can't put you out like this.
Not another word, Amy. I won't take no for an answer. Now, let me show you to the guest room. Bring her suitcase, Jack.
Okay.
You come along, too, Mother.
You don't need me.
Oh, yes, we do.
What for?
Why, I think it's going to be a chilly night. And you know where the extra blankets are.
So do you, Florence.
Please.
Come on, Mom.
I'm really sorry to bother you like this. And, look, you needn't trouble about an extra blanket. The weather's warm, really.
Here we are.
Oh, wait. Wait, before you open the door.
Yes?
Jack described the room where I'd be staying, the guest room. I can tell you exactly what it looks like.
Oh, you couldn't possibly.
There's a big dormer window, like all old houses have, and chintz curtains.
Good heavens.
A big easy chair with an ottoman. The bed has a canopy, and the rug, it's a woven rug, oval, with a design of roses.
But this is incredible. Oh, Jack, you didn't meet Amy at State Teachers, did you? You didn't propose marriage?
Oh, come off it, Florence.
Well, this is the strangest thing because, well, Amy, you've described the room perfectly. Now, here, see for yourself.
Yes. Just as Jack described it.
Well, there's no understanding this. I just can't fathom it. You must have second sight. Or something.
No,
No more talk now. You're tired and upset. And what you need is a good nap. Dinner won't be for several hours. I'll call you when it's ready.
Thank you.
And you can look forward to dinner. We're having steak. New York cut, no less. Jack adores steak. New York cut.
Who's there?
Quiet, Amy.
Jack.
Quiet, I said. Just listen to me, darling.
Darling?
The dearest, most darling girl in the world.
But,
Look, there's no time to explain. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, and I've got to get you out of here fast. I can't take a chance on my wife waking up and finding me gone.
You are married. Florence is your wife.
Yes, but we did meet, you and I do love you and want to marry you.
Oh, marry me when you're already married?
Please, stop talking. Get this robe on. We've got to move fast.
Where are we going?
Out of this house.
In robe and slippers?
Look, I'll explain later. Come on now, let's go.
Where? Go where, Jack?
Florence.
Your wife, standing in the door with an axe in her hand. Oh, Jack. Jack, what does this mean?
What, indeed, does it mean? Why does Jack want to get Amy out of that house as fast as he can? What is Florence, his wife, doing with an axe in her hand? One thing is virtually sure. However incredible events for Amy have been up to now, they are as nothing to what lies ahead. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. G.K. Chesterton was fond of saying that an adventure was merely an inconvenience viewed in the right light. Perhaps, then, one may say that the incredible is merely the credible viewed in the wrong light. However that may be, to come to the home of a man you expect to marry and to discover him already married, and on top of that, to find yourself facing his wife at 2 a.m. with an axe in her hand.
Really, Amy, Mother was right about you after all. You are playing tricks.
Oh, no, I assure you.
Then what is my husband doing in your room at 2 o'clock in the morning, and you in your nightgown?
I can explain.
Do that, Jack. Please do.
First, give me the axe, Florence.
Tempted to ask where you'd like it. Just explain your presence in Amy's room, Jack.
Well, I thought I heard her cry out. I thought she might be in trouble. I came to see if she was all right.
Just a nightmare, Florence. I had a nightmare.
That's hardly surprising with all you've been through.
Well, I guess so.
Could I have the axe now, Florence?
Oh, of course. Here. You see, I heard you cry out too, Amy.
You did?
Yes. And I thought there might be an intruder in the house. Burglar, something like that.
You keep an axe in your bedroom?
Well, it's an old house. Very old. Our bedroom, Jack's and mine, has a fireplace in it. We keep a small supply of wood there. And sometimes it has to be split. You didn't think I was going to chop you, did you?
No.
Well, Jack and I will go back to our bedroom now. Come, Jack. Oh, and Amy.
Yes?
Try not to have any more nightmares. More toast and marmalade, Amy?
Thank you, no.
Coffee, then.
No, frankly, I'm anxious to get started. Get that train for Midvale. I don't want to miss it.
You won't miss it. Plenty of time.
Well, there really isn't, Florence. There's just under half an hour, and it takes 15 minutes to reach the station.
I know.
So, I think we'd better get started, Amy. Your bag's packed and in the hall, so let's go.
You?
Well, I'll drive her to the station.
I was planning to do that.
No, I'll do it.
No, Jack, no. Waste of gas.
I mean, waste. You take her or I take her? What's the waste?
I have to go into town, shopping to do for the weekend. And you don't.
I see.
I can do my shopping at the same time.
Yes, I see.
So that'll mean only one round trip instead of 2.
I said I see, Florence.
Saves gas.
Yes.
Well, if we're going to get started...
Oh, but first you must see the rose garden.
No,
yes. I mean, how can you even think of leaving without seeing it? In some unaccountable way, you do know what it looks like, but, well, if I were you, I'd want to see it for myself.
Well, there isn't time.
Of course there is. Take a moment. Let's all go to the rose garden. And aren't these lovely? Hybrid teas.
Yes, but, time...
And this rambler. Isn't it gorgeous?
Yes. Oh, yes, you're certainly to be complimented, Mrs. Morton.
Thank you. Oh, but this isn't her garden, you know. It's mine, really.
But Jack said...
Jack said? Jack couldn't have said anything. Now, could he? Since you didn't meet him till yesterday. Or did you? Did you meet her at State Teachers, Jack?
I've told you I never saw her before in my life.
Yes, but I've been thinking. You know how I am? Always thinking. Sometimes my head aches terribly.
Oh, please, we're going to miss my train.
I think about so many things. I know you take this rose garden. She gets the credit for it. Always has got the credit for it. But I'm the one who designed it, created it, planted it. Even your father had to admit it was beautiful, Jack. Remember?
Yes.
Oh, how that man hated me, reviled me, scorned me. But even he admitted that my rose garden was a thing of beauty.
Florence, we've got to go. Now. If Amy's going to get her train.
Yes. Oh, yes. But first, I wanted to see these floribunda. Aren't they gorgeous?
They are, yes.
Note the deep, dark red of the blossoms. Very dark, very deep red.
Lovely.
Do you know why?
Cultivation, I suppose.
Blood.
Blood?
Mr. Morton's blood. Jack's father's blood. This is where we found him. Hacked to bits.
Oh, Jack.
Easy, Mom. Easy, Mom.
His blood had poured onto the soil. Into it. Saturating it. Would you believe that before that day, these roses had been rather weak, skimpy, subject to all sorts of diseases? But afterwards, they'd literally burgeoned with health and beauty. Would you believe that?
Now, look, whether I believe it or not, we can't stay here another second.
Why not?
My train, that's why not. The only daily train to Midvale. Are you deliberately trying to make me miss it?
But of course not. What a thing to say. I only wanted you to see the rose garden.
Well, now that I've seen it, let's go. Please.
Whatever you say, whatever you say.
I'll go along too, Florence.
You, Mother? Whatever for?
Some shopping myself.
Well, why not? We'll all go together. You too, Jack.
Well, no. I'll stay here.
Not a chance, Jack. Not a chance.
Oh, excuse me, but while we're doing all this talking, time is slipping by. I don't want to miss that train.
Of course you don't. But before we go, I do want you to know, Amy, what a pleasure it's been having you stay with us.
Thank you.
Of course, you haven't enjoyed it. Poor dear. But never mind. You're sure to find a husband so attractive, so pretty.
Could we go now?
Come on, Jack, Mother, Amy, get in the car. We just have time to make the Midvale train. Luckily, as you see, Amy, the garage fronts on the street.
Luckily?
Well, we can drive right out into the street and not waste time. Drive right straight out.
Yes.
Now, if the garage was in the back of the house, waste time, a minute or two, and we don't have it to waste.
Could we get started?
Oh, you are in a hurry.
Well, you said yourself we don't have any time to spare.
That's why you don't have to tell me.
I'm sorry.
I should think you would be. Well, here we go.
Something wrong?
Damp, I guess.
Suppose you let me drive, Florence.
How can you drive, Mother, if the car won't start? By the time to spare and it won't start.
Look, I'll get a taxi.
By the time a taxi gets here, your call and everything, you'd miss the train.
But we're certainly not going to get anywhere this way. The battery's wearing down.
Correction. It's worn down.
Oh, no. Well, that means I'll never make the train to Midvale.
Well, now, I resent that, Amy. You sound as if spending another night with us here would be most unpleasant to you.
Oh, no. No, I didn't mean...
We did try to make everything as pleasant as possible for you. Back in the house, all.
Look, if I went down to the corner and got a cab...
Amy,
yes?
Do as Florence says.
Of course, Jack. Of course.
Out of the car. Back in the house, all.
Oh, look. A taxi. A taxi pulling up right in front. Oh, Oh, good heavens, I forgot. Joe!
Joe? Who's Joe?
My brother. All the excitement and all, I forgot. He was coming to give me away.
Okay, driver, thanks.
Oh, no, Joe, wait! Keep that cab! Driver, don't drive off! Wait!
It's all right, driver. Go on.
No, wait! Please, wait! Joe, hold that cab!
Amy, what in the world?
Driver, wait!
Go on, driver, go on. We don't need you.
For criminy's sake, go stay.
He's gone. He's gone.
Amy, baby, sis, what is this?
Oh, she's all upset. All upset. I'm Florence Morton. How do you do?
Oh, Joe Prentice, Amy's brother. Amy, what?
You understand, Joe. I may call you Joe?
Oh, yeah.
Amy's all upset. You know how it is, getting married for the first time. Nerves.
Oh, sure.
Joe.
You Jack Morton?
Yes, I am.
Ah, glad to meet you, Jack. Great pleasure. And you're, Jack's sister, huh?
Let's all go into the house. Come on now, come on. Have you had breakfast, Joe?
I had something on the train.
Well, you want more than that. Eggs, bacon, toast, and marmalade, hot coffee. In the house, everybody.
No.
Amy, in the house.
Hey, what's going on here? You're all acting like... Well, I don't know. You're...
Wedding plans, Joe, wedding plans. Everybody uptight. You understand.
Yeah, sure. Florence, is it?
Florence. Everybody in. Everybody in. Well, now, here we are. All together once again.
Joe.
Yeah, Amy?
Joe, there's something crazy going on in this house. Something real crazy.
Now, Amy, honey.
Joe, listen to me. There's something wrong. I don't know what it's all about. I don't know what's happening, but Jack says he never saw me before in his life.
What?
And never proposed marriage to me, and then he did. And his wife, she came to my bedroom with an axe in her hand.
For chimney's sake, hold it. Amy, you're not making sense.
Oh, I know I'm not, because what's happening here, what's happened to me doesn't make sense either.
Will somebody explain this?
I'll explain it. Mr. Prentice, Joe, a mistake of some kind has been made.
A mistake?
Your sister, well, I haven't wanted to spell this out in so many words, but since you're here now and can take care of her, Joe, I'm afraid your sister is crazy.
You're afraid my sister is crazy?
Well, she came here yesterday afternoon, arrived just out of the blue, out of nowhere, saying she'd come to marry my husband.
You don't mean him?
Yes, him. Jack. My husband.
He's
My husband, Jack, yes. Somehow your sister has got into her head that they met at teachers' conference, and he proposed marriage, but, well, it's ridiculous.
You, Jack. You say you never met Amy?
No.
Jack, last night in my room,
Now,
you
hold
said...
it, Amy, just hold it. Let me try to get this thing straight. You didn't meet her at a teachers' conference? State Teachers College?
Not me. I'm an insurance salesman.
This is plain screwy. Amy, if you say you met him and he asked you to marry him, I say you met him and he asked you to marry him. But he says...
I never saw her, talked to her, knew anything about her until she arrived here yesterday.
I see. Well, either you're a liar, Mr. Morton, or you're crazy. If anybody around here has lost his marbles, you have, not her. Now, Amy, what do you want to do about this?
I just want to get out of here.
And that's what we'll do. Where's the phone?
Over there, but I'm afraid
Let me just call a cab and we'll blow.
You can't.
You going to stop me?
The phone's out of order.
Now, we'll see about that. It's dead, all right. No wonder. The wire's been pulled out of the box on the wall. Now, what is going on here? Who pulled those wires out of the box and why? Come on, damn it, answer me. Who and why?
You're like Jack's father, all male. He was a Taurus, a bull, strong, masculine like you. He thought like you.
What are you, some women's liver?
I'm me. I'm Florence Morton. And I don't take anything from you or anybody else. His father learned that the hard way.
What do you mean, the hard way?
She killed him with an axe.
Killed him. Killed him.
Hacked him to pieces. He had to be killed. I certainly wasn't going to live out my life with him dominating me. Stupid, he called me. Stupid. Like that. One day I said to him, "You call me stupid once more and I'll kill you." We're in the garden. Maybe you noticed there's a woodpile in one corner, Amy.
Yes.
And there was this axe he used for splitting wood. You know what he did?
No.
Guess.
Please.
He picked up the axe and handed it to me. "Go ahead," he said. "Kill me, stupid." Was he surprised?
Hacked him to bits. To bits.
Amy, come on. We're getting out of here.
Goodbye, Joe. Goodbye, Amy.
Goodbye. This door's locked. It's bolted on the inside.
Oh, I thought you knew. You didn't see me bolt and lock it when we came in?
All right, give me the key.
So you can unlock it?
What else? Now look, you...
Joe, please, don't cross her. Please, don't cross her. She'll kill us all.
Joe.
Take it easy, Amy. We're not dead yet.
Not yet, Joe. Not quite yet.
Ever been face to face with a homicidal maniac? With everything stacked against you? Happily, I never have, and hope you never have either. But Amy and Joe are. And so are Jack and his mother. What I can't figure out is why Jack, with a homicidal wife at home, ever proposed marriage to Amy. Well, we'll have the answer to that when I return shortly with Act 3. Terror can be a thing so palpable you can feel it. Clammy to your touch. Ice cold in your veins. A taste of brass in your mouth. Certainly this is what Amy Prentice feels, along with the Mortons and her brother Joe, as Florence Morton makes all too clear the fact that they are not going to leave the old house on Hilliard Street alive.
Look, Florence, I don't get any of this. I don't get any of it except all this hate you got in you. You can't blame my sister for it, and you can't blame me. So we're leaving now.
No.
Joe, she's got a gun.
I can see that, Amy. Question is, will she use it?
Yes, she'll use it all right. You better understand something, Joe. She's a killer, a homicidal maniac.
Then what the hell is she doing here? Why isn't she in an asylum?
She was. She escaped just a day before I got back from the teachers' conference.
Jack.
Amy, I'm sorry. So sorry. I pretended I'd never seen you before, tried to get you to leave before you set foot in this house because Florence was right there behind me all the time, and I knew she'd kill you sooner or later. Kill you.
9 years. 9 long years. They kept me in that place. But I knew. I always knew someday I'd get out.
But, Jack, if you're married to her...
No, I'm not. Not anymore. I had the marriage annulled a year ago. The authorities agreed Florence would never be cured.
So where are these authorities now? Didn't they figure she'd head straight for this house?
They telephoned to let me know she'd escaped. Asked me to notify them if she did come here. And all the time I was talking on the phone, she had a gun against my head.
You're going to die. You're all going to die.
Not if I can help it, lady.
You can't help it. There isn't a thing you can do.
We'll see about that. One thing I don't believe in is just standing here waiting for you to kill us. Me, I fight fire with fire.
Oh? And just how do you think you'll fight fire with fire? Fire!
Florence, what do you think?
Be quiet, Jack. I'm thinking. Fire. You know, Joe, you've given me the idea I was looking for.
I gave you...
I've been wondering how to kill you all at once. And now I know. Into the kitchen.
What for?
You'll see, Mother. Into the kitchen, all. And now, Jack, dear, loving husband, Open the cellar door.
You're taking us down to the cellar?
Putting you down in the cellar, Jack. Open the door. Now, down into the cellar with you. You lead the way, Jack.
Look, Florence.
Don't argue, Jack. Just go.
No, we're not.
My leg. You all right?
Oh, Joe. You may be able to fight fire, Joe, but you can't fight bullets. Oh. Now, Amy, help your brother down into the cellar.
Joe.
Take it easy.
Oh.
Pain
You're bleeding.
I'll be okay.
Oh.
She hit me in the thigh. Fleshy part.
You better let me have a look at that wound, Joe, okay?
Okay.
Let him bleed to death, Jack. It'll be easier for him. Sorry I can't make it easier for you all.
She's locked us in down here.
Is there another door?
No, there's not even a window. We're trapped. Absolutely no way out.
Is there any way of breaking that door down? Prying it open,
No,
maybe?
Joe, this is an old house. It's built when they really built them. Break that door down. No way.
Oh.
Look, try to hold still. It's not that bad, but it's bleeding quite a lot. I've got to stop the bleeding. Look, Amy.
Yes, dear.
Just around that corner, you'll find a desk.
A desk?
Yeah, I have my office set up there.
Oh.
In the bottom drawer on the right, you'll find a first aid kit. Now, bring it here, will you?
Yes.
Oh, Jack. Jack, what are we going to do? How are we going to get out of here?
Mom, if I had the answer to that...
Jack, there's a telephone here on your desk.
Yeah, with the wires pulled out of the wall box. Florence didn't miss a trick.
Oh, yes. Oh, they are pulled out.
Look, hurry with that first aid kit.
Here it is, Jack. Here.
Thanks. Have you patched up in a jiffy, Joe. Though, much good it'll do you, I'm afraid.
Don't lose your nerve. Me, I've been in worse binds than this. Vietnam, for one. My work for another.
What do you do, Joe?
I'm a cop, New York City Police Force. Man, I've been in spots that make this look like... Hey, wait. She's up there. That's not the kitchen.
No, it's the living room, right above us.
What was that?
She put something down on the floor, something heavy and made of metal. What could it be, Jack?
I don't know, unless it's... Wait a minute.
What, Jack? What?
Metal? Fire? I keep a can of gasoline in the garage for the lawnmower.
How big a can?
2 gallons. Was it full? I'm afraid so, and I'm afraid I'm right. I smell gasoline.
It's dripping down through the floorboards above us.
She's going to set the house on fire. She's going to burn it down around our heads.
Kill herself, the poor crazy woman. Florence! Florence, listen to me. Florence, you'll kill yourself. Strike a match and the gasoline fumes. The fumes, Florence, they'll explode.
You're right. She lights that stuff. She'll never get out alive.
Florence, will you listen? Will you please listen? Oh, God, she's done it.
The house this old. It'll go up like a haystack, a dry haystack.
We're all going to die. Burned alive.
Oh, no.
We gotta try that door. We gotta see when we break it down. Jack, give me a hand. We'll both get our shoulders against it. When I give the word...
What?
Forget it. The door's hot already. Flames on the other side. Even if we got it open, we'd never get out. There's got to be something we can do. There's got to be.
What are the neighbors?
Neighbors?
They'll see the house burning, call the fire department.
Well, what good will that do us?
They'll rescue us, get us out of
Oh,
here.
Amy, honey, they don't know we're down here.
Oh.
Wait a minute. There's one chance, just one chance.
What, Joe?
Telephone.
No, I told you. Florence pulled the wires out of the wall box.
We gotta see, can we connect them again?
You think you can? Or do you?
Jack. Thank God you set up your office down here with a phone. If we can reconnect those wires, let's get this wall box open. You got any tools down here?
Yeah, top drawer of my desk. One of those little kits. Here, what do you want?
A screwdriver.
Here you go.
Now, get this lid open.
Easy.
Yeah. It's coming.
Oh,
Right.
hurry, Joe, hurry.
There. Off with the lid.
Oh, good.
Oh, no.
What?
3 wires. Red, blue, and green. 3 poles to attach them to.
So attach them.
Yeah, but which wire to which pole?
Hey!
Oh, it's falling!
Oh, Joe, try something.
What do you think I'm doing? See. Red to this pole. Blue to this one. Green here. All right, see, can you get a dial tone?
No, nothing. Try again. Joe, move it.
Let's see. Put the red here. Blue There. Green on this pole. Okay. Anything, Jack?
That's it. That's it. I got a dial tone.
Well, use it. Get the operator.
This is your operator. May I help you?
Operator, I'm calling from a burning house. 37 Hilliard Street. The fire department's just arriving, but they don't know. We're in the cellar. We're in the cellar. Amy, here.
Oh.
Fire chief just gave me another thermos of coffee. Have some more.
Oh, thanks, Jack. Joe?
I've got Joe in the ambulance unit over there. They're really patching up his leg.
Isn't he wonderful? I think I've got the most wonderful brother in the world.
Well, I think he's got the most wonderful sister in the world.
I'm sorry about Florence.
Lord knows I am, too, but it's better this way. Mom, are you okay?
Even the rose garden's gone. The heat killed everything.
Maybe that's better, too, Mom.
Oh, how could it be?
How? I'm going to see to it you have another house. Another rose garden. Without the memories that went with this one. Memories we're all going to do our best to forget.
So, what began as mystery, created by Florence Morton, ended as tragedy for Florence Morton. And perhaps for the best, as Jack said. She is at peace now, and if in death she has not found a better world, as we very much hope she has, she's at least out of this one, which brought her so much unhappiness. I'll be back shortly. Jack and Amy Morton are happily married now. Amy no longer teaches, at least not in school, because she has two youngsters to keep her more than busy. The boy is named Joe. The girl, Florence. As for Mother Morton, she has another garden, but not roses, vegetables. Well, everything costs so much these days. Our cast included Janet Waldo, Ann Seymour, Lorene Tuttle, Bill Quinn, and Bernard Barrow. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Afternoon Theatre.
Tony Britton in Unquiet Conscience, a play for radio by Philip Barker.
It's room number 3, Mr. Reed.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure how long. 3 or 4 days, anyway. Perhaps longer.
Oh, that'll be all right, sir.
I'll try and let you know in good time.
That will be appreciated.
Now, the dining room's at the bottom of the stairs to your left.
Mm-hmm.
Bar's just through there, to the right. Now, I'm afraid there's no porter on in the evenings.
Oh,
but...
this is all I have. I can manage.
Oh, I'll show you up then.
Yeah, I'll find it. Up the stairs here.
If you're sure, turn left at the top, second door, number 3. And thank you.
Fine.
Oh, your key.
Oh, yes, would help, wouldn't it? After you.
Thanks very much. Who's that, then? New single. Just checked in. Has he, though? Just for a night? A few days. Not sure. Mr. Michael Reed from London.
Lovely name.
Jenny.
Lovely manners. Wonder what he's doing in Ashlingham.
I didn't ask. You got a bill for me?
No walking sticks. 2 stairs at a time, even. That's promising change around here.
The bill?
Number 6. Pop the coffee down for us, Lorne, will you? I ain't had time.
Another late spring like last year. Where are they?
Farmers. My heart bleeds for them.
Oh, good evening, sir.
Good evening. Gin and tonic, please.
More important, where am I?
For God's sake, give him another drink, Ted.
Yeah. With you in a minute.
Oh, Mr. Reed. There you are. Sorry to disturb you, but there's a telephone call.
For me? Did they give a name?
No, sir. I've switched it through to the box just outside the door. You can take it there if you wish.
Oh, right. Thank you. I'll be back.
Right, sir. Oh, who's that?
Reed. Oh, you remember? He telephoned this morning.
Mr. Reed?
Speaking.
Oh, good evening. Sorry to drag you to the phone. My name is Farr.
Good evening. Farr? Of course, yes, of course, Mr. Farr. Mr. Goodwin rang you then?
This morning. I met him just before Miss Bates' untimely death.
Yeah.
He said you will be arriving this evening.
Well, it's good of you to ring so soon.
Well, I just want you to know I shall be only too pleased to do whatever I can to help.
That's very good of you.
Not only pleased, but eager. I understand you don't want to reveal your interest, but I am at your disposal when and if you require me.
Well, Mr. Goodwin also probably told you that I'm not committed as yet. I'm just here to assess my own reactions before making up my mind.
He said as much. I hoped I might help to convince you.
Well, perhaps we could meet.
Oh, whenever you like.
Tomorrow any good?
I'm relatively free in the morning, but I can pull off anything I have for...
No, the morning would be fine. How about 10 o'clock?
Oh, perfect. You'll find my office just up the hill from the crowd, right opposite the church.
On Wednesdays, the manager take over the bar, which is why I weren't around when you arrived.
Yeah, I suppose staff's always a problem in a small place like this.
Keeping them is. Not much for them in Ashlingham, you see.
No, I suppose not.
Your first visit?
Yes.
Then I hope we'll make it a memorable one.
Thank you. I don't know East Suffolk at all.
Ah, that's good country. But quiet. Fine if you like the quiet life.
Yeah. Summer would be your busiest time, I suppose, although you're, 5 miles off the coast road?
About that. But with the castle and the boys' college, the weekenders, we're usually pretty full.
Ah, yeah.
Locals use the hotel bar here quite a bit, too. Oh, good night. Sir, madam. Yes, that's peaceful enough little place. Appeals to the traditionalists.
Bags of beans, and wattle and daub.
And all genuine, too. Not what you'd call lively.
No. Although, I seem to remember... Didn't you have a spot of excitement of some sort up here a year or so ago?
Ah, you mean the murder?
Murder? Do I?
A young girl up at the back of the castle, not far from here.
And when was that?
Oh, back in 67. Not so peaceful then for a week or two, I can tell you.
Oh, I can imagine.
She'd been strangled. And not only that, raped as well, they said.
That sort of excitement you can do without. Local girl?
Not born local. Living here with her grandmother. Girl named Diana King. 15, that's all. So was he. Martin Lundy. The one what done it. Staying at a camp just outside the town.
When you can, Ted, Copin's actually buying.
Oh, coming. Excuse me, sir.
Yes, of course.
That's, Mr. Danville. That were him what found her body. Oh. Same again?
Yeah, Les Copin wants to buy doubles.
Oh, would you mind? I was just talking to this gentleman about our time of notoriety.
Oh, were you?
This is Mr. Reed's first visit to Ashlingham. You remember the case?
Not many do. Care to join us?
Oh, that's very kind of you.
My name's Culpin. This is Bill Danville, local Postmaster General.
How do you do?
Visiting Mr. Reed?
Yes, a few days, taking a look round. I was wondering about a cottage in this area.
Well, you could do worse. Depends. Not much trade up here, no industry, and with all the stations closed, commuting's hopeless.
A bit far for that, anyway.
Pretty unspoilt still, though how long that'll last, well, remains to be seen, I suppose.
And we're not given to murders and the like, not as a rule, anyway. 2 whiskies, a gin, and the rest of your tonic.
Oh,
sir.
thank you. What about yours?
Well, I still got Mr. Reed's.
Oh, I see.
Yes, it must have been pretty unpleasant at the time.
It was.
She was a nice-looking kid.
Oh, you knew her then?
Well, not really.
Oh?
Well, not to say no. I'd seen her around, but not like some of you did.
Who said I knew her?
Well, surely you did. She worked for Mr. Danville in the Christmas holidays. She was still at the technical school in Ipswich.
Yes, cheers. Here's hoping you'll find what you're looking for, Mr. Reed.
Hmm? Oh, the cottage. Yes. Cheers.
Cheers.
Mm. I was telling Mr. Reed that it was you what found the body.
That's right.
Must have been a nasty experience.
Down in Moat Bush. That's a sort of a copse. A hollow just outside the old castle moat, surrounded by trees and bushes. There was a big search.
Don't we leave it alone, Ted?
Well, I was only
I don't
trying to
want
put him
to
in
talk about it. It's history.
They got the filthy young devil who did it, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, I'm afraid I brought it up.
It's all right, Mr. Reed. Sort of thing you prefer to forget, though, isn't it?
Yes, I'm sure it is.
Anyway, I've got to go.
Oh, early at night?
I still got some work to do.
Hang on, I'm coming your way.
Edna said to remind your wife, Lane, that's flower club or something tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll tell her. See you around then, I expect, Mr. Reed.
I hope so, yes.
Cheers.
Good night.
Good night. Good night, and thank you for the drink.
Oh, pleasure.
Well, will you join me in another?
Well, I won't if you don't mind, sir. Gin and tonic?
Yes, please. Sorry if I let you in for that just now.
Oh, they ain't usually so touchy.
It's understandable. You say they both knew her.
Well, Len must have forgot. She was around a lot. Shall I put it on your bill?
Yes, you may as well. And, of course, they were both here when it happened.
Bill Danville took part in the search, I told you. She'd been missing nearly 2 days. He found these, part of a girl's clothing, and then her lying some distance away under them 2 branches.
Branches?
Being twisted from a tree close by. She was, just this red shirt thing over her face, and the branches had been put over to cover her like a big X. You know, careful. Purposely like that.
I think I want to forget that, too.
I helped in the search, but in another area. Not Len Calpin. He had to go away with his wife. Must have been the day before we found her. I wasn't here for the search, anyway.
And that was 4 years ago.
It's not that, though. We've had a woman writer living here. Suddenly started dragging it all up again a few months back for some book or other.
Oh, is that so?
Got some stupid idea that Lundy never did it. Questioning, checking, stirring it all up again. Seemed to think it could have been somebody here. Upset a lot of people.
Yes, I can see why it might.
Oh, he was as guilty as hell. Still, that's all over now.
Oh?
She took ill and died sudden. In London. About 6 weeks ago.
Oh, I'm sorry.
A lot of people here weren't.
Including Mr. Culpin and Mr. Danville, I imagine.
Well, here we are. It seemed more sense than the office. We can talk at the actual scene of the crime.
I couldn't agree more. Castle's still very impressive, Mr. Farr.
Yeah, Norman, of course. Open to visitors most of the year.
And that's Castle Acre, where the girl and Martin Lundy met that evening.
But not by design. You can see the castle's virtually part of the town. It's a regular meeting place for local youngsters. This and the swimming pond mentioned quite a bit at the trial.
And where's that?
Across some fields about a mile from here. Would you say you've been over all the notes and references Miss Bates left?
Several times.
Then you'll know as much about the case as I do.
Well, from the evidence, the depositions and opinions may be. But I've got to tell you, as yet, I see no reason to doubt the original verdict.
I'm not surprised. But I maintain the prosecution evidence was circumstantial. Every statement relating Lundy to the girl was pure conjecture.
Yet they met. They went off together. She failed to return home. And he was the last person to be seen with her.
By anyone who spoke at the trial. And that's important, Mr. Reed. At the trial.
So, like Alison Bates, you believe somebody here knows more than they've told.
For obvious reasons. You know Miss Bates referred to the book as a labour of conscience.
But you handled the boy's defence.
Which would make me prejudiced? Perhaps. Oh, I'm just a local country solicitor, Mr. Reed. But as an orphan, no money, no influence, he relied on me. I think with a better lawyer, he wouldn't be spending the most important years of his youth in detention.
Unless he was guilty.
Oh, I don't think I'm that prejudiced. He was 15. Not committable under the Homicide Act, but under Section 53 of the Children's and Young Persons Act.
To be detained during Her Majesty's pleasure.
For the last 4 years. That's why Alison Bates' book was so important. If through it we could have proved merely a reasonable doubt, I could have made application to the Home Office on his behalf.
Well, she certainly seems to have convinced herself, but she offers no solution, no alternative to Lundy.
Oh, she was still working hard on it when she died.
Obviously.
And now that she's dead, I gather Mr. Goodwin's asked you to consider carrying it through for her.
Consider it, yes. Jack Goodwin's not only my publisher, he's a good friend. I could hardly refuse him that. But I wasn't keen. I didn't live here as Alison did. I wasn't here when it happened. I have no feelings about it. In fact, I'd never even heard of the case until a few days ago.
So you need to assess your own feelings before coming to a decision?
That's it.
Well, this is where it all started.
Well, let's take a look, can we?
Yes, of course. I merely suggested bringing the car because the locals know of my obsession. They might add 2 and 2.
I just an idea they might be less reluctant to talk if they didn't know my interest. And after the Crown Bar last night...
Ah, so you told me.
Alison's research didn't exactly endear her to the natives, did it?
Seekers after truth in this sort of situation seldom endear themselves to those who could be wanting to hide it.
Sometime I'd like to know a bit more about Danville and Culpin.
Whatever I can.
But what I'd like to do now is to give it to you as we go, as I've gathered the story, and then if you could correct me or add anything. That way I'll know I've got it right.
Fine.
So, Diana King has been to Technical College as usual that day. She catches her usual train from Ipswich, gets home at about 5 o'clock, she has her tea, changes her clothes, and leaves her grandmother's house around 6:30.
Right. Mm-hmm. And important, because the pathologist set the time of death on this occasion by observation of the stomach contents. Obviously the tea she ate.
Yeah, maybe we could come back to that.
Well, it ties up later. You'll see.
Diana then meets her friend in the marketplace. Jenny, was it?
That's right. You probably served your breakfast this morning.
At the Crown?
Yeah, been there ever since you left school, a waitress.
Fair hair. On the full side, a sort of wide-eyed surprise, no?
She could be useful to you. She knew them both. Well, actually, she appeared for the prosecution at the trial. Some pretty damning evidence, too, that Lundy had previously tried to be familiar with her.
How long had Lundy been around Ashlingham, then?
About 3 weeks. The camp operates every summer for boys from orphan schools, or rather it did until this happened. Not anymore.
Pity. Anyway, Diana and Jenny start to walk up here. Lundy and another boy ride up behind them on bicycles. They stop and talk for a minute. The boys then ride on, and they all meet again on Castle Acre here. Tell me, did Diana know Lundy prior to that evening?
Well, they'd met several times in the evenings. This is a small place.
Yes, I wasn't sure. They play around in the meadow here for a bit. Something to do with a dog?
Yes, Frank Bruce's dog, throwing sticks for it. Oh, there were several other youngsters here.
And Lundy talks to Diana, tells her that some foals have been born on a farm.
Yes, Philip Nair's farm in Back Lane. It's a local walk. There's a turning into it past the marketplace. It circles behind the castle and leads back into the town this other way, via the Chaddington Road.
How would he know about the foals?
Well, he was interested in farming and animals. Philip Nair encouraged him. Let him help out around the place. He would have seen them.
Yes, I see. And Diana's interested and says she'd like to see them. She shouts to Jenny where she's going. Jenny teases her, telling her to be careful, and they leave.
Jenny's warning, teasing or not, was made much of in court, particularly with her evidence.
But they leave, with Lundy pushing his bicycle. Which of the 2 ways did they go?
Oh, down the approach here. Let's get back to the car. And through the town to the marketplace. It was about 7:10. They almost bumped into a woman passing who remembered the time.
You say there were others here, besides Jenny and Lundy's friend?
Oh, 1 or 2. Get in. We'll go the same way.
Right.
Good morning, Mr. Farr.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Ames.
I have that book you requested if you want to collect it.
Oh, I'll try and get in. Is the library open this morning?
Bess, come back here. Yes, 11 till 1 today. I thought I'd give her a run first, keep her quiet.
Good day for it anyway.
Oh, lovely. Oh, dear. Beth! Beth? Come back here. Oh, goodbye, Mr. Farr.
Goodbye, Mrs. Ames. Sorry about that. Mrs. Ames runs the branch library. Not one of those who supported Miss Bates.
Were there any?
Well, if there were, they didn't bother to mention it. But Mrs. Ames and her ladies were quite verbose on the subject. The type who were glad Lundy was an outsider, not one of us. A ready-made scapegoat for something unclean.
You sound bitter.
No, not bitter. A little ashamed.
What you were saying about time a few minutes ago.
Time of death? Never easy to set with certainty. But the prosecution had it that her last meal had been taken some 2 hours before she died. All to do with the digestive process stopping, the elements of food remaining in the stomach. They put it at between 7:15 and 8 o'clock.
And Lundy was known to be with her around that time.
We called Dr. Limington, an expert witness in digestive matters and pathology, who argued that certain foods could remain in the stomach for over 12 hours, if not longer, when fear and shock had slowed the digestive process.
Meaning she could have been killed much later?
Well, you'll see Miss Bates found other expert opinion in support of this. That's the turning I mentioned, just past the cake shop. And this is Beck Lane. Yes, it was about here that Diana got onto the crossbar of his cycle. They'd walked this far. He suggested giving her a lift. She wasn't too keen because of her new skirt.
The blue one?
Yeah. I'll go up a bit. There's a gateway. I'll pull in there.
Is this land used much?
Well, just the odd tractor, or in the summer with the visitors. We can walk from here. A moat bush is just round that bend ahead.
So it must have been about here that the witness saw them standing together, said he was touching her skirt.
And Mrs. Shadrack lives in that house you can see on the rise.
Would she see over that hedge?
Oh, she was upstairs, and he probably was touching her skirt. He was brushing dirt off.
Yes, I remember. He said he wobbled, tipping them onto the grass verge, and that was how he got the scratches on his arms and the particles of his flesh under her fingernails.
Well, she grabbed at him to stop us of falling,
yeah.
As indeed anyone would. Oh, we know she was on the crossbar. There's a witness.
So Mrs. Shadrack's testimony was correct?
Factually, but not in its implication. Also, Mrs. Shadrack remembered the time, 7:20, on a bedroom clock. But Willie Gaunt, who used to live up ahead, said he waved to them when they passed him, walking together at 7:30, after Moat Bush.
Evidence that they didn't stop there?
Oh, more. Willie remembered the time because he had instructions to go indoors at 7:30 and had just been called in for being late. Now, Lundy was proved back in the marketplace at 7:55. A matter of time and opportunity again.
Yes, I see. If Mrs. Shadrack was believed, Lundy would have had, say, 35 minutes. But if Willie was right, no more than 20 to pass Willie, come back here, and
commit the double crimes of murder and rape with all the peculiar circumstances you'll see in a moment. But Willie had associated with Lundy. He was only 10 at the time, and he was considered an unreliable witness.
Yes, it's a good point. Tell me, did Diana ever get back on the bicycle again?
No, she refused. They walked on round this bend and continued up to Nares. But this is where they were supposed to have stopped. Where he was supposed to have rendered her unconscious.
In this field?
This is the field that leads into Moat Bush. Those trees over there.
I see now what Alison meant.
About carrying her that distance?
Yes, she says Diana was very mature physically.
Martin was slight. No more robust than me. And Diana was supposed to be unconscious, remember, which would mean she was even heavier.
What was he doing with his bike all this time, I wonder? I mean, she'd hardly stand around while he hid it.
And how did he make her unconscious, without leaving any mark or indication?
That is possible. It's a matter of pressure points.
Quite. But to a 15-year-old orphan schoolboy. Doesn't it seem to suggest some sort of training in unarmed combat or something similar?
He might have dragged her, but it would have shown.
Well, there was a small laceration just below the right shoulder, but no blood anywhere on the grass, and no traces of feet or the sort of marks a dead weight being dragged would make.
So she must have been carried.
Through the gate. There's a public footpath. Not that anyone much uses it anymore.
Thanks.
Better close it. Another interesting point. There was a bloodstain on the blouse, the shirt, but it was not on the right side by the cut. It was in the centre of the front.
Held over the cut, perhaps, to staunch it. But that means it would have been removed before crossing here.
Apart from making the carrying that much harder, the copse is just over there through those trees. Yeah, she was lying just here, on her back. And that's the tree from which the branches were twisted, as the hotel manager told you.
Like a big X.
Deliberately. A third branch was twisted half off, but left hanging. I can hardly reach up to where they were, you can just see. And Lundy was no taller than me. It would have needed a lot of strength, too.
But why cover her that way at all?
Well, it was all almost ritualistic. A strange orderliness, which was never explained. The shirt had been arranged to cover the face. The blue skirt had been folded carefully with the zipper pulled up and placed beside the body. The shoes equally carefully arranged beside it. The brassiere she wore was never found.
And the pants were some distance away?
About 10 or 12 yards. Back there.
Odd, that. Almost as odd as the lack of any ground disturbance.
No footprints anywhere. No broken down undergrowth. Nothing on the earth or twigs. Not any sort of sign. It was as if they'd dropped from the sky and whoever did it had left the same way. As if it had been swept with a soft broom, leaving no trace.
It was one of the things that intrigued me most. Difficult to see a kid of 15 having the nous to clear up the signs that there must have been, if it was that sort of attack.
When the police arrived, there were just Danville's footprints and a small scuffed-back earth mark beside each of her ankles.
Which they tried to prove was the inside edges of Lundy's shoes.
Not with any success.
And yet with all this, he was arrested and convicted.
He was seen with her in this vicinity. No one saw her with anyone else, or said they did. No one had an alibi for him. All believed him.
What about the forensic evidence, the body itself?
Evidence of strangulation, the torn shirt round the neck, a small quantity of blood under the shoulder laceration, and an unbelievably small amount where it should have been conducive to undisputed evidence of a violent sexual attack, said to be while she was still alive but unconscious.
And Lundy? Your man Lymington argued, didn't he, that the lesions and bruising he had could be normal to any healthy developing boy?
Not attributable to an inexperienced sexual attack, as the prosecution maintained. Lymington had served overseas as a force's M.O. He was conversant with rape cases.
Well, at least I can perhaps see the reasons for Allison's theory.
That she was attacked and murdered elsewhere, then brought back here. So much points to it.
Some of it does, anyway. The time element, the way things were left down here, the clothes. The briefs could have been dropped by accident if he was carrying her and them. The shirt used to staunch the cut shoulder. More particularly, the lack of blood where one would have expected it to be. And the means used for rendering her unconscious.
So many things.
What I don't see is why. Why risk bringing the body back here? Why chance being seen in that lane?
Oh, not such a chance late at night. There are hardly any houses here, and the area isn't overlooked in any way. In any case, courting couples park up here quite often, I understand. A car wouldn't look strange.
Even so, having done what he'd done... Unless...
Yes?
Just suppose it was someone very familiar with this area. Someone who might have known she'd been with Martin Lundy that evening. And where?
Providing a ready-made suspect?
Yeah, it's a wild thought and a hell of a lot of supposition.
Not so wild. Someone local. Someone older, taller, and stronger than Lundy.
And someone with a psychotic personality. But if not Lundy, who?
Well, she was a striking-looking girl. Very short skirts and so on, and she had the erotic appeal of youth. Find the black car, and we'll know a lot more.
Ah, yes. The car Lundy said she got into when they couldn't see the foals, and she left him.
According to Lundy, she obviously knew the driver. He passed her on the Charrington Road, sounded his hooter. She waved. He reversed back. She spoke to him, then got in, and was never seen alive again.
The mysterious black car was never seen again either.
True. But Lundy was adamant. He could see it all clearly from Nair's place.
Which is further up the lane.
Almost at the end of it. I'll take you. I don't care for this place.
Understandable. But if you don't mind, I think I'd like to walk up.
You'd prefer to?
Give me time to think.
I think you'll like this. Came back on Saturday, Mrs. Culpin. It's her new one.
Oh, yes, thank you. I like her books as a rule.
I don't think there's anything else of interest here.
I'll just have a look on the shelves, Mrs. Ames.
I should think you've been through everything up there. We should be getting a new batch in from county.
I'm afraid I read too much.
Oh, well, it takes your mind off the humdrum.
It helps.
With your son Louis away all the time now. And I suppose Mr. Culpin's out most of the day, too.
There's not too much to do.
I was only thinking, Louis hasn't been home in a long, long time, has he?
Home? Well, it's more difficult for him now.
When was the last time I saw him? Must be,
He has popped home. Not for long. Sunday sometimes. On Sunday.
But that's the life for a young man, though. The sea. All over the world like that. Finds it pretty dull when he does get home, I expect.
Dull? Yes, I suppose so.
But not for you. But how old is Louis now?
He'll be 23 next month.
23, is he? Oh, how they do grow. Good heavens. So that's who it was.
I'm sorry.
This book.
Book? What is it?
This photograph on the back.
But don't they often have those on the cover?
Oh, yes. Only I saw that face this morning.
Saw it? On the book, you mean?
No, here. Up the street, by the castle. Not an hour ago. I was out with Bess. I had a feeling he looked familiar.
Who is he?
Michael Reed. I've seen his face too often to be mistaken.
He's here? In Ashlingham?
He was talking with Reginald Farr on Castle Acre. And then he got into Mr. Farr's car and they drove off.
Morning, gorgeous.
Oh, you do have such good taste, Mr. Danville.
I know. What are you doing behind reception? Where's Lorna?
I'm having a quick drag. She's in the little girl's room.
Oh,
Some little thing I might do for you, Mr. Danville?
I think I'm too old.
My, we are unique.
I left a recorded delivery for Mr. Reed, second post. The book needed signing.
This one?
Yeah, signed, is it?
You want to keep that?
Hey?
His autograph. That's Michael Reed.
I can read, can I?
Don't tell me you ain't heard of Michael Reed, the writer.
Have you?
Mrs. Ames has, from the library. In here twittering all over the place this morning.
A writer, is he?
Who cares? He's like groovy.
Hello, Mr. Danville. Got your book?
Yeah, I got him.
Oh, busy day. Excuse me.
Yeah, well, don't get carried away.
Ooh, do you think he would?
You get worse.
Funny man.
Well, I'll see if we can find him.
Mr. Reed.
Dining room.
Oh, a number who rang this morning, Jenny. Could he take the call?
He was just looking at some papers when I came out. I'll tell him.
Mr. Jack Goodwin.
I'm glad, Michael. Tell me, did you get the transcript of Alison's tape notes this morning?
Yeah, I've just been glancing through them. They look fine, Jack. Great help.
Good. The reason I rang, though, after we'd posted it, I found another reference. It wasn't with her notes, in among some bills and other papers I have of hers. Must have been made just before she died.
Oh?
Got a pencil?
Hang on. I've got the transcript here. There's not much room in these phone boxes.
It's just a scrawled note on the back of a garage bill. You know she was American-born. She had no relatives over here. I've been sorting out her affairs.
What's it say?
It's a headed bill, Hewitt's Garage. On the back, she'd written Martin Lundy. Then the name Robert Hewitt, followed by a dash. And then the words black car and a question mark.
Robert Hewitt, dash, black car, question mark. It does say black car.
Yes. She told me there was some mystery about a car. That's why I thought it might be important.
Maybe. Well, thanks for letting me know, anyway.
How's it going?
I'll let you know when I know.
Sure. Sorry. Must learn to curb my impatience. That quote in my covering letter, by the way, I came across it in a trade sheet yesterday.
Which quote?
About a forthcoming book on the case. It was put out as part of our pending list before Alison died. But don't tell me the letter wasn't put in.
Well, it was here. I saw it. It's just that I haven't read it too carefully yet.
Here we are, sir.
Hmm?
Coffee.
Oh, yeah. Oh, here, let me move that lot.
Ta.
You didn't notice if I left a letter in the dining room, did you?
There wasn't nothing there when I cleared.
No, I expect it's amongst this lot somewhere. Never mind.
Black or white?
Black, please.
Room number 3?
3, yes. I hope I haven't kept you hanging about.
I'm finished now, 2 dinners anyway.
Oh, then I have. I'm sorry.
Don't matter. I've got nothing special to do.
Oh, I don't believe it.
Hmm?
An attractive girl like you?
Me? You're joking.
Can't be true. Or else there's something wrong with the young men of Ashlingham.
There is. And I'm particular.
I'd say you could afford to be.
I see you think so anyway. I suppose I'd better be going then.
Oh, Woodbridge. Is that very far from here?
About 10 miles.
Oh, I thought I might go over there this afternoon. I sailed from there a couple of times.
Lots of boats at Woodbridge.
I don't suppose you'd care to come with me.
Me?
No, it's a liberty. It was only that I wasn't sure of the way, and you did say you weren't...
You mean it?
Of course.
I'd love to.
Oh, we could have some tea, perhaps.
I'd have to pop home first.
Oh, you don't live in?
Not in your life.
Oh.
Won't take a minute, though.
Oh, that's all right. I'll need to get some petrol. I'll pick you up.
Not here, though. Nosy lot here. Oh. Just through the marketplace, there's a small boutique on the corner.
4, I think. And would you check the oil, please?
4 gallons. Right-o, sir.
I see the old shelter's still there. What's it called now?
Jacob's Well. Don't ask me why, though.
Nobody ever knew. Mr. Hewitt about?
Not this minute.
That'd be Robert.
Oh, Tad.
Oh, I thought...
Bob's not been here for years.
Is that so?
You didn't mean Ted's son?
It's been a long time.
Must have been. Bob used to work here with his old man, not for years, though.
Moved on, has he?
He got sense. Got into something better. Over at Lowestoft, didn't he?
Oh, how long's he been there, then?
Go about 5 years, I reckon.
As long as that?
Comes weekends sometimes. That's where Ted's gone now. Pick him up at Saxmundon.
This weekend?
Left his car last week for a respray. Come and pick it up.
Oh, I may see him then.
I'd tell him if you like.
No, it doesn't matter. I'll probably see him around.
He usually goes in the Dolphin when he's home.
Oh, well, in that case, I might see him there. I think the oil should be all right.
He works for the Ministry of Fisheries over at Lowestoft. Often at sea, diving, inspections, doing very well for himself. Married a girl from there about 3 years ago.
And lives there now?
Yes. But why Robert Hewitt?
Oh, I'm not sure. Just something Jack Goodwin said. Probably nothing at all.
Can I help?
Not unless you happen to know if he was around Ashlingham at the time. I understand he often comes back at weekends.
Oh, offhand, I don't. I could probably find out.
Oh, so can I think. I remembered what you said about Jenny.
Ah, well, she'd know.
While I'm here, tell me about Culpin.
Bit of an extrovert, but quite popular, apparently. Why?
Merely that last night he as good as said he didn't know the girl. Yet Brooke, the hotel manager, was sure he did. I just wondered about him, that's all.
Odd sort of background overseas, as far as I can gather. But he's been living here for some considerable time. Used to farm locally. Sold up and formed the Ashlingham Cooperative Farmers, an association handling their produce and so forth.
Married, I gather.
Lucy Culpin. She seems a quiet, pleasant woman. My wife knows her better than me. Hasn't enjoyed good health in recent years. Or so it seems. More nerves than anything, I think. Particularly since the boy's been away.
What does he do?
The son? Well, he's never here. Joined the Merchant Navy about 5 years ago. Radio, I think. His name's Lewis. She seems to miss him a lot.
Well, thanks again, Mr. Farr.
There have been certain, rumours.
Culpin?
I don't want to spread gossip, but, apparently a succession of young secretaries and always decorative. People must talk, it seems.
I see.
But that night, Culpin wasn't even here. He was away over at Norwich. Left here about 4 that afternoon with some salesman.
Been looking for you.
Oh, God.
Sergeant, I wish you wouldn't do that.
Guilty conscience, is it, Mr. Colbin?
What have I done now?
Detective Inspector wants to bring a pal over from headquarters tomorrow. Bit of shooting.
What the local police force would do without Ashlingham cooperative farmers to provide their support. Okay, I'll fix it.
Yeah, you better, for both our sakes. But it wasn't that.
It wasn't? What then?
Well, this, firearms renewal of yours.
What's the matter with it?
Well, for one thing, your current license expires tomorrow. For another, well, this renewal's not signed, is it?
Oh, God. 10 days ago she headed that Twitty girl.
Don't know that I'd say that. Oh, he's up your office. How do you always manage to get him so young and sexy?
Can't afford anybody who can type. Well, there you are.
Right. I'll get it put through and send it round.
Thanks. Don't let it run out and then pinch me.
That's a thought. Just so Jed Sparrow. Telling me old Reggie Farr was down in the bush this morning.
Moat bush?
Had this bloke with him.
Who'd that be?
Name of Reed, they tell me.
Reed? From the Crown, yeah?
Oh, you know him?
I met him.
Jed had a tractor up on his top meadow. Saw them go through the gate into Moat Bush. There some time, he says, then Reed went walking up towards Nares on his own.
You people should tell Farr once and for all to leave well alone. It's finished, judged and settled. He's got a bloody obsession.
This Reed. Oh, I just saw him picking up young Jenny in his car.
Jenny?
Wonder why. Wouldn't have thought she'd been his type, would you?
Sorry if I kept you waiting.
It was worth it.
Honest?
You look delicious.
Oh, you are nice, aren't you? It's funny.
What is?
Well, you take me out and you don't even know my name.
How about Jenny?
How'd you know that?
Oh, I was, interested.
In me?
Is that so surprising?
Why, you're a famous writer and all.
How did you know what I do?
I was interested.
Touché.
What does that mean?
It means I'm flattered.
I reckon you're putting me on. You must have a pick of girls down in London.
Well, I wouldn't think you did too badly in Ashlingham.
Oh, them. They're only after one thing. Oh, not that I'm against that at all, I'm not.
But, as you said, you're particular.
I like a man with experience and style, nice manners, who knows how to treat a girl properly, know what I mean?
I think so. You see it? You could sail anywhere in the world in that. It's a ketch rig. You see the two masts?
Mm-hmm.
That's a real boat, and enough twin diesel power to get you into port anywhere.
Oh, you know so much about things.
Oh, not really. Bits here and there. Things I've come across haphazardly.
You and your big words.
Well, how about tea? That's not a big word.
It was a nice place up Church Street.
Lead on, then, Duchess.
You see, that's what I mean about treating a girl properly. Makes her feel good. And funny inside.
And that's because you need that tea. Come on. So the librarian told you?
All goose pimple she was, raving on about Michael Reed.
What did she want, anyway?
I don't know. Probably wants you to talk to her women. She's done that before with people staying.
Her women?
Mixed up in everything she is. All long-haired and programme 3. Right weirdy she is.
You make her sound charming.
Bet she wouldn't have been so goosey she'd known what I know.
Oh? And what's that?
Why Mr. Michael Reed is here.
Tell me.
She was dead set against what that Bates woman was doing. Most of them were.
Jenny, suppose you tell me.
That letter, the one you lost.
You found it?
I didn't. Somebody else did, though, and handed it in after you'd gone. Old Brooke and our receptionist, they read it.
Oh, did they?
I heard them. About you writing a book about the murder. About Lundy.
I see.
That right?
You want some more tea?
Is it?
And if it is?
I'll pour on the professional. Are you going to?
I don't know yet, Jenny. I might, and I might not.
If you did, would that mean you'd stay here longer?
Probably.
Oh, I'd like that. You ought to ask me.
Ought I?
Perhaps you meant to, though. Perhaps that's why you asked me out, not because you like me.
You're very shrewd, Jenny. But also very attractive. And very pleasant to be with.
Honest? Do you mean it?
Honest.
I was in it. I could tell you a thing or two.
About Lundy?
About a few of them here. Might make you think less of me, though.
Well, I'm not exactly Dollery, you know.
Yeah, but I wouldn't like that.
Diana King was your friend, wasn't she?
Sort of. And she weren't the sweet little innocent they made out, neither.
No?
Not that you get much chance. They're always at it, always trying it on. The old uns are just as bad. Worse. Even old Brooke. Especially if you're young. Can I have a cigarette?
Oh, sorry. I didn't think.
Thanks. Would I be in it, in the book?
Would you mind if you were?
It depends. Oh, tar. Wouldn't worry me.
How did you first meet Lundy?
Swimming pond. He just turned up one night. We used to go there a lot then in summer.
Who was we?
Oh, me and Diana, a couple other girls.
Mm. And the local boys, I suppose?
Had to keep everything clutched tight down there, I can tell you.
Jenny, did Alison Bates talk to you about this?
Didn't tell her anything.
Why not?
Dunno. Didn't feel like it. But if you want to ask me...
You don't mind talking about it?
Why should I? I'm not like that lot. It happened, didn't it? Wasn't my fault. Besides... Well, means you'll want to see me, doesn't it? I think I mightn't have known you if you hadn't lost that letter.
Letter? I don't understand. What letter?
Mrs. Block? Oh, no thanks. All right. Ted was telling me just before I came out to the Flower Club.
No, thank you.
I knew he was a writer, of course, but it never occurred to me
But
that...
I don't see how that
From
proves...
a publisher. Well, Ted had to read it, of course. How else would he have known whose it was?
Edna, what did it say?
Well, it mentioned that Alison Bates several times. Said they were enclosing the, something or other of her notes on the Martin Lundy case. That if Reed decided to use them and write the book...
Oh, no.
That's not all. Sergeant Lee was telling Ted that Reed was out with Reginald Farr this morning. They were down in Moat Bush together.
I told you I saw them.
I can't believe it. All starting up. Not again.
Awful memories. Everyone reading about this town in that way. Oh, it's humiliating.
I thought when Miss Bates... I thought it would be all forgotten. Not that I wished her any... Oh, why can't they leave us in peace?
One thing, he'll not get much change out of Ashlingham. We're 4-1 this time.
I'm not so sure. There are some who wouldn't be averse to a little cheap publicity.
Do you mind?
Getting a bit uppity, aren't we?
Excuse me, Mr. Culpin. I'm busy.
Enjoy your ride?
What you on about? Let me by.
You always did enjoy a car ride.
Not half as much as you did.
Good driver, is he, Mr. Reed?
At least he keeps both eyes on the road.
Must have been a disappointment for you.
What's it to you, anyway?
Asking questions, was he?
Wouldn't you like to know?
They say he's taking over from that Bates woman. That right?
Thought you were telling me.
Is he?
How would I know? Think we've got nothing better to talk about than that?
All right, Jen. Get your fun if that's what you want. We've had enough of snoopers. You remember that if he should come ask.
Jenny was sure about it. I've just left her.
Robert Hewitt? Are you sure?
Now, Jenny says he was definitely in Ashlingham that day. She saw him and spoke to him.
I've known Robert since he was born.
Well, it doesn't necessarily mean anything, Mr. Farr. But Alison didn't seem given to fanciful conjectures,
Indeed, she wasn't.
which at least suggests she was in contact with him in some way.
Just the name with the words black car.
And a question mark.
I know she spent a considerable time trying to trace that car. It was the missing factor, the crux of any case for Lundy.
Well, I called at the garage earlier. Seems he's home at the moment.
And what do you intend to do?
I thought I might drop into the Dolphin later. It's his local. He still goes there when he's home, apparently. Might be useful, though, if we could make sure he went there tonight.
You want me to try and do something?
You say he has an unusual job, this diving.
Yes.
Well, perhaps I could be an old friend of yours. A writer interested in background material.
Lucy, are you there? What are you doing up here? What's the matter with you? Oh, God, we're not in for another of your sessions.
Go away. Just leave me in peace.
This your idea of peace?
It's the only thing I have.
Be proud of you, wouldn't he? Sat there staring at his photograph. You want to pull yourself together. Neurotic, that's what you're becoming.
Are you surprised?
And what's that supposed to mean?
You think I haven't had cause?
I don't know what the hell you're on about.
No. Go away.
Gladly, if you're going to sit mooning up here.
Go back to your drinking pals. Back to your...
Go on. To my what? Finish it.
It's all happening again.
With you it is.
It's never stopped, really. I just hope...
Oh, for God's sake.
Mr. Farr, and now this man Reed.
Reed?
It's all starting again. The scandal, the shame. They'll find out. They're sure to find out.
Reed? This bloke at the club...
You told me. You told me you went over to Norwich that night. To Norwich in somebody's car.
Oh, I see. It's that again.
To Norwich, you said.
You just never give up, do you? I'm God.
You told me that. Me who's lived with you for nearly 30 years, God help me. Who stood by and watched you debase yourself, insult me as your wife, your son even.
You keep on this way, you'll get certified.
Leaving early to look at schoolgirls riding by in their short skirts, ogling them at games. Schoolgirls. Bits of kids you call secretaries.
Now shut up, Lucy, you hear me?
And coming home to find you in our own house with our own niece. That was the end.
One mistake. One innocent mistake. And a lark. Not at all like you make it sound, and you can't let me forget it, can you? All those years ago. You're evil. Just plain bloody evil.
Oh, yes, me. Not the big popular Len Calpin. Me, his wife. A wife he hasn't wanted to know as a wife for... How long is it?
Can I help it if you're always tired, sickening for something or other? Can I?
So instead it's ogling schoolgirls.
Lucy, I'm warning you.
You weren't at Norwich that night. You weren't anywhere near Norwich. You weren't a mile from this house.
And what happens if this valve jams in some way?
Oh, you begin to pray hard.
I see. So that could be it. Well, that's great. That's just what I wanted. I'm very grateful, Mr. Hewitt.
It was a pleasure. Mr. Farr said it was for a story.
A novel. Well, when I get round to it, that is.
Will I be able to read it?
I'll send you a copy.
Would you?
Can I get you another pint or something else?
I still got this one, thanks.
I may have a job to do here first, though.
In Ashlingham?
Yeah. This murder about 4 years ago.
Oh?
You remember it?
Of course.
Diana King. Could be. You knew her.
I wouldn't say that exactly. Saw her around a lot before I went away.
Very attractive, they tell me.
Yeah, she was. Bloody shame.
There's some idea of a book about the case and the trial and so on.
A book? Well, the old man told me, Miss Bates, but I thought, well, she's dead, isn't she?
Unfortunately, yes. But I've been going through the notes and things that she was working on. Her publisher happens to be my publisher as well.
Oh, I see.
You knew Miss Bates?
Well, when I worked for the old man at the garage, she used to bring her car in for service and the like, but, well, I've been over at Lowestoft last 5 years.
Oh, so of course you wouldn't have been here when it happened?
No.
Pity. For a minute I thought you might have been able to help me yet again.
Oh, no, I was back at Lowestoft by that time.
Back?
Well, I was here that day. Had a couple of days off.
Oh, you were in Ashlingham?
Yeah, I had to go back that night. Left here soon after 6.
Ah. So while you were still on the train, probably all this was...
In the car. I was driving back.
But you avoided it all?
Well, when I read it in the paper a couple of days later, well, it's knocked over, I can tell you. When it's someone you know.
Yes, brings it home. Did you ever meet Martin Lundy?
The kid who did it? No. I was only home now and then, odd day, a weekend. I knew all the others, though. Kids who were there. Old Danville, you know.
Alison Bates had a theory about it.
Well, that he didn't do it. Yeah, I know.
She talked to most of the people involved.
She talked to me once.
Oh, did she now?
A couple of months back, I suppose. We were home for the weekend, and the old man was busy, so I delivered her car back for him. Told her what I just told you about leaving here early that day.
And what did she say to that?
A funny thing, she wanted to know what colour my car was. I didn't realise why at the time.
But you do now?
Yeah. I told her, navy blue.
You didn't know that a car was supposed to have been around that night?
Well, I was away on a course soon after it happened, and by the time I got home again, it had all been over a long time. Wasn't anything in the papers about no car.
Lundy claimed she got into one when she left him. Black, he said.
Yeah, I know that now. I thought about it after. Seemed a damn screwy thing to ask. And then I remembered.
Remembered what?
What about the car? Must have been the only one I saw between here and Yoxford and the A12 that night. It was parked outside the Sibden Bell, about 5 miles from here.
A black car?
Well,
Shouldn't have thought any more about it if she hadn't asked about mine. I mean, you see parked cars all the time, don't you?
So what made you remember this one?
Well, I knew it, didn't I?
You recognized it?
Yeah, of course. Used to service it. Well, inside and out. Other reason, I thought I'd stop there for a drink. Then I decided to get on low stuff first.
And what time would it have been?
Must have been around 6:30, 7:15.
Did you tell Miss Bates about this?
Didn't get a chance. Didn't think of it till later, did I? Anyway, next time I was home, she was dead.
Yes, I see.
That wasn't important anyway. Wouldn't have meant anything.
Well, why not?
Why? Well, it was only old Len Culpin's, wasn't it?
Culpin's? Are you sure?
Yeah, certain. I think he runs a red Cortina now, but it was the only car there anyway.
But I've been on to Ipswich already this morning, Sergeant. This is terribly important.
Only wish I could help you, Mr. Farr.
And headquarters tell me Detective Inspector Carter is likely to be coming here today to Ashlingham.
I expect they'd know, sir.
Well, I must get in touch with him. Matter of new important evidence. It's urgent.
So you said, sir.
Where can I find him?
The D.I. seldom takes me into his confidence.
Why are you being so obstructive? He knows this case.
I'll tell you what, Mr. Farr. Don't see why he should, but if the D.I. does call in here, I'll tell him you phoned. About the best I can do.
And check the tires, if you would, Fred.
Sure.
27 front, 25 back. Trip round the houses today.
How's she running?
All right. Still got that bloody squeak.
Oh, aye.
Is that Robert I can see in the workshop?
Yeah.
Book it all, will you? Hey, Robert. Back again, then.
Morning, Mr. Corbin.
Can't stay away, can you?
No, it's the gay nightlife.
This yours?
Yeah, it's been resplashed.
Yellow.
The young gold. But don't you like it?
On you, I suppose. Hardly me, I reckon. Bit jaundiced.
Well, it says it's for the young and bold. Yeah, it's funny seeing you this morning, though.
Always glad to give pleasure.
Your ears twitching last night?
No more than usual. Why?
Talking about you last night.
Yeah? How was that, then?
I still can't agree about the police.
But this is vital. At least it has to be checked.
All right. So, according to Hewitt, Culpin had his car out that night. And a black one at that.
But don't you see, Culpin swore his car never left his garage. When all local vehicles were checked at the time, he swore he locked it away at lunchtime and never used it again that day.
I do see, but it still doesn't
The important factor is why he should lie so blatantly about it. Now, when you telephoned last night, I couldn't rest. It's fresh evidence. It could make sense out of Lundy's claim.
Perhaps.
At the very least, it could mean a question of reasonable doubt.
Or it could mean that Culpin had something to hide, maybe. But not necessarily murder.
I only said reasonable doubt, but that's all we need in order to act.
He certainly knew the girl. I asked Jenny at breakfast time.
Yet you said he denied it.
Rather, he didn't seem anxious to admit it. But it seems he knew her fairly well enough to be giving her rides in his car.
What?
Jenny remembers. In fact, she was with her on one occasion.
There you are, then.
Not enough, is it?
Oh, but surely.
Well, is it? We know Diana was in his car on several occasions, that she knew him, that, according to Jenny, whom I'm inclined to believe, by the way, he favours young girls, young secretaries, schoolgirls, apparently, and Jenny herself. But he's not alone in that, and it certainly doesn't make him a rapist.
And Robert Hewitt, you said he impressed you. Now, why should he lie?
Look, Culpin could have had a dozen reasons for the car business. I'm not trying to play down any possibilities. I know what a break like this means to you. I merely say that to be over-eager at this stage...
You're right, of course. Matter of optimism marring judgment. But what do we do?
You told me he was supposed to have left here that day at about 4. Was his alibi ever checked?
Why should it have been? No one was called upon to provide one. Lundy was the only one suspected. Culpin said he was in Norwich, I seem to remember, but no one was really interested.
It's a bit dicey 4 years later.
Well, that's why I wanted to contact Carter. Detective Inspector now, sergeant on the case at the time. But that fool Sergeant Lee won't tell me where he's going to be.
Yes?
Lucy, it's Len. Why don't you answer the phone?
I am answering.
I've been hanging on here. Look, this is the 3rd time I've rung.
I was upstairs.
Never mind. Now listen. You may get somebody round asking damn fool questions about the car.
Car? What's happened?
The old one, asking about the day that King girl was...
Questions?
About where my car was that night. You listening?
Why? But why, after all this time? Why questions?
For God's sake, just listen.
Who? Tell me who.
If they do, you know where it was, don't you?
Do I?
God, of course you do. It was in the garage, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
Yes. Yes, in the garage.
From lunchtime on. I didn't use it until the next day, did I?
No. Len, I'm frightened.
Frightened? Why the hell should you be?
Oh, nothing.
Pull yourself together.
Oh, it's always that.
I've got to get over to Woodbridge now. Damn meeting late on. But I'll be back early evening. Then I'll find that bastard Reed.
Reed?
And Farr. See you then. And don't forget.
Oh, God.
Detective Inspector Carter?
That's right.
Sit down, Inspector. Can I order you coffee or a drink?
No, thanks. I happen to be Parson, so I thought I'd stop by to offer you a little advice, Mr. Reed.
Well, now, that's very considerate, Inspector.
I hear you may be taken over from the late Alison Bates in resurrecting the Martin Lundy case.
Now, where could you have heard that, I wonder?
I read some of those books. I don't hold with them.
No?
They upset people, stir things up, cause more trouble for people innocently involved who might prefer to forget.
That's the unfortunate thing about fate, Inspector. It has no boundaries.
Of course, I know there are so-called writers who make their pickings digging up salacious dirt at other people's expense. Hacks, don't they call them?
You're perfectly entitled to your criticisms, of course.
Nothing better than a good, powerful sex crime. And if it happens to be an attractive young girl, so much the better, eh? Nothing sells quite like that, does it? No matter who gets hurt in the process.
I'd certainly be interested to know which books you've read. Obviously the wrong ones. There are quite a number of serious crime studies, well written and accepted as authoritative.
Maybe. I knew what Alison Bates was trying to do, of course, but not why. Maybe she was misguided enough to consider she had a cause, like Reginald Farr.
You don't think he has a cause?
I think he's a good man out of his depth, right from the start. A well-meaning man, unable to live with the fact that he was proved at fault in backing a wrong'un.
He couldn't still be trying to help the boy.
By screaming that old bogey of injustice. I was on that case as detective sergeant, Mr. Reed. Lundy was as guilty as hell. Proved by every shred of evidence, and nothing can alter that fact.
In which case he'll stay where he belongs, won't he?
I think you're being influenced by the heart, not the head. There was no problem case. Andy Keslin was a good jack, the best.
He was in charge of the case?
Detective Inspector Keslin. I was his sergeant and his friend. He's sick now, pensioned off, and I wouldn't want to see his reputation dragged into useless controversy.
Inspector, supposing I were to tell you...
No point. Leave well alone, Mr. Reed. I've read your books. You don't need this sort of muck. Well, which is all I stopped by to say, so good day to you, sir.
But, Inspector...
Good day, Mr. Reed.
Yes, Mr. Farr?
Susan, that call to Mrs. Calpin.
There's still no reply?
You've been trying.
Oh, 3 or 4 times.
What time was it when she rang?
Oh, must have been about 3:30.
And you say she didn't give any idea what you wanted?
No, just said she'd like to speak to you. I told her you were out and she said it didn't matter.
You told her I'd be back?
Oh, yes.
All right, Susan. Keep trying, will you?
Going out, sir?
Oh, hello, Jenny. I thought I might, yes.
There's a leaflet about the castle. Over here, sir.
A what?
Over here, sir.
Oh, yes, I see. Thanks. What was all that about?
Listen, they're going to ask you to leave tomorrow.
Leave?
They're going to say they got a prior booking for your room. They haven't. That's old Mother Brooke. She's been at him, she and her harpies.
Well, because of the Lundy thing?
I told you what they were like. They're dead against her.
Kicked out.
Don't go.
Will I have any choice?
Well, that's what I wanted to tell you. I know where you... Well, that's if you wanted to. I told you I got this flat. It's nothing much. And, well, you needn't think you got a... I mean...
Jenny, you're very sweet.
I'm not. But I don't want you to go away.
I've got to, anyway.
But not yet.
I'm afraid so. But don't think I'm not grateful and honoured. I am.
But you won't.
No, Jenny. I'd really have to leave anyway.
I see.
But thanks. I'll see you later, won't I?
You really going now?
Well, I think I might go up and have a look at your castle, having studied this leaflet so diligently.
At this time?
Why not?
Yeah, the DI's been up with Bill Robbins. Brought some mate over for a bit of shooting. Oh, I'm meeting him in the Crown.
I thought I recognised him. He's getting fat.
Detective inspectors don't have to pound around like us peasants. You going in?
The Crown? Later, perhaps.
Know if Len Colton will be in?
No idea.
Just been up to his place.
Well, his office shuts at 5.
His house. Got this firearms license of his. Promised to drop it in. I rang the bell, but couldn't get no reply.
Oh, he wouldn't have been home.
Well, somebody was. There was a light at the back. Ah, well, probably didn't hear me.
I thought I saw him standing up by the castle a few minutes ago.
If he comes in, he can have it then. I don't know why I didn't stick it through the box. Could have.
This fading light. You can almost imagine them still standing watch up here, can't you?
I've been looking for you, Reed.
Of course. Otherwise, why follow me? Though you could have found me at the hotel.
This is better.
On top of the castle wall?
Much better. Nobody to listen. Nobody to see.
Well, of course, if you feel you need that sort of privacy.
He's supposed to shut the front gate at dusk. It's not too safe up here, you see. Not in bad light. Parts of the wall are missing. Just a handrail. These planks, not very wide.
So I noticed.
There are warnings up. A fall from here could be nasty.
Damn nigh fatal, I should think.
Like I said, we're better.
I see. But isn't that the caretaker's house down there in the courtyard?
Getting old now. A bit deaf. I know his habits. He didn't see me come in.
Yeah, well, I think you've made your point.
You're bright. For a sneaky bastard, you're bright.
I wish I could say the same for you. I came up here to think. Now I'm thinking a man who threatens violence and murder so easily could have done so before.
Now we're getting to it.
The only thing is, I'm bigger and stronger than a 15-year-old girl.
You bastard.
And considerably fitter and younger than you. So don't push your luck again.
I want to know what the hell you're up to.
It can't be conscience after all this time.
This morning, Bob Hewitt, he told me about you last night in my old car.
So you follow me up here in the dark like some thug.
And asking questions. You're trying to fix me with that murder, you and Farr. He wouldn't care who so long as that filthy kid got free. But it's not going to be me.
It's a cliché, but if you've nothing to hide, you've nothing to worry about.
I never touched her. Not like that. I never did.
Then you've got a funny way of selling yourself.
What do you think you're at? Do I act like a bloody murderer?
As of this moment...
Think I could carry on here with that for 4 years, do you?
How should I know?
If I'd done that, I'd have been gone years ago.
It depends what sort of man you are.
I told them. They asked me, I told them. My car was never out that night.
Hewitt says it was.
And he's a bloody liar.
He says it was parked outside the Sipton Bell at about 6:30. He wasn't even here when it all happened. He knew nothing about any car. Why should he lie?
How the hell should I know why?
He knew your car. He'd driven it, serviced it. Exactly the colour and type of car Lundy said picked up Diana King. Just before she was raped and murdered.
How many times do I have to say it? My car never left my garage.
But you did know Diana King.
So did a couple of thousand other people here, half of them men.
And she used to go out in all their cars, too?
What's that supposed to mean? Wait a minute. Of course. That nympho down at the Crown. I should have known. Been offering it to you, too, has she? Are you going to believe that little tease?
I didn't say I believed anyone.
Oh, all right. So I knew her. I gave her a ride in the car now and then. What about it? So have others. I liked her, sure, but that's all. I'll even admit it. I like younger girls, but she probably told you that as well.
It has been said.
I'm not all that proud of it, but that doesn't mean I go around doing what you're accusing me of.
I'm not accusing anyone. It's not up to me in any way.
I swear that car never left my garage. I can prove it.
Oh?
If I have to.
But I think you may have to, sooner or later.
At least my wife can. But it's tricky. Well, she knows all about, well, what I've just admitted, and she knows where I was that night.
Then you've got no problems.
I told her I'd been taken over to Norwich, a salesman. I had to tell her something. She knew I'd known this kid and others, and she thought... Yeah, even her, just because I made herself ill. In the end, I had to tell her. She found out later anyway. The girl was working for me at the time. I was never out that evening. Ask my wife. She knows the car was at home all night. She knows where I was. Ask her.
I'm afraid somebody may have to.
You, now. Come home with me now and ask her.
Look, I told you, it's not up to me. I'm not a detective or a judge.
You started this, you and Farr, and I want it cleared up for good.
Lorna? Mrs. Colpin hasn't been in when I was out? No, Mrs. Brooke. She didn't ring? Not that I know, and I've been here all afternoon. That's funny. We were supposed to meet at Mrs. Ames' cottage. She did pop in at lunchtime. Well, she didn't come upstairs. No, she was looking for Mr. Reed. Looking for Reed? Well, I asked her if she wanted you, and she said no. And she said she wanted Mr. Reed? Yes. Well, did she see him? Well, he was talking to Inspector Carter. She wouldn't wait. Strange. We're supposed to be talking about a protest meeting against this book. Yeah, she did seem a bit edgy. Especially when I told her who he was talking to. Just turned and went. Is Reed in the hotel now? He went out about an hour ago. Has he been told about his room? Not yet. I see. Where's Mr. Brooke?
Look, you've got to understand she's a bit, well, run down, nervy, and I'm not exactly a favourite. She's scared stiff of any sort of scandal, always has been. And since the boy's been away, she's alone a lot.
Well, just remember this was your idea.
Well, come in. If you wait a minute, I better tell you you're here. Oh, look at that. Left the phone off the hook now. Wonder how long that's been lying there. Lucy, you there? Probably upstairs, taken to sitting up there lately. That's funny.
Look, I suggest you talk to Mr. Farr.
Oh, she must be somewhere. Has to be.
Well, she could have gone out, of course.
With the lights left on? You don't know Lucy. Besides, she never ever goes out in the evenings anymore. It'll come through.
Look, I think it'd be better...
Look, you started this. You're going to ask her.
She's obviously delayed somewhere.
At mealtime? She wouldn't let herself be. Maybe she's in the kitchen. Lucy? God!
What is it?
Bloody stove, nearly red hot.
Yes, I can smell it.
Chimney and bottom wide open. Draft control. Oh.
Is there anything I can do?
That cloth. Yeah. Hot as hell.
Yeah.
Ah, that's it. Look at that chimney. Been rolling its head off God knows how long.
It's lucky you caught it.
What in God's name has she been doing? Look at it. Charred papers all over. Old letters or something.
Are you sure that'll be all right?
Well, now, let's get out of this stink. Must have been like that for hours.
Well, at least you should be all right for hot water.
She doesn't make that sort of mistake.
Oh, anybody could.
Not Lucy. She's overcautious, always has been. Everything right and in its place. There's something wrong. And it's not just that stove.
What do you mean?
Well, her not being here. The lights on, the phone taken off the hook. The way she's been lately, not sleeping, sitting up there staring at his photograph for hours on end. And now this. And burning old letters.
Well, there must be an explanation of some sort.
I know her. I tell you, there's something wrong. I know there is.
I tell you, I reckon I could have got more with a truncheon.
Oh, you didn't do too bad, Inspector.
Not for a townie.
Think not.
There's damn things move faster every time I come here.
Yeah, they do say it's the water.
I have the same trouble with this beer.
Well, that's charming, I must say.
Inspector, do you have a minute?
You look worried, Sergeant. What's up? Another lightless bike on the rampage?
That was the wife on the phone.
Oh, checking up on you, is she?
We just had a call from Len Colton's place.
Oh, Lucy been beating old Len up again,
No.
has she?
Seems Mrs. Colton's missing.
Eh? What? Missing?
It was this here bloke Reed on the phone. Seems he'd gone back there with Len.
How do you mean, missing?
For some hours, they reckon.
Was she really here at lunchtime?
In the hotel?
Wife told me she come in to see Reed.
Reed again.
But you were talking to him, so she never waited.
That ain't all. They found some sort of note.
Suicide?
Not exactly. I was a-wondering, sir, if you shouldn't look into this one.
Oh, hello, Mr. Farr.
Anything further?
Not since I phoned.
And Carter's here?
Yes, he's through there, talking to Calpin. They've set up some sort of search, but so far they've no idea where to look.
How's Calpin taking it?
Stunned. He was pretty sure when he found the son's photograph was missing. And then we found the message.
So she knew?
She knew something, anyway.
That poor woman. I'm sorry, Reed. Couldn't be more unfortunate that this should have happened.
But for me and my damned book. It seems to be the feeling, all right.
Well, who could foresee something like this?
Yes. Well, let's hope they find her.
You last spoke to her on the phone this morning?
Yes.
What time was that?
Must have been just after 10. After I'd been to Hewitt's when they told me.
Told you what?
About the car. Ask him. Ask Reed.
Ah, Mr. Farr, you're here.
Oh, Inspector, I hope you don't mind.
Depends whether you can help or not, doesn't it?
Mr. Calpin, I'm sorry.
You should be. You've driven her to this.
That's not true.
Doesn't matter what, does it? Anything to get that filthy kid off. Any bloody thing, no matter who else suffers.
I can understand your distress.
He may well have a point, Mr. Farr.
But I understand there was a note, Inspector. Doesn't that seem to suggest...
It suggests Mrs. Calpin is missing.
Well, may I see it?
Why not?
It was scrawled on this pad by the telephone.
God, so she didn't know what she was doing. Reed and his bloody accusations.
The only one that knows. I'm the only one that can harm him. Harm who, Mr. Calpin?
Listen,
all right,
don't
Len, all right. I'm more concerned with finding Mrs. Calpin at the moment. Now, what's this about a car?
Robert Hewitt told me he'd seen Mr. Calpin's previous car, a black one, in the vicinity on the night Diana King was murdered.
He's a bloody liar.
Who's Robert Hewitt?
Oh, son of the garage owner. He used to work there, knew the car well.
Mr. Calpin heard I'd been talking to Hewitt, and he approached me about it.
I tell you
Just a minute. That's where you telephoned your wife this morning?
I didn't want him coming round here scaring her silly. She'd already been upset by him and his ridiculous
You had
accusation.
approached Mrs. Calpin?
I've never met her. Calpin said his wife could prove his car had never been out of his garage that night. He insisted that I came back here with him to ask her.
What is it, Sergeant?
Nothing out there, sir.
And you've still no idea where she might have gone, Len?
No, I don't know.
Friends?
I phoned those that she might have gone to see.
What about relatives?
No, not Lucy. Not here.
Now, look, Len, go up with the sergeant here and take another look round upstairs.
What for? I looked up there.
See if there's anything you've missed. Anything that she could have taken with her.
His photograph.
Anything else. Clothes, a case, anything.
Why should she?
Let's take a look, Len. You never know.
She hasn't gone anywhere. I know, Lucy. She's dead, I know.
Come on, Len. Come on.
Satisfied, Mr. Reed?
Why should I be?
I seem to remember warning you this morning what this sort of muckraking could do.
Now, that's damnably unfair, Inspector.
Is it? Why do you think this has happened, then?
Well, are you suggesting that fresh evidence should always be concealed because of the misfortune the truth might cause?
The truth, Mr. Farr?
Well, what Mr. Reed discovered could be of vital importance. Were we supposed to ignore it?
Lundy's phantom black car, I suppose.
Well, I don't know. That's for you to find out.
I'm glad to hear you say so.
Also, why Calpin lied about his car at the time.
If he did.
And kept quiet about it since.
In any case, don't you think you should have told us?
I tried to tell you this morning, if you remember. You didn't want to know.
And neither did Sergeant Lee when I tried to find out where you'd be.
So, tell me now.
No, there isn't much else. A note was found, left by Alison Bates. It had Robert Hewitt's name, and next to it the words black car. I think she might have thought it was Hewitt's own car. So I asked Hewitt about it. He remembered seeing Calpin's black car parked at the Sipton Bell when he was on his way back to Lowestoft at about 6:30 that night.
And that's all?
Except that apparently Calpin knew the girl well. She'd been on petting drives with him.
Petting drives?
So I was told by someone who had been with her.
Yeah, you said you didn't know Mrs. Calpin.
That's right.
Then why would she be looking for you at the Crown this morning?
For me? I didn't know she was.
Came in while I was talking to you. Asked the reception girl, then left.
I've no idea.
Well, she telephoned me this afternoon.
What time was that?
Well, about 3:30. I tried all afternoon to ring her back, but the line was engaged every time.
Yes, we found the phone off the hook when we got here.
Calpin rings her, tells her about this car thing, then she tries to see both of you between, say, 12 and 3:30. Sergeant Lee called here with a firearms license just after 5. He thought there was someone here then. The lights were on.
It must have been around 6 when we got here. That stove had been left on for some hours then.
If she had known all these years, or even suspected, questions about the car, then she sees you two talking together. Later, Sergeant Lee calls around here. In the state her mind must have been in, God knows what she might have done.
Calpin said he'd been worried about her health for some time. He said she used to spend hours sitting up there in...
Yeah?
Inspector.
What is it?
Mr. Culpin's just had a thought where she might have gone.
Well?
Well, it was only an idea, but he wondered if she could have gone back to their old farm.
Where's that?
A few miles out. Apparently she was always talking about the place, didn't want to leave it. The boy was born there.
Well, it's something anyway.
Bring him along, will you?
Right, sir.
Can we be of any help?
Not at the moment, but I may want to see you later, Mr. Reed.
I shall be at the hotel.
I hope so.
Well, it's possible, I suppose.
Perhaps.
Now, you started to say something a moment ago.
Yes, I just had a thought. You see, I'm wondering now if it was Culpin she was concerned about.
Now, why do you say that?
He told me earlier that he believed she suspected him at one time. So much so that he finally had to tell her where he really was that night.
Well, he said Norwich.
Yeah. And he told me that he was in Ashlingham, shacked up with some young girl working for him at the time. He went back with her straight from the office. He didn't leave her until very late.
You believe it?
Well, it could have been a try at an alibi. Not easy to disprove after this time. Now I'm inclined to think that that's where he could have been.
But surely the note...
Well, it doesn't name Culpin. It merely says that she was the only one who could harm him. She was the only one who knew.
Now, what are you getting at?
It was something else he said.
Something Culpin said?
Yeah. And something she did. If I'm right... Well, it's just an idea.
Well, if it helps to find Mrs. Culpin...
Well, it could do more than that. I'll need to make a call on the way.
Why? Where are we going?
But he used to be around with you girls at the swimming pond and so on.
Used to be.
What was he like?
Randy.
Jenny. I mean, as a person.
Well, he was. Thought he was God's gift to the poor peasant girls. Bit weird with it, too, you know.
Is that true?
I ought to know.
But you also told them you knew about Lundy, too, in that way.
Well, they kept asking me, didn't they? Anyway, I told you about that.
Yes, you did. So you'd have known Diana pretty well, then?
Knew her well enough. Why?
But you still say he wasn't around that day.
He couldn't have been, could he?
Well, anyway. Thanks, Jenny. Thanks a lot.
That's all you came for?
It was important. Mr. Farr's waiting outside.
Is he?
Good night, Jenny. And thanks again.
Are you...
Am I what?
Will you honestly be going away tomorrow?
Yeah, I plan to. But I shall see you before I go.
Yeah.
Night, Jenny.
Night.
I wish we'd waited for Carter.
It looks as if it's just as well we didn't.
I still don't understand your reasoning. Moat Bush? I'd have thought that the very last place.
Well, it was you who mentioned her state of mind. I figured, under the circumstances, she just might have felt drawn to where it happened. To where her world disintegrated. Obviously, I was wrong.
It's even worse in moonlight.
What's round there, just beyond those trees?
Called the Meres, a deep pond. Floods badly in winter. Now, look, Reed...
Let's just take a look and then we'll go.
Must we?
You wait here if you like.
No, if you're going.
Take the torch if you need it.
Well, it's not that I can't see.
What?
Over there. My God, you were right.
Just standing there by the pond.
Something in her hands.
It'll be the photograph.
What do we do?
Try not to scare her. Can you go back by yourself?
I suppose so.
I'll stop here. Try and bring someone who knows her.
Who's that?
She's seen us.
You're too late, whoever you are. You're too late.
Go when I move out. I've got to stop her.
You'll never find out from me. I'll never let him down.
It's all right, Mrs. Culpin. Don't be afraid. I have a message for you.
No, you'll make me tell.
A message from Lewis.
From Lewis?
Yes, that's right. From your son.
From my son?
Well, Inspector?
Under sedation now, but the doctor says she should be all right.
Ah, that's good news.
Given time, and thanks to Mr. Reed.
No, hardly.
No, I owe you an apology, sir. Seems you too, Mr. Farr.
It was the son, then?
Apparently he came home on leave unexpectedly that evening. She let him take the car, but Culpin knew nothing about it.
He must have known Lewis had been home.
Not until tonight. She says the boy seemed strange when he came home some hours later. Said he had to leave immediately, changed his clothes, and went. Culpin never saw him.
And how did she find out?
She was puzzled by his odd manner. Thought he might have pranked the car, so she went to look after he had gone and found the brassiere.
So that's why it was never found.
She suspected Culpin at first. She's known of his peculiarities for a long time. Then when fuller details got out, she realized what the bra could mean. She burned it and the clothes the boy had been wearing. Then wrote and told him never to come back.
And he's never been home in 4 years?
Apparently not.
But didn't Culpin ever wonder about that?
She always had a reason. His ship rerouted and so on. But it seems Lewis replied, asking her to forgive him for what he had done. After that, he wrote to her fairly regularly, but never came back. His letters were some of the stuff she was burning earlier.
But Lucy Culpin, that quiet, inoffensive woman, how could she have lived with it all these years?
He was her only son. And about all she had left to live for, I'd imagine.
Yes, he must have picked Diana up in the old man's car, and somewhere it happened. Where, I don't know. But he must have panicked when it all went wrong and then had to cover himself. She'd probably told him she had just left Lundy. He knew where, probably even saw him in Back Lane.
So you think he brought the body back to Moatbush, cleaned up any disturbance he made, leaving Lundy as a ready-made suspect?
That's what I think. So you can go ahead for Lundy, Mr. Farr. You'll get all the backing you need. You've nothing to worry about now.
Except the right words to explain 4 years of lost freedom to Lundy.
Do you think you'll get him?
Seamen can be hard to trace, but we'll get him. Somewhere, sometime, we'll get him.
And there's your receipt, Mr. Reed.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I hope everything has been to your satisfaction.
Yes, thank you very much. I didn't see Jenny in the dining room this morning.
No, sir, she's not in.
Oh? I'd hoped to see her before I left.
She just didn't show up this morning for some reason.
Oh, I see. Well, thank her for me, will you?
I will, yes.
Oh, tell her... Well, just tell her I asked.
Mr. Reed?
Oh, good morning, Mr. Farr.
Thank goodness. I was afraid I'd miss you.
You're just in time.
Oh, sorry I'm late.
Well, I didn't expect you to bother.
Oh, but of course. I waited to find out about Mrs. Culpin. She's much easier this morning.
Good.
Apparently she has a sister. She's going away to stay with her for a time.
Now, that sounds best.
You know, I think, just how grateful I am. How grateful Lundy will be.
To Alison Bates, if to anyone. But I'll be interested to learn what happens.
I'll let you know. And what about the book? Slightly different ending now?
That's up to Jack Goodwin.
But for yourself?
For myself? Well, I think she's suffered enough. Don't you? Well, goodbye, Mr. Farr. And if ever I need a good lawyer, I'll know just where to come.
In Unquiet Conscience, a play for radio by Philip Barker, Michael Reed was played by Tony Britton. The rest of the cast was as follows. Jenny, Anna Michaels. Len Culpin, Douglas Blackwell. Lucy Culpin, Maddie Head. Farr, Norman Claridge. Detective Inspector Carter, Robert Caudron. Danville, William Edel. Brooke, Peter Tuddenham. Mrs. Brooke, Alwyn Griffiths. Mrs. Ames, Eva Stewart. Jack Goodwin, Martin Friend. Robert Hewitt, Nigel Anthony. Receptionist, Joe Manning Wilson. Garage attendant, David Valler. Police sergeant, Robin Brown. The play was produced by Betty Davis.